During Harry's 11th summer vacation, his godfather descended from the heavens. Harry concluded his life on Privet Drive and arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Meanwhile, the downcast Lupin received a letter from a former friend. Misunderstandings and longing cultivated new feelings upon their reunion. In a quest to clear his name and avenge his friend, Sirius Black embarked on a long and arduous journey. After encountering the statue of his deceased parents, the Sorting Hat placed Harry in Slytherin, and accompanied by his godfather, Harry commenced an extraordinary path as a savior. The divergence of their stances rendered the relationship between Harry and Draco ambiguous. Chapter 1. A resounding bang shattered the tranquility of the summer night as a figure materialized on the rural path. The birds in the trees seemed startled by the sudden sound, fluttering away into the deepening night. Albus Dumbledore appeared to be in high spirits as he adjusted his silvery hair and beard. Peering through his half-moon spectacles, he surveyed the surroundings as if searching for something. He carried in his pocket an exceedingly long letter, which was the very reason for his visit. Soon, a rustling sound reached his ears. A large black dog emerged from the nearby thicket, making its way directly towards Dumbledore. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured softly, simultaneously illuminating his wand. The light at the tip of his wand rendered the black dog's appearance more distinct. It was large-boned yet emaciated, its black fur marred by scars. Without that layer of skin tightly clinging to its bones, the black dog would have resembled a walking skeleton, and the filthy creature impatiently whined. Dumbledore blinked his cerulean eyes and spoke first. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the owner of that letter, Sirius Black, one of my dear students. Allow me to behold your form. It has been quite some time since we last met." No sooner had he spoken than the emaciated black dog transformed into a dark-haired man, whose cheeks still bore traces of his former handsomeness, though the torment of Azkaban had nearly erased those remnants. Sirius lost his younger brother Regulus at the age of 19 and became the last head of the Black family, imprisoned in Azkaban at the age of 21. A decade has since elapsed, and the memories of 31-year-old Sirius seem to linger on the day after his beloved friend James's death. Sirius Black cautiously scrutinized Dumbledore's expression. The torment of the Dementors and malnutrition had left him with scarcely enough strength to stand upright. "It is not I who betrayed James Potter and Lily, Professor. For a decade, I have been unjustly branded as a treacherous murderer of friends confined to Azkaban." Dumbledore nodded slightly. He gazed into the eyes beneath Sirius's disheveled black hair, and even after 10 years, those occasionally haughty eyes remained remarkably clear. "Although this letter contains numerous cryptic details for safety's sake, I have still grasped the essence of what you conveyed. If I did not trust you, I would not have appeared in the location agreed upon at the end of the letter today. Do you believe the true culprit is Peter Pettigrew?" At the mention of this name, Sirius's face contorted with rage. That despicable traitor! He shattered the unwavering loyalty spell that bound James and Lily. No one would have suspected him of betraying us. I must find him. I am reluctant to believe that any of you could be guilty. If memory serves, the four of you were once the best of friends. Yet, the truth is often painfully difficult to accept. Dumbledore sighed, his crescent-shaped spectacles emitting a faint glow. Sirius began to cough violently. He had only escaped from prison 2 days prior. To evade the relentless pursuit of the Dementors, he had transformed and swum ashore in the form of a dog, and had written to Dumbledore on stolen parchment. At that moment, he was nearing the limits of his physical endurance. Dumbledore remarked, "I suspect you utilized your animagus abilities to escape, did you not?" Sirius nodded in affirmation. Under the continuous influence of the Dementors, most wizards imprisoned in Azkaban ultimately lose their sanity and perish within its confines. The sole reason Sirius managed to retain his sanity was his unwavering knowledge of his own innocence. When the torment of the Dementors became unbearable, he would transform into his canine form, for the Dementors, blind to sight, could only approach prisoners by sensing their emotions, and their perception of animals was notably feeble. Having grown excessively emaciated, Sirius, in his black dog form, ultimately managed to slip through the iron bars confining the prisoners. Dear Professor McGonagall is also an animagus. Did you evade the Ministry's registration? Did you master it during your time in Azkaban? As far as I know, casting magic under the influence of Dementors is exceedingly difficult. Such advanced transfiguration is mastered by only a select few wizards, Dumbledore pressed further. At Hogwarts, Sirius replied intermittently. For Remus Lupin, the three of us succeeded. Wormtail is a rat. James was a stag. Thus, Wormtail Peter could escape unnoticed, and he is undoubtedly still living in the wizarding world somewhere disguised as a rat. My three astute students became illegal animagi. What a remarkable friendship, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing smile. It has been some time since you left the wizarding prison of Azkaban, and the Ministry has yet to announce your escape? The name Sirius Black could certainly headline the Daily Prophet. Most of the time, the Dementors guard Azkaban, with officials periodically clearing away the deceased prisoners. The Minister of Magic occasionally inspects the prison, but Cornelius Fudge visited just last week, so it may take them some time to discover the truth. Then your situation is perilous. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. If you are captured and returned to Azkaban, you may face even stricter confinement. I have torn apart the Death Eaters imprisoned on the same level. A dog's teeth are as effective as a dog's form. Sirius licked his fingers. By the time the Ministry's buffoons discover these remnants, or bones, if they even show interest in piecing them together for a thorough examination, they will find that I have vanished. Heavens, Dumbledore murmured gently. I have been branded a traitorous murderer by the Death Eaters, and I cannot bear this stigma in vain. A chill glimmered in Sirius's eyes. Some of these Death Eaters firmly believe that Voldemort is not dead. They're still awaiting his return in prison. You escaped to find Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore stated. Not entirely, Sirius replied swiftly. I watched him transform into a rat and flee. The hope of finding a rat in this vast world seems bleak. However, this band of Death Eaters has caused the deaths of countless individuals. My brother Regulus was far more sensible than I. He was likely deceived to his death by Voldemort's lies and threats. It is truly absurd. The leader of the pure blood supremacy, Voldemort, is not even pure blood himself. These lunatics deserve their fate. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Sirius gazed uncertainly into Dumbledore's azure eyes. I was imprisoned the same year James and Lily were murdered, when little Harry was merely 1 year old. Now, he is 11. I believe he is of school age. As you know, I am his godfather. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Sirius's tone grew urgent. Though I was wrongfully imprisoned, I still retain Grimmauld Place number 12 and a considerable family inheritance. I believe I can care for him. A guardian who is likely to be on the run and regarded by all as a murderous traitor? Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Harry was placed with his aunt for his safety. Until he comes of age, he is likely safer there. However, he may lack the love of family. Lily's sister is a rather peculiar person. Sirius's expression darkened. He had previously discussed Lily's childhood with James and Lily. They will not treat Harry well. Dumbledore's tone was gentle, yet resolute. I am afraid I cannot concur. There are many factors to consider, especially given your current predicament. I will require more of your memories to verify the facts. If what the Death Eaters in the prison say holds any truth, could it be that Voldemort will rise again? Harry will encounter peril wherever he goes, and having been raised in a Muggle household, he knows nothing of the magical realm, Sirius remarked. Should you harbor doubts about my words, I am more than willing to submit to any investigations or magical examinations. Dumbledore did not contest this assertion, but merely replied, Voldemort is likely as curious as we are regarding why this young boy was not slain by Avada Kedavra. I had initially entrusted Hagrid with the task of bringing Harry to school. Allow me to meet him. He is the child of James and Lily. Sirius pleaded softly as the summer night breeze tousled his withered black hair, and his eyes, bloodshot, shimmered with the glimmer of unshed tears. Chapter 2 Harry Potter sat sulking in a tree. It was a tall tree, and he could scarcely recall how he had managed to climb it. Perhaps a peculiar gust of wind had lifted him up. The summer sun was glaring, and Harry nestled himself among the green leaves and branches, ensuring that Aunt Petunia and Dudley could not see him, nor would they bellow for him to come down. Today, Harry had unexpectedly acquired a bedroom of his own. It was worth noting that Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had always confined him to the cupboard under the stairs, where he would awaken each day to the sight of new spiders and dust motes dancing in the air. This was indeed a cause for celebration, a room to call his own, a long-held dream of Harry S. Yet, the bittersweet price of this newfound sanctuary was a letter he had not been able to receive. Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive, the cupboard under the stairs, my name. They even knew I resided in a cupboard. Harry distinctly remembered the letter's astonishingly precise address. The missive was pinned on thick, creamy parchment. The envelope embossed with the letter H and 4 creatures. The emerald green ink lent an air of mystery to the correspondence. From his perch in the tree, Harry stared blankly at the entrance of number 4, Privet Drive. He understood that it was nearly impossible for the postman to return today. How could he notify the sender that he had not received the letter? His curiosity was insatiable. Even a mere advertisement would bring him joy. As he gazed vacantly at the quiet street, the only sounds around were the chirping of insects and the wilting grass under the relentless sun. Suddenly, a large black dog appeared in Harry's view. It seemed much larger than an ordinary dog. Its black fur appeared dry and fluffy, as if freshly washed. Harry squinted, observing the dog's intense scrutiny of each house's number, ultimately stopping at the Dursleys' front door. Harry straightened up, a sense of unease washing over him. He had never seen this dog before. Dogs did not read house numbers, he mused, yet the black dog's focused demeanor left him perplexed. The dog began to circle the Dursleys' home, attempting to leap up and peer through the window. Harry watched as it trod across Aunt Petunia's meticulously trimmed lawn. The brown soil turned over. He could already envision Aunt Petunia's outrage upon discovering her lawn trampled. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Harry observed the large, yet slender black dog make its rounds, silently contemplating. It was in vain. The Dursleys had nothing delectable to offer, and if they did, it would surely be lodged in Dudley's stomach. The summer heat was oppressive, and Harry resolved to call to the feudal dog. "Hey," he softly greeted as the black dog passed beneath him once more. Not long ago, Harry had been confined for conversing with a snake at the reptile house and inexplicably making the glass vanish. He was uncertain whether he could communicate with the dog. Yet, it was evident that the black dog halted immediately upon hearing his voice. The dog lifted its head, catching sight of Harry through the layers of leaves, and this time, Harry could see more clearly. The dog's eyes seemed to sparkle with recognition. A surge of warmth flooded Harry's heart. Could it understand him as the snake had? The black dog grinned and wagged its tail, its gray eyes sparkling with joy. It began to prance around the tree trunk. But the tree was too tall for it to climb. "I suppose I could come down to keep you company, even though today has been rather disheartening for me," Harry mused, carefully maneuvering down the trunk. The dog barked softly and swiftly bounded to his side, seemingly fascinated by Harry's unruly black hair. Instinctively reaching out a paw to touch it. "I don't think I've ever seen you around here before. The only one I remember is Mrs. Fig's cat. Are you a stray? You have no owner. Much like myself, I have no parents." Harry reached out to stroke the black dog's head, rambling to himself. "Today was the first time I saw someone write to me, yet Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon seemed utterly terrified. I long to leave this place. I yearn for my letter." Harry continued, his words tumbling out. He struggled to untangle the dog's matted fur, discovering that the dog was even thinner than it appeared. Its black coat draping over a gaunt skeleton, the bones clearly visible. Strangely, upon hearing Harry mention his lack of parents, the dog's cheerful demeanor seemed to dim considerably. Harry was taken aback to see drops of moisture forming in its eyes. The Dursleys had no pets. And he could not fathom why the dog's mood had shifted so dramatically when it had appeared so exuberant just moments before. Perhaps I can help you find something to eat." Harry clumsily consoled the black dog. "In my new bedroom, which is actually Dudley's old storage room, there are a few things, mostly food Dudley doesn't like, such as vegetable crisps. Wait here." Harry dashed toward the window ledge. Harry's new room was cluttered with Dudley's broken toys, a scratched-up miniature camera, a bent air gun, an empty birdcage, and a pile of pristine books. Dudley wouldn't to even glance at them. Some health snacks that appeared healthy but utterly tasteless were stuffed in the corner of the room. Upon moving in, Harry had quickly discovered this little treasure trove. Dudley would undoubtedly have no interest in them. Before long, Harry and the black dog were hidden behind the tree, munching on the packaged vegetable crisps, their cheeks bulging. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "I know this isn't the greatest food, but I'm afraid I can't offer you more." The dog brushed its tail against Harry's hand in agreement, when suddenly, a scream erupted from the Dursleys' front door. "Who trampled my lawn? Good heavens! Which little brat is responsible?" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced the air. Harry, is that you?" "Oh no." Harry turned to the black dog. "You'd better not be caught. Ever since I received that letter, she has been on edge all day. Run." Harry carefully tucked the half-eaten packet of vegetable crisps into the dog's mouth. "Take this and leave. You can come find me to play. I'm free all summer." When Aunt Petunia found Harry behind the tree, the black dog had already made its escape. "Is it you? I knew you were plotting revenge. Vernon and I worked hard to raise you, and this is how you repay us. What an ungrateful wretch." Aunt Petunia's voice grew increasingly frantic with anger. "It wasn't me," Harry protested. "Can I at least see the letter addressed to me?" Aunt Petunia's accusations seemed to catch in her throat. "No, that wasn't for you. However, Harry was seized by Aunt Petunia, who dragged him into the house. No more questions. Stay indoors. With a resounding slam of the door, Aunt Petunia locked Harry in his room. Harry managed to find a spot amidst the piles of old toys and sat down despondently. There was nothing he could do. As dusk descended, Harry stared vacantly at the windowsill. The Dursleys' chatter had ceased. Perhaps they had all gone to sleep. Harry contemplated whether he should climb back to the tree and wait until the postman arrived the next day to inform him that he had not received his letter. At that moment, a furry figure darted past the window. It was the black dog from earlier. Harry joyfully reached out to pet its head. The black dog had a piece of paper clamped between its jaws, which it promptly dropped before hastily departing. Harry recognized the elegant handwriting. Tomorrow, I shall come to fetch you. Be prepared. Chapter 3. This note kept Harry awake through the night as he paced about the new room. Far more comfortable than the cupboard, in a bid to divert his restless mind. Recently, everything had unfolded in a most peculiar manner. Discovering his ability to comprehend the language of snakes, the sudden arrival of letters, the enigmatic large black dog, and this unfamiliar note, all of it left Harry in a state of bewilderment. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within him whenever he faced something he dreaded. A twist of fate often intervened at the last moment, like his hair miraculously returning to its original length overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it, or landing unscathed after falling from the roof. Seated on an abandoned skateboard unearthed from the corner of his bedroom, Harry struggled to maneuver from one end of the room to the other. The night was deep, and the occasional chirping of crickets rendered the summer evening even more serene. However, Harry felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, as he sensed he was anticipating something. Perhaps tomorrow would be as mundane as the past decade. Yet in this moment, he still harbored a sense of expectation. He even managed to open Dudley's old camcorder amidst the clutter, but due to a broken lens, it could only record indistinct videos. Pointing the camera at himself, Harry began to speak to no one in particular. Whoever you are, take me away. I hope I won't be here tomorrow. I am quite ordinary, but sometimes I can be extraordinarily different. The next morning, Aunt Petunia's shrill scream jolted Harry awake, who had been dozing atop the heap of junk. What are you doing? Daring to touch Dudley's things? Hurry to the kitchen and fry some eggs. Otherwise, Dudley won't have time for a hot breakfast. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry mumbled, struggling to open his eyes. He had perhaps only slept for an hour, or merely a few minutes. Thankfully, years of helping in the kitchen equipped him to follow Aunt Petunia's commands, even in a dazed state. As the family gathered around the dining table, Harry's mind gradually began to clear. He occasionally glanced towards the door, seemingly awaiting the arrival of his own letter. However, Dudley and Uncle Vernon appeared equally tense, their squinty eyes fixated on the entrance. Just as Harry absent-mindedly sliced into half a grapefruit, the barking of a dog caught his attention. Sorry, I need to go back to my room, Harry hastily declared, racing towards the windowsill, uncertain of what he was anticipating. Sure enough, it was the same large black dog from yesterday. Harry waved cheerfully at it, only to be engulfed once more by confusion. Was he supposed to jump out the window and follow it? That seemed absurd. So what was the meaning of the note? The black dog opened its mouth and pointed with its paw towards the Dursleys' front door. Dad, a new letter has arrived. Dudley's exclamation echoed from downstairs. I'll go check, Harry told the dog. Will there be a letter for me? When Harry returned to the dining table, chaos had erupted. It seemed every member of the family was vying to grasp the letters in their hands. Uncle Vernon and Dudley were entwined in a bizarre scuffle. Dudley's squinty eyes glued to the pile of letters, while Aunt Petunia had directly seized a letter for herself. As Aunt Petunia trembled while sifting through the letters, she exhaled a sigh of relief and announced triumphantly to Harry, "There's no letter for you." Huh, no letter from any weirdos. I knew it. We are respectable people. No one attends any peculiar schools. Uncle Vernon instantly released Dudley, who thudded heavily to the ground with a resounding thump. Just as the family settled back at the dining table, the doorbell rang. The Dursleys had begun to enjoy their breakfast with a sense of relief. Dudley, go answer the door, Uncle Vernon commanded. Harry, open it, Dudley retaliated, delivering a hefty kick to Harry, recalling the fall he had just taken. Having lost all hope of receiving a letter, Harry was stunned by the sight that greeted him upon opening the door. Standing outside was a tall, thin man with black hair, most of his face obscured, leaving only a pair of gray eyes visible, eyes that appeared melancholic, radiating an aura of negativity. Yet, this man exuded a certain charm. Aside from his attire, which Uncle Vernon would likely deem of high quality, there was an inherent grace about him. Upon seeing Harry, he swiftly pulled down the mask covering his cheek and smiled. I am Sirius Black. I believe you have received a note. I am here to take you away. However, I think it wise to keep my face covered for safety. Harry noted that Sirius's slightly weary features were quite handsome, with a narrow nose and several faint scars adorning his face. What was his connection to the dog? Harry's mouth fell open, rendered speechless. Sirius once again covered the lower half of his face, while Uncle Vernon seemed to have recognized the unexpected visitor at the door, his voice tightening with alarm. "Who is there?" Before Harry could comprehend the situation, Sirius strode confidently towards the dining table. Uncle Vernon appeared startled, his wary gaze scrutinizing the much taller stranger. But Sirius's seemingly expensive clothing transformed Uncle Vernon's apprehension into curiosity, based on years of judging individuals through their attire due to his dealings in drill orders. Uncle Vernon could somewhat assess a person's wealth. This man, albeit odd for covering half his face, appeared to be a respectable individual, perhaps quite affluent, which softened Uncle Vernon's demeanor considerably. "I have caught a cold. Please allow me to cover my mouth and nose," Sirius stated. Having long abandoned such a manner of speaking, especially to a muggle, he decided to steer the conversation swiftly. "I have come today on behalf of a client to deliver a substantial sum of money." "A substantial sum?" Uncle Vernon's squinty eyes suddenly widened, erasing all his prior doubts about the stranger's intrusion. "Why, the client is Harry's parents. After they were murdered, you raised Harry, and thus you are owed a debt. You see, James and Lily left Harry a considerable fortune," Sirius replied calmly, placing a large bag of gold upon the table. Sensing the Dursleys' gazes grow fervent, "We have indeed done much for Harry. He is quite the handful, often a troublesome child," Uncle Vernon admitted, reaching for the gold. His face flushed with greed. Aunt Petunia, however, blocked Uncle Vernon's hand, seizing the bag with a wary expression. "What do you intend to do? Take Harry away? That is out of the question. He will not become like his monstrous parents." Aunt Petunia was visibly anxious, even forgetting to argue that Harry's parents had perished in a car accident, a narrative they had always used to explain their demise to Harry. Harry's parents had also planned his educational journey, Sirius continued, seemingly undeterred by Aunt Petunia's interjection. "As stated in the letter, in September, Harry will commence his studies at Hogwarts. Here, this is your letter." Before the Dursleys could react, Harry had already taken the thick envelope embossed with the letter from Sirius's hand. This was the letter he had so desperately yearned for throughout the day. With bated breath, Harry began to read, the words unfamiliar and strange. Robes? Cauldron? Introductory magic? The lengthy list of books contained not a single title he could comprehend. Despite his decent academic performance at school, "Dumbledore has a letter for you," Sirius remarked, directing his words towards Aunt Petunia. "He seemed to mention that you wrote to him when you were a child. He asked me to deliver this to you while I came to fetch Harry." Aunt Petunia's face flushed instantly. "How dare you? I never did such a thing. Who is Dumbledore?" The air thickened for a few seconds as Dudley and Uncle Vernon began to wear perplexed expressions. "In that case, you may take this little monster away. I shall not impede you any longer." Aunt Petunia turned towards the kitchen, snatching Dumbledore's letter and tearing it to shreds. "If Harry wishes, I will gladly bring him back. Regardless, it was you who allowed Harry to grow up safely these past 10 years. Please accept this token of gratitude." Sirius paused before continuing. "Harry is destined to be extraordinary. Whether you consent or not, he will attend Hogwarts." Chapter 4. "I do not understand, sir. Why is an owl necessary? And these items to purchase, I doubt the department store will have them." Just as Sirius and the Dursleys engaged in a war of words, Harry's attention was entirely captivated by the contents of the letter. He noticed that the recipient's information had transformed into the smallest bedroom. Harry Potter, and this enigmatic correspondent seemed to possess boundless knowledge. Sirius turned back and patiently stated, "You are a wizard, just like your parents. By the way, I fear you have not yet seen what your father and mother look like. I unearthed an old photograph of you yesterday in the bedroom. I believe you will cherish it." Harry took the photograph. He was horrified to discover that everything within it moved, which depicted 3 individuals. As he beheld the image, memories that had lain dormant in his mind seemed to flicker back to life. The scene in the photograph was both familiar and foreign. The small boy with black hair careening about on a tiny broomstick was undoubtedly himself. The man beside him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry, was his father. And the beautiful woman smiling affectionately on the other side must be his mother. He noted her emerald green eyes. "Is this my father and mother?" Harry whispered almost inaudibly, his palm gliding over the paper, as if to feel the warmth of his kin. He did not comprehend why this peculiar broomstick was flying. Yet simply witnessing such a sight filled him with joy. "That little broomstick was my birthday gift to you that year," Sirius remarked, watching James wave at him from the photograph. "I knew you would fly as well as your father. Back then, you could barely speak, yet you could already fly." Aunt Petunia had somehow found herself standing behind Harry, gazing down at the woman in the photograph, and suddenly broke into tears. "No, Lily, my sister, Lily." Tears streamed down Aunt Petunia's cheeks. "My sister was deceived by this cursed letter. She is dead. If you take away this little monster, he too will perish." Harry felt Aunt Petunia's gaze piercing into his eyes, and Sirius also noticed her stare. He solemnly remarked. This child possesses Lily's eyes, does he not? The one who killed James and Lily is the most powerful dark wizard in the magical realm, yet baby Harry miraculously survived. If he continues to remain with you, when danger arises, he will be utterly defenseless. Is the one who killed my sister still alive? Aunt Petunia's eyes widened in horror. Voldemort has escaped. Perhaps he will return. Perhaps he will not. Sirius turned his face away, striving to banish thoughts of the Death Eater's ramblings from Azkaban prison. It will take some time to prepare the necessities for Harry's schooling, so we must depart immediately. Aunt Petunia seemed inclined to obstruct him, but it appeared that Sirius had persuaded her. Her hand lingered in the air for a few seconds before ultimately retracting. Sirius's lips curled slightly. Harry needs to learn to become a stronger person so he can protect himself and even protect you. If a dark wizard seeks to harm muggles like you, it would be a trivial matter. We do not care. Just take him away, Aunt Petunia replied in a voice bordering on collapse. Sirius seemed to be speaking to himself. I believe we must allow children to live in a better world. But only through resistance can a better world be attained. Harry's parents were great wizards. He took Harry's hand and led him towards the door. Harry felt inundated with information, overwhelmed by a multitude of questions he did not know how to articulate. Yet more often than not, he fixated on the old photograph, gazing at the smiling faces of his father and mother. When they reached the tree where Harry had hidden that day, Sirius suddenly halted. Huh? Harry heard Sirius's laughter. What is it? He inquired, looking up with curiosity. I was just thinking, is James and Lily's child so easily deceived? We've only known each other for a few hours, and you are already willing to leave with me? Sirius glanced around to ensure they were alone, then revealed his face, his features animated. I had thought it would take a long time to persuade you, considering you grew up with Muggle parents and know nothing of magic. You knew my father and mother. You are their friend, Harry asserted seriously, raising the moving photograph. In fact, I am your godfather, Sirius replied, his expression brimming with genuine happiness. But are you not afraid I am a villain? Suddenly whisking away the savior baby with a pile of money. Though that money is mine, your parents did indeed leave you a considerable fortune. I will accompany you to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry scrutinized the man standing before him. I believe you appear to be a good person. I just escaped from prison. Sirius stated earnestly. Moreover, I have been falsely accused of betraying your parents. The true villain who revealed your parents' whereabouts to Voldemort has yet to be apprehended. Harry seemed momentarily stunned. A faint smile of bitterness flickered on Sirius's lips. You are still young. I fear that explaining too much now would be beyond your understanding. How shall we find him? Harry asked. The one who betrayed my parents? That is my purpose for escaping from prison. Sirius knelt to Harry's level, enabling him to meet his gaze. You must study diligently at Hogwarts, and I will protect you. Of course, if you learn magic well, when you are alone, you will be able to stand on your own. After all, I may leave at any moment. Stand on my own, Harry echoed, half comprehending. However, a clear mind may prove more vital than powerful magic, Sirius advised. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 small mirrors from his pocket, explaining, these are two-way mirrors. Anytime you need to find me, you can use this mirror. It will connect you and me. Harry nodded as he accepted one of the mirrors, looking into it to see Sirius's face holding the other mirror. Just like that. Even if we are far apart, you can see me and hear my voice. If anyone dares to bully you at Hogwarts, I shall make them regret it. The occasional pride emanating from Sirius reassured Harry. He seldom encountered individuals in his life who exuded such noble qualities. This nobility resembled a form of stubbornness, having endured considerable suffering and witnessed the countenance of malevolence, yet never contemplating the option of joining them. It was a disdain for evil, a choice made with the awareness of what could be done, yet deliberately choosing not to partake. Where shall we go now? Harry unfolded the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Glancing at the calendar, there was still a month until school began. How would he spend this month? Every word inscribed on this acceptance letter likely requires someone to elucidate its meaning for him. I may need to escort you to number 12, Grimmauld Place. My residence in the heart of London, conveniently located near Diagon Alley and King's Cross Station. Sirius scratched his face in mild embarrassment, remarking, you might not find it to your liking. It has been a decade since anyone resided there, save for an eccentric house elf. It is rather dreary and antiquated, cluttered with a plethora of madcap portraits. Hopefully, they won't frighten you. Observing the flicker of anticipation on Harry's face, Sirius exhaled in relief. Your birthday is just around the corner, and I wish to celebrate it splendidly for my godson, which is why I rushed to fetch you. Your willingness to accompany me is truly delightful. I shall promptly write to Dumbledore to assure him of your safety. Chapter 5. Due to an overwhelming plethora of questions, Harry incessantly inquired from the back seat of Sirius's flying motorcycle until he found himself parched, perhaps having seen moving photographs before. He was surprisingly unperturbed when the sleek black motorcycle soared into the sky. This is my own modified bike, I find the Muggle invention rather impressive. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, I've muted its loud engine. It even possesses an invisibility feature. Sirius's voice drifted intermittently with the wind. Is this the typical mode of transportation for wizards? Harry endeavored to secure his grip on the hem of Sirius's clothing while gazing down at the twinkling lights of the land below. They were nearing London, a place he had visited only a couple of times with the Dursleys. Wizards can apparate, use fireplaces, fly on broomsticks, or employ portkeys, Sirius responded loudly. Motorcycles are generally not used. They are neither safe nor swift, but I enjoy them. Aren't they splendid? Before Harry could pose his next question, Sirius began to descend, landing between two old houses, numbers 11 and 13, Grimmauld Place. Thanks to the motorcycle's invisibility feature, it seemed as though no passerby had noticed their arrival. In my mind, I recite that the ancestral home of the Black family resides at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius informed Harry. Following his instruction, Harry opened his eyes to discover a building emerging in a peculiar manner between the two adjacent houses, squeezing out its own space, with the number 12 prominently displayed. I may not be fond of this place, but it is perhaps the safest sanctuary I can offer you. My father implemented every conceivable safeguard to prevent intrusion. Even the Ministry of Magic has failed to locate it, Sirius muttered as he led Harry up the stone steps. They halted before the grand entrance, and Harry was beset by a foul odor wafting into his nostrils. As the silvery serpent-shaped lock clicked open, the interior furnishings came into view. Harry sensed that everything here was of considerable value, accompanied by an air of antiquity. The Black family appeared to have a penchant for serpents, serpent-shaped chandeliers, picture frames adorned with serpentine motifs, and candlesticks that further accentuated the somber ambience of the old house. Yet, everything here resonated with Sirius's own essence, a dim, exquisite, yet decrepit abode, mirroring the melancholic, haughty, and emotionally volatile nature of Sirius Black. Suddenly, a creature with bat-like ears emerged from the basement passage. It appeared diminutive and peculiar. Bowing deeply to Sirius, "The master has returned, the wayward son of the Black family. Creature disapproves, not even remotely comparable to young Master Regulus. Nor to Miss Sissy or Miss Bella." "Silence!" Sirius bellowed with fierce indignation. Creature immediately ceased his ramblings, glaring at Sirius with bloodshot eyes while casting furtive glances at Harry, his lips continuing to move without producing sound. "Oh!" Harry seemed startled, retreating several steps before tumbling into Sirius's legs. "It's all right. He won't harm you. This is a house elf, akin to a servant, bound to serve its master, me. He is an irksome old creature. You needn't engage with him," Sirius said with a furrowed brow, attempting to soothe Harry. "Go and clean the house, both inside and out. Prepare dinner for Harry and me," Sirius commanded Creature coldly. "And do not appear before me during this time. You are strictly forbidden from divulging any information about me, including details concerning Harry, to anyone in any manner." "Harry? Harry Potter?" Old Creature seemed to recognize Harry's name, causing Harry to feel as though he were being scrutinized thoroughly. The house elf clutched its filthy apron tightly, as though on the verge of speaking. "The Dark Lord. Hurry up. Do not let me hear the name Voldemort again." Sirius raised his voice, his disdain unmistakable. Perhaps it was Sirius's sudden outburst that roused the portraits. The portrait of Mrs. Black hanging on the wall erupted in a fit of vitriol, mongrel, disgrace. "The shame of the Black family. I have no son like you. How dare you return home? Where's my Regulus?" "Silence her," Sirius shouted at Creature, then pulled Harry upstairs. The lady's shrill cries lingered for a few moments before fading away. Harry struggled to keep pace with Sirius as they ascended the staircase. "My apologies." Sirius appeared crestfallen. "Perhaps I should have sent you back. This place is dreadful. I never intended to return after leaving home. Yet I never imagined it would devolve into such a state." Harry looked apprehensive, but as Sirius opened the door to his room, Harry began to grasp why Sirius was at odds with everything here. The red and gold hues rendered Sirius's chamber a realm apart. The gold and red Gryffindor banners imbued the room with warmth, while the walls were plastered with colorful posters that concealed the original silver-toned walls, including several featuring Sirius's beloved motorcycle. A photograph of 4 individuals caught Harry's attention, but it was affixed too high for him to scrutinize clearly. Noticing Harry's gaze, Sirius lifted him up, allowing Harry to glimpse his father and Sirius. "This is you, and this is Dad." Harry's finger traced the youthful faces. Noting that Sirius appeared far more vibrant in his youth, Sirius suddenly pointed at the diminutive boy in the photograph. "That's him, the traitor, Peter Pettigrew." "Who?" Harry inquired, looking at the tearful-eyed little boy. "I will find him and kill him. For James and Lily." Sirius seethed through clenched teeth, his nails leaving deep impressions on the photograph. Harry silently committed the face to memory. "What do these lion banners signify?" Harry turned to survey the near-ubiquitous gold and crimson. "This is the banner of Gryffindor, one of the 4 houses at Hogwarts. It was there that I met your parents." It was a wonderful place. I can't fathom how I would have survived without my friends from there. Sirius explained. Were my mom and dad both in Gryffindor? Harry's curiosity was piqued by the banner. They were both exemplary students of Gryffindor. Those chosen by Gryffindor are individuals of great courage. Your father was an outstanding Quidditch player. Sirius replied swiftly. Quidditch is a sport played on broomsticks, and I wager you will undoubtedly enjoy it. Tomorrow, when we venture to Diagon Alley, I shall procure for you the finest broom available. Although first years are prohibited from joining the school team, you may play in secret. What about other houses? Harry inquired. Voldemort graduated from Slytherin, Sirius retorted disdainfully. I even encountered his student awards while I was confined. In my opinion, many students from Slytherin have become followers of Voldemort, likely influenced since their formative years. He continued, the colors of Slytherin are silver and green, much like my brother Regulus' room. With a gesture towards the other side, he added, my foolish brother, ensnared completely by Voldemort. Beneath Sirius's feigned nonchalance, Harry detected a hint of sorrow. Regulus's room appeared as lavishly adorned as Sirius's, though the decor was more restrained and conventional, in stark contrast to Sirius's flamboyant personality. I had Creature purchase a plethora of polyjuice potion, a concoction that allows me to assume the appearance of others. I fear that I may look different each time I accompany you. Sirius mused, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on a small tuft of hair. While the Ministry has yet to uncover any anomalies regarding Azkaban, I must exercise caution. Sirius led Harry on a brief tour of the upstairs before hesitantly stating, if you are amenable, you may reside here. If not, once we complete the shopping for your school supplies, I shall return you to your aunt's home. Dumbledore assures me it will remain a safe haven until you come of age. I like it here, Harry replied without hesitation, having settled comfortably onto the bed. Sirius's belongings were meticulously arranged by the desk, and the entire room exuded warmth. There are many peculiarities within this abode. My mother's portrait can be quite irritable, and some antique items may harbor deadly enchantments. Do not rummage through anything carelessly, especially old clothing, as they may be bewitched and could strangle you, Sirius explained hurriedly. The Dursleys are just as irritable with me, Harry replied calmly. Dudley even uses me as a punching bag when he's in a foul mood. Sirius, filled with guilt, gently touched Harry's forehead, expressing remorse. Had I been more prudent that year, perhaps many misfortunes could have been averted. Suddenly, Creature's voice echoed from outside. Master, dinner is ready. Sirius did not respond, but turned to Harry and remarked, I fear it may not be particularly appetizing. Creature and I have an antagonistic relationship. He only showcases his culinary talents when cooking for my mother and Regulus. Nevertheless, it will suffice to fill our bellies. Harry nodded in agreement, adding, I can prepare some simple breakfasts if needed. Aunt Petunia taught me. No, starting tomorrow, I shall take you to a wizarding restaurant for a grand feast. Frankly, we are both quite famished, Sirius waved dismissively. I require a new wand. It would make things considerably easier, while the Ministry has yet to issue a warrant. If fortune smiles upon me, I may never have one issued in my lifetime. Creature's cooking was indeed commendable, as Harry savored a hearty bowl of unfamiliar thick soup and some fruit pies. Everything was delightful, though the house elf's penetrating gaze made Harry feel somewhat uneasy. Sirius was evidently suppressing his temper, seemingly to avoid frightening Harry. He restrained himself from shouting at the house elf. Thank you, Harry said timidly as the meal concluded, directing his gratitude towards Creature. Sirius grunted in response and pulled Harry away from the dining table. Just before they left, Harry sensed Creature roll his eyes dramatically at them. Chapter 06 Sirius ultimately took up residence in his brother Regulus's room, while Harry enjoyed a restful night in the room adorned with Gryffindor banners. Even in slumber, Harry felt as though the four figures in the photographs on the wall were curiously observing him. As dawn broke, Harry awoke in the dim morning light. Prior to Sirius knocking on the door, typically, this was the time Aunt Petunia would be shouting for him to prepare breakfast. Unbeknownst to his biological clock that he had departed from Privet Drive, it still roused him punctually. The morning light illuminated a corner of the room as Harry quietly rose. Spending considerable time examining Sirius's desk, which was cluttered with numerous letters and old textbooks. He recognized many of the books mentioned in the enrollment letter. However, Sirius insisted on purchasing a new set, filled with doodles made during dull classes and some failed spells. During our school years, it was quite fashionable to invent our own spells. By the time Sirius entered, Harry had dozed off again, sprawled across the desk. We have much to procure today, and we must make a trip to Gringotts Wizarding Bank beforehand, so we should set off early, Sirius hurriedly urged, leading Harry towards the basement. The dining area of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature's quarters were adjacent to the basement dining room, filled with the house elf's treasured trinkets emblazoned with the Black family crest. To Harry's astonishment, the entire place appeared significantly cleaner than the previous day. Glaring cobwebs and tattered curtains had been mended, and some silver decorations glimmered as if brand new. He could hardly fathom how long Creature must have worked overnight to achieve such a transformation. Creature is rather impressive, Harry couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed. But house elves are naturally inclined to labor. Sirius replied nonchalantly. If he so desired, Creature could make this dilapidated mansion shine like a palace. However, the likelihood of him extending such effort in my presence is zero. I shall strive to avoid quarrels in front of you, lest I appear as a madcap godfather. Before departing, Sirius consumed a large vial of polyjuice potion, and to Harry's astonishment, transformed into another person. This will suffice for the day. Let us proceed. With the aid of flue powder, Harry quickly learned to navigate the flames of the fireplace. Diagon Alley was teeming with witches and wizards from all corners. The myriad of robes and pointed hats convinced Harry that he had entered a wholly different magical realm. Sirius soon emerged from the fireplace, cheerfully guiding Harry towards Gringotts. After a whirlwind ride in the bank's swift cart, Harry felt lightheaded. For the first time, he beheld his own vault. His parents had indeed left him a modest fortune. At times, Harry felt genuinely grateful for the goblin's neutrality. As long as the key's identity was verified, they cared not who you were. Sirius emerged from Gringotts, laden with a large sack of gold, but abruptly halted. Following his gaze, Harry spotted a towering figure standing out among the wizards. That's Hagrid, Sirius remarked. Excuse me, what? Harry asked, looking up. The enormous man is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He is quite a decent fellow. He was the one who brought you back to Privet Drive, and even lent me my motorcycle. To avoid him recognizing you, we should steer clear for now. Sirius turned to lead them in another direction, hastily tousling Harry's hair to obscure his scar. Sirius gradually led Harry away from the bustling crowd, and as they walked further, the number of wizards around them dwindled. They ultimately halted on a drab street, where a meticulously decorated establishment came into view. Harry noted the silver serpent-shaped door handle and the deep green decor visible through the window. He scrutinized the lettering and discerned that the name of the establishment, rendered in relief, was the Blue Ribbon. This had been a favored dining spot of my mother, a place highly esteemed by pureblood families, and it had largely remained a secret passed down through generations within our kin. While I have often found the self-importance of the aristocracy irksome, the cuisine here is rather commendable, and the guarantee of a limited number of patrons is an advantage, given the exorbitant prices. For someone in my current position, this is indeed beneficial, as wizards recognizing me would likely expend considerable effort speculating about my companion. Sirius adeptly pulled open the door, and a ghostly waiter promptly escorted them to a table, where a few elegantly attired musicians played in one corner of the restaurant. The magical crystal centerpiece on their table emanated a gentle glow. There were indeed only a handful of patrons. Harry hastily glanced around and noticed a family of 3 nearby. The father and son's pale golden hair particularly striking under the warm orange glow. Harry observed Sirius's expression shift to one of discomfort as he cleared his throat and spoke in a lowered voice. That family over there seems to have a distant connection to me. That's my cousin. Harry turned back to scrutinize them more closely. The mother among the trio had alabaster skin and an air of haughtiness about her. If one were to draw comparisons, she did possess a certain resemblance to Sirius. Her name was Narcissa Black, who had become engaged to Lucius Malfoy during their time at Hogwarts, the very blonde man sitting beside her. She was also the favorite of Creature, the house elf. Sirius appeared to recall that he still bore the protective effects of the polyjuice potion, which allowed him to regain his composure. Well, she certainly wouldn't recognize me in this guise, he noted. Harry, emulating Sirius, began to read the menu aloud, and soon enough, empty plates would be filled with dishes. The names of the dishes were perplexingly elaborate, such as foie gras accompanied by candied perilla leaves and blueberry jelly, and scallops on a bed of cauliflower puree with corn and coconut foam, confit chicken leg with Italian balsamic vegetables served alongside black rice risotto. You may order anything that piques your interest. As the last heir of the Black family, I must strive diligently to exhaust these funds. My poor mother surely never anticipated that her unworthy son would escape. Sirius gestured toward the substantial pile of gold coins he had recently withdrawn from Gringotts, adding, moreover, the portions here are quite limited, hardly enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. As he spoke, Sirius polished off the confit chicken leg with balsamic vegetables and black rice risotto in just 2 bites before turning his attention to a dessert scarcely larger than the palm of his hand. A deconstructed Mont Blanc. Observing Sirius's hearty appetite, Harry found himself instinctively quickening his own pace at the table. In the Dursley household, Harry would never have been able to eat so freely, sharing playful glances with his godfather and teasing one another about their eating habits. You seem to harbor a disdain for the surname Black, which is rather ironic given your family ties, Harry mused, observing the involuntary tightening of Sirius's brow as he relaxed. They take pride in being pure-blood wizards, looking down upon those without magic, referring to muggles with derogatory terms. Yet, in truth, there is nothing remarkable about that. The truly commendable virtues are often overlooked by them. In the wizarding world, there exist 28 pure-blood families, most of whom amassed considerable wealth through early alliances with muggle elites or royalty. To preserve their bloodline, their descendants are essentially compelled to marry within these pure-blood families. A look of revulsion crossed Sirius's face. I, too, briefly believed in such nonsense during my childhood, but upon encountering the outside world, I realized how pitiful such notions are. Your mother, Lily, was a muggle-born witch, and she was exceptional, which is precisely why James fell head over heels for her. Mudblood? Harry inquired, having encountered this unfamiliar term. It is a vile term. Should you ever hear anyone utter it, you are justified in delivering a punch. Or call me over, and I shall do it for you. Sirius quickly scanned the menu once more, unintentionally humming along to the melody played by the musicians. Just then, the voices of the family at the next table rose up, the tone childlike and drawn out. Are they admitting muggle-born children to Hogwarts this year? These mudbloods. Are they to become my classmates? As if by some instinct or fate, the child at the adjacent table unabashedly repeated the term mudblood. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching slightly, and he quietly turned to glance at the impeccably groomed little boy, lowering his voice to say, Harry, that little brat reminds me of my foolish brother. Is he your cousin's child? Harry recalled Sirius mentioning Narcissa Black earlier. Indeed, I feel it is only fair to educate my cousin's child. After all, the adherents of the pure-blood ideology either go mad or meet an untimely end. My cousin would not wish her child to grow up to be such a fleeting soul. Sirius grinned broadly, revealing his teeth. Once he is alone, I shall have a chat with him. Cough, cough, that little rascal. Chapter 07. You aren't actually going to punch him, are you? Harry asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Of course not. Sirius waved dismissively. He is just a child. His thoughts are merely a reflection of what adults have instilled in him. As a family member, I cannot strike my cousin's child. Besides, if fists could truly change one's beliefs, Regulus and I should have long since beaten each other into agreement. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to enjoy the tantalizing pudding before him. Sirius's lips curled into a mischievous smile. At the very least, I can frighten him a bit. He looks quite insufferable. Let us hope a muggle-born child with prowess like your mother's emerges this year to put him in his place. The Malfoy family had risen from their seats, and Sirius and Harry instinctively bowed their heads in unison. Let us follow them. Once the Malfoys vanished through the door, Sirius procured a hefty handful of coins and discreetly handed them to the ghostly waiter before stealthily trailing behind Harry. Sirius's opportunity soon presented itself as he noticed Narcissa heading toward the wand shop, while Lucius entered the leaky cauldron, leaving Draco to venture into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry finally caught a glimpse of his cousin's visage. Although Draco's pale golden hair appeared somewhat ridiculous due to its overly meticulous styling, his gray eyes retained a childlike innocence. Moreover, Draco's alabaster skin and demeanor exuded an arrogance born from a life spent in a secluded estate, devoid of sunlight. Their eyes met, and before Sirius could speak from behind Harry, Draco had already opened his mouth. The contents of his discourse were as follows. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? Have you read any spellbooks? Is your family made up of wizards? I believe Hogwarts should only admit children from wizarding families. You can play Quidditch, can't you? Can you ride a broomstick? How young were you when you learned? I was riding by the age of 6. How wonderful that you can ride. We can compete when we get to Hogwarts. Which house will you join? Slytherin is fantastic. My entire family is Slytherin. I'm certain I shall be a Slytherin too. Isn't it ridiculous that first-year students at Hogwarts aren't allowed to ride broomsticks? I must tell my father. I will definitely buy one. I absolutely must be on the school team. Otherwise, how embarrassing. Did you see that big, foolish giant on the street just now? Doesn't he look rather dim-witted? Oh, by the way, what is your surname? Harry found himself utterly bewildered by the barrage of questions and incessant self-revelations from Draco. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently confessed to being able to ride a broomstick, despite lacking any concrete memories of such an event. However, a photograph gifted to him by Sirius did indeed depict him riding a miniature broom at the tender age of 1, a feat he reasoned could be considered as riding, particularly with his parents by his side at that time. Stammering, Harry responded to Draco's inquiries, silently praying that he would not share a flying lesson with the boy before him at Hogwarts, uncertain if the flying skills acquired in infancy would still be applicable a decade later. Sirius stood behind them, arms crossed, and due to Draco's relentless questioning, he found no opportunity to interject. Frustrated, he could only cough loudly to assert his presence. Cough, 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 cough. Finally, Draco noticed Sirius standing behind Harry. Today, Sirius was disguised as an utterly unremarkable adult muggle male. As he adjusted his position to facilitate the tailor's measurements, Draco scrutinized Sirius and, with a hint of confusion, asked Harry, "Why do I find your father's clothing so familiar?" Harry quickly denied, "He is not my father. He is." Feeling Sirius tense up behind him, he quickly amended, "A friend." Although Sirius had assumed another appearance, he wore his own garments. Meticulously chosen from his mother's favored tailor, a detail that would not escape Narcissa's notice, as it was likely she had taken Draco there as well. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Draco found the wizarding robe familiar. "Hello, what is your surname?" Draco posed yet another question. "White," Sirius responded, concocting a name that was simply the antonym of black. "I am a researcher of magical linguistics." "What?" Draco's brow furrowed, as if the knowledge of this scion from a wizarding family was being challenged for the first time. The surname White was not among the pureblood families, which would typically diminish Draco's interest, yet the unfamiliar profession piqued his curiosity. Sirius deftly redirected Draco's attention to himself, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. "I study the subtle, long-term effects of language on wizards. Certain words can have detrimental, even fatal, impacts on wizards," Sirius said, lowering his voice and adopting a menacing tone. "I possess a sensitivity to perceive the malevolent magic entwined within such words." "Which words?" Draco pressed, his face taut with tension, even neglecting to notice the measuring tape slipping from his grasp. "For instance, mud blood," Sirius continued languidly. "You're lying," Draco retorted quickly, though his complexion paled. "Have you noticed that those who frequently utter that term seldom live long?" Sirius coaxed, presenting a conclusion derived from numerous cases of wizarding fatalities. Draco lowered his head, seemingly racing through his mind for counterexamples, but after several moments, he appeared to concede defeat. Sirius struggled to suppress a laugh, but soon restrained it. "I possess the ability to sense the dark magic inherent in words. Over time, one's words may indeed bring about misfortune. Voldemort frequently used the term mudblood, and look where that led him. There are other nefarious words that yield similar effects." Draco gritted his teeth, on the verge of saying something, but ultimately swallowing his words. "Is this true? It's merely a word, not a spell or potion. I can discern many things." Sirius pretended to feel the air around Draco, dramatically inhaling as if casting a spell. "I suspect someone in your family has suffered from dragonpox." Draco gasped, his grandfather having succumbed to it. But, Sirius did not grant Draco a moment to ponder. "I also suspect that someone in your family enjoys eating bitter almond pudding." Draco's voice trembled. "My mother has the house elf prepare it every week." Sirius noticed that Harry's robes were ready and decided to cease this game. In truth, individuals like me, who possess such sensitivity, typically charge for consultations. Today, I've shown you considerable leniency, so let me offer you a piece of advice. Draco's eyelashes fluttered, seemingly awaiting Sirius's next words. "Before you speak, it is wise to engage your mind, lest you bring misfortune upon your family and yourself. Language is the most intricate of spells. Its effects may not be immediately evident, but they run deep." Draco pressed his lips together, caught between fear and skepticism. "If you don't believe me, you could serve as my next case study. Would you be inclined to share your contact information? After your demise, kindly find a way to send me a timestamp. I would use it as a case study in my research on magical linguistics. You might even appear in the textbook I write, complete with a medium-sized illustration." "I will not," Draco exclaimed loudly. "By the way, please refrain from sharing my findings with other unsuspecting wizards, lest they become curious and experiment, leading to their premature demise. I fear I may have too many cases to fit in the book, and the publishing costs are quite steep." With that, Sirius hastily completed the transaction and whisked Harry away. Once certain they were out of sight of the Malfoy family, Sirius erupted into laughter for the first time that day. "I thought my clothing might have given me away. Fooling that little brat is far more entertaining than deceiving a bat. Just look at his ghostly expression." Harry pressed his lips together and replied, "I think he believed you." "What is a bat?" "An annoying creature that wears black all the time, like a giant bat." Sirius returned to the topic. "The bat is your teacher." "My teacher?" Harry looked up, evidently having never encountered any teachers from a magical school. "Snape. He remains at Hogwarts as the potions master," Sirius stated tersely. "I would wager he has long coveted the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. His true interest lies in dark magic. He is also the head of Slytherin House." "Why does Malfoy claim Slytherin is the best house?" Harry recalled Draco's incessant chatter. "Every student believes their house is the best," Sirius replied matter-of-factly. "The Sorting Hat chooses us based on the founder's intentions. In my eyes, Gryffindor is the best house." "Which house should I be in?" Harry felt a wave of anxiety. What if he lacked the talent to be accepted into any of the 4 houses? "The Sorting Hat will advise you. It will heed your thoughts. It once considered placing me in Slytherin. Everyone in the Black family belongs to Slytherin, but I despise my family."
So I expressed my desire to join Gryffindor, and the Sorting Hat obliged without hesitation. Can I choose? Harry felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Perhaps based on your qualities. My brother Regulus appeared to be a quintessential Slytherin, yet when he was sorted, the hat deliberated for quite some time. He later told me it had considered placing him in Gryffindor. In any case, one cannot fathom what the hat contemplates. It may perceive things we cannot, Sirius mused, surveying the surrounding shops as if contemplating their next destination. With nearly a month remaining before the start of term, Sirius inquired, "How do you wish to spend your time?" Sirius pulled Harry towards the broom shop. "I know nothing of the magical world," Harry candidly admitted, feeling anxious as he spoke to Malfoy, for he truly lacked understanding. "There's no need to worry about studying. Even a last-minute glance at the books a day or two before exams can yield excellent results," Sirius shrugged. "Of course. If you wish, I can teach you a great deal. I was among the top students in my time. Or shall we try out a broomstick?" Sirius gestured towards the shop. Harry held his breath, although he had never truly ridden a broomstick as he grew up. The brooms displayed in the window captivated him immediately, a meticulously trimmed tail, a sleek aerodynamic design, and several striking promotional posters of Quidditch teams. "This can serve as one of your birthday gifts," Sirius remarked knowingly. "I just knew you would adore this." As the two emerged from the shop, each bearing a new Firebolt 2000, they unexpectedly encountered the Malfoy family. Draco wore a stern expression, seemingly frustrated that his plans to persuade his parents to buy him a new broom for school had faltered. "We must consider your safety. After all, you have yet to undertake systematic flying lessons." Narcissa hesitated, her son's displeasure causing her to waver. "When you reach your second year, we shall procure the finest broom for you," Lucius asserted with unwavering resolve, just as Draco prepared to throw another tantrum. The sight of Harry and Sirius rendered him momentarily speechless. "No," Draco exclaimed, his face flushing with jealousy. When he realized the newcomers were the very individuals he had overheard discussing the intent to place him in textbooks, his expression shifted to one of peculiar bewilderment. Sirius flashed a radiant smile and mouthed to Draco, "Mind your manners." By the time Harry and Sirius returned, laden with their treasures, dusk was settling in. Harry couldn't help but notice that Sirius's mood had significantly brightened after their outing. He suspected that Draco's earlier provocations had played a part in this transformation. "I must say, the children of my cousin do possess some charming qualities," Sirius remarked. Chapter 8. Remus Lupin felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. The night had grown late, yet his work remained unfinished. The research report was only half completed, and the words before him began to blur. Nevertheless, he could not decisively cast aside his quill for a moment of respite, as the impending full moon left him with little time to finalize the report. As a temporary employee of a magical creature research project, Remus treasured this job. Although it was likely to conclude with the completion of the report, it at least ensured his sustenance for the coming months and allowed him to scrape together some funds for the purchase of wolfsbane potion ingredients. The Wizarding Society offered few opportunities for werewolves, and this magical creature research project, involving numerous intelligent beings, such as werewolves, vampires, and the typically reclusive centaurs, was shunned by ordinary wizards due to its high risks and low rewards. Thus, Remus had been fortunate enough to be selected. Rubbing his eyes, he resolved to finish the latest field report on vampires. If accepted, it could earn him a modest remuneration of several sickles. Remus Lupin was undoubtedly among the most distinguished graduates of Hogwarts. However, his impressive transcript could not alter the dismal reality of his current circumstances. His peers had steadily made strides in various fields, while he seemed to remain stagnant. If only he possessed the blood of an ordinary individual, he sighed softly, knowing such a hypothetical was non-existent. In fact, he had lost the greatest gifts Hogwarts once bestowed upon him, his three best friends, on the same fateful day. A peculiar noise broke the stillness, prompting Remus to squint and scan his surroundings. He currently resided in a small tavern atop a wizarding village, in a loft that served as a storage room, so cramped that accommodating a single person was a challenge. Below, drunken revelers often created a ruckus throughout the night. The tavern's owner, a friend of Remus's father, had kindly offered him a room at an exceedingly low rent, sympathizing with his plight. Another strange noise erupted, followed by the raucous shouts of patrons below. "What owl is flapping about? It's coming upstairs." An owl? Instinctively, Remus glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. More importantly, he hadn't received a letter in ages. When he opened the door from the loft to the tavern, a snowy owl flitted inside, seemingly startled by the sudden opening. Its wings struck Remus's face, sending him tumbling backward. The owl gently pecked at his fingers, proudly showcasing the letter tied to its leg, as if it had just accomplished its inaugural delivery. All right, Remus said, rising to his feet, now completely awake. The moment he glimpsed the handwriting on the parchment, his heart seemed to seize, skipping several beats. The script was far too familiar, He could recognize it effortlessly even after a decade apart. Taking a deep breath, he folded the parchment as memories of past quarrels, doubts, and much of the joy that could never return surged forth in his mind. In their student days, James had been the core of their quartet, his exuberance binding four otherwise disparate boys together. James was like a radiant sun, drawing his companions ever closer. Conversely, Sirius represented the undiscovered shadows within Remus's heart. His superior looks, the legacy of an illustrious wizarding lineage, his proud yet nonchalant demeanor, astounding wealth, and an aura that straddled the line between annoyance and fascination, all of which embodied the very things Remus had once envied, a fact he was unaware of. It was a life unimaginable for a werewolf child, marked by familial upheaval, gentle disposition, and abject poverty. When Sirius was branded a traitor and cast into Azkaban without trial, Remus felt powerless to assist due to his werewolf identity. Strangely, a part of him seemed to collapse at that moment as well. Returning to his writing desk, his hands trembled slightly. He inhaled deeply and began to read the letter word by word. Dear Moony, Chapter 9. Dear Moony, I trust you still recognize my handwriting. I am alive and have escaped from Azkaban. The one who betrayed James and Lily that fateful day was not I. Wormtail is the true traitor who rendered the Fidelius charm ineffective. The secret keeper was switched at the last moment. Little Harry is with me now, and Dumbledore has begrudgingly permitted me to stay with him for a while. To prevent you from discarding this letter at a glance, I have placed all the vital information at the forefront. If you have made it this far, I wish to discuss something with you. I feel it is imperative for us to meet. After all, we are among the few who survived. You did not visit me during my decade at Azkaban, Remus, but I bear no resentment. I must admit, my decision to never consider you as a candidate for Secret Keeper due to your werewolf status was misguided. Yet, I have also questioned myself. What has kept you from appearing before me during these 10 years? If you, like others, have readily accepted that I am a murderer, I fear I may find myself incensed. You should be one of the few who truly understands me. Back then, I was incarcerated without undergoing a trial. I suspect the true reason lies in the fact that there were moles from Voldemort within the Ministry of Magic, with Death Eaters and officials complicit in concealing Wormtail's crimes. Thus, even if you were to come forward to testify on my behalf, it would be of little avail. Throughout my decade in prison, every time I reminisced about our joyful days at school, the Dementors would become particularly agitated, compelling me to wrest control of my mind. Only by striving to forget everything could I hope to free myself from their torment. Harry is set to return to Hogwarts in a month, and I am at number 12, Grimmauld Place, assisting him with his magical textbooks. Now, I am the sole remaining member of the Black family, alongside the insufferable creature. Occasionally, I seek solace in a tranquil valley, playing Quidditch with Harry. Though he is merely 11, you would be astonished to witness his remarkable flying skills. He bears James's visage, yet possesses Lily's eyes. This child is utterly delightful, and his Muggle relatives exhibit a temperament as irascible as my mother's. I believe I would treat him well if James and Lily were still here, as it would present an entirely different scenario. Should you still believe in me, please respond at your earliest convenience. The majority of my memories have been entrusted to Dumbledore, and if you wish to revisit that fateful day, I trust Dumbledore would not refuse. It would be unwise to hastily demand a retrial now, as wizards like the Malfoys, closely aligned with Voldemort, still wield considerable influence within the Ministry. During my time in Azkaban, I often overheard Death Eaters ranting incoherently that Voldemort would soon rise again. I wonder how you have been faring lately. Prejudice against werewolves remains deeply entrenched in the wizarding community, and this has only worsened since Voldemort's rise, as he has allied himself with werewolves, tarnishing their reputation further. I shall devote the remaining days to tracking down that rat. He will pay the price he deserves. I am no longer the young man I was a decade ago. Yet from the moment I emerged from Azkaban to behold the light of day, I recognized that I had become a tattered soul on the verge of middle age. But that is inconsequential. Even if there comes a day when I am too old to wield a wand, I shall exert every effort until the final moment. Chapter 10. Draco languidly directed the pieces on the wizard chessboard, his knight triumphantly vanquishing opponents. His two companions, Crabbe and Goyle, seemed oblivious to his distraction, engrossed in a heated debate over who was to blame for the recently fallen piece. I told you that move was ill-advised, Crabbe lamented. But you only voiced your opinion after I made my move, Goyle retorted in his slow, ponderous manner, gesticulating with his gorilla-like arms. Even with the odds 2-1, the outcome seemed all but decided. Draco had long since lost interest in wizard chess. His gaze was fixed upon his king, while he eavesdropped on the adults' conversation nearby. Lucius Malfoy had invited the Crabbe and Goyle families to Malfoy Manor under the pretense of welcoming the upcoming Hogwarts term. Among the Malfoys' close associates, most were more inclined to send their children to Durmstrang, believing it offered a more practical education. those who had encountered dark magic tended to prioritize its study, whether for defense or application. Consequently, many of Draco's childhood friends would not be attending the same school, although the Crabbe and Goyle families were not closely linked to the Malfoys. This invitation seemed to arise from a desire for their sons to have additional companions upon returning to school, leaving Crabbe and Goyle's parents visibly astonished. The adults were conversing at the far side of the room. Draco could hear his father's voice. "Have you heard about the peculiar incident at Azkaban Wizarding Prison recently?" Crabbe's father's expression grew enigmatic, clearly aware of this rumor. The prison that housed many captured Death Eaters. Were all the inmates found dead? Lucius nodded, his tone chillingly indifferent. It is hardly surprising that prisoners, under the watch of Dementors, would go mad and die. Goyle's mother interjected, "What makes this different?" "The wizards were discovered deceased, leaving nothing but shattered bones. And all of them perished," Lucius replied. "The ministry has not even detected any traces of magic used." The prison floor was stained deep red with desiccated blood. In the sweltering summer heat, what little flesh remained had all rotted and emitted a foul stench. However, Cornelius Fudge seems to have forbidden the dissemination of this news, remarked Goyle's father thoughtfully. "What is the ministry's stance? This incident is indeed curious. I suspect Fudge, being spineless, does not intend to make this event public, as it might jeopardize his approval ratings. I even doubt he will invest much effort in investigating the matter," Lucius scoffed. "Most of those who perished in this incident were former subordinates of the Dark Lord, our erstwhile companions, except for Sirius Black, who, being reduced to bones, cannot be identified." Lucius glanced towards Narcissa as he spoke. "Do you think he will return?" Crabbe's father suddenly inquired, instinctively touching the dark mark on his arm, which had remained quiet for some time. "Recently, there have indeed been fresh rumors regarding Voldemort. If the Dark Lord returns, I am prepared to rejoin him at a moment's notice," Lucius replied decisively. Draco, while directing his pieces, endeavored to absorb every word his father uttered. Narcissa and Lucius had always been reluctant to discuss such matters with him, and it seemed that Lucius was far more devoted to the Dark Lord in the presence of his Death Eater friends. Draco could not help but notice that, in private, Lucius's enthusiasm for the topic of Voldemort was eclipsed only by his fervor for acquiring new collectibles. Whenever Draco posed questions, his parents would deliberately divert the conversation away from Voldemort, engaging instead in discussions on other subjects, seemingly dissatisfied with Draco's curiosity regarding this matter. "We've lost again. How could we lose again?" Crabbe bellowed, startling everyone in the room. He grasped the chessboard with his thick, stubby fingers, threatening to overturn all the pieces. Draco hastily redirected his gaze from the far side of the room, scrambling to assist Goyle in restraining Crabbe. The opposing king had already capitulated, tumbling to the carpet below. Draco had suggested playing wizard chess with Crabbe and Goyle, as he vividly recalled Crabbe's previous visit to Malfoy Manor, during which he had mercilessly kicked and struck the family's white peacock and trampled the exquisite flower beds. Thus, this time, Draco was resolute in remaining in the room, particularly since he could still hear Lucius speak. "Let us engage in something else. There are plenty of enjoyable activities." Draco seized a few pastries from a nearby plate and thrust them into his companion's hands, but the children's restlessness had already drawn the adult's attention. Crabbe's father strode over, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his son's head. "How utterly impolite. Do you not realize where you are? Apologize at once." Narcissa swiftly interposed herself between Crabbe's father and the children, asserting that they were merely engaging in innocent play. "Would you care for some pumpkin juice?" Lucius concluded his hushed conversation with the other parents and turned to Draco, saying, "Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle are likely to be in the same house as you. Everyone present in this room has graduated from Slytherin." The Goyles nodded in agreement. "I look forward to it," Draco shrugged, having heard the praises of Slytherin countless times. He had never doubted that he would be sorted into Slytherin. Suddenly, Goyle's mother recalled something and remarked, "This year, joining you at Hogwarts is Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Goyle's father tugged at his wife's sleeve, seemingly admonishing her for her choice of words. "Draco is quite intrigued by the tale of Harry Potter, having persistently requested me to recount it time and again during his childhood." Narcissa chuckled. "I did not." Draco quickly retorted, "I have never even met him. How could I be interested? Doesn't he have half his face marred by magical scars, does he? The boy who escaped the killing curse." Of course, he remembered that oft-repeated tale, one where the boy bore a scar upon his forehead. It must have been shaped like a lightning bolt, as the incantation for the killing curse is executed in a zigzag motion. The shape of magical scars usually corresponds with the gesture of the spell. Crabbe's father interjected, "It is said he possesses a pair of green eyes, much like Lily Evans. Green eyes are rather uncommon." As Narcissa poured pumpkin juice for the children, she continued, "Green eyes?" A disconcerting memory surfaced in Draco's mind, the pair he encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, particularly the dark-haired boy standing beside the eccentric linguist who had uttered that cursed term, mudblood. Indeed, he did have green eyes. Wait, does he have a scar? Upon first seeing them, Draco couldn't help but recall the precious green gemstones hidden within the basement collection or the dense forest that had engulfed him during his travels with his parents. I did see green eyes recently, Draco blurted out, recalling the boy's face. Really? Did they seem particularly special? Goyle inquired, gathering the chess pieces. No, they were utterly unremarkable. Draco remarked disingenuously, green as a lively toad, the kind that curses. By the time Crabbe and the Goyle family departed, it was already deep into the night. Watching the silhouettes of the Goyle family vanish into the flames of the hearth, Draco exhaled in relief and immediately began to voice his grievances to his parents. Why do they, whom you claim to be purebloods, appear so dim-witted? Would the Muggle children be more foolish than they? Engaging in conversation with them is truly exhausting. To prevent Crabbe from seizing the opportunity to bully the White Peacock in the manor, Draco endured an afternoon of tedious, exploding snap with them after the wizard chess game, deliberately losing to ensure Crabbe and Goyle enjoyed themselves. Regrettably, Lucius and the Goyle parents drifted into a lengthy discussion about investments. The sounds of exploding snap, rendering their conversation fragmented. Much of what Lucius said was familiar to Draco, making the afternoon rather dull. Draco realized with exasperation that the two companions his father had found for him not only resembled a pair of gorillas, but were also not particularly bright. Goyle, slightly shorter, boasted an astonishingly thick head of hair and remarkably robust arms, appearing rather dull-witted. Conversing with him required an almost unbearable wait as information traveled through his mind at a painfully slow pace, followed by Goyle's equally sluggish formulation of a response. Engaging in even mildly complex dialogue with him felt like waiting an eternity for a reply. Meanwhile, Crabbe, stout and muscular with a thick neck, exhibited slightly more mental agility, yet always bore an air of menace. Draco was grateful that Crabbe's father respected Lucius's status. After receiving a reprimand from Lucius that afternoon, Crabbe appeared considerably more docile. Crabbe and Goyle's father still enjoys the Dark Lord's trust, so ensure you get along, Lucius replied succinctly. If he truly rises again, it is always prudent to be prepared. Caution is the mother of safety. Understood, father, Draco replied, frowning, dissatisfied with Lucius's evasion of the issue regarding the intelligence of purebloods. It is true these two children do not seem particularly clever. For me, your intelligence suffices. I trust you will not perform worse than Muggle children, Lucius said, smiling at Draco's discontented expression. How could that be? Draco retorted, arms akimbo. I hope not to hear you lamenting the exceptional talents of mudbloods at the dinner table. I would be at a loss for how to comfort you, Lucius replied with an inscrutable smile. Do not utter that term, Draco reflexively said. Which term? Lucius queried. I've heard that the term mudblood carries a curse. On that day in Diagon Alley, that person said those who frequently insult mudbloods do not live long, Draco responded weakly. I have not encountered such a saying. In fact, during these tumultuous times, it is quite normal for lives to be lost daily. Those who survive are the exception. Lucius replied. If you find it bothersome, refrain from using such terms. After all, it is merely a word. But remember, being of pureblood lineage grants you advantages that many of your peers will never obtain in their lifetime. Your safety is of utmost importance. And this is why we ultimately chose Hogwarts over Durmstrang, Narcissa chimed in. I hope to find somewhat agreeable friends at Hogwarts, Draco said, brushing the dust from his robes before striding towards his room. You learn swiftly, Sirius remarked, observing the clear potion in the cauldron with satisfaction. This was Harry's first successful potion-making endeavor in the vast kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, aided by Sirius's timely guidance throughout the process. Even the simplest antidote thrilled Harry, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the final product depicted in his textbooks. After all, he had only recently entered the magical world. Initially, Harry had been filled with doubt while handling the basic ingredients, the powdered dragon dung, mistletoe berries, and unicorn horn that Sirius had procured that day in Diagon Alley ultimately coalesced into the potion before him. The essence of potion making lies primarily in patience and precision, supplemented by some skill in handling the ingredients. Adhering to the steps made brewing not particularly challenging. Sirius affectionately ruffled Harry's hair and offered him a generous slice of berry pie as encouragement. Given that underage wizards are bound by trace magic and cannot cast spells outside of school, and that subjects like history of magic tend to be rather tedious, potion making emerged as the most viable subject for home instruction. Oh my, may I have a sip? Harry repeatedly admired his first concoction, clearly eager to taste it immediately. Unless you wish to be mauled by a magical creature or accidentally ingest another simple poison, I think it best you refrain, Sirius laughed heartily, pulling Harry away from the cauldron while bottling the potion. Did you know your ancestors invented many potions? My ancestors? Harry, clearly unaware of his lineage, responded. Linfred of Stinchcombe. a pioneering apothecary of the 12th century, invented a plethora of potions, and a substantial inheritance from him has now become your little treasure trove, Sirius explained. Although his concoctions, such as bone regrowth, are seldom employed, each innovation in potion-making demands extraordinary creativity. Bone regrowth. It allows for the regeneration of bones in places where none exist. Typically reserved for the gravest of circumstances, and is rumored to be excruciating, Sirius remarked with a wink. Harry noticed that Sirius occasionally glanced out the window, as though awaiting the arrival of something. Are you waiting for a reply from someone? Harry inquired cautiously. Oh, Sirius raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. I borrowed your new owl Hedwig last night, and sent it off with a letter. However, it has yet to return. Perhaps Remus lives quite far away. Harry hesitated, uncertain if he should ask further. I noticed you rewrote that letter several times. The table was strewn with half-finished parchment. I kept many expletives bottled up inside. Sirius confessed candidly. If your friend has not shown up for a decade during your time of greatest need, you would be angry too. Before Harry could respond, Sirius continued unabated. I was the first to discover his secret. I was also the first to think of using the animagus method to accompany him. At school, he always maintained the image of a sensible, amiable, and kind student. Humph. That sounds rather commendable, doesn't it? Harry fairly commented. Sensible and kind? Please. Sirius unconsciously raised his voice. How good can someone be who could associate with your father and me? Our records of misconduct filled an entire drawer of filches. Oh. Harry pursed his lips, striving not to dwell on the school rules his father had broken. He always kept himself in check, Sirius remarked. The most self-controlled individuals experience a lapse in judgment at least once a month. He is a werewolf. Seeing Harry's gradually astonished expression, Sirius added, he cannot bear to harm anyone, which is why he suffers so. After saying this, Sirius dashed back to his room and retrieved a thick tome on potion making. We can attempt to brew this potion. Once prepared, you can have a taste, or even more if you desire. My mother used to enjoy having me and my brother practice with this. Harry followed Sirius's finger to the page, where the title boldly proclaimed, Beautifying Potion. Beautifying? Harry squinted as he read down the page, Beautifying Potion, which enhances the appearance of the drinker. Sirius nodded. You can consume it in good health, with no side effects. The downside is that some of the ingredients are quite costly. It sounds rather akin to Aunt Petunia's cosmetics. I mean, can it truly change one's appearance? Harry couldn't help but wonder. It can only bring one to their best state for their age, rectifying appearance issues caused by external factors. For instance, scars left by a werewolf's claws on their face. Even if mistakes occurred during the brewing process, it will not yield a harmful potion, Sirius explained. Pulling out fairy wings from the material box, Harry immediately thought that Sirius had prepared this for the friend who had yet to respond. Just as Harry painstakingly crushed rose petals and ginger roots for their juices, Hedwig's white figure appeared outside. She's back, Harry exclaimed. Abandoning the beautifying potion he had just begun brewing, and opened the window. Sirius swiftly retrieved the letter from Hedwig's feet. The note was brief. Dear Bigfoot, I miss you dearly. On the first day after next month's full moon, we can meet in Godric's Hollow. Please send my regards to young Harry. Moonface. Sirius pulled out a nearby calendar that recorded the lunar phases, somewhat vexed. Next month's full moon is tomorrow. I should have realized. Unfortunately, the Wolfsbane potion is not sold in stores. Only those who acknowledge their werewolf identity may, with the ministry's permission, attempt to brew the Wolfsbane potion. Remus is unwilling. He has never wanted to register his werewolf status with the ministry, as the discrimination is too severe. Harry was frantically managing the beautifying potion, suspecting he might have prematurely added unicorn hair. But now the potion's color matched the description in the book, and he resolved to press on. Harry looked up and asked, Wolfsbane potion? Can we make it ourselves? Theoretically, yes, Sirius sighed, but the ingredients are expensive and highly toxic. The brewing process is incredibly complex. For example, wolfsbane was often used as a poison to hunt animals in the Middle Ages, and a single piece cost a galleon, excluding wastage due to operational errors. It ranks among the most exorbitant potion ingredients. The brewing process can also pose dangers, such as accidentally touching wolfsbane juice or making mistakes while using a wand to assist in brewing. And what about my efforts? Harry felt foolish for asking. If one could brew the wolfsbane potion, they would be considered a master potion maker, Sirius deadpanned. Oh, by the way, the potions professor at Hogwarts is Snape. He may have some issues with you, but I haven't even enrolled yet. Harry exclaimed incredulously. Our relationship with Snape was rather disastrous back in the day. And you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, Sirius lamented. It is said he only shows favoritism towards Slytherin students. The beautifying potion was now emitting a faint fragrance, appearing a delicate pink. The color seems a bit light. I suspect you forgot to change the stirring direction midway. I made similar mistakes while brewing this potion for my mother many times as a child, but it's already quite impressive. Sirius extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron with his wand. After sealing it in a bottle, Sirius scooped up the remaining potion and offered Harry a sip. An indescribable sense of joy washed over him as the potion entered his system. Do you feel wonderful? Sirius observed Harry's expression with keen interest. I'm not certain. Harry instinctively touched his face. When successfully brewed and freshly consumed, it usually gives one the illusion that everyone in the world adores them, Sirius elucidated. It seems not. Harry indeed felt slightly uplifted. Then you, like Remus, possess a hint of insecurity, my little savior. Sirius gently tapped Harry's head with the potion book. You need more compliments. Chapter 13, Happy Birthday. Harry rubbed his sleepy eyes, somewhat surprised by the cheerful greeting. Today, he did not hear the usual morning wake-up knock, but instead saw Sirius whirl into the room, cradling a large assortment of colorful boxes. Staring blankly at the pile of gifts on the bed for a few seconds, Harry suddenly remembered that today was indeed his birthday. In past years, he would have been sitting in a park near the Dursleys, basking in the sunlight and summer heat, quietly singing himself a birthday song on a bench. Just a few days at number 12, Grimmauld Place, and having enjoyed himself so much, Harry had even forgotten his own birthday. Thank you, Harry stammered, breaking into a broad smile at Sirius. I've never received a birthday gift before. This is my first time bringing a child along. I truly had no idea what to choose, Sirius said, watching with great interest as Harry joyfully unwrapped the gifts. A myriad of delightful confections, exquisitely crafted stationery. Several volumes of best-selling tales about wizards, and a plethora of peculiar toys awaited. There will come a time when I can escort you to have some garments tailored. However, your presence will be required for measurements. Yet, I cannot help but worry about encountering a few distant relatives or younger kin at the clothing store, Sirius added. Fortunately, Hogwarts predominantly mandates the wearing of robes, so this matter is not of utmost urgency. These are simply marvelous. Harry was utterly enchanted by a color-changing quill, completely oblivious to the fact that a half-unwrapped chocolate frog had stealthily leapt onto the windowsill. Today, we shall venture to Godric's Hollow to meet Remus Lupin. He possesses a surprisingly good singing voice, and I have entrusted him with the task of singing you a birthday song. With a flick of his wand, Sirius neatly arranged a plethora of gifts along one side of the room. Is that the werewolf? Harry had attempted to read the section on Wolfsbane potion in his potions book the previous day. The convoluted and tedious process, accompanied by pages of incantations, had nearly lulled him to sleep. Indeed, it is he. The one who appears the most well-behaved, Sirius pointed out, indicating a group photograph affixed to the wall. His finger directed at the brown-haired boy who wore a bashful smile. Harry had scrutinized this photograph numerous times, the Remus Lupin depicted therein, in stark contrast to the boisterous James and Sirius beside him, indeed bore the countenance of a well-mannered child, as his godfather had remarked. Even though the passage of time had rendered the image somewhat less distinct, the youthful Remus Lupin's clean visage still bore faint, elongated scars. After days of indulgence, Sirius's once gaunt face had regained much of its former vitality, perhaps aided by the exquisite potion remnants Harry had used for practice. The faint scars on his face had diminished, allowing the remarkable features of the Black family lineage to emerge more prominently. Harry could not help but notice that at certain moments, particularly during the exchanges laden with unflattering words between Sirius and the house-elf creature, which often stirred the portrait, with the Black Lady's boisterous expletives always reigning supreme, his beloved godfather shared a peculiar madness reminiscent of the portrait's occupant. As a man whose mental age seemed to linger in the past, this intermittent touch of madness rendered Sirius all the more vibrant. Although Sirius would never admit to any resemblance with the other Blacks, apart from his rebellion against the family name, every other mental trait mirrored that of his lineage. Harry found it difficult to envision the once somber and foreboding house at number 12, Grimmauld Place, teeming with a congregation of strikingly beautiful lunatics. On this grand occasion, Sirius even rummaged through his belongings for earrings and necklaces, meticulously grooming his dark hair, the shimmering fabric of his attire imparting an aura of the extraordinary. Dragonhide, Sirius noted, catching sight of Harry's scrutiny of his clothing, a smirk playing on his lips. It looks incredibly cool, Harry genuinely praised. Sirius twirled on the spot, showcasing the exquisite tailoring and luxurious material of his ensemble. However, I shall cast a disillusionment charm on myself today, rendering me invisible. Thus, you may not see me throughout the day, though I will be holding your hand. Godric's Hollow is where your former home lies. I suspect there will be many of your parents' old friends and visitors commemorating them. You bear an uncanny resemblance to James, and I reckon you will receive many greetings along the way, Sirius explained. Harry felt his heart race at the thought of returning to his original home. Godric's Hollow once harbored many wizards, though many have since departed. I hadn't planned to return there so soon, Sirius continued, but Remus has arranged to meet us there. and I believe your parents would be overjoyed to know you have grown up healthy while living with your aunt. Chapter 14. Laughter of wizards occasionally emanated from the taverns and shops in Godric's Hollow. The summer valley was enveloped by a gentle mountain breeze, rendering it significantly cooler than the bustling streets of London where number 12, Grimmauld Place resided. Harry tightly grasped Sirius's hand as they ventured deeper, passing a church, traversing a narrow gate, and ultimately halting before the white marble gravestone of James and Lily. Harry softly read the inscription, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." The dates of James and Lily were forever etched as October 31st, 1981. Due to Sirius's disillusionment charm, he felt as though he walked alone on the path home, his heart quaking with an uncontainable tremor. A blend of excitement, fear, and affection surged within him, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Harry understood that his parents, now beyond his recollection, lay beneath the very soil before him, and he found it difficult to breathe. He heard a faint sob from Sirius, the invisible hand he held trembling uncontrollably. "Not the best moment, is it? I merely wished to bring you joy on your birthday. Since we are already in Godric's Hollow, I felt it necessary to come here," Sirius said, his voice faltering. Harry remained silent, his fingers tracing the smooth white marble, the sun blazing down with a gentle warmth. They passed by what had once been Harry's home, overrun by knee-high weeds and nettles, the remnants of the house that had been largely obliterated. Vivid green ivy cloaked the walls, and the flourishing plants seemed intent on consuming every trace of the wizarding existence that had once thrived there. The iron gate had succumbed to rust. As Harry's hand brushed against the wall, a wooden sign slowly rose, bearing the words of wizards mourning the Potter couple. For the past 11 years, Aunt Petunia had steadfastly maintained that James and Lily had perished in a car accident. Yet, the desolation before him starkly revealed how dark magic had brutally altered his life. Sirius guided Harry toward the valley square. In the center stood a monument resembling a war memorial. As they approached, it transformed from a pointed obelisk inscribed with names into a statue. Harry gazed in astonishment at the sudden emergence of the humanoid figure. Sirius's voice came from beside him. "That is you and your parents. This statue was created in your honor. Voldemort failed to kill you with the killing curse, and since then, he has vanished. Wizards believe you to be the chosen one." Harry and Sirius stood quietly behind a gathering of wizards who had come to pay their respects. The statue depicting a family of three, a bespectacled man and a beautiful woman cradling an infant. The faces of the parents in the statue mirrored those in the old photograph, youthful and vivid. 11-year-old Harry gazed at the 1-year-old version of himself in the statue, feeling a tightening in his throat, yet unable to articulate a word. "The infant in the statue bore no scars," Harry whispered. Indeed, Sirius's sobs grew more pronounced. "Let us depart." After lingering for some time, Sirius gently urged Harry to move on, scanning the surroundings as if searching for Remus's presence. Unbeknownst to them, the wizards who had been observing had noticed the dark-haired boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to James. "Oh, by Merlin's beard. Are you Harry? Harry Potter?" With the exclamation of the first wizard to recognize the chosen one, Harry found himself encircled by a gathering of unfamiliar wizards, their faces alight with smiles. Gazing at his scar with a mix of reverence and awe, Harry instinctively avoided the direct gaze of the strangers while nodding in acknowledgement of his identity. Harry responded politely to the enthusiastic crowd surrounding him. "What an honor. You have brought hope to the wizarding world. I never expected to see you here. Such a charming little hero." Harry found himself passively shaking hands with a throng of witches and wizards. The commotion drew the attention of many, and the circle encircling Harry was growing ever larger. Sirius seemed to be jostled to the side by the dense crowd. Harry raised his gaze, searching for a gap among the sea of wizarding robes to locate his godfather. Uncertain whether he could call out to Sirius, he pondered his predicament amidst the wall of bodies. Just then, a strange male voice cut through the chaos. "Excuse me," coming through. Although his voice was not loud, it instantly silenced the excited crowd, halting their chatter and shoving. A man with brown hair, appearing frail and sickly, finally made his way to Harry's side, clutching a tattered briefcase. Remus Lupin bore a face reminiscent of his youth, though a faint scar of crimson hue appeared to be a recent addition. "Today is young Harry's birthday. I appreciate your concern, but I kindly ask that you refrain from too much disturbance." Lupin's words succeeded in calming the crowd. After a brief exchange of glances, Harry was pulled away from the throng by Lupin. "I am," Lupin said with a gentle smile. "Moony, I've seen you in a photograph of my godfather," Harry quickly interjected. Upon hearing Harry's response, Lupin's eyes sparkled. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to him." As Harry and Lupin stepped into a slightly less crowded area, he immediately sensed that Sirius had hurriedly followed. "Moony, you look far worse than I do," Sirius remarked as he grasped Harry's wrist. Lupin appeared entirely unfazed by the sound surrounding them, shifting slightly towards Sirius. The meal times for Azkaban prisoners are quite regimented, whereas I have not been so fortunate. Sirius, whose emotions had fluctuated dramatically over the past few hours, added with a hint of bitterness. Having just visited the cemetery and the ruins, my appetite could scarcely be worse. You aren't doubting me still, are you? You don't think I would choose this location for our meeting, believing my conscience would prevent me from deceiving you here in Godric's Hollow? No, Lupin gently refuted. I believe you would not stoop to such dishonesty. However, I did not consult Dumbledore. Perhaps he prefers not to see his former students in this manner, he said, gesturing to his worn, faded clothing. I found a deep muggle hunting trap nearby, where I could hide while transformed into a wolf, thus avoiding causing chaos or harm, save for the occasional unfortunate animal that fell in. It has been years. Harry noticed Lupin sway slightly, the hem of his garment sagging, clearly indicating that Sirius had placed his arm around his shoulder. Lupin continued, when I am feeling particularly feeble, I tend to avoid long-distance apparition. We are all malnourished. Sirius succinctly summarized. My godfather has treated me to plenty of delicious food. Harry interjected, the meals at Hogwarts are excellent. Lupin affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, which bore a striking resemblance to James's dark locks. Since leaving there, I have not had such a hearty diet. I suspect that being transformed into a werewolf has greatly altered my palate. Occasionally, I feel the urge to hunt, but I must also find a way to pay the rent. Ultimately, Lupin and Harry were warmly invited into a restaurant at the edge of the Valley Square. Sirius seized the opportunity to join them at a table. Harry was somewhat astonished when Lupin produced a beautifully crafted birthday cake from his briefcase, followed by a roll of parchment. A small gift, quite useful at Hogwarts. Lupin handed the parchment to Harry. Wow, Sirius exclaimed from beside Harry. But I thought the Marauder's map was confiscated by Filch. The most infamous one indeed was seized, Lupin acknowledged, but this version, while not displaying the common rooms and dormitories, remains fully functional otherwise. However, the names within the common rooms and dormitories are so overlapping that they render the details obscure. This actually makes it clearer, Sirius commended. There are no hidden passages or traps in the student dormitories. Harry gazed at the blank parchment as Lupin tapped the map with his wand, declaring, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Intricate ink patterns spread across the parchment, and Harry inhaled deeply as a vast map unfolded before them. Yet he did not see the name Sirius had mentioned. Hogwarts is indeed empty during the summer, Sirius noted, but look at this. He suddenly pointed to a small corner. The corridor on the 4th floor, connected to a winding passage, has several small dots within rooms, each marked with names. Severus Snape, Sirius exclaimed again, and Minerva McGonagall. Filius Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, Lupin murmured as he read the names. Albus Dumbledore. Why are they all gathered together? Sirius's curiosity was piqued. Not precisely together. They seem to be in different rooms, separated by a short distance, Lupin replied, appearing equally intrigued. I doubt they are preparing lessons, nor are they in a meeting. Sirius squinted at the dot representing Snape, who appeared to be pacing, as if obstructed by a long table. Perhaps they are preparing a surprise for the students, Lupin suggested, lifting his gaze from the map. The 4th floor is generally not open to the public, nor is it an office. Have we been there before? Sirius reflected. It was empty then. Lupin mused. A series of vacant rooms. They seemed to be arranging these spaces. Sirius furrowed his brow. I long to return to school. Then you must call Professor Snape, Lupin chuckled. Expelled the next day for brawling with the faculty, Sirius retorted swiftly. Lupin and Sirius shared a hearty laugh until Harry nudged Sirius, reminding him of his disillusionment charm. The two seemed to simultaneously realize they had inadvertently left Harry aside, prompting Lupin to clear his throat and address Harry earnestly. Listen, this map records all the secrets of Hogwarts. However, my intention in giving it to you is not for pranks or to encourage reckless adventures. Your parents sacrificed their lives to protect you. Nothing is worth risking everything for. I think occasionally sneaking into the kitchen for a snack is quite acceptable. The house elves there are exceedingly friendly. Harry withdrew his gaze from the small black dots representing the professors in the 4th floor corridor and nodded in agreement. This map has cost us considerable effort, Sirius remarked. I never imagined you would still keep this unfinished version. I pull it out to reminisce when I think of you, Lupin replied. Regrettably, the names on the map have become strangers. Year after year, students depart, yet Hogwarts remains as it ever was. Lupin tapped the map with his wand, declaring, prank concluded. The ink upon the parchment rapidly vanished, leaving behind an unremarkable sheet of white paper. Sirius, of course, urged Remus to sing the birthday song, while he himself hummed along in a subdued tone. Before his very first birthday cake, Harry closed his eyes and made a wish. When he opened them again, Sirius languidly remarked, for my next birthday, my wish will undoubtedly be to find Wormtail. There are so many mice in the world, Remus consoled. Wormtail could very well still be rummaging through some sewer, feasting on refuse. The thought of it brings me joy. I must personally bring his fate to an end. Should Wormtail be incarcerated in Azkaban, escaping as a rat would be far simpler for him than for me. Chapter 16. Lucius Malfoy awoke with a start, an elusive discomfort in his arm compelling him to sit up instinctively. What is it? Narcissa inquired, sensing her husband's unease. The night outside remained thick with darkness, and Lucius's gaze fell upon the location of the dark mark on his arm. He refrained from speaking immediately, instead holding his breath to perceive the peculiar sensations emanating from the mark. In the years since Voldemort's decline, the color of the dark mark had faded, no longer pulsating with the fervor of Voldemort's emotions, nor causing pain, yet it showed no signs of vanishing entirely. All Death Eaters were acutely aware that Voldemort had not completely departed. Recently, during their meeting with Severus Snape, he had alluded to the recent reactions of the dark mark. While at Hogwarts, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Draco, Severus. We have often indulged him too much, which has led to his inability to control his emotions and tantrums, yet he is still a good boy, Narcissa had confided to Snape. I understand. During my time at school, I received much care from you, Snape replied. Hogwarts is secure, but Dumbledore is always inclined to grant opportunities to some rather peculiar individuals. This year it is Quirrell. I cannot fathom why he is so reluctant to allow me to teach defense against the dark arts. Snape appeared discontented with this year's selection of professors. Furthermore, Dumbledore's actions often seemed perplexing. As Snape Sr. during their time at Slytherin, Lucius had provided considerable assistance to him after he had clearly aligned himself with Voldemort. Yet, Narcissa had never truly become a Death Eater. Recently, she had sensed a disquietude in her arm. This was the last remark made by Snape before his departure. Narcissa had an inkling of the implications. As a member of a pureblood family, most of her siblings had firmly taken sides during Voldemort's reign, while she had remained hidden behind Lucius. Not branded with the dark mark, yet she was no member of the Order of the Phoenix. Most of Voldemort's former followers had been sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, including Narcissa's sister, Bellatrix, while the Malfoy family had emerged without any charges against them and even retained a measure of influence within the wizarding world, a fact that drew criticism from both factions. Dark wizards deemed Lucius insufficiently loyal and pure, while light wizards maintained that the Malfoy family had always been supporters of Voldemort. Their later declarations merely survival tactics. Few spoke of the Malfoy family's origins, and those who probed deeper would discover that the Malfoys were not as disdainful of Muggles as they appeared. Their ancestor, Armand Malfoy, had acquired land in Wiltshire by providing magical services to the British Muggle royal family, which is now the site of Malfoy Manor. Successive descendants had maintained close ties with Muggle royalty, amassing significant land and wealth until the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy prompted the Malfoy family to publicly sever ties with Muggles. Moreover, few pondered where the vast troves of collectibles and treasures, purchased with copious galleons each year by Lucius and Narcissa, ended up. They were the foremost patrons of establishments like Borgin and Berks. If merely stored in the fabled dungeons of Malfoy Manor for their own enjoyment, the quantities would be staggering. The seemingly serious Ministry of Magic was not without its flaws. Even Arthur Weasley, who adored Muggles, had left a small loophole while formulating the Muggle Items Act to nurture his interests, while the feeble Cornelius Fudge ascended to the position of Minister of Magic. In recent years, a prime example of rapid advancement among the ranks was Dolores Umbridge, while Remus's father, who insisted on justly prosecuting werewolf murderers, faced severe retaliation. In this chaotic era where good deeds did not guarantee rewards, the Malfoy family's survival through a system of quid pro quo was evidently effective. Thus, Lucius and Narcissa were frequently seen at various gatherings, be it the Hogwarts Board of Governors dinners, private soirees of high-ranking ministry officials, or even soirees hosted by Muggle leaders. What more can we do? Narcissa grasped Lucius's fingers, attempting to soothe his instinctively tense muscles. I fear that we have prepared all that can be done. The rest is left to chance. Until the very last moment, I will find ways to keep you and Draco as far removed from this as possible, Lucius pondered. Living incognito in the Muggle world is also an option. It would afford us a chance to start anew. That will not happen, Narcissa replied. Do you truly believe he can still wield power as he once did? Had it not been for that boy Potter's unforeseen intervention, he would have been very close to ultimate success. The original Order of the Phoenix has scarcely any members left, and most of the neutrals, though fearful and discontent, simply wish to survive. Lucius felt the discomfort of the dark mark gradually recede, yet it undoubtedly served as a reminder that Voldemort was stirring once more. We may need to subtly remind Draco. Lucius seemed to be seeking Narcissa's counsel, but he is still but a child. He may struggle to comprehend. Narcissa hesitated. There is much we have not disclosed to him. The Dark Lord has long sought to eliminate that boy. Potter is set to enter school this year. As a classmate, Draco is undoubtedly one of the closest to him. If the Dark Lord remains fixated on killing Potter, Lucius surmised, The Dark Lord should be wary of Dumbledore's presence. Narcissa felt a wave of anxiety. We ought to introduce Draco to the art of mental occlusion ahead of time, Lucius stated succinctly, so that we may reveal to him some truths we have kept hidden. Narcissa remained silent for a few moments before continuing. Draco may not even comprehend what emotions are. Yet we must instruct him to relinquish them, to clear his mind, and to restrain himself at all times. I fear that by the time we must do so, it may be too late, Lucius insisted. Currently, our relations with the Death Eaters, the Ministry, and certain high-ranking muggles are relatively amicable. This serves as a dual insurance. When Draco finds himself in peril, we shall still possess these cards to play. Lucius paused before continuing. We must also consider how he should present our stance at school. After all, countless eyes are watching us, both openly and covertly, are they not? To appear overly supportive of the Dark Lord would invite scorn from others. Yet associating too closely with the Order of the Phoenix or the offspring of Aurors could lay the groundwork for future peril. Narcissa grasped Lucius's intent. We cannot afford to jeopardize our dual insurance. Regardless of who emerges victorious in the end, as long as we remain at the table, we shall be fine. Lucius wrapped an arm around Narcissa's shoulders, his gaze downward in contemplation. Chapter 17. You did splendidly, Draco, Lucius encouraged as he lifted Draco, who had fallen to the ground. Would you like to try again? Though he wielded no wand, Draco was already drenched in sweat. It has been nearly a month, and these are the final days before reporting to Hogwarts. What was initially a plan for studying textbooks and traveling has transformed into an arduous practice of occlumency with his parents. Ever since Lucius unexpectedly informed him during breakfast that he needed to practice this mental discipline, Draco has been plagued day and night with the daunting task of clearing his mind. I know I am not doing well, Draco lamented, feeling aggrieved as his memories from the past 11 years have been thoroughly overturned during this month of practice. He has been compelled to revisit every fragment of his life from infancy to the present. Fortunately, most of these recollections are blissful, with Narcissa's care being nothing short of meticulous. You simply need to try and conceal a portion of your memories. For instance, bury the memories of your mother and me. This way, I will be unable to retrieve them using legilimency, Lucius patiently explained. This form of magic is not commonly employed, and it may be somewhat premature for you. But my mind is almost entirely filled with memories of you and mother, Draco replied, on the verge of tears. Clearing one's mind is indeed a task that sounds easier said than done. Lucius then turned his gaze to a painting of a unicorn hanging on the wall. He pointed to the artwork, guiding Draco to focus on it. Draco complied, earnestly awaiting Lucius's words. What do you see in this piece? Lucius inquired. A unicorn, Draco quickly responded. This painting was a gift from a wizarding artist, and the unicorn at its center radiated a sacred silver glow, standing majestically. Anyone gazing into the unicorn's eyes would be entranced, as if it were the ultimate embodiment of beauty. Surrounding it were meadows, streams, and moonlight, all shrouded in darkness, overshadowed by the brilliance of the protagonist, rendering them seemingly insignificant to the observer, who deemed them unworthy of attention. Lucius traced his finger over the darker portions of the painting. It was only then that Draco scrutinized the grass behind the unicorn, where the artist had even depicted a few insects in such intricate detail. You must push those memories you do not wish others to uncover deep into the grass. They do not cease to exist. Rather, you have concealed them using this method, Lucius continued. Then let others find the unicorn within my memories? Draco hesitantly replied. But what is truly important to me are the grass, the streams, and the moonlight. Indeed, you are correct. Place the trivial in plain sight while safeguarding what is genuinely significant, eliminating distractions and superfluous emotions. Once you have rested, we shall attempt this again, Lucius softly said, raising his wand towards Draco. At last, after several repetitions of practice, the legilimency produced a notable shift, unveiling a plethora of memories involving Goyle and Crab. Draco was bombarded with images, Crab's face as he voraciously devoured sweets, a chessboard overturned in fury, the handshake upon first meeting Goyle, and the furrowed brows from losing a game, accompanied by the raucous cries of children. No, Draco nearly screamed in a fit of panic. Finally, Lucius caught sight of himself and Narcissa's blurred silhouettes. He lowered his wand, a smile finally breaking across his face. Very well, splendid. Draco sensed a slight improvement in his abilities and rushed forward to embrace Lucius's waist. You did not sulk when suddenly commanded to learn this, nor did you question the necessity of it, Lucius remarked, affectionately ruffling Draco's hair. I know you will tell me, Draco mumbled, although he found these exercises exceedingly tedious. He could accurately discern his parents' expressions. When Lucius had approached him about practicing occlumency, the look on his face was one reserved for making significant decisions, indicating that this was not a matter to be questioned. He understood that his parents rarely erred in crucial choices. I shall inform you when you are a bit older, Lucius replied, lowering his gaze. And the Firebolt 2000. Absolutely, Lucius added, as if recalling something important, and then spoke with solemnity. Do you know that boy named Harry Potter? What about him? Draco inquired, having recently perused the rumors and news surrounding Harry, though he regrettably could not find any photographs of him. He was merely curious if those green eyes belonged to him, driven by pure intrigue. The boy does not seem unpleasant. Otherwise, I would not have chattered so much upon first meeting him, Draco noted. From the accounts of his parents and their friends, he is likely to be sorted into Gryffindor. Lucius stated in a measured tone. Oh, Draco raised an eyebrow. Then we shall hardly see each other if we are in different houses. Perhaps, Lucius considered his words carefully. I mean, if by chance you were to be in the same house as him, I would suggest that your relationship not become too close. Draco was taken aback. Lucius had always advised him to get along with other wizarding children, to be polite, and to be amiable and sociable. This was the first time he had heard such counsel, that their relationship need not be too close. What does that mean? Draco interrupted Lucius, directly asking. Do not become overly intimate friends, Lucius said, gazing into Draco's gray eyes. It would be best if you did not become friends at all. A slightly adversarial relationship would be preferable. Draco's mouth fell agape. Huh. Lucius rolled up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark. Harry Potter is the enemy of the Dark Lord. Draco quickly grasped the implication of those words. When you were one, the Dark Lord fell. Prior to that, we outwardly aligned ourselves with him. He may yet return. Lucius neatly adjusted his sleeve, preparing to conclude the topic. So Harry Potter is also my enemy? Draco furrowed his brow. You have no enemies, Lucius gently corrected his son's statement. What I mean is, do not become too close, or you may encounter trouble. Shall we resume our practice of occlumency? Draco nodded, recognizing Lucius's reluctance to continue the discussion. Our recent conversation is akin to the grass, the streams, and the moonlight. Lucius raised his wand. Once you have mastered it, hide it away immediately, understood? Chapter 18. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Lupin led Harry through the wall, with Sirius following closely beside them, concealed by the disillusionment charm. Before exiting, Sirius had hesitated between using the polyjuice potion, transforming into a dog, or employing the disillusionment charm, ultimately opting for the safest method. Thus, at this moment, he lamented to Harry and Lupin, why is keeping a rat as a pet still so popular? Sirius's attention seemed entirely captivated by the numerous pet rats ensconced in cages. 1, 2, 3. How many rats are being sold at this pet store? Lupin assisted Harry with his luggage while calmly explaining, rats are relatively inexpensive pets. They require little space and minimal food, and some find them endearing. Unrefined individuals. Sirius vehemently dismissed this notion. I recall you didn't bring any pets back then. Lupin felt an increased weight upon his shoulder. Knowing that Sirius had once again draped his arm across him. I was concerned about your furry little dilemma, Sirius replied. And to ensure practice with the animagus transformation doesn't go awry. With you as our large pet, we have 3 forms, normally calm and intelligent, howling madly and losing control during the full moon, and resembling a sickly cat for a few days before and after the full moon. Therefore, keeping a wolf is akin to managing 3 pets at once. Remus Lupin, typically composed, exhibited a fleeting moment of embarrassment. Sirius Black, ever observant, noticed Lupin's expression and let out a light chuckle. After Harry's birthday, Sirius had, through persistent persuasion, finally convinced Lupin to stay at 12 Grimmauld Place for a while, under the pretext of assisting Harry with his studies. After all, the old house was replete with vacant rooms since Lupin's arrival. Aside from the palpable displeasure of Creature and the increasingly caustic insults from the portrait of Mrs. Black, Sirius's spirits had soared daily. Every few days, Harry and Lupin, with an almost telepathic understanding, would suggest a brief outing to alleviate the tension, as Sirius would often engage in protracted quarrels with Creature when cooped up inside for too long. Each excursion would rejuvenate Sirius, restoring his cheerful demeanor. I sometimes feel as though I am merely walking a dog, Lupin remarked one day, as he slyly winked at Harry while taking Sirius out for some fresh air. Harry responded with an understanding nod. Sirius even took it upon himself to mend some of his old clothes. For Lupin's garments were in such a state of disrepair that it was unacceptable to him, especially since Lupin steadfastly refused any new clothing offered to him. The very old clothes that Sirius had threatened to discard were instead accepted by Lupin, though slightly smaller in size than Sirius. These garments occasionally appeared overly loose on their new owner. Today, at King's Cross Station, Lupin donned one of Sirius's old outfits, aside from its outdated style. It fit him well, the fabric subtly outlining his slender yet well-defined shoulders. We must prepare to send Harry off on the train, Sirius remarked, observing the dwindling crowd around them. They had already bombarded Harry with numerous reminders, and the departure time was fast approaching. I will communicate with you using the two-way mirror, and Hedwig will keep in touch as well, Harry said, grinning broadly as he pulled his suitcase onto the train. In the very moment Sirius watched Harry's figure disappear through the train door, a small boy with fiery red hair stepped away from his parents and sister to board the train. Another rat? Why do children today have such an affinity for rats? Sirius muttered, eyeing the sleeping pet in the boy's hands. In the next instant, a sharp pain shot through Lupin's wrist. Sirius was unconsciously gripping it tightly. Remus. I think I just saw him, Sirius said, his voice distant and hollow. Chapter 19. Bigfoot, do not be impulsive. Lupin noticed Sirius's heightened agitation and gently advised. Calm down, as he grasped Sirius's arm, pressing for clarity. What has happened? Sirius swayed slightly, ready to lunge forward. It's him, he gritted out through clenched teeth. The coward hiding in the gutter. With his chin held high under the disillusionment charm, Sirius's voice dripped with disdain and seething anger, though he maintained a proud posture. The trembling fingertips clenching Lupin's hand betrayed the extent of his restrained fury, feigning innocence in that pet carrier, that timid creature. Lupin, quick on his feet, intercepted Sirius's forward motion, his fingertips turning pale with anxiety. He understood all too well that Sirius's impulsiveness could create a scene in front of onlookers. Stay calm. You might be mistaken. In the midst of their struggle, the Hogwarts train emitted a loud clang, its doors sealing shut before it gradually departed, carrying the red-haired boy and his pet cage into the distance. Having transformed together for so many years, we would recognize him even in ashes. Despite only seeing his silhouette in that cage, Sirius breathed heavily, taking a moment to collect himself. When he finally turned to Lupin, some of the rage had dissipated, replaced by an almost childlike helplessness. Regardless, should you ever appear in public like that again and attack a child's pet like a madman, I fear the jury would not believe you. Do you recall the effects of the Animagus transformation and Polyjuice potion? If he dies in a form other than his own, Peter would merely appear as an ordinary rat to others. Lupin spoke rapidly, his voice barely above a whisper, not having noticed the cage in the boy's hands, thus questioning Sirius's sudden reaction. However, his priority was to calm his agitated companion. After Peter was declared dead, his mother received a first-class medal from Sir Merlin and one of his fingers, which was turned into a tragically heroic news story, the only remnant of him that day on the street. Lupin continued, if that rat is indeed as you suspect, perhaps we should have Harry check whether the red-haired boy's pet is missing a finger. That seems to be a child from the Weasley family. I have heard of them. They are also a pure-blood family, but have a fondness for muggles. Sirius's demeanor softened slightly, as if recollecting his own past as an escaped convict. I will reach out to Harry as soon as possible. Let us return home. We can discuss this matter further, Lupin suggested, though he expressed doubt that Sirius had merely mistaken the rat due to his heightened tension and that he might need rest. Lupin nodded, withdrawing his hand from Sirius's grip and walking towards the exit. What do you mean? Sirius inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Home, Lupin replied softly, his voice delicate as a feather caught in the wind. Aren't you coming with me? Sirius raised his voice, staring at his empty palm. I mean, you're not going back to 12, Grimmauld Place? Certainly not, Lupin responded. Harry has gone off to school, has he not? I still need to earn my rent. Staying at my place would not require you to pay any rent, Sirius explained with great effort. How could I possibly live in your house permanently? That is utterly absurd. Lupin had already begun to walk away. That place feels like a cage to me, Sirius protested. Are you really going to leave me there alone? That cursed haunt, with creatures' incessant nagging and my mother's portrait perpetually shrieking accusations. Oh, and let us not forget the numerous cursed antiques lurking about, many of which you have graciously helped me dispose of. Who knows? I might suffocate in a cursed carpet tomorrow. That would be a rather spectacular demise compared to going mad in Azkaban. Calm down, Bigfoot, Lupin said, a flicker of compassion and inner conflict crossing his face. I will be there when you need me. I need you now, Sirius shot back quickly, right now. Or I can come to your rented place. I can even help you pay half the rent. Wouldn't that be splendid? The attic is already cramped with just me. That truly is a cage, Lupin remarked, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Sirius pursed his lips, falling into silence. As Lupin noticed the absence of further complaints, he breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Sirius had reconsidered his stance, until he heard Sirius speak again. Then I shall go to Hogwarts today, Sirius declared, his tone laced with defiance. After all, I know the locations of 7 secret passages. Lupin halted abruptly, incredulity washing over him. You are out of your mind. Never been better, Sirius muttered under his breath. If you wish to part ways, do not interfere with my decisions. Would it not be better for me to confront that rat face to face? I could even test my new wand. Do not act like a reckless child, Lupin frowned, realizing that Sirius might genuinely consider such an action. He instinctively grasped Sirius's sleeve. Oh, Sirius Black's voice carried a hint of delight as he remarked, I suppose I must set off earlier. Hogwarts is quite distant, and I need to recall the route. I can follow the tracks. After all, I have swum across this vast sea before. Absolutely not, Remus interjected, now adopting a commanding tone. You are no longer a prefect. Remus, do not act so imperiously. Moreover, during your tenure as prefect, you never managed to keep James and me in check. Having said this, Sirius regarded Remus's face in silence. What is it that you truly desire? I am a werewolf, and each day brings new uncertainties and dangers. I do not wish for my mere existence to plunge you into greater troubles and perils. Furthermore, I have grown accustomed to wandering alone over the years. It is for the best for both of us. Remus seemed to relent, softening his tone. Wow, you are a werewolf. How astonishing. I happen to have known about your condition for several years now. Why did you not cast us aside during our time at Hogwarts? Sirius inquired sharply. Or do you believe I am a burden now, rendering it unnecessary to concern yourself with me? How could you think such a thing? Remus's voice trembled uncontrollably as he cast his gaze upon the dreary London sky, which resembled a piece of gray silk that had been kneaded repeatedly. Of course I do not think that. Take me home. Everything is still negotiable. Sirius tugged at Remus's clothing as they made their way to the station's exit. Chapter 20. Draco Malfoy sat by the window on the Hogwarts Express, a magazine about Quidditch players sprawled across his lap. The emerging young talent Victor Crumb graced the magazine's cover. A boy with a somber and austere demeanor who had recently shattered records for the fastest capture of the Golden Snitch during the youth selection matches, thrusting the once unknown Crumb into the limelight. The magazine pages showcased Crumb's agile form and exhilarating moments on the field, with the editor adding commentary. If he maintains such performance, Crumb is likely to be selected for the Bulgarian national team before graduating from Durmstrang. Geniuses often shine early. Thus, Crumb stands to gain more opportunities for competition during his prime than ordinary players. Fame at a young age garners public attention, overshadowing older players who have relied on experience. Everyone eagerly anticipates his maturation. A subtle wave of discontent washed over Draco, had his parents permitted him to enroll at Durmstrang. He might have encountered the Crumb from the magazine today instead of the group of first-year Hogwarts students, like newly released birds from their cages, chirping and clamoring, their high-pitched cries and shouts sending shivers down his spine. Draco's gaze drifted towards the window, the bustling wizards on the platform reflecting in his gray eyes. Lucius and Narcissa had a gathering they must attend promptly. After depositing Draco at the station, they hurriedly departed. Yet Narcissa had not forgotten to remind Draco to style his hair meticulously, to appear elegant and noble, as it was his first day meeting his classmates. According to tradition, this referred to the slicked-back hairstyle secured with magical hair gel, giving Draco a polished look, akin to a little adult, his standard appearance during receptions at Malfoy Manor. However, this made Draco seem out of place among the other Hogwarts students, who sported hues of daisy yellow, flame red, troll green, tree bark brown, and potion purple. With their messy, tousled hairstyles, often adorned with snot, Draco appeared excessively formal. How dull, he muttered softly. Suddenly, Draco's gaze caught a familiar figure, a boy with green eyes, standing a short distance away among the chattering children. The boy was not accompanied by Mr. Weasley, who had assisted him in purchasing robes at Madame Malkin's. Instead, a slender man with brown hair, whom Draco had never seen before, stood beside him, his expression weary yet gentle. Draco noted that the man's attire appeared refined, yet slightly ill-fitting. Pressing his face against the train window, Draco scrutinized the boy's features, and finally, beneath the boy's black fringe, he spotted a scar, a lightning bolt shape, just as Crabbe's father had described. Harry Potter, it truly is him, Draco murmured, his heart skipping a beat. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, only to recall Lucius's earlier admonitions, and slouched back lazily. Draco had lost interest in Crumb from the magazine. As the departure time approached, most students began to flood into the train, yet the seat beside him remained unoccupied. He watched as young wizards with hair in shades of daisy yellow, flame red, troll green, tree bark brown, and potion purple passed by. At last, the brown-haired man concluded his conversation with Harry, and Draco observed as Harry dragged a massive trunk and cage with some difficulty toward him. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Harry inquired. Draco nodded, and he and Harry exchanged glances for a few seconds, silently confirming their prior acquaintance at the clothing shop. Draco noticed the corners of Harry's mouth curl upwards, evidently recalling the words spoken by that insufferable Weasley. The illustrious Harry Potter sat beside him. "Hello," Harry greeted, his black hair tousled defiantly. "Hello," Draco replied, shifting slightly to the side, raising the Quidditch magazine to shield his cheeks, a torrent of unspoken words bubbling within him, countless questions and exclamations swirling in his mind. Who brings such a large trunk to school? Who arrives at school with a trunk seemingly larger than themselves? Harry Potter. Surely it contains the Firebolt 2000 you bought in Diagon Alley. This is against the rules. You're only in first year. You looked so joyous that day. Even my father wouldn't buy me one. How infuriating. Who is that Weasley anyway? Forget it. Father has told me not to associate too closely with Harry Potter. The scar from the killing curse is so small. How did you survive? Was the Dark Lord injured that day? Even my father fears him. Are you not afraid? Draco struggled to suppress the impulse to initiate conversation, instead covertly studying Harry's profile from behind the magazine. It seemed Harry sensed his gaze. He turned his head, and Draco felt as though he were enveloped in those green eyes. Harry appeared poised to speak. You. A faint voice suddenly interrupted their interaction, its source unknown. Draco instinctively lowered the magazine. There were clearly only the two of them in the carriage. What was that sound? Finally, Harry hesitated for a few seconds, and upon confirming that Draco had not spoken, he seemed to realize something and retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, from which the voice had emanated. The mirror was empty, yet a man's voice came through. Harry, take a look at that red-haired boy. Harry appeared perplexed. What red-haired boy? The voice continued from the other side of the mirror. If possible, try to befriend him. I have some questions regarding his pet. Moonface, walk slowly. Wait for me. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Chapter 21. Sirius Black on the other side of the mirror ceased speaking, evidently in pursuit of Remus's retreating figure. Harry remained engaged in deciphering the brief words left by his godfather. Was Remus truly angry? Though Harry had only spent a scant month with Lupin at number 12, Grimmauld Place, he had never witnessed such profound emotional fluctuations in Lupin as he had in Sirius. Occasionally, a fleeting shadow of melancholy would flit across Lupin's eyes. The view of King's Cross Station had long since vanished from the train window, as it traversed the undulating mountains. Harry began to fret about the red-haired boy Sirius had mentioned. Thus far, he had yet to meet any peers from the magical world, save for the fair-haired boy seated beside him, with whom he had exchanged but a brief acquaintance, leaving Harry unable to inquire about his name. Draco, unable to fully discern the voice emanating from the two-way mirror, had nonetheless taken note of the intricately crafted little mirror, which bore craftsmanship rivaling that of the treasures housed in Borgin and Embarks. Conversations with Lucius and Narcissa would be far more convenient with this than relying on an owl. Draco bit his lower lip, suppressing the urge to speak, as a plethora of questions about the mirror's origin and construction clamored to be voiced. Yet, it was Harry Potter, who had been cautioned by his father to avoid close engagement, who sat beside him. Had it been anyone else, Draco would have likely engaged in extensive conversation. Just as Harry contemplated whether to wander to another carriage in search of the fiery-haired boy his godfather had mentioned, a proud figure strode confidently into the compartment. His striking red hair caused Harry's eyes to widen in surprise. Percy Weasley. Percy surveyed the two occupants of the carriage, cleared his throat, and endeavored to imbue his voice with an air of authority while remaining approachable. You appear to be first-year students, he declared, puffing out his chest, the badge denoting his prefect's status glinting on his robe. I am the prefect. My name is Percy Weasley. After this proclamation, Percy paused, seemingly awaiting Harry and Draco to cast him reverent glances. Inspections of the compartments are part of my duties, he continued. Once you arrive at school, I shall escort you to your dormitory, should you be sorted into Gryffindor. I shall not be going to Gryffindor, Draco replied disinterestedly, brushing aside Percy's enthusiasm for his title. I am Draco Malfoy. Thank you for your kind offer. Draco was somewhat familiar with the Weasley family. Lucius had a keen understanding of the Ministry of Magic's members. However, Arthur Weasley's department held no social value in Lucius's eyes. Otherwise, the Weasley family would have long been esteemed guests at Malfoy Manor. Draco could not help but notice that Percy clutched a book titled How to Gain Power as a Prefect. Any first-year student with questions may seek assistance from the prefect, Percy stated, a hint of hostility creeping into his proud demeanor. Within the wizarding families, rumors about the Malfoys circulated, their mixed reputation as significant as their influence. Harry, oblivious to the subtle tension between Draco and Percy, was captivated by the rarity of red hair among muggles, and in an instant, he was convinced that the individual before him was the red-haired boy his godfather sought. I am Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry stammered, extending a friendly greeting. Percy's tightly pressed lips instantly parted in astonishment. You are Harry Potter? The authoritative demeanor he had rehearsed was swiftly replaced by shock and reverence. His gaze lingered on the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead, a clear indication that he recognized its world-renowned significance. Remarkable. I must inform the other prefects of this news. There were rumors you would be starting this year, but I scarcely believed them. They say the Dark Lord left that scar. Harry awkwardly brushed aside his fringe, causing the scar to become even more pronounced. Is this what you mean? Wow, Percy exclaimed, leaning in closer to examine it, inhaling sharply at the sight. Draco felt a twinge of annoyance at Harry's eagerness in responding to Percy, and he found himself unable to restrain the impulse to interject. That book in your hand looks intriguing. What does it say? Do share, he prompted. Percy, caught off guard by Draco's inquiry, found it fortuitously aligned with his deepest interests. He began to elaborate enthusiastically. I am a prefect, one of the most accomplished students in my year at Hogwarts. This book outlines the career path of a prefect. I've recently been studying the structures of various departments within the Ministry of Magic. You see, I am resolute about joining the ministry after graduation. While the position of Auror is undoubtedly appealing, there are ample opportunities within the Department of Magical Transportation and the Department of International Magical Cooperation. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, his eyes alight with fervor as if envisioning himself amidst the grandeur of the ministry's offices. Draco supported his head with his hand, evidently not paying much attention. He felt a measure of relief that Percy's focus had shifted from Harry to his own illustrious future as a prefect. However, he turned to find Harry intently listening to Percy's lengthy discourse. You wish to work at the ministry? Why? Harry inquired. I believe it to be the most advantageous career overall, Percy replied, lifting his chin. My father also works at the ministry, but his department is rather peripheral, lacking any real power. Moreover, my father lacks ambition and drive, and due to financial constraints, my younger siblings have been forced to endure hardship. As the eldest brother, I must shoulder the responsibility, yet I am constantly mocked by my siblings. They simply do not understand. Percy seemed to realize he had inadvertently divulged too much, clearing his throat to redirect the conversation. Ahem, in any case, I shall start as a prefect. I concur with your sentiment, Draco replied succinctly. However, he refrained from voicing the latter half of his thought. He agreed with the notion of Mr. Weasley's precarious financial situation, which he deemed unwise given the number of children they had. Through the train window, Draco had caught sight of the Weasley family, the younger red-haired children clad in tattered clothing. Lucius and Narcissa would never allow such a state of affairs. If poverty were to strike, they would prefer to remain childless. To his surprise, Draco found himself devoid of much inclination to mock, uttering only a half-sentence before opting for silence. Harry, meanwhile, smiled and remarked, that sounds quite impressive. It seems the ministry currently has some systemic flaws. If they could be rectified, that would be splendid. At that moment, thoughts of Sirius filled Harry's mind. His godfather would regularly express outrage over the ministry's unreasonable regulations concerning werewolf management. Indeed, it is quite unreasonable, Draco thought, recalling the frequent visits from ministry officials to Malfoy Manor, subtly soliciting favors and financial support. Percy, deeply moved by their conversation, believed he had finally found kindred spirits among the first years, despite their youth. I never anticipated that this year's new students would possess such ambition. It is truly remarkable. George and Fred are always mocking me, Percy exclaimed passionately. I maintain that the correct path is invariably the difficult one. We should communicate more in the future. I once held biases against the Malfoy family, but you seem far superior to my brothers, Percy remarked to Draco. Draco twitched his lips. He had never envisioned himself discussing matters with a Weasley before boarding the train. However, Percy was indeed somewhat different from the Weasleys he had imagined. Harry, still preoccupied with Sirius's mission, turned to Percy and asked, I am curious, do you have any pets? Of course. Hermes is a gift from my parents to reward me for becoming a prefect, Percy replied enthusiastically. What makes it special? Is there anything noteworthy about it? Harry probed, seeking answers. It inspires me to persevere on this path, Percy declared. You've reminded me. I must write to the ministry regarding an internship opportunity. I cannot squander the gift my parents have bestowed upon me. A commendable prefect must do just that. Harry furrowed his brow, unable to discern anything amiss, save for the excessive frequency of the term prefect. Was Hermes a new owl? Draco surmised from Percy's words. Indeed, he is in excellent health, unlike our old owl, who is on the brink of death. The younger siblings are still forced to share him. Percy recalled his duty to patrol and pulled open the door to the next carriage. I have my prefect duties to attend to, but I believe we shall have ample opportunity for conversation later. I hope to see you in Gryffindor. I must be off to patrol now. But you do appear quite Slytherin, Draco remarked nonchalantly. Unfortunately, Percy had already vanished behind the carriage door, excitement at finding a kindred spirit propelling him forward. Chapter 22. You seem rather interested in him, Draco remarked, his gaze fixed on Percy's retreating figure, seemingly recalling the way Harry had swept his hair aside. No. Harry could not voice his godfather's request. Some of Percy's mannerisms reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon's sycophantic behavior towards clients, leaving him uncertain whether he appreciated such an attitude. However, Percy's fleeting mention of the hardships faced by his younger siblings resonated deeply with Harry, who had spent the past 11 years clad mostly in Dudley's hand-me-downs. Silence once again enveloped the carriage, and just as Harry turned to speak to Draco, he discovered the boy beside him had fallen asleep. Hey, Harry's half-formed greeting caught in his throat. Draco's eyes were closed, his body gently rising and falling with each breath. Harry immediately stilled his movements, Draco had appeared alert while conversing with Percy, yet mere minutes later, he was fast asleep. The train traversed a sunlit mountainous region, casting a warm glow that left a small shadow of Draco's eyelashes upon his cheek. Draco's skin was pale, yet distinct from Sirius's morbidly ashen complexion, which had seldom seen the light of day. Harry noted that under the sun's benevolence, the boy's skin shimmered with a translucence that compelled him to steal glances. Harry could hear the excited chatter from the adjoining carriage. But before him lay only the sleeping boy and an open Quidditch magazine. In the month leading up to school, Sirius had taught Harry to ride a broomstick ahead of schedule. They often ventured out to open fields to engage in makeshift Quidditch games, with Lupin fashioning several hoops. For the most part, Harry played as a chaser while Sirius defended the goal. Sirius had adorned his dormitory with numerous Quidditch posters. Yet most of the players he once admired had either faded in their prowess or retired. Harry was pleasantly surprised to discover his innate talent for flying on the broomstick. His somewhat slender frame was no longer a disadvantage. Lupin frequently remarked that Harry flew as lightly as a feather, a style distinct from James's more reckless approach. Quietly, Harry shifted the magazine closer to himself. He assumed the sleeping boy would not mind, and began to engross himself in an interview with Crumb. Captivated by the moment the magazine captured of Crumb catching the golden snitch, which ignited a keen interest in the position of seeker. Beside him, Draco tilted his head slightly, adjusting his arm without opening his eyes. This was the first time Harry had encountered a tactical analysis of Quidditch teams in a magazine. Yet he was even more astonished to realize that Crumb was not much older than he. As Harry flipped through the pages, the carriage door was continuously pushed open by newcomers, yet upon seeing the slumbering Draco, they all discreetly lowered their voices. Harry selected some sweets from the cart and placed a few in front of Draco as a gesture of sharing the magazine. Then came Luna Lovegood, adorned with her eccentric glasses, who entered with a gait reminiscent of a dance, peering at Harry through her lenses. "You have many gnats around you. Your thoughts seem to be disturbed." She dreamily uttered words Harry found incomprehensible, but the boy beside you is not, and he appears to have shut down his brain, which is rather unusual. Before Harry could inquire about what exactly gnats were, Luna had already glided away, her peculiar glasses resembling a colorful owl. Following Luna was Hermione Granger, who had come to assist a boy named Neville in locating his lost toad. "You should put on your robes," Hermione said briskly as she surveyed the carriage. "The train is approaching the station." Harry nodded hurriedly in agreement, rummaging for his robes, hesitating over whether to awaken Draco Malfoy beside him, only to discover that Draco had already changed, evidently ready before boarding, and still asleep. Lastly, a pair of twins burst in, laughing heartily as they dodged forward, pursued by Percy, who was interrogating them. "We didn't take your prefect badge," one of the twins proclaimed. "It's so shiny. You surely wouldn't want to part with the new robes your mother bought you. They match perfectly. Give it back." Percy shouted angrily. "The train is about to arrive. Do not yell at dear brothers. We will escort the esteemed prefect safely off the train. I was wondering if you could award some extra points to Gryffindor. I've had enough of the green and silver decorations in the Great Hall." "No," Percy resolutely rejected. In the midst of the commotion, Harry noted that the three boys had strikingly similar bright red hair, and Percy bore a resemblance to the twins in his features. Percy's face was as red as his hair, and as the train came to a halt, he should remind everyone to disembark in an orderly fashion. Harry remained entranced by the tangled trio of Weasley brothers. "There's another boy with red hair," Harry blurted out. "The Weasleys are all redheads." Draco replied lazily from the aisle, having stood up at some point. "You like red hair?" "No," Harry exclaimed, surprised, realizing he hadn't noticed when Draco had prepared to alight. Draco swiftly exited the carriage. Harry snapped back to reality, noting that the Quidditch magazine still lay beside him. But the sweets he had placed before Draco had vanished. "Your magazine." Harry attempted to call after Draco through the window, but it was clear he could not hear. "Get off, Harry." Percy awkwardly beckoned him, his once shining prefect badge conspicuously absent. "My brothers, they are simply insufferable." Chapter 23. Lupin had not spoken further with Sirius, save for a moment before disapparating when he had grasped Sirius's arm, maintaining a tense expression throughout their journey. The pub was sparsely populated during the day, and Lupin made his way directly to the top floor of his attic. The narrow, steep wooden stairs of the pub wound upward, the low ceiling forcing Lupin to stoop as he advanced. Behind him, he seemed to hear Sirius bumping his head, yet Lupin chose to feign ignorance. With a soft sound, the door opened. A faint whiff of herbs greeted him, as motes of dust danced in the dim light. Stepping into the attic, the surrounding space seemed to envelop him tightly, and Lupin felt Sirius slip in closely behind, making the cramped quarters even more constricted. The room was impeccably tidy, with a half-height cabinet neatly arranged with various items. Sirius Black closed the door and promptly lifted the disillusionment charm, then nonchalantly seated himself upon Remus's bed. "You can return once you've calmed your emotions," Remus said somewhat stiffly. The space felt too confined, as if even the air they breathed were colliding. After speaking, Remus settled at his desk, turning his back to Sirius. He could sense the weight of Sirius's gaze upon him, a gaze that encompassed the remnants of his attic life. Books, papers, old clothes, empty potion vials, and the traces of days gone by. Why are you drinking euphoria potions? Sirius inquired, rising to retrieve an empty vial from the cabinet, its contents still glistening with a few drops. Apart from its golden hue, he detected the scent of peppermint. The formula was less than conventional, evidently concocted by Remus himself. On the other side, Sirius discovered an abundance of raw materials for the euphoria potion, easily gathered. Remus snatched the vial from Sirius's grasp, avoiding the latter's piercing gaze. Why? Do you take it every day? Sirius pressed forward, demanding an answer, uncertain if he truly wished to hear it. It's healthier than the alcohol downstairs, Remus replied, feeling cornered. Lifting his gaze to meet those clear, dark eyes before him. And it's quite affordable, perfectly suitable for me. Remus peered into the depths of Sirius's eyes, feeling a fleeting sense of disorientation. The last time he faced such darkness was when he stood before a Muggle-esque gun in his wolfish form. At that moment, he felt a similar dread, preferring to escape the grasp of a Muggle-esque weapon once more than to confront the reproach in Sirius's eyes. You. Sirius's expression flared with anger, yet he could not articulate further accusations. You could also partake. The effects are remarkable. 10 minutes to uplift your spirits. Though the side effects remain uncertain. In any case, I appear to be functioning better than you, Remus said, lowering his head, as if countering the earlier scene at the station where Sirius had thrown a fit. Observing the veins in Sirius's neck throbbing with anger, Remus softened his tone. Move aside. I have work to do, don't block my way. Noticing Sirius's reluctance to budge, Remus continued, this is my home. Allow me to work. Sirius seemed to be both amused and exasperated, saying, what work? How to maintain a facade of normalcy through potions. How to self-punish. You know you need not live this way. Remus pushed Sirius aside as he spoke. I'm writing an interdisciplinary paper, employing Muggle genetics to explain why there's an increasing number of mentally unstable children from pure-blood wizarding families. The likelihood of genetic defects and hereditary diseases rises with inbreeding. I'm not implying anything about you. It's merely academic research. Although the manifestation of such genes is not common, I shall consider including it. Remus. Sirius nearly lost control of his volume, shouting in frustration. Anger flushed his pale face with a hint of color. Remus ceased his explanation, gazing sadly at the visage of his former friend, who appeared considerably healthier than a month prior. It was indeed a handsome face. If Sirius were to rely on the disillusionment charm, polyjuice potion, or transform into a dog for the rest of his life, it would be a shame for such beauty to go to waste, Remus thought, feeling helpless. I only drink occasionally. I fear that if I push myself too far, I might end it all. I'm a coward. I'd likely go mad on my first day in Azkaban, Remus whispered. Only those who are reluctant to die feel this way. Perhaps I still harbor some hope, but I know not what I am hoping for. Sirius's expression finally softened, and he waved his wand to conjure a chair that seemed to belong to number 12, Grimmauld Place. He sat down beside Remus with a fierce determination. Remus felt the weight of Sirius's gaze fixed upon him. Right. A study on the madness of pure-blood wizards, Sirius declared, propping his legs up and staring intently at Remus. The subject is right before you. Is it not easy to write? It's as simple as when we had to describe the characteristics of werewolves during exams. There's no purer blood than mine. Record my symptoms and their duration. Should a fugitive hide their name? Remus bit his finger. I was jesting. The new task is to write about vampires. However, I believe the angle on pure-blood families is quite innovative. No one has published on it. It holds substantial practical value. Those who dismiss Muggles are often the least aware of these matters. Sirius kicked Remus's chair in mock anger, laughing as he cursed. Madman. Remus. Madman. Remus spread his arms to maintain his balance and joined in Sirius's laughter. They speculated on the centuries-old bloodletting practices in Muggle society and their connection to vampires. Many vampires resided within Muggle society, often disguised as doctors to easily access fresh blood without having to kill humans. Remus organized the papers on his desk as he spoke. So you intend to seek them out? Sirius leaned in to examine the materials. Yes. The final outcome will either be a paper or a lifestyle survey on vampires. Or perhaps a book solely for leisure, depending on the findings. Remus straightened his back, jotting down notes for the new plan. They appreciated that I cannot be turned into a vampire, and their kind is quite resistant to socializing. More intriguing than I anticipated, Sirius candidly remarked. If you wish to accompany me in observing vampires, that could be arranged, but this space is too cramped. Remus gestured to the attic's uppermost level, where the bed and desk left scant room. So, you should return home. Before he could finish, Remus noticed that Sirius had transformed into a large dog. He rested his head on Remus's lap, wagging his tail. A wave of warmth surged from his palm, stirring something within Remus. He realized he had never truly made Sirius obey him, never succeeded. Yet this time, it seemed he was destined to fail once more. Chapter 24. Harry stood in line for the Sorting Hat ceremony, marveling at everything Hogwarts had to offer, despite having seen much of its layout on the Marauders' map. Several ghosts flitted about the Great Hall, and the Fat Friar occasionally approached the first-year queue, sharing amusing anecdotes from his own time as a student, particularly regarding Hufflepuff. The students seated at the 4 long tables whispered among themselves, craning their necks to glimpse the new arrivals. Professor McGonagall was reading from a lengthy list of names, preparing to sort the newcomers one by one. Harry's gaze fell upon the staff table. He had heard Sirius and Remus mention most of the teachers' names, yet he struggled to match them to faces. However, he instantly recognized Severus Snape. He resembled a large black bat. According to Sirius's description, among the colorful robed teachers, only one man stood out with his black hair, black cloak, hawk-like nose, and an aura of seriousness and composure. Sirius had also indicated that anyone capable of successfully brewing Wolfsbane potion was considered a master of potion-making. Observing Snape's impassive profile, Harry knew without a doubt that this man would be his future potions instructor. At present, Harry's potion-making skills were limited to the occasional mishap with beautifying potion. Draco Malfoy, McGonagall announced loudly. Harry averted his gaze to see Draco, standing at the forefront of the first-year line, calmly donning the sorting hat. As soon as the hat barely touched Draco's head, it shouted, "Slytherin." As Draco passed by the Slytherin long table, Harry seemed to catch a glimpse of Snape giving a slight nod to Draco. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the student ranks, as a clumsy figure staggered through the entrance of the Great Hall. He was adorned with an enormous purple scarf, and as he brushed past Harry, an overwhelming and peculiar odor wafted by, reminiscent of garlic. It was Professor Quirrell, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry overheard the whispers of older students at the long table beside him. He certainly appeared odd, didn't he? Watching Professor Quirrell make his way to the long table, Harry was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his scar, a sensation he had never experienced before. The pain was so intense that it nearly caused him to lose his balance, and he found himself teetering backward uncontrollably. The students around him gasped in surprise, and only a pair of hands steadied him. "Careful," came a sing-song voice. It was Luna, the girl with the peculiar glasses from the train. She still wore that colorful oddity. "The disturbances around you have multiplied," she said, waving her arms at the air as if attempting to disperse something for Harry. "Thank you," Harry said, breaking into a cold sweat, beginning to doubt whether Luna's strange glasses could indeed see something others could not. After Quirrell took his seat, the pain had lessened considerably. "It's all right. I'm quite nervous too," a red-haired boy, about Harry's age, comforted him. Harry turned to see another boy with flaming red hair. "I feel like I'm going to vomit, and I'm about to faint. I thought the sorting hat ceremony would involve battling monsters, all thanks to George and Fred's pranks." Another Weasley boy, Harry noted, as he spotted the twins from Gryffindor table winking at him. "I'm Harry Potter. I saw your brothers on the train." Harry extended his hand in greeting. For red-haired boys, Harry marveled internally, wondering if even his godfather could distinguish which one was the boy he sought to know. "Ron Weasley." Professor McGonagall repeated the name twice. Just as the red-haired boy about to answer, Harry heard the call, and he hurriedly ran toward the hat. The commotion caused by Harry nearly falling seemed to draw the attention of several teachers. Dumbledore smiled faintly from behind his crescent-shaped glasses, while Snape's dark eyes appeared even more complex. Harry was momentarily entranced by Snape's gaze, which bore both disdain and scrutiny, to the point that when McGonagall called him to the front, Harry found himself locked in a silent exchange with Snape. It was not until he stood before Professor McGonagall that Snape finally averted his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his otherwise impassive and disdainful features. "Put on the hat, child," McGonagall whispered. As Harry faced the 4 house tables, he was oblivious to the hushed silence that enveloped the Great Hall at the mention of his name. The brim of the hat obscuring his vision, a voice emerged. "You are destined for greatness. A difficult choice lies ahead. A challenging choice," it intoned. "Both Slytherin and Gryffindor suit you equally well, but it is evident that these are 2 distinctly different paths. You may become a courageous hero, confronting evil, earning renown and honor through pain and battles. Your name shall become a symbol of fearlessness, pain, and renown." Harry realized he could converse with the sorting hat simply by thinking. Confrontation, bloodshed, sacrifice, inevitable, the hat continued. A wave of anxiety washed over Harry. He had little to lose. But what else would he have to sacrifice? The faces of Sirius and Lupin flickered in his mind. No, Harry felt a pang of helplessness. He had experienced the feeling of having a home for merely a month, even if that home was imperfect. you will be world-renowned. Future wizards will remember your struggles and deeds, the Sorting Hat asserted, adopting a tone of deliberation. Of course, there is another choice. Renown? Was it the tattered wooden plaque from Godric's Hollow, the statue in the town square, his father's honor medal tucked away in Lupin's briefcase? Or the Black family crest languishing in Creature's cupboard? Perhaps it wasn't so important, Harry pondered uncertainly. The statue may be admired. But James and Lily would never open their eyes to look at him again. The term hero felt heavy and monumental, and Harry held his breath, believing Sirius's conviction of innocence, just as he believed that good-natured Lupin deserved a better life. Compared to the grand future the Sorting Hat painted for him, he was perhaps more concerned about when he would learn to brew Wolfsbane potion. That didn't seem so grand after all. The Sorting Hat seemed to hear Harry's thoughts, its tone shifting to one of excitement. You could certainly become a more indirect, ambitious soul. People's opinions of you will be mixed, just as the world is inherently complex. Yet, you will have greater opportunities to safeguard all that you cherish. Perfection is unattainable, but you can choose which parts to preserve. That sounds appealing. Harry managed to control his trembling body. Have you made your decision? 2 paths lie before you. A single choice rests in your hands, the Sorting Hat inquired. I have made my decision. Harry took a deep breath and conveyed his choice to the Sorting Hat. Slytherin. Its shout reverberated throughout the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Chapter 25. Harry somewhat stumbled as he rose from his seat, uncertain how long he had conversed with the Sorting Hat, and he could not even ascertain whether the instinctual decision he had just made was indeed correct. It was merely a choice of houses after all, as his godfather had mentioned that the curriculum was the same for every house. Harry removed the Sorting Hat and approached the Slytherin long table, where cheers and applause erupted. He felt every gaze in the hall fixed upon him. Snape appeared incredulous, having risen from his seat at the teacher's table upon hearing Slytherin's result, though he soon deemed it inappropriate and returned to his seat, clapping stiffly. Dumbledore exchanged a knowing smile with Snape across several teachers' seats. Welcome aboard, Harry. You will enjoy it here, the Slytherin prefect said gracefully. Harry found himself seated directly across from Draco, who looked at him in surprise, though the look of astonishment quickly faded as Draco smirked at him. Crabbe and Goyle sat beside Draco, and Harry overheard Draco straining to converse with them about their parents. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the two-way mirror in his pocket. Harry pulled it out and saw Lupin's face reflected in it. Your godfather said he wanted to say hello after dinner, but it seems you are still in the sorting ceremony, surrounded by many people. I doubt he can appear in the mirror, Lupin said with a grin. Why? I think I saw the Slytherin table. Sirius's voice chimed in from the side. Lupin looked skeptical. Really? Harry noticed Lupin's eyes scanning behind him. Yes, I've been sorted into Slytherin. The sorting ceremony is nearly over, Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to admit that he had chosen Slytherin. Merlin above. Sirius exclaimed. I never doubted you would be sorted into Gryffindor. How could this happen? Well, that's not so bad. Lupin's expression quickly regained its composure. Every house has outstanding students, after all, and that was commendable. Except don't be led astray by some fervent followers of the dark arts. In our time, there were many such individuals in Slytherin. Sirius instinctively raised his voice. Rest assured, I shall not, Harry replied sincerely. We believe in you. Remus winked encouragingly. I see you seem to have commenced dinner. The plates are laden with food, such a nostalgic sight. Harry quickly lifted his gaze to behold a grand array of delectable dishes adorning the long table. Golden roasted potatoes and towering heaps of meat exuding a mouth-watering aroma. He noticed that beside him, Blaise Zabini had already begun to dine with delight. When Harry glanced across the table, he fortuitously locked eyes with Draco, who cleared his throat softly and turned to take some roast beef. It looked splendid, quite sumptuous. Harry instantaneously comprehended the longing glances Remus had cast on the other side of the mirror. The fare at the tavern below is commendable as well. Your godfather has quite an appetite, having already devoured 2 roasted chickens and now indulging in a third with eggnog, Remus remarked with a smile. Watching him eat always stimulates one's appetite. The tavern owner even found it curious that my consumption has multiplied several-fold today. By the way, how does the red-haired boy's mouse look? Sirius recalled the cage he had seen at the station. There are 4 redheads, Harry replied awkwardly. Do you mean the pet mouse? As of now, I only know of an owl named Hermes. Indeed. See if it is missing a claw, Remus suggested, seeking to jog Harry's memory. It appears rather lethargic and somewhat balding. Sirius bit into a chicken bone with vexation. No need to worry. If it is merely masquerading as a pet, it will not flee swiftly, for Peter has always clung to the powerful. Currently, Voldemort's whereabouts are unknown, Remus advised. Let us first enjoy dinner. Perhaps it is merely a false alarm. He gestured towards the dining table behind Harry. Stay in touch, Harry. Remus, you ought to eat more. Sirius waved a chicken leg at the mirror as a farewell, concluding the connection. Cool. Blaise cut a generous slice of lamb and expressed interest in Harry's two-way mirror. It seems to be quite a handy little gadget. He was a tall black boy with high cheekbones and long, upturned eyes. Harry nodded eagerly. Are you speaking with family? Blaise inquired further. Harry mumbled a vague response. In a sense, Sirius was the only family he had left. Cool. Fortunately, Blaise did not press further about which family member. He swallowed a large mouthful of pudding and lamented, Unfortunately, I have already gone through 6 stepfathers. Otherwise, I would love to chat with my father. This place is better than I imagined, though the decor pales in comparison to home. I suppose it will do. Harry was at a loss for words and hastily took a bit of food from each plate, relishing in the feast. After satisfying his hunger, Harry felt enveloped in a pleasant haze of happiness. First-year Slytherins, this way. The prefect beckoned the newcomers towards the Slytherin common room. As Harry passed by the area where Percy Weasley stood, Percy patted Harry's back with a sense of camaraderie. It's a pity you didn't join Gryffindor. I feel we would have much to discuss. However, we can still converse even if we are in different houses. My girlfriend is, ahem. Percy sensed the watchful eyes of the Weasley twins nearby and quickly ended the conversation. The Slytherin common room was located underground, and as the prefect uttered the password, a passageway unfolded behind the damp stone walls. The temperature here was slightly cooler than in other parts of the castle. Harry was astonished to discover that they were situated at the bottom of the Black Lake. Just as they entered, a gigantic squid glided past the common room window. The green, eerie lights and skull decorations gave Harry a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry's 4-poster bed was right beside Draco's. The green silk curtains and silver-embroidered sheets maintained a timeless aesthetic in line with Slytherin's colors. For a fleeting moment, Harry felt the urge, much like Sirius, to adorn the place with orange posters. He longed to dive into his bed and rest immediately, but then recalled the magazine he had yet to return. Here. Harry handed the Quidditch magazine to Draco. Draco was busy organizing his trunk, pulling out a pile of textbooks as he said, "You can keep it. You haven't finished it yet, have you?" Harry paused, realizing he indeed had not finished reading it. The comings and goings in the carriage had interrupted his focus. Thanks. I'll return it to you in a few days." He placed the magazine in his own cabinet, eager to read it to completion. "Why did you look as if you were about to faint during the sorting?" Draco continued his task, casually inquiring. "My scar suddenly hurt," Harry confessed, feeling foolish for saying so, yet he could not articulate a better description. "Your scar hurts?" Draco lifted his gaze from his trunk, pointing to his forehead. "This?" "Yes." Harry replied. "It has never happened before. I think it was just an accident. Perhaps I was too nervous." He noticed Draco watching him intently. "May I see?" Harry nodded and approached Draco, crouching beside him. The Slytherin dormitory was illuminated solely by the silver lights on the ceiling. Harry felt Draco push aside his fringe, and then his cool fingertip brushed against the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "I'm not certain. Generally, magical scars are more complex than they appear. It may not be an accident. We could ask Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore just mentioned the hospital wing," Draco suggested hesitantly. "Or I could inquire with my parents," he added. "It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore," Harry replied, having noticed many gazes fixating on his silly scar throughout the day. He did not wish to appear overly dramatic on his first day. Draco opened his mouth, but refrained from saying more. He observed as Harry busily organized his Firebolt 2000 along with a pile of books and a collection of peculiar toys. "Well, good night. Rest well." Draco turned away and drew the curtains. Chapter 26. The next day, Harry was relieved he had not dashed to the hospital wing over the scar incident. As he sought his classroom, whispers surrounded him, with many pointing and staring at his scar. Evidently, everyone had heard his name during the sorting ceremony the previous day. A few upperclassmen even blocked Harry's path, eager to pry for information. A small group of Slytherins found themselves cornered mid-journey to prevent Harry from escaping the throng of short newcomers. "Step aside, you troll heads," Draco grumbled, keeping a short distance from Harry, clearly displeased by the crowd's relentless scrutiny. "Where do these arrogant little brats come from?" sneered an upperclassman. However, it seemed the upperclassman was quickly reminded of something, as his demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Don't think you can bully people just because of your father. You're nothing but a wallflower," came the reply, the speaker evidently lacking confidence. Draco boldly stepped forward to shield Harry, continuing, "Make way. Or are you planning to construct a new corridor in Hogwarts for me to walk over you?" As the upperclassmen muttered curses and dispersed, it appeared another conflict was erupting at the front of the hallway. Due to the distance, Harry could not hear clearly, but a few loud phrases reached his ears, and his heart sank as he thought he heard his name. "I firmly assert that Potter shall not join your despicable institution that welcomes mudbloods. The stench is evident, and the superiority is unmistakable. Dare to utter another word. Have your parents been released from Azkaban?" Before them, students from Gryffindor and Slytherin had formed 2 opposing factions. glaring at each other with palpable animosity. Harry spotted the vibrant red hair of George and Fred among the crowd. It was unclear who initiated the altercation, but soon the corridor was rife with flying spells. A portion of the younger students cowered, shielding their heads in fear. "Cease this at once," a new voice interjected. Percy Weasley hurried into the scene, swiftly deflecting several spells with his wand. No fighting allowed. Percy exerted considerable effort to separate the two groups, panting as he bellowed. "Get to class immediately. 10 points from Gryffindor and Slytherin each. On the very first day of term. How dare you?" George and Fred exchanged astonished glances, and one of them retrieved a prefect's badge from his pocket and tossed it at Percy. "I can hardly believe it. Dear brother, which side do you stand on?" They were the ones who cast the first insult. Percy seemed momentarily stunned by the badge. At that instant, a figure clad in black robes approached the eye of the storm. Snape, with a grim expression, surveyed all present, and the previously raucous students fell silent. "If anyone desires detention, you may come to me directly, rather than perform theatrics in the corridor," Snape spoke languidly. His voice soft yet imbued with authority that compelled many students to lower their heads in fear. "If only your report cards were as spectacular as your brawling." "A bunch of fools." Another 10 points from Gryffindor. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Snape glanced down at the furious Percy. "Wear your prefect badge with pride, Weasley. If you cannot handle the role, I see many more suitable candidates. First years, follow me," Snape commanded, striding away, and Harry, along with the surrounding first years, dared not breathe as they trailed behind him to the potions classroom. Following the tumultuous encounter in the corridor, all the students seated in the potions classroom were on edge. Although Harry attempted to sit behind Ron Weasley, the red-haired boy's gaze towards him lacked the warmth it had possessed the day prior. Clearly, Ron had just witnessed the debacle involving his three brothers and had heard Harry's name. Harry bit his lip, feeling as though he was facing an undeserved calamity, having done nothing wrong himself. Snape paced by the lectern, his black robes billowing behind him. In the stifling atmosphere, he resumed speaking. "I trust you have all observed a prime example of failed education. You're upperclassmen. This is not entirely a negative affair. After so many years, still behaving like thoughtless baboons is quite pitiable. If you find yourselves the same way in a few years, I suggest you vacate my classroom post-haste." The classroom was utterly silent. Every student sat up straight, scarcely daring to move. Snape lifted the attendance roster and began to call names. Upon reaching Harry's name, he paused dramatically. "Harry Potter, the celebrity. On the very first day of class, a brawl breaks out in your name. I truly wonder how you managed to end up in Slytherin. I dare say the Sorting Hat can be quite muddled at times." Harry found himself locking eyes with Snape's inscrutable gaze, the complexity of emotions within it leaving him uncertain if he was despised. Potions is a profound discipline. Although wands and spells can accomplish many powerful and immediate magics, the effects and realms encompassed by potions far surpass such feats. They are enduring, far-reaching, and can continuously evolve with a wizard's ingenuity. However, Snape continued, it demands patience, precision, and formidable self-control. Those who merely wield wands usually concoct nothing but refuse. Some wizards, without their wands, are scarcely different from muggles, yet potions can assist you wherever you may be. "Now, Potter." Harry stood up, trembling. "Where can one procure dragon dung?" Snape fixed his gaze on Harry. Harry had previously used dragon dung at number 12, Grimmauld Place, but he had never inquired of Sirius where such a material could be sourced. Taking a deep breath, he decided to share what he knew. Dragon dung can be used for direct antidotes. It serves as a component in basic antidote potions. It is a hard solid that can be cut with a knife and has a faint odor. Moreover, it is quite expensive, Harry recounted, recalling the details from Sirius's guidance. He lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty, as his answer seemed to miss the mark, though it was perhaps better than simply admitting ignorance. Snape made no comment on Harry's answer, but instead posed another question. "Is there a difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Harry immediately replied, "Aconite is a component of wolfsbane potion. It is highly toxic, and one must exercise caution when handling it. Furthermore, it is also quite expensive." Harry pressed on, though he genuinely did not know the distinction between the two and skipped the direct answer. He was grateful to Lupin for educating him on such matters. Snape's gaze toward Harry became increasingly enigmatic. "I fail to understand why you did not answer my question directly." The disdain on Snape's face had diminished considerably, yet the conclusion was largely accurate. "I am pleased you have at least skimmed the potions textbook in advance. These operational details certainly require attention." Harry silently exhaled, sensing that Snape might be inclined to show him leniency. "Sit down. Next time, remember to answer the teacher's question directly. I did not ask for elaboration." "Yes, sir," Harry replied. Snape turned away, heading back to the lectern, 1 point to Slytherin. Chapter 27. Snape appeared less aggressive than at the outset, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the class. As Harry answered the first question, many seated students began furtively flipping through their books, fearing they might be the next to be called upon. When Harry responded to the second question, Draco, sitting nearby, also opened his textbook, seemingly unclear about the role of aconite in potions. The latter half of the lesson passed relatively peacefully, save for Snape's sharp remarks, which soon became apparent were directed at nearly everyone. Snape maintained a brisk pace in class, and they began to handle potion ingredients right away. Starting with the fundamental tasks of weighing, crushing, and boiling, Ron Weasley, seated ahead of Harry, received a harsh reprimand from Snape for misreading the scale. Harry longed to converse with Ron, but he soon realized that such a notion was impractical. The atmosphere was far from congenial enough to facilitate casual chatter between Gryffindor and Slytherin students, let alone discussing pets. On the contrary, the majority of students from both houses sat as though a galaxy separated them. Snape's hawk-like gaze roamed the classroom, ever vigilant for any signs of scorched cauldrons or inadvertently concocted hazardous brews. By the time potions class concluded, all that Ron had left for Harry was the back of his head. When Snape announced the end of class, most students hurriedly fled the classroom as if escaping a near catastrophe. Hermione Granger, as she departed, could not resist casting a challenging glance at Harry, clearly excelling in her studies, as she raised her hand for every question Snape posed. The tension between the two houses only began to dissipate once the crowd had dispersed. Harry lingered as he gathered his belongings, and Snape, before departing, didn't miss the opportunity to deliver a parting remark. "You are insufficiently meticulous. There are always subtle oversights on your part, and you fall far short of the standards I expect from students of this institution." Satisfied by the expression of contrition on Harry's face, Snape strode away. Harry ceased his movements entirely, a vague sense of despondency enveloping him. If his time with the Dursleys had been marked by the unwarranted malice of Dudley and his friends, the current discord between the two houses felt more like a choice of his own making. Ron's disdainful glance as he departed left Harry questioning himself. This undoubtedly set back the progress on the task entrusted to him by his godfather. Moreover, he genuinely wished to forge a friendship with Ron. Time slipped away before Harry snapped out of his reverie, only to find himself locking eyes with Draco. The classroom was now empty. Draco appeared hesitant for a few seconds before speaking. "So, shall we bask in the sunlight? The next flying lesson is still a while off." Harry nodded. Compared to their initial encounter at the robe shop, Draco now seemed considerably more taciturn, at times even appearing indifferent. Yet, whenever Harry felt the need for assistance, Draco was invariably nearby, as he was at this moment. The late summer weather was unpredictable. Just moments ago, a heavy rain had fallen, leaving the castle's stone walls glistening with moisture. Yet golden sunlight once again bathed the dew-laden grass, the air rich with the scent of damp earth. A few waterfowl skimmed across the lake's surface, their feathers shimmering with a golden hue. If one were to plunge into the depths of the Black Lake from here, would they discover our common room? Harry recalled the giant squid that had briefly flashed by outside the window yesterday. "Perhaps you could try without the password," Draco quipped, raising an eyebrow. "But you might not make it past that barrier, or be attacked mid-journey by the merfolk lurking below." Harry found himself amused by the thought. The Black Lake appeared quite profound. He wondered what other common rooms were like. They must reside within the castle, at least, for the view of the lake from their common room varied daily. Draco shrugged, lowering his gaze as he kicked a small stone into the lake. A gust of wind rippled across the water's surface, and Harry glanced at Draco, sensing that he felt somewhat better. At that moment, another troubled soul arrived, Percy Weasley, who appeared to have just concluded a class. "You two are here," Percy remarked, eyeing the pair seated beneath the tree. "I apologize for not appearing before the brawl broke out. I've been a dreadful prefect. I don't understand why they mention my name. I do not know those individuals." Harry felt a pang of awkwardness. "Calm down, Harry. Those who seek a fight will always find an excuse," Percy reassured him. "Regardless, they would have clashed eventually." Draco interjected matter-of-factly. "Indeed, Slytherin and Gryffindor have been at odds since my first year, but after I became prefect, I had to intervene, whereas before, I could simply turn a blind eye and attend class." Percy kicked a stone beneath the tree, visibly irritated. "I simply cannot tolerate them mocking my efforts." He continued in a hushed tone. "They always imitate me and ridicule me. I consistently achieve top marks in nearly every subject. A troll's thick skull won't fulfill your ambitions." Draco replied dismissively. "But if you make it to the Ministry of Magic, they will have to heed you." "No. My aspiration to enter the ministry is not to make others bow to me," Percy stated, selecting another stone and sending it into the lake. "Perhaps it is merely for a bit more respect? The work is meaningful, and of course, there is the matter of money. No one would admit to disliking money. If someone did, I would suspect they were lying." Draco settled beside Harry. "If a bunch of fools enter the ministry and ruin everything, that would indeed be something to mock." Percy felt an overwhelming sense of solitude at school, a loneliness stemming from a lack of like-minded companions. which led him to confide his frustrations to 2 children. Sometimes I wonder if choosing an easier path would be better. After all, one can pass exams regardless of being at a high or low level. A less arduous route would allow me to take it easy. Percy finally managed to smile. But I also feel that an easy path is something to pursue when one is old and leaning on a cane, not now. Well, we must head to class. I shall never feel ashamed of my ambitions or my appreciation for money. Besides, some thick-headed trolls simply deserve a good thrashing. Curses were invented for such individuals. Draco remarked as he tugged at Harry's sleeve, reminding him to prepare for the flying lesson. As they walked halfway, Draco recalled that he had suggested enjoying the sun to comfort Harry, though it seemed they had not conversed much. Feeling all right, Draco tentatively inquired of Harry. Harry nodded. He thought about how the topics he discussed with Sirius and Lupin would be entirely different: Quidditch, pranks, novel spells, tales of friendship, and adventures. The issues that Percy and Draco were preoccupied with evidently represented another facet of life in the wizarding world, one lacking in pure joy and the thrill of adventure, overshadowed by meticulous planning, strategic maneuvering, and weighing pros and cons. Even in loss, one could choose the path of least damage, which made Harry vaguely sense the distinction the Sorting Hat had mentioned. This difference stemmed from varying perspectives, which ultimately influenced each choice made. Chapter 28, Is Draco Injured? Lucius inquired, glancing at the letter just delivered by an owl. What? Narcissa hurried over to see the sheepskin parchment in her husband's hand. It was a letter from Draco, hastily penned, appearing to have been written in a rush that morning. The content explained that he had completed the sorting, that Headmaster Snape was quite amiable, and included greetings for his parents. At the letter's conclusion, Draco raised a few questions about magical scars, stating they arose from queries while perusing his textbooks. I recall that first-year curriculum did not include any spells for attacking others, Lucius said slowly, focusing on the questions at the end of the letter. In fact, the overall teaching style at Hogwarts is not aggressive. However, the curses popular among Hogwarts students are not found in the textbooks, Narcissa remarked, contemplating whether to check on their son. If he were injured, he would tell us. Lucius fell silent for a few moments, conceding that with Dumbledore in charge, there was likely no cause for major concern. Though he sometimes appeared less than rational, in Lucius's view, being the Minister of Magic was far more useful than remaining as headmaster at Hogwarts. However, Dumbledore had rejected that notion. If he were present, Fudge would have no role to play. Narcissa began to write a letter, carefully addressing Draco's inquiries. Perhaps due to her old flame, she was sensitive to power. If Dumbledore were to rise to prominence, those old matters would likely resurface in the headlines, tarnishing his reputation, which was currently quite favorable. The gossip surrounding him might not be entirely truthful. If so, Dumbledore was, unexpectedly, a bit more humane than she had presumed. Rather than the seemingly impeccable old man he appeared to be now. Lucius added a few lines to the end of Narcissa's letter. Everyone has their youthful days. Without Dumbledore, it is unlikely anyone could effectively counterbalance the Dark Lord. Narcissa instructed Dobby to fetch several books, intending to send them all to Draco. She hoped that Draco had not engaged in any altercation since the start of term. Otherwise, she would truly begin to question whether she had indulged him too much. Lucius rubbed his brow and murmured, "That is still preferable to little Barty Crouch feeling entirely unloved by his father, leading him to pledge unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord. Family has always been paramount in Draco's heart, especially since we must teach him to guard his thoughts so early. Even if he becomes increasingly rebellious, he would never cast us aside." Narcissa retorted. As if recalling something, Lucius turned to Narcissa and said, "It seems Bella did not perish during the prison incident. Fudge is nearly successful in covering this matter up. Only a handful of ministry officials are demanding a thorough investigation, as they find it hard to believe that Dementors could suddenly go rogue. Bella, her obsession with Sirius always requires an outlet." Narcissa had once shared a close bond with Bellatrix in their youth, often referred to as Miss Bella and Miss Sissy by their family, yet their circumstances had drastically changed. Having found Lucius, especially after growing up in a family that also favored the use of the permanent sticking charm, was a stroke of fortune for Narcissa. Bellatrix's devotion to Voldemort far surpassed her affection for her husband, yet Voldemort regarded her more as a tool than an equal. "Perhaps I could visit Draco under the pretense of my position as a school governor. I believe our responses to magical injuries have been sufficiently comprehensive," Lucius remarked as he tied the letter to the owl's leg. Chapter 29. After Harry and Draco returned to their dormitory to stow away their potions textbooks, there remained a little time before their flying lesson. By the bookshelf, Harry spotted the Marauder's map that Lupin had gifted him. Since boarding the train, he had yet to find a moment to truly utilize the map. Crouching beside his cupboard, he curiously unfolded it and gently tapped the parchment with his wand, declaring, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink spread across the parchment like a spider's web, and Harry was astonished to discover that the map was now filled with names. Squinting at the multitude of names, he failed to locate his own. Lupin had mentioned that this unfinished version did not mark the common rooms and dormitories of the four houses. However, he did spot Percy on the castle stairs, while George and Fred were seated in a classroom surrounded by students, presumably still engaged in lessons. Harry then attempted to locate a few teachers. Snape was in his office, and Dumbledore stood motionless near the tower. A small dot moving swiftly caught Harry's attention. Professor Quirrell was hastening towards the forbidden forest at the castle's edge. Harry rubbed his eyes, noticing that Quirrell's name appeared more blurred than others, as if another name had overlapped with it. Just as Harry leaned in for a closer look, Quirrell vanished at the edge of the map, as information from outside the castle did not manifest on this parchment. Regarding Professor Quirrell, Harry's sole impression of him thus far was that peculiar oversized scarf. "I must depart," Draco announced from the dormitory door to his roommate, already sporting a new pair of shoes, clearly eager for the flying lesson. "I'll rest a few more minutes," Blaise Zabini mumbled from his four-poster bed. He was also one of Harry's roommates. "I'll be there shortly." Harry scrutinized the Marauder's map, noting that there appeared to be more exits from the school than just the main entrance and a few side doors. Some mysterious rooms seemed quite enticing. But recalling that he was a first-year student, Harry realized that if he were to wander into seldom visited areas, he would surely be caught and reprimanded by Filch. Thus, he reluctantly set aside a portion of his curiosity. At 3 o'clock, the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor gathered on the grass by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, preparing for their first flying lesson. The air was exceptionally fresh after the rain. Madame Hooch glanced at the sky, satisfied as she remarked, "It just poured. But the temperature is perfect for flying." The students appeared exhilarated, although most of them had some prior exposure to flying broomsticks from wizarding families. Such structured lessons were only available at school. Like the others, Harry took a broomstick, noting that the school's teaching brooms looked considerably less sophisticated than his Firebolt 2000. He felt remarkably calm. After all, Sirius had taken him flying in his typically unorthodox style for a month. Now, seeing the broom felt like reuniting with an old friend. In moments of joyful abandon, Sirius would even call out to Harry, "Hey, James, you missed." Harry sometimes suspected that, in those moments, his godfather struggled to distinguish whether he was addressing his old friend or his friend's child. Yet, when Harry saw Sirius's beaming face, only one thought flickered through his mind: it didn't matter. In contrast, Lupin was far more cautious than Sirius. Whenever Harry soared through the air on his broom, Lupin would always grasp his wand tightly, closely monitoring Harry's movements, as if fearing that one misstep might send Harry tumbling, necessitating his timely rescue. However, Harry consistently grew more adept, and the protective gestures from Lupin never became necessary. "Grip your broomstick and give it a command," Madame Hooch called out loudly. Harry's broom responded obediently, and just as he watched Madame Hooch traverse the area correcting the mistakes of other students, he seemed to hear a sharp cry emanating from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Harry looked up towards the forest and noticed a few birds startled into flight, heading farther away. "Did you hear that?" Harry asked his classmates nearby. "Hear what?" Draco, frowning as he stared at his broomstick, which had leapt into his hands but was now trembling slightly, questioned whether his calling method was incorrect or if the broom was inherently faulty. Pansy Parkinson shifted her gaze from her own struggling broom to shake her head at Harry. The attention of their classmates remained fixated on their broomsticks. Harry even wondered if it was a case of the pesky gnome, as he felt his forehead scar twitching with excitement. "Now, let's try hovering low. When I count down, everyone should kick off and fly low. 3, 2, 1. Harry controlled his broom, his feet gently lifting off the ground. When he looked up, he was startled to see a pure white creature charging towards them from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. It stood out starkly against the dark backdrop of the woods. As it drew nearer, Harry's heart raced in terror as he realized the beautiful beast was covered in blood, silvery liquid glistening at its side. It appeared agitated. Instinctively, Harry shouted, "Be careful." Most of the students were startled by the sound of its rapid approach. Madame Hooch's astonished voice rang out. "How could a unicorn be injured? They typically do not attack wizards. Everyone, quickly move away." It was too late. The unicorn, seemingly enraged, charged into the crowd, causing many students hovering in the air to fall from their broomsticks, fortunately from a low height. The unicorn tripped Draco, who fell with blood seeping from his forehead. Draco collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound. Madame Hooch rushed forward, using her wand to restrain the near-death unicorn. "What happened? I need to ask Hagrid. I'll take him to the infirmary," she commanded. "Everyone dismount your broomsticks and stay where you are." As Mrs. Hooch ushered Draco away, the majority of the students cautiously approached to observe the severely injured unicorn, while Gryffindor's Neville remained frozen in fear. In truth, he had just failed to propel himself off the ground and was still poised for takeoff. Harry was about to urge him to lower his broom, when in the next instant, Neville instinctively kicked his legs. Perhaps he was entirely unaware of his actions, he suddenly soared upwards on his broomstick. "Get down!" Hermione Granger cried out in terror, as Neville ascended at an exceedingly steep angle, then plummeted back down, tracing a comical arc in the air. Mrs. Hooch had already moved far away, and there were no teachers in sight. Harry mounted his broom and swiftly flew to Neville's side. As Neville's broom began to slow, Harry freed one hand, attempting to pull Neville onto his broom, only to realize it was futile. Their weights were too similar, and Harry lacked the strength. Panicked, Neville clutched the handle of his broom. "Hold on tight," Harry shouted into the wind, aligning Neville's broom to match his own angle, reducing their speed as they descended toward the ground. Sirius had once pulled Harry's broom in such a manner to expedite their travel, resulting in a half-hour reprimand from Lupin, who repeatedly emphasized that it was a breach of protocol. Silently praying that no teachers would witness the spectacle, Harry was startled when the ailing unicorn emitted a sharp cry, causing Neville to grasp Harry's sleeve tightly. Both boys tumbled from their brooms, and Harry felt the skin on the back of his hand scrape against the ground. They landed in a heap. When Harry finally lifted his gaze, he met the inscrutable black eyes of Snape, who was accompanied by a figure resembling a giant. Rushing over to tend to the unicorn. "I didn't know you could ride 2 brooms simultaneously, Potter. Quite fortunate you didn't break your neck," Snape remarked. "You should visit the infirmary and discuss what transpired with Draco." Chapter 30. What are you doing here? Draco's complexion appeared even paler than usual as he stared wide-eyed at Harry, who had been ushered into the ward by Madame Pomfrey. Harry opened his mouth, finding it challenging to succinctly convey the events, particularly the circumstances surrounding his grasp on Neville's broom. Instead, he simply raised his hand to show the minor abrasions. Harry's hand was as good as new, save for a smudge of dirt that he had yet to clean off. As Snape had cast a healing spell on him prior to his arrival, he felt he ought not to be in the hospital wing. He was fit enough to fly 10 more laps. "And you?" Harry glanced at Draco's forehead. "Nothing serious," Draco replied with a slight grimace. "Fortunately, the unicorn didn't impale me with its horn, or else I might have ended up with a hole in me. The blood from the unicorn seems to have some healing properties for my wound. It was my first time seeing a unicorn. It was quite beautiful, wasn't it?" Harry recalled the moment when he first spotted the unicorn charging out of the Forbidden Forest, its pristine radiance shimmering like mist, beyond even the most audacious Muggle imaginations could ever describe a unicorn's beauty. Draco made a face. Having seen the painting of a unicorn at Malfoy Manor countless times, yet his first real encounter with a unicorn was utterly breathtaking. His wand's core was made from unicorn hair, which was supposed to make it more stable and gentle than others. Snape appeared to have exchanged pleasantries with Madame Pomfrey, striding into the ward to examine Draco's injuries. "It merely tripped me. I believe it's just a minor bruise, Professor," Draco said, lifting his head. "You were in class when it charged out?" Snape inquired. "I think I heard a call. And it was a while before it appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest," Harry explained. Unicorns were known for their swift speed, making them difficult to capture. And generally, they shunned contact with humans. Their horns, blood, and hair possessed formidable magical properties. Snape spoke quickly and quietly. "Are there hunters pursuing them in the Forbidden Forest?" Draco speculated. "But I've heard that harming a unicorn brings a curse." "Indeed," Snape confirmed, examining Draco's wound with a serious expression. Once satisfied there was no significant injury, he exhaled in relief. "I will inform your parents. As a precaution, you should remain in the hospital wing for the night." Turning his cold visage toward Harry, Snape added, "And you." His tone, light yet laced with malice, caused Harry to straighten involuntarily. "It is a miracle you didn't face-plant into the ground, along with that Gryffindor fool. Young souls are a rarity at Hogwarts." "But Harry stammered, attempting to defend himself. "First lesson and you're already playing the hero, or rather, saving a fool. Do you seek early fame, perhaps through an untimely demise?" Snape interrupted, leaving no room for Harry to interject. Harry opened his mouth, taken aback. "This not only violates the classroom regulations for flying lessons, but also contravenes the rules of a proper Quidditch match. I truly do not know where you acquired such haphazard flying techniques." Snape continued, towering over him. "If I wished, I could have you expelled right now. I was wrong." "Professor," Harry decided to admit his fault. Snape ceased his verbal assault, instead fixing Harry with a silent glare. At that moment, Draco spoke up from the bed behind him. "Sorry, but may I ask what Harry did?" He rode his broom and pulled that round-faced boy back just before he took off, then descended slowly from about 50 feet in the air while clinging to the other's broom. Snape replied, his brow furrowed. A flicker of surprise and admiration crossed Draco's pale face. "I dare say some people act before their brains catch up." Snape lifted his chin disdainfully. "Baboon." Harry still felt a twinge of defiance. Had he not intervened, Neville might have truly fallen hard. That would have been far more than mere bruises. And Harry swallowed the rest of his thought upon meeting Snape's gaze. "Why do you enjoy talking back so much?" Snape lowered his eyelids, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "If you wish to prove yourself, I suggest you observe the new Slytherin Quidditch player tryouts. See how real players fly. Can I try out too? Harry blurted out. Snape's facial muscles twitched slightly. You truly are oblivious. Should I send your critical condition notice to your aunt's house? Draco interjected at that moment. Harry mentioned that he rode a broom when he was very small. Snape fell silent for a few seconds, his expression inscrutable. Harry smiled nervously at Snape, thinking that if riding experience at the age of 1 counted, it might work in his favor. The air in the infirmary grew thick with tension before Snape finally spoke. I will provide you with an application form. Our house team has been on a winning streak for quite some time, and not just anyone can join. You may borrow one of Hogwarts' communal brooms. Chapter 31. Harry stared incredulously at the form before him. After a brief absence, Snape returned to the ward bearing 2 items, a letter and package for Draco. And this application form, which bore Snape's signature in pale green ink, noting the eligibility requirements below. Harry glanced at the time inscribed at the bottom of the form. The selection trials were set for this weekend. Draco took the form from Harry's hands, scrutinizing its contents, and let out a slight sigh. Though the unicorn did give me quite a jolt, it's not entirely detrimental for you, is it? Yet. I have only just attended a single flying lesson, haven't I? It was, after all, the sole lesson before the trials. Harry, still somewhat dazed, lifted his gaze to Draco. Today a session barely lasted a mere 10 minutes. If you desire, this presents a splendid opportunity, Draco remarked, flopping heavily onto the pillow with a sigh, indicating that Snape actually believes you fly quite well. To be honest, I, too, wish to attend. Harry hesitated to respond. If he truly thought you were a baboon, he wouldn't have personally signed your form. Draco poked at the elegant script left by Snape. He would merely berate you, and then confine you. Of course I shall attend, Harry declared without a moment's thought, though he had no inkling of what to compete in. He had yet to even witness a real Quidditch pitch. You might take a look when no one is around. It should be empty if no teams are training, Draco suggested, turning his head. Your Nimbus 2000 may even get a chance to shine. Snape shares a close rapport with my parents. Thus, he tends to look out for me. However, I now sense that he seems quite partial to you as well. If glaring at me during the sorting ceremony counts. Harry mused. And there's also his long-standing feud with my godfather, Harry thought again. But how does he know I reside with my aunt? Suddenly, Harry recalled one of Snape's recent harsh remarks, where he mentioned sending my death notification back to my aunt's house. Your aunt's house? Draco inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face, as the tale of the savior did not elucidate where the hero had gone after the Dark Lord's retreat. Is it that white? No. Could it be that our acceptance letters were issued by the professors? Perhaps they know where we reside? Harry speculated wildly, thinking that if that were true, then Snape must also be aware that he had been living in a cupboard for all these years. The thought caused his cheeks to flush. I have no idea. Draco shook his head, utterly perplexed by Harry's sudden anxiety. Harry was also instructed by Madame Pomfrey to remain in the hospital for a night, which meant he would spend the remaining time in this ward with Draco. Draco had already opened the letter brought by Snape and began to read, while Harry noticed the parcel contained several books. As Harry approached the hospital door, he encountered Blaise, who had come to visit his roommate. I never imagined a single flying lesson would result in 2 roommates sustaining glorious injuries. Blaise handed Harry 2 bags of sweets and patted his shoulder, saying, honestly, I think you flew brilliantly. Even Neville spoke highly of you in front of Professor McGonagall. For a moment, I thought Gryffindor and Slytherin might just become the best of friends. Thank you. Harry accepted the sweets, suddenly struck by another thought. He turned to Blaise and said, I wish to return to the dormitory to fetch some things. I can take your place in the hospital bed for a bit. Provided Madame Pomfrey doesn't question why Harry Potter has suddenly turned into someone with darker skin, Blaise replied nonchalantly. I have nothing to do back in the dorm anyway. I shall be back shortly. Harry quickly slipped out of the hospital wing, intending to retrieve his 2-way mirror, fearing that if he fell during the flying lesson, it might break. He had stashed it away in his cabinet. Although Sirius wouldn't check in on him through the mirror every day, Harry didn't want to miss a single call from his godfather. On his stealthy return to the castle, he encountered Quirrell. Harry recalled the last known direction of Quirrell's movements on the Marauder's map. Perhaps he might glean some information. Quirrell walked ahead of Harry, his demeanor anxious. Before Harry could discern anything further, his scar began to throb again. Quirrell suddenly halted mid-stride, and Harry felt an inexplicable sensation that Quirrell seemed to notice him. He pressed his hand against his forehead, the sharp pain nearly robbing him of his capacity to think. He watched as Quirrell turned to face him, wearing a peculiar expression. P. Potter, Quirrell stammered. You've recovered? Why aren't you lying docile on your bed? Snape emerged from seemingly nowhere, stepping forward to position himself between Harry and Quirrell. Harry recoiled in fright, recognizing one of the uses of the Marauder's map. He would henceforth need to choose a route that wouldn't intersect with Snape's presence. Severus. Quirrell managed to force a smile at Snape, appearing somewhat intimidated by him. Care to discuss matters in my office? You seem rather fatigued. I have potions if you require them. Snape addressed Quirrell. I think I shall rest, Quirrell stuttered in response. Taking advantage of Snape's diversion, Harry hastily slipped back into the hospital wing. Due to the brief interval, Madame Pomfrey noticed nothing amiss. Draco had meticulously folded the letter. He had not forgotten Lucius's admonitions. Yet Harry always managed to pique his conversational interest. Observing Harry's breathless state from his hurried return, Draco abandoned his pretense of sleeping and shifted the discussion toward which Quidditch position would suit Harry best. How did you return so swiftly? Draco inquired. Harry spread his arms, mimicking a bat, and in a low, hushed tone emulated Snape's manner of speaking. You'd best hurry back to your bed, Potter. Draco immediately caught on and couldn't suppress a laugh. I can fill out the registration form first. Surely, many upperclassmen are eager to join the Quidditch team. If they're seekers or keepers, they will be considerably taller than you, making it easier for them to control the game or disrupt opponents, Draco analyzed. Blaise had evidently noticed the registration form that Snape had personally handed to Harry, yet he expressed little interest. Just before Madame Pomfrey ushered him out of the ward, he remarked, then choose a position suitable for a shorter person. I've heard Quidditch practice consumes many weekends, leaving you little time for anything else. Like Crumb? To be a seeker, Harry suggested. A seeker not only needs to fly well, but also requires keen eyesight during most of the match. Seekers are busy seeking the golden snitch, Draco nodded, agreeing that Harry was indeed more suited for that position. Harry picked up the feather quill beside the bed and began to fill out the form. My scar just throbbed again. I hope it remains at bay during the match. Throbbed again? Draco turned to him, concern etched on his face. Yes, before Snape caught me, Harry touched his forehead. But it has calmed down now. Presently. Research regarding magical scars does not mention long-term effects, though some potent spells may leave permanent marks, and the scratches from werewolves would as well. Draco recalled his parents' responses. Is the powerful spell that left the scar on my forehead? Harry countered. The killing curse, Draco revealed, naming the spell, which is the most formidable of the unforgivable curses. Throughout history, you stand as the sole survivor. Thus, no scholar can elucidate this matter, for all others perished. Harry's memory was left with only a flash of green light and screams. Indeed, Draco flipped through the old pages, finding nothing of what he sought. Harry quickly accepted this reality. He feared he might be the only one capable of uncovering the truth. Will you come to watch my selection trials? Harry suddenly asked. What? Draco paused in his actions. I feel I might embarrass myself in front of a large group of upperclassmen, Harry candidly admitted, his heart racing at the mere thought of the audience awaiting him on the field. Very well, I shall accompany you. And then I shall fiercely reprimand anyone who dares to mock you, Draco remarked with a slight smirk. No, all you need to do is watch me. When I feel too shy to look up, just take my hand and lead me back to the dormitory, Harry replied, waving the completed registration form in his hand. Chapter 32. Harry did not rest well that night in the hospital wing. In the dead of night, he was plagued by several nightmares, each time awakening to find himself staring at the ceiling of the infirmary. The nightmares included Quirrell wielding his outrageous yellow scarf like a whip, a tattered broomstick performing a bizarre dance in midair, vowing to throw Harry off during the selection match, and Snape threatening him with never teaching Harry how to brew the Wolfsbane potion unless he scored 100 goals for the Slytherin team. Awakened by the horrors of his dreams, Harry found the Hogwarts hospital wing enveloped in tranquility. Moonlight streamed through the narrow window, casting a silvery veil over the floor and the bed. Draco, resting nearby, appeared to be sleeping soundly, his steady breathing having been audible even on the train. The moonlight illuminated a portion of Draco's cheek. Harry turned his gaze toward the window. Noticing the moon was nearly full, his thoughts drifted to Lupin's next transformation day, which was fast approaching. He recalled how haggard Lupin looked on his birthday and wondered if his godfather was still by his side. Lost in a haze of thoughts, Harry drifted in and out of sleep until morning arrived. Isn't the bed in the hospital wing rather comfortable? Draco remarked, brimming with energy as he prepared to leave for a day filled with classes. Indeed, Harry replied, his dark circles visible beneath his round glasses. He could still almost smell the garlic scent of Quirrell's scarf from his dreams. We can still make it to breakfast if we hurry. It's hard to believe I've survived a harrowing ordeal alongside the boy who lived, Draco mused, tucking a letter into his pocket. However, I shall have my father investigate the reasons behind this incident. The Board of Governors has the right to inquire about the details of the teaching accident. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey appeared, holding two remarkably large rock-like items. These are rock cakes sent by Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, as a token of consolation. She assessed Harry and Draco, seeming quite satisfied with their condition, and declared they were free to leave. Hagrid expressed his apologies for the unicorns rampaging in the Forbidden Forest. He intended to visit you but was stopped by me. He looked utterly dejected. He asked me to tell you that you are always welcome at his hut for tea. Draco received the rock cake with a skeptical expression, cautiously tapping its surface with his knuckles, seemingly deciding within seconds to discard it. Is this a dessert? Harry inquired, taking one with curiosity. He had developed a fondness for the magical world's delicacies, enjoying items such as Mars bars, chocolate frogs, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The rock cake appeared to be twice the size of what he usually consumed. He recalled the giant who had accompanied Snape. That must be Hagrid. It looks rather challenging, Draco observed, chuckling at Harry's eager demeanor. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Harry took a hearty bite, only to regret it almost immediately. The cake not only resembled stone but also felt like it. His teeth ached from the impact. Ouch! Harry exclaimed, covering his mouth. If you bite down any harder, you might find yourself spending another night in the hospital wing, Draco kindly warned. So, do giants have significantly larger teeth than ours? Harry sheepishly tucked the rock cake away. Is that the Hagrid who ferried us into the school? I suspect he simply drank too many bottles of growth potion as a child. True giants are much larger than him. Furthermore, giants do not communicate in the same manner as ordinary wizards. They are quite savage and use a completely different language. Draco explained. Very well. Harry contemplated how to dispose of the rock cake, pondering whether he could soften it and feed it to Hedwig. I think I shall head to the Great Hall for some healthy, softer food and perhaps write another letter to my parents before class. Draco straightened his clothes and made his way toward the door. I'll check out the Quidditch pitch during my break. It would be splendid if I could catch a glimpse of the team practicing, Harry remarked, suspecting he would only be able to drink porridge to soothe his aching teeth. Await your good news, Draco winked, for this is the application form personally signed by the headmaster. Chapter 33. Sirius concluded his conversation with Harry through the two-way mirror, a broad smile on his face. Harry had just shared his encounter with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest and his impending participation in the Quidditch tryouts. Once he was certain Harry could no longer hear him, Sirius turned to Remus, brimming with curiosity. Why do I find it hard to believe that Snape would graciously allow Harry, a first year, to try out for the Quidditch team? Isn't he the one who despised James showing off with the golden snitch? Remus did not respond immediately, taken aback, especially upon hearing that Snape had personally approved Harry's registration form. Would you treat a child who resembles your rival well? A rival who pursued you for 7 years and ultimately failed. Does he wish to see Harry get hurt? Sirius pondered, perplexed. His focus during their school years had primarily been on opposing his mother, Walburga, leaving him somewhat naive in matters of emotional experience. As the full moon approached, Remus bore a hint of weariness on his face. After considering Sirius's question for a moment, he eventually nodded. Of course, he would be treated well. Would it not be like encountering James, where one feels an immediate urge to duel, perhaps by hurling a barrage of self-made curses? Sirius pressed on, knowing well how Snape had felt about James during their time at school. Snape is a professor now, Remus laughed softly. We are all adults now, Sirius. Harry embodies qualities of both James and Lily. He is kind, intelligent, and brave. Unlike James, who could be rather brash, Harry remains polite. Despite the hardships he endured at his aunt's home, Remus replied in a gentle tone. Sirius wore an expression of disbelief. Harry is also the last remnant of Lily in this world, Remus added. Even if he were the child of a rival, for instance. If you were compelled by family pressure to marry and have children with a descendant of another pure-blood family, I would still treat your child with kindness. But we are friends, not rivals, Sirius quickly countered, glancing at Remus's patiently explaining face. Remus's expression shifted slightly, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. Fortunately, Sirius seemed oblivious to the fact that, in Remus's heart, he had always been the object of admiration. The so-called rival was merely the romantic interest who had yet to appear in Sirius's life. Well, you have a point, Remus conceded. As someone who transforms into a pure beast each month, I can only retain the faintest semblance of reason in wolf form, driven solely by survival instincts. Once I regain consciousness, I find that these more elevated human emotions, love, hate, hope, jealousy, and resentment, are all quite precious. Remus coughed lightly, intending to tactfully sidestep the topic. These emotions can sometimes be agonizing. However, I evidently prefer my days as a human. Sirius appeared somewhat unsettled. Since Dumbledore trusts Snape, he must undoubtedly be a competent instructor. Snape knew I was a werewolf years ago and never disclosed it. Dumbledore believes in him, believes in you, and believes in me, does he not? Remus continued. Sirius lowered his head. The two of them seldom mentioned the events at the Shrieking Shack. Given the current circumstances, I can only wish Harry good fortune. I truly want to go back and cheer for Harry. Sirius reclined into the armchair, confident that he would vanquish all those Slytherins. Even if he was now one of them. Still, it would be wise to exercise caution. If you transform into a large black dog and start howling in the stands, it would certainly raise suspicions. Remus restrained the fidgety Sirius. Returning to Hogwarts was not a daunting task for them. I know, Sirius grasped Remus's arm. My foremost priority is to accompany you through the night of the full moon. In the ensuing days, Harry found himself involuntarily daydreaming about the scenes from the upcoming weekend tryouts. Ever since Blaise inadvertently let slip during breakfast that Harry would be attending the Quidditch tryouts, a new narrative had emerged among the Slytherins. They believed Snape was unusually lenient with Harry, treating him with a degree of favor. After parting ways in the infirmary, communication between Harry and Draco dwindled considerably, as Draco was invariably seen entering and exiting with Crabbe and Goyle, leading some to jest that Crabbe and Goyle were merely Malfoy's little minions. The attitude of many Gryffindor students who were present during that flying lesson had markedly improved towards Harry. This brought a sigh of relief from him. He even managed to exchange a few words with Hermione and Ron in Flitwick's class. Although the discussion revolved around Hermione attempting to teach him how to make a feather levitate successfully, pay attention to the pronunciation of the incantation. And the wand movement in the book is a swish and a flick, not a jab. After failing to make the feather float on his second attempt, Hermione, standing not far away, vividly demonstrated the textbook instructions. A feather soared into the air, and Harry noticed Luna performing exceptionally well beside him, her carrot-shaped earrings gleaming brightly. Noticing Harry's gaze, as well as the immobile feather on his desk, Luna spoke in a dreamy voice. I'm conducting it to dance, and then it flies up. Luna's movements resembled that of a conductor, as if there were an invisible orchestra before her. The feather seemed eager to rise, and I merely offered a tiny bit of assistance. Harry stared wide-eyed at the feather on the table, convinced that no one but Luna could perceive its intentions. However, after mimicking Luna's exaggerated gestures, his levitation charm suddenly progressed rapidly. This was far more comprehensible than Hermione's explanations from the book. Thus, two mad conductors emerged in the classroom, their feathers performing so splendidly that Flitwick awarded each of them an extra point. Nevertheless, Harry ultimately chose to revert to the textbook, for he noticed Draco in another corner of the classroom, doubled over with laughter, leading Harry to suspect that Draco might be secretly watching him. Yet, he had no evidence, and he somewhat begrudgingly realized that once his movements became more precise, the spell began to falter. After enduring Professor McGonagall's particularly arduous and stringent transfiguration class and Quirrell's disorganized and stammering defense against the dark arts lesson, amidst the sporadic pain from his scar, Harry finally faced the tryouts on a dreary, rainy day. Chapter 34. The sky was overcast, and the stands at the Quidditch pitch were filled with spectators. Harry was astonished to discover that those present were not solely the Slytherin candidates. Judging by the scattered array of colors in the stands, students from all four houses were in attendance. Before entering the field, Harry even collided with Percy and another boy, the latter clutching a notebook and wearing a look of grave determination. What is my roommate? Percy greeted Harry. He is an exceedingly responsible Quidditch captain. He said that as a prefect, I must oversee all of Gryffindor's honors and potential rivals, so I was dragged along by him. Wood glanced at the Firebolt 2000 in Harry's hands, visibly irked. The funding for Slytherin is indeed substantial. Our newcomers are typically limited to Comet 260s. I must petition Professor McGonagall to allow first years to join the tryouts. I cannot afford to miss out on any rare talents. Wood's obsession with winning the Quidditch championship is nearly as fervent as my own fixation on the Ministry of Magic, yet we have been unsuccessful for several years. Percy quickly concluded, soon being pulled by Wood to a favorable position in the front row. At the commentary booth, Snape stood conversing with a tall boy. I am Marcus Flint, the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The Seeker tryouts will be last. The tall boy, seeing Harry approach, initiated a greeting. Marcus's imposing stature reminded Harry of a more exaggerated version of Crabbe and Goyle in 5 or 6 years. Snape's expression remained inscrutable. He merely nodded, seemingly anticipating Harry's arrival. All current Slytherin players were present, and from Marcus's earlier introduction to the candidates, it was clear they sought individuals who could seamlessly integrate with the entire team. We will conduct different assessments for various positions. First, the goalkeepers will compete to see who can save the most goals within the allotted time. Harry sat on the sidelines for the first time, watching the game unfold. Everything was far more exhilarating than it appeared in magazines. The gentle breeze, the gloomy sky, and the murmur of the spectators made everything feel tangible. Even though this was merely a tryout, Harry felt his blood surge with excitement. The Slytherin green uniforms blurred in rapid motion, and he suddenly understood Wood's desire to observe, for even among candidates for the same position, each possessed a distinct style. The goalkeeper tryouts concluded after several minutes. When faced with two candidates who achieved identical save counts, the current Slytherin players voted to determine the outcome. Opting for a boy named Blatch over the more agile candidate, the Slytherin players ultimately selected someone as tall as Marcus, who soared like an eagle. Moreover, His most astonishing feat during the tryouts was forcefully repelling a ball aimed at the goal and accurately knocking one of the shooters off his broomstick. As Marcus called for medical personnel, he announced Blatch's selection. Selected. Be cautious not to violate any rules. Impressive force. A sense of foreboding crept into Harry's heart. It seemed the Slytherin Quidditch team favored players with a vigorous style, strong and powerful. Harry's suspicions were soon confirmed, when several candidate beaters hesitated in striking the bludgers. Marcus loudly interjected, "Hit harder. Do you know how troublesome the Weasley brothers can be? If you are this slow, our entire team will be knocked off their brooms by 2 bludgers and 2 Weasleys." The players flying nearby, observing the candidates, echoed, "Hit it hard. If you're going to be sluggish, you might as well head back to the dormitory." The selection process had passed the halfway mark, and the sky began to drizzle. Harry anxiously gripped his face, failing to notice the red marks his fingers left behind. After suitable candidates had been chosen for other positions, Harry finally heard Marcus calling for those signing up for the seeker position. Harry approached the crowd with a palpable sense of trepidation. The other candidates loomed over him, significantly taller, to the point where he barely reached the waist of some upperclassmen. He awaited Marcus to speak, anticipating a remark about his diminutive stature being unfit for the imposing Slytherin Quidditch team. Harry was ready to depart at a moment's notice. Marcus proclaimed loudly, "According to our team strategy, we have certain expectations for the Seekers. First, minimize interference with other players. Do not disrupt our attacks or obstruct enemy plays. Second, exhibit agility in locating and capturing the golden snitch based on the score on the field. The primary evaluation comprises 2 stages. First, evading the bludgers while mounted on a broom. Those who pass this bludger assessment will then compete for the snitch." The rain intensified, shrouding the spectators in a hazy mist, prompting many students to begin their exodus. Harry felt droplets of rain accumulating on his glasses, his clothes growing heavy with moisture. He wiped the lenses with his fingers, but to no avail. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had silently positioned himself behind Harry, extending his hand to take the glasses and casting a spell with his wand. "Waterproof," he murmured. When Snape returned the glasses to Harry, he was pleasantly surprised to find the lenses crystal clear. "Everyone ought to master this spell. Training or competing in the rain is a frequent occurrence," Snape remarked, turning to survey the other candidates. Harry mounted his broom, and though water continued to cascade down his cheeks, his mind was remarkably sharp at that moment. He soared into the sky, surveying the Quidditch pitch, instinctively dodging the erratic bludgers time and again. In between glances at the field, he caught sight of Draco's pale blonde hair among the dwindling audience. He had come alone, making him conspicuously visible amid the emptying seats. The bludgers had eliminated 3 candidates. As Harry ascended once more in search of the golden snitch, the rain had rendered the broomstick's handle slippery and difficult to grip. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He was not performing as poorly as he had feared. Though Draco in the stands appeared to be struggling with the waterproofing spell, igniting within Harry a subtle determination to conclude this ordeal swiftly. After what felt like countless laps around the pitch, he finally spotted a glimmer of gold in his periphery, the snitch seemingly darting towards the commentary box where Marcus was situated. Harry's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he dove towards the radiant light, the wind and rain howling in his ears as he drew nearer to Marcus. In a split second, Harry felt his fingertips brush against the fluttering snitch, but he had no time to steer clear of the commentary box. At the last possible moment, he leapt from his broom, raising his arm high. Harry felt himself roll onto the waterlogged ground. "Well done," Marcus remarked, managing to sidestep just in time. "An awkward but valid score counts as a victory. Welcome to the team." Chapter 35. The day has come. Sirius pointed to the lunar calendar, marking their little wolf's transformation day. "After dinner, we shall depart." Lupin nodded from the edge of the table. During their time at Hogwarts, the 4 of them always treated the full moon as a night of revelry away from home. But times had changed, and now only 2 remained. "The trap I found is rather grimy. You need not accompany me," Lupin informed Sirius. "I won't be wandering around inside. It's quite safe, after all, just for one night." Sirius mused aloud. "I shall breathe the fresh mountain air and admire the moonlight. I've adhered to your healthy schedule for far too long. Allow me to stay up late for once." To avoid disturbing Lupin's meticulously regulated routine, Sirius had significantly altered his own habits. "Moreover, I've sent Creature to assist me in finding a remedy for the Wolfsbane potion, if he succeeds. It will be your last night spent outdoors," Sirius added. Realizing he could not convince Sirius otherwise, Lupin relinquished his attempt to dissuade him. "I should have brought a Muggle poetry anthology," Sirius chuckled, recalling something. Back at Hogwarts, in the hours preceding the moon's rise, the 4 of them would always find something to occupy their time, like examining the mechanics of Muggle motorcycles so Sirius could covertly modify a bike he fancied. He had once purchased a book titled Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, but upon finishing it, he discovered it contained no diagrams of motorcycle mechanics, only a plethora of Muggle philosophical theories. Yet, within that seemingly perplexing tome, Sirius uncovered the rationale behind his fondness for Muggle motorcycles. Unlike the Wizarding World's reliance on fireplaces, portkeys, and trains, methods that confined one to small spaces and emphasized the end result, motorcycles liberated him from such constraints. On a motorcycle, the barriers dissolve, allowing one to merge intimately with nature, transforming the rider from an observer into an integral part of the experience. On a motorcycle, he could feel the road beneath him flowing like a rushing river, the solid earth beneath him blurring as speed intensified, embodying Sirius's youthful spirit of exploration, curiosity, rebellion, and the essence of being young. The motorcycle, repeatedly repaired and personalized by Sirius, was a unique manifestation of his intuition about the world. Anything that did not conform to the style of number 12, Grimmauld Place, brought him joy. After a decade in prison, Sirius returned to find his room preserved in the state it had been in before he had run away. With his mother, who had sworn to disown him, having silently left a small corner of the Black ancestral home for him. In conversations led by Lupin, the four would often discuss the latest magical techniques Lupin had discovered. Among them, he had contributed significantly to the development of the Marauder's map. Drawing from his early experiences of living like an animal, survival and procreation were two instincts embedded in the genes of creatures. While James fervently pursued his love, Lupin had long recognized that he could not leave behind anything conventional, such as marriage or children. The taint of his werewolf blood had excluded him from the ordinary wizarding lifestyle. At times, Lupin found a sense of relief in this, as most wizarding children grew up under the weight of their parents' and family's expectations, whereas he bore none of that heavy burden. For children of traditional pureblood families, the world had already predetermined their values and affections from birth, and most people rarely pondered why such paths were followed across generations. The continuation of many families was merely a reflection of passive conformity. Lupin faced only himself, and in a life where he was solely responsible for his own choices. The world was vast and filled with freedom. However, magic provided Lupin with an alternative means of leaving a mark in the world without a partner or children. Thus, he learned a technique classified as dark magic and taught it to his companions, enabling him to imbue a portion of his thoughts onto parchment, a living map for dialogue. This way, the under-20 Lupin could eternally remain close to the school he cherished. James was perpetually engaged in writing love letters and poignant verses for Lily beneath the willow tree. In his early years, he was utterly perplexed by the reasons behind Lily's disdain for him. The tranquil nights were ideal for organizing his thoughts and expressing his emotions. The love poetry composed under the moonlight was particularly sincere, and surely Lily would cherish it. Time and again, James faced defeat, but remained undeterred. Ultimately, these letters, amalgamating the collective wisdom of four individuals, seemed to have gone unanswered for an extended period, leaving James to ponder which metaphor had faltered. Sirius's jest about bringing a Muggle poetry anthology had served as a crucial reference at that time. Remus, silent as he accompanied Sirius towards the trap, felt a creeping discomfort as dusk settled in. "Right here," Remus said, pausing at the edge of a nondescript pit. The pit was modest in size, merely 2 or 3 meters in diameter, with steep, smooth walls that were difficult to climb. It appeared quite deep, with sharp bamboo stakes lined at the bottom, glinting ominously. "I usually clear away the stakes beforehand, and before I leave, I restore them to their original position." Remus waved his wand, acknowledging the efficacy of the Muggle traps. "After having endured the full moon nights here, I have never awakened to find myself escaped." Sirius leaped into the pit first, greeted by the earthy scent of twigs, leaves, and damp soil, as recent rains had rendered the walls even more treacherous. "This is hardly as comfortable as the Shrieking Shack," Remus remarked as he followed suit. "Unable to carry anything else. All night, you'll be subjected to my howling." "It's been a while," Sirius chuckled, steadying Remus. "Ah, the little wolf makes his entrance. Quite the anticipation. I haven't forgotten the thrill of the first time." "Enough of that," Remus said, playfully swatting Sirius with a weary arm, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 36. Though Remus longed to collapse at the bottom of the pit, he steadied himself and cast every known protective charm around them. "I must eliminate any possibility of Muggles wandering in," he explained as Sirius raised his wand to assist. "While this trap is secluded and seldom visited by wildlife, there was a time when I was particularly despondent and faint-headed, curling into a corner the moment I entered. Yet that night, a Muggle accidentally fell in," Remus recalled ruefully. "It could have ended in disaster." "Did he escape?" Sirius inquired, pausing in his task. "He was a hunter, armed with a gun. Quite fortunate, really. He struck me with his last bullet, and I lost consciousness. The following day, once I transformed back, I modified his memory and let him out of the trap." Remus shuddered at the memory. I shudder to think what might have transpired had he been an ordinary muggle. My carelessness was inexcusable. A gun? He shot you? Sirius cursed. I'm fine now. He didn't hit anything vital. A few healing potions suffice. Remus confirmed, finally sinking heavily to the ground as the protective charms were fully in place. No amount of caution could be deemed excessive. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes, the familiar pangs of pain slowly creeping through him. He could sense the moon climbing at a leisurely pace. To enhance the trap's realism, Remus layered fresh branches over the entrance, sealing in the musty scent within. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Sirius transformed into a large black dog, his paw resting on Remus's palm, feeling the tremors of his skeletal frame. After a while, moonlight filtered through the crevices of the trap, and Remus's pained gaze grew distant, his form contorting until he ultimately transformed into a wolf. Just as Remus, fully animalistic, scrutinized the larger black dog beside him, a sudden explosion echoed, and a diminutive figure emerged at the pit's bottom. Instinctively, the wolf stepped back, arching its body and emitting a threatening growl, filled with hostility towards the unexpected third entity. Sirius's heart tightened in an instant until he recognized the familiar, grimy apron of Creature, the house elf. Creature had discovered where to procure what his master desired. Despite his master being a disobedient wretch who perpetually saddened the mistress and strayed from home, Creature's voice, laden with resentment, abruptly faltered. Clearly unprepared for the sight before him, a massive black dog and an exceedingly fierce-looking wolf, both positioned within a trap. Creature's mouth fell agape, frozen in place, his bulging, coppery eyes filled with fear and confusion. Sirius attempted to command Creature to leave, but his words morphed into a dog's growl. Creature shuffled back, staring at the large black dog for a few seconds before suddenly recognizing Sirius and simultaneously realizing that the creature before him was no ordinary animal. Creature dashed in front of Sirius, shrieking, "You shall not harm the young master." Provoked by Creature's tone, the wolf lunged fiercely at him. The aged house elf was dragged to the other side by the wolf. A fierce expression surfaced on Creature's face as he contemplated the appropriate magic to employ. As a house elf who had served the Black family for 3 generations, Sirius never doubted Creature's magical capabilities. He could easily dispatch a wolf. "Creature, return home. Leave me be," Sirius commanded loudly as he transformed back into human form. Creature hesitated for a few moments, but soon resumed his actions. The wolf's awareness of the person nearby only heightened its frenzy. With a furious roar directed at Sirius, Remus struggled to reach him. Creature's frail, withered fingers tightened around the wolf's neck, vowing to defend the safety of the Black family at all costs. "You shan't," Sirius surged forward, using his bare hands to separate the struggling Remus and Creature. He had not anticipated Creature's willingness to defy his orders. "Return home. If you do not comply, I shall end you." In the midst of the scuffle, Remus's claws raked deeply across Sirius's abdomen. The wolf's jaws gaped wide, its brown eyes, along with its sharp teeth, aimed at Sirius's head. Sirius felt his blood soaking into the damp earth. Suddenly, Creature released its grip on the wolf, seizing Sirius's wrist instead. In a whirl of confusion, Sirius, despite the agony in his abdomen, opened his eyes to find himself transported back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature stumbled back, hastily retrieving healing potions for Sirius, only to begin battering his head against the wall while muttering self-punishing words. Sirius, in immense pain, gasped, "Why do you defy my orders?" He glared coldly at Creature. Creature despises the young master. Thud. But Creature does not wish to see the young master perish. Thud. The mistress is dead. The young master, the young master. In the lake, thud. Creature cannot bear to witness the end of the Black family. Thud. The sound of Creature's head colliding with the wall sent waves of agony through Sirius's head. The healing potion trickled across the wound, turning an unsightly brown as the lacerated abdominal muscles gradually mended, ultimately leaving behind 3 scars. "Stay a few more minutes, and you might just kill me," Sirius exclaimed, his voice tinged with exasperation. Satisfied, he hurled the vial against the wall, unwilling to behold Creature's aging, tear-streaked visage. Seeing his master in peril, Creature was resolute. This time, he would not abandon Sirius, even if it meant defying orders. Sirius felt utterly incapable of communicating with Creature, who seemed to be incessantly lamenting about abandoning his master. "Silence. Enough," Sirius barked, fearing that the noise would awaken the mural of his mother. At last, Creature's frantic prattle ceased, collapsing against the staircase in silence. Sirius noticed his wand lay discarded near the trap, and his attempts to apparate back were thwarted by the protective enchantments. Albeit, the magic of wizards could not hinder a house elf. "It will be fine. It will be fine." Sirius breathed deeply, praying for dawn and the chance to return. Chapter 37. Sirius returned to Remus's attic, prepared to spend the night wide awake. He feared that the mere sound of Creature's voice would ignite his anger, prompting him to shout. Thus, he fled from number 12, Grimmauld Place once again. Now, he possessed only the potion Harry had used for practice before the school year commenced. Sirius controlled his breathing, striving to avoid aggravating the scar that still throbbed with pain. The decade in Azkaban had left him with some lasting marks, yet he paid them little mind. In his recollections, Creature ought to have despised him as much as Walburga did. However, Creature's recent actions left him incredulous. A house elf who had served 3 generations of the Blacks dared to defy him openly. This was the first time Sirius witnessed a house elf's refusal to obey. Reflecting on Creature's disappointed gaze, those bulbous eyes always reflecting his own image, Sirius snorted in disdain. It was as nauseating as the title of Master Black. Before departing, Sirius had not forgotten to inquire about the location where he could procure Wolf's Bane potion. He had never strived to understand Creature, even though he often observed Regulus engaging in cheerful exchanges with the elf, which only complicated his emotions further. As the thick night gradually brightened, Sirius could hear the commotion from the pub below. The latter half of the night was always quieter than the former. There were clinking glasses, hushed whispers, and some patrons succumbing to sleep under the weight of intoxication. In the darkness, these subtle sounds lulled him closer to slumber. During these days, Sirius shamelessly squeezed himself into Remus's quarters, oscillating between canine and human form. Sometimes, he would bring over a massive armchair from home, cluttering the space, while at other times, he would use the cushions Remus had prepared for him as a makeshift dog bed. Whenever Sirius transformed into a dog, his senses heightened significantly. While Remus rose early, he could curl up, feigning sleep, yet attentively listening to every sound. Remus was up. Remus had changed his clothes. The sounds of washing. Remus descended to buy breakfast. Remus ordered 3 wraps and 2 cups of coffee from the proprietor. Remus approached him, crouching down to pat his head, urging him to wake. Sirius found endless delight in this charade of feigned slumber. Sirius buried his face in the pillow, enveloped by Remus's scent, as the night stretched on like an eternity. Morning came without Remus's appearance, and it was not until noon that the attic door swung open in a flurry. Seeing Sirius slumped over in exhaustion, Remus sighed in relief. Though his eyes were slightly red-rimmed, his wand lay discarded on the floor, and a pool of blood marked the ground, but the occupant was nowhere to be found. Remus hurriedly grasped Sirius's face, seemingly searching for something. What happened? Sirius was well aware of what Remus sought. He tugged at his shirt hem, nonchalantly replying, "Nothing happened." He lifted his chin, indicating that his cheeks and neck were unscathed. "Are you hurt?" Remus's voice wavered. "I'm fine," Sirius said, catching his reflection in Remus's eyes as he sat up and tidied his hair. "Did a muggle break in again? There wasn't any blood before." Remus's voice was laced with deep fear. "What have I done? Tell me." Seeing Remus on the brink of frantic self-reproach, Sirius sighed and lifted his shirt. "This is not your fault. It was that mad old creature, who suddenly returned to find me. The protective charms prevented my return, so I came here to wait for you." 3 deep claw marks, along with a blood-crusted abdomen and hips, were laid bare before Remus's eyes. Remus swayed as if about to faint. Noticing Remus's inclination to retreat, Sirius grasped his wrist. "Don't run away. I don't want to hear any self-blame. I said it's not your fault. Stay away from me." Remus strained against Sirius's hold, but to no avail. "I don't have any potion. I haven't used healing magic. I can't go to St. Mungo's. Are you going to leave me with the house elf that nearly killed me?" Sirius raised his voice slightly, reclaiming his wand from Remus's grasp. Remus finally seemed to regain some composure. Sirius reclined, lifting his shirt to reveal the wound while gesturing for Remus to proceed. Remus traced the scar with his wand, murmuring spells. They both understood. This was a permanent mark inflicted by a werewolf. "I shouldn't have let you accompany me. It's selfish," Remus said, cleaning the scab. "I wanted to go." Sirius reminded him. "I didn't stop you." Remus gasped for breath. The wound appeared to be healing considerably. "It doesn't hurt now," Sirius declared cheerfully after the treatment concluded, yet Remus turned his head away in a glum demeanor. "It's all right," Sirius reassured, lowering his shirt. "The wound is here. No one can see it." Creature found a place to buy the Wolf's Bane potion. "We're going now. From this day forth, you'll be a harmless wolf." "Don't pity me," Remus responded. Sirius lifted Remus's chin with the tip of his wand. "Listen, if you think you bear full responsibility for these 3 scars, then do not refuse any of my requests. Accompany me to procure the potion." Sirius opted to use the disillusionment charm for their journey. The address Creature provided lay within a muggle neighborhood, where the air was thick with the stench of fish. As if a soiled rag languished in the corner of the city, Sirius and Remus walked side by side through the bustling, polluted streets, eventually halting before a shop that resembled a bookstore. The door was ajar, and a peculiar scent of potions mingled with the fishy odor from the street, the former barely prevailing. What book do you wish to buy, dear? Inquired a rotund wizard, glancing up at Remus. Arsenius' magical potions and elixirs, Remus replied, reciting the password creature had provided. The wizard yawned and gestured towards the shelves, where a passage slowly emerged between the books. Today, the Veritasirum is on sale. Those interested should act swiftly, he lazily reminded. The dim, flickering lights within the corridor cast a muted glow upon the walls, barely illuminating the surroundings. Bottles and jars glimmered with an ethereal light in the obscurity. Lupin was somewhat taken aback to discover the throngs of customers present. The aisles were bustling with people, most of whom were bent over, scrutinizing the small labels on the potion vials. He noticed a witch at the cash register who had purchased over 100 vials of shrinking solution, a potion regulated by the Ministry of Magic, likely akin to the Veritasirum in its classification. Sirius swiftly scanned the labels on the shelves, remarking, over there. A few individuals lingered by the shelf marked with wolfsbane potion, cautiously opening vials to inhale the contents, as if deliberating the quality of the potions on offer. It smells quite bitter and appears very clear, one witch commented. The quality seems comparable to that of the potions dispensed at the werewolf registration office. Blimey, it's expensive, a nearby wizard remarked as he examined the price tag. For the sake of ensuring that Connor can grow up just like any other wizarding child, this amount of galleons is worth it, the witch said, taking several vials and departing. With this, all I need to do is confine him to his room for a day each month. The voices of the wizard and witch faded as Sirius pulled Lupin toward the shelves. Can you discern the quality of the wolfsbane potion? Sirius inquired, mimicking the actions of those before him as he opened a vial to smell it, a sharp, bitter plant scent wafting from the bottle's opening. Evidently not. One vial costs me 12 months' rent, Lupin replied with a wry smile. Let us just give it a try. Sirius nonchalantly grabbed a handful of vials and stuffed them into Lupin's arms. No one around noticed the disguised Sirius, even as a multitude of potion bottles appeared to leap into Lupin's embrace. I told you not to pity me. Honestly, I've managed quite well on my own out here for a night, and since your return, I've been happier than ever, Lupin admitted sincerely. You know, this place has prompted a question in my mind, Sirius remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the array of potion bottles. What question? Lupin detected a hint of amusement in Sirius's voice and sensed that he was looking at him with significant intent. First, promise me you'll answer honestly. Of course. Lupin was unsure of Sirius's motives. Sirius led Lupin to another row of shelves, where the unique pearlescent sheen and the spiraling steam rising from the potions made them easily distinguishable. This hidden little shop took particular pride in labeling its love potions with an emphatic tag. What's the matter? Lupin raised an eyebrow. Do you still need this? Sirius remained silent, uncorking one of the vials and holding it beneath Lupin's nose. Tell me what you smell, he said nonchalantly. Lupin hesitated momentarily, instinctively pinching his nose. Our professor taught us that it should all be since you love, Sirius said, gently moving Lupin's hand aside. He stood behind Lupin, who felt his ears flush a delicate shade of crimson. Lupin fell into silence. Sirius continued, I remember that lesson was one where you stood up to answer a question. Let me think, what did you say? The scent of bloodied raw meat, the aroma of new books, a pet dog, and cedar rosemary. Last night, while arguing with Creature, I suddenly recalled how, when I was younger, I would send my school robes home for Creature to wash. He would heed my mother's instructions to soak them in cedar rosemary essence. I can't believe I forgot about that after running away from home. And besides, you've never owned a pet dog, Sirius added. Lupin lowered his gaze, and through the reflective potion bottles, Sirius noticed him biting his lip. Speak up, be honest. Sirius nudged Lupin with his knee. What do you smell now? It's the same, Lupin reluctantly admitted. Did it take you 10 years to realize that? Sirius teased, knowing that he hadn't prepared for that lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so forthright. Fortunately, none of their three blunt friends had noticed. Indeed, Sirius said quietly. There's a scent among those I've caught that I've never been able to identify. Lupin returned the love potion to the shelf, feeling a sense of relief wash over him after being exposed. But this morning, I found that scent on your pillow. Crash. Clatter. The wolfsbane potion in Lupin's arms shattered on the ground. Every customer's gaze turned toward him. Lupin stood frozen in a remarkably stiff posture as the bitter aroma of the potion spread across the floor. Well, that's a few years' worth of rent you've just dropped, Sirius said, wrapping his arms around Lupin's waist. His laughter mingling with warm breath that tickled Lupin's neck. He buried his nose in the crook of Lupin's neck, inhaling deeply. It's been 10 years. Don't lose me again. Remember to gradually make up for the letters unwritten and the faces unseen. Chapter 38. Harry discovered that once he had transitioned past the initial few classes, the difficulty of all subjects began to ascend sharply. In addition, he needed to carve out considerable time for Quidditch practice while simultaneously keeping up with assignments. However, Sirius had recently been sending an abundance of exquisite sweets via owl post, markedly improving Harry's spirits. Aside from attracting numerous envious glances at the Slytherin table, he also shared these confections with his friends. "I'll have a surprise for you come Halloween," Draco said, eyeing the sweets Harry had handed him. "But I've noticed that this candy shop is also favored by my mother. Some of their varieties are unique creations I remember vividly." Harry realized that it was Sirius's shopping habits from the family that made Draco feel familiar. Draco would likely never know that these treats were purchased by his own uncle. "Halloween is still a ways off," Harry said, making a face at Draco. "I'll just look forward to it for now." Draco shrugged, a mysterious expression gracing his face. "Of course, I'm not entirely prepared yet. Will Hogwarts have festive decorations?" Harry inquired further, uncertain whether wizards partake in trick-or-treating like Muggle children. "There will be a banquet. They discussed it previously in the Slytherin common room," Draco affirmed. "Dumbledore is a headmaster who values ceremony. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to change the hall's ceiling to a new color." Blaze interjected as he overheard their conversation. In the Quidditch pitch, the first practice following the tryouts commenced. "I suggest that all players with ample budgets upgrade to a Firebolt 2000, just like Harry's," Marcus declared, raising Harry's broom for all to see and demonstrating the speed difference between it and a standard Comet 260. A good team must utilize only the best equipment. Harry felt the gazes of the other Slytherin players upon him. The Firebolt 2000 was quite costly, yet he undeniably outpaced the other players while riding it. The Slytherins, who typically prided themselves on nobility, elegance, and refinement, except when brawling, presented an entirely different persona on the Quidditch pitch. Some teammates seemed to believe that merely uttering profanities could cleanse their souls, while others appeared to have joined the Quidditch team for reasons beyond a mere love for the sport. In contrast to emphasizing collective honor, Marcus consistently employs a different approach to invigorate his teammates during their talks. "Some among you, if you aspire to join a professional Quidditch team post-graduation, must recognize that your performance in collegiate matches is of paramount importance. Should you find yourselves in a team that frequently suffers defeat, it would be prudent to abandon such aspirations. Furthermore, for those who wish to regard Quidditch as a means of social discourse or leverage, if you prefer not to be exposed during casual conversations for being unable to best even Gryffindor at school, it is imperative to diligently refine your skills." To Harry's ears, these words resonated more as personal career guidance than as team training advice. Nevertheless, they evidently proved effective for his comrades. Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude for having chosen the position of Seeker, as it often allowed him to observe the action from above, safely distanced from the brutal collisions of his teammates below. Were he to articulate any confusion, it would pertain to the Marauder's map. Harry discovered that every time Quirrell turned his back, the pain from his scar would resurface, compelling him to pay closer attention to Quirrell's movements while scrutinizing the map. Quirrell was often found lingering around the 4th floor, and on a couple of occasions, he had successfully ventured inside when no one else was around. Yet it seemed he was stuck in the first room. After some time, when Harry next spotted Quirrell on the 4th floor, he had inched further inside. The Marauder's map, gifted to Harry by Lupin, afforded him an entirely novel perspective of the school. During his birthday in Godric's Hollow, he had observed a multitude of professors bustling about on the 4th floor. Why then did Quirrell repeatedly return to that location? Harry recalled Dumbledore's warning to steer clear of the 4th floor, yet a clandestine curiosity compelled him to follow Quirrell on his furtive escapades. Just when would he delve deeper? Did Dumbledore possess knowledge of all this? Chapter 39. Harry's gaze traversed the table, landing on Ron's rat, which was strikingly close. In this class, Flitwick permitted them to bring pets, facilitating their practice of levitating objects along specified trajectories. Generally speaking, levitating animals proved more challenging than inanimate objects. To demonstrate the spell, Neville's toad was directed by Flitwick to circle the classroom. "Group practice. Remember the technique that successfully lifted the feather," Flitwick announced from the podium. "Begin with smaller targets." Harry's attention was wholly captivated by Ron's rat, which perfectly matched Sirius's earlier description, plump, gray, with sparse fur, and appearing rather lethargic. Harry tilted his head, attempting to ascertain whether the rat was missing a toe, but it was curled up so tightly that its paws were obscured. Ron seemed to cherish his pet, deliberating whether to use it as a practice subject, especially after witnessing Neville's toad tumble. "Scabbers is Percy's old rat. He's quite aged, and I really can't risk mistreating my elderly pet," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern as various small creatures zipped through the classroom. "Mum can't afford to get me a new pet. You can practice with a quill or something else for now," Hermione suggested, effortlessly maneuvering her textbook to soar around the classroom before landing gracefully on her desk. Draco noticed Harry's fascination with Scabbers. "Do you like rats?" he inquired, scrutinizing the rat's bald patches with bemusement. "Yes, I find it quite interesting," Harry stammered, drawing Ron's attention to his exchange with Draco. Ron scoffed. He's been with us for years. Honestly, he's not that exciting. Since witnessing Harry's impressive performance in flying class, Ron's attitude towards Slytherin had softened somewhat, prompting him to engage in conversation with them. My pet is an owl. Perhaps I could take a look at your rat? Harry inquired politely. Of course, feel free, Ron replied, pinching the rat's tail and presenting it to Harry. Thank you. Harry gingerly cradled the rat, maintaining a composed expression as he examined it closely. It did appear rather endearing. Initially, the rat lounged on the desk, but as Harry lifted it to his eyes, it opened its tearful-looking eyes and, in a half-awake state, stared back at him for a few moments before suddenly writhing and squealing in fright. Startled, Harry quickly released it. The rat darted to the floor and vanished in an instant. Scabbers, don't run away, Ron called out, somewhat frustrated. As he crawled under the desk in an attempt to catch its tail, Harry stood wide-eyed, fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. He had just seen clearly that the rat named Scabbers was indeed missing a toe. Scabbers, come back. Ron chased after the errant rat, darting around the classroom. I'll help you, Hermione offered, clearing her throat. Pointing her wand at Scabbers, she chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. As soon as she completed the incantation, Scabbers soared into the air. Rather than immediately returning the rat to the desk, Hermione allowed it to fly a full circuit of the classroom, mimicking Flitwick's earlier demonstration before gently bringing it down. Excellent work, Miss Granger. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Flitwick proclaimed excitedly. It was only when Scabbers landed in Hermione's palm that Ron, his face flushed, returned to his spot. No. He was just scared. You made him fly all over the place. Hermione had expected Ron to express gratitude, but instead, she faced his reproach. Had it not been for me, you might not have found your pet at all. I really don't understand why you always seek the spotlight, Ron muttered, taking Scabbers from Hermione and stuffing him into his pocket. Even if you were clever. Scabbers appeared thoroughly rattled, as Ron held him firmly to prevent further escape. Harry noticed Hermione frowning and turning her back on Ron, while the rat cautiously poked its head out from Ron's pocket, still observing Harry with interest. Splendid. Harry exclaimed to Hermione before turning back to Ron. Can you buy a rat like this in Diagon Alley? You know, I'm thinking about getting a new one. This one was discarded by Percy. He's nearly 10 years old. I doubt he was bought, as Mum prefers to spend money on useful pets, like owls. This is probably just a rat from our garden. Ron's voice dwindled, as he typically detested admitting in front of others that he used secondhand items. Harry feigned ignorance of Scabbers' gaze, lowering his head to practice the spell assigned by Flitwick, all the while mentally strategizing how to broach the subject with his godfather. Harry masked his turmoil with a dismal performance, feeling his hands tremble slightly. If this truly was, as Sirius had suggested, the very rat that betrayed his parents. Harry struggled to maintain an outwardly composed facade, transforming all his doubts, surprises, confusion, and anger into a mere smile directed at Ron. I think I might go buy a similar one, perhaps a white one. Thank you. Ron appeared relieved, albeit with a tone of disdain as he checked on Scabbers' condition. Of course, most of the time, the rat is quite well behaved. Certainly. The timid nature of Scabbers is undoubtedly a result of his prolonged association with Percy, the bookworm. Moreover, his diminutive size adds to the charm. This is splendid. My Hedwig cannot be conveniently tucked into my pocket, Harry continued. At times, I feed him scraps from the table, Ron whispered. He has quite an appetite. Luna, having completed the small creature's flight task, donned a new pair of glasses, gazing vacantly at the mouse and Harry. You, Luna, she spoke. Surrounded by pesky flies, indeed. Harry, having adeptly assimilated Luna's vocabulary, seamlessly continued the conversation, his mind burdened with numerous concerns. Quirrell, the enigmatic fourth floor, the impending Quidditch match, and the suspicious mouse. Chapter 40. So heavy. Lupin nudged the slumbering Sirius, feeling the warmth of Sirius's nose against his cheek, a wave of heat lingering at his ear. With Sirius's rising chest pressed against his back. Whether in his animagus form or not, Lupin could not ignore the weight of this body, compounded by the occasional, uncontrollable quickening of his heartbeat, which rendered him breathless. The attic had become particularly lively since Sirius's arrival, ever since he had unilaterally decided to share a bed with Lupin. Each of Lupin's nights had grown increasingly cramped. Hearing Lupin's gentle prompt, Sirius did not fully awaken, yet instinctively tightened his grip on Lupin's fingers, as if fearing Lupin might suddenly vanish. Cautiously, Lupin shifted sideways, attempting to change his position quietly, finally able to breathe freely. His gaze fell upon Sirius's sleeping visage. In the dimness of night and memory, Lupin recalled the sudden kiss from Sirius in the potions shop, an invisible kiss wrought by the disillusionment charm, leaving only pressure, warmth, and a tingling sensation. At times, Lupin even questioned whether that kiss had been a mere figment of his imagination. After returning to the attic, they resumed their lives as if nothing had transpired, yet everything had changed. The point where their palms overlapped glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. Sirius's elevated body temperature always made Lupin feel as though he were absorbing that warmth and strength. Lupin withdrew his fingers, seeking the scar he had left that day, now transformed into 3 deep, uneven grooves, more coarse and conspicuous compared to the surrounding soft skin, with jagged edges. As Lupin traced the scar with his fingertip, Sirius grasped his wrist firmly, resisting his momentary retreat, thus pressing Lupin's entire hand against his abdomen. Sirius murmured, sleepily questioning. He opened his eyes, observing Lupin's somewhat rigid posture, and then broke into a mischievous smile. Under the scrutiny of Sirius's gaze, Lupin felt a pang of regret. He appeared less like someone inspecting a scar and more like one taking liberties. Sirius once again prevented Lupin from withdrawing his hand. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Lupin replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, his fingertips igniting where they brushed against Sirius's muscles. "Why do I wake up to see you looking so pitiful and fragile?" Sirius propped himself up, speaking slowly. "I'm fine," Lupin insisted, praying Sirius wouldn't notice the flush spreading across his face. "I haven't done anything," Sirius chuckled, his voice imbued with laughter amidst the twilight. "If I speak too quickly, I fear it may frighten you. The transition from friends to lovers can be quite daunting." Finally, Lupin withdrew his hand, covering his face. "I believe a gradual approach contradicts my nature," Sirius remarked nonsensically. "However, I am willing to wait until you fully acclimatize to all of this. I'm not too shabby when I'm not going mad, am I?" Lupin did not deny his impulse to retreat at any moment. Although Sirius had yet to utter any promises or solemn declarations, he sometimes felt the weight of their relationship. He merely gazed gently at Sirius. Sirius leaned closer, clutching the hem of Lupin's shirt with his teeth, and once more guided Lupin's wrist to his waist, whispering softly. "Touch me." Chapter 41. Hogwarts. Boys' lavatory. I saw that rat. It indeed is missing a toe. Harry had finally stumbled upon an unoccupied lavatory, his heart racing as he contacted Sirius through the two-way mirror. "What can I do now?" Lupin's expression was grave, yet Sirius nodded knowingly. "I knew I wasn't mistaken. Furthermore, that rat was once Ron's pet. Percy is now in his 5th year, and the typical lifespan of a common rat is merely 1 to 3 years. Harry recalled having seen a rat during his time living in the cupboard under the stairs on Privet Drive. Then its lifespan as a rat has far exceeded the norm. "I must return to Hogwarts." Sirius turned his head to Lupin, seeking his counsel. "Kill him yourself." "No," Lupin replied, looking at Harry. "We must ensure he stands alive in the Ministry of Magic's courtroom. This is Sirius's only chance for exoneration." Why did I hear Snape say that just a bit of Veritaserum could compel someone to speak the truth? The Ministry could use that to clear my godfather's name. Harry squatted in a corner of the lavatory, earnestly inquiring. Veritaserum can be resisted by some wizards through sheer will, so it cannot be entirely relied upon as courtroom evidence. Moreover, a wizard's memories can be altered, although most memory modifications leave rather clumsy traces. Therefore, Wormtail, as the most compelling witness, might persuade the jury the most effectively. Lupin explained. "If your godfather wishes to return to a normal life, then we must capture him alive at Hogwarts." Sirius quickly reached a decision. Wouldn't barging into Gryffindor Tower be a bit reckless? The fat lady's password is always changing. Lupin pondered, furrowing his brow. Any misstep along the way would leave no room for retreat. However, we must verify with our own eyes whether it is indeed him. If I ask Percy, perhaps he might compassionately reveal the Gryffindor password to me. Harry suggested hesitantly, but most of the time, Percy is quite strict and responsible. That sounds too suspicious. Having been a prefect, if a Slytherin student were to inquire about the password, he would simply refuse them outright. Perhaps I heard them mention that there would be a Halloween party soon? Harry recalled a discussion at the Slytherin table. "Yes, Hogwarts will host a Halloween feast," Sirius nodded. "There will be costume games, ghost stories, visitors from the spirit world, performances by wizarding bands, pumpkins, bats, and dim lighting. On that day, running around the castle in bizarre attire would go unnoticed by the professors. What if we went on that day?" Harry proposed. "During the feast, I could bring my pet." Ron said he would feed Scabbers scraps from the table. "Let me go," Lupin suddenly interjected. "On Halloween. You?" Sirius appeared puzzled. "If the professors at Hogwarts discover me, they wouldn't see it as too serious a matter. I am one of the earliest members of the Order of the Phoenix, and since Voldemort has been silent, there hasn't been much news. They might still have some recollection of the good student Lupin from before, but you are a different story." Lupin replied calmly. "What would happen if the escaped prisoner of Azkaban infiltrated the school? Are you suggesting I sit idly at home like a fool?" Sirius astutely pointed out. "This is precisely to ensure that you can roam the streets joyfully every day," Lupin replied. "Harry cannot afford to lose you again, nor can I. After the trial, you will have ample space to showcase your talents." Sirius leaned back in his chair, lapsing into silence. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited within Harry. He turned to the two of them, cheerfully recounting other happenings at Hogwarts, including the training style of the Slytherin Quidditch team, his progress with the summoning charm, and Snape's typically sardonic guidance. "The old bat isn't entirely terrible towards you," Sirius remarked with a knowing tone. If only he would wash his hair. However, among the many professors, Snape's tone was consistently the most severe. A thought struck Harry. "Do you recall the fourth-floor corridor we saw on the Marauders map? Professor Quirrell is often seen lurking around there." "Quirrell, is this someone we knew during our school days?" Sirius inquired. "I seem to vaguely remember a student from Ravenclaw by that name, but he doesn't appear to be in our year." "Completely unfamiliar," Lupin responded. "He seems rather peculiar. Always stuttering," Harry chuckled, "and I feel as though I always see him grimacing in pain from his scar." It seemed Quirrell had a shadowy echo on the Marauders map, while the names of others appeared normal. "A shadowy echo? Do you have it with you? Let me see what the issue is, Lupin." As the principal creator of the Marauders map seemed unaware of such a flaw in his creation, Harry retrieved the map from his pocket. Quirrell was in his office. He angled the two-way mirror towards that name, allowing Lupin to see clearly. Indeed, beneath the name Quirinus Quirrell, there were faint traces of additional text, seemingly a name beginning with 8. Sirius strained to decipher it. "Perhaps something is amiss," Lupin conceded, acknowledging his own lack of technical prowess. "Another complete map may still reside in Filch's drawer. I occasionally feel he appears rather sneaky." Harry recalled Quirrell's furtive movements. "Let us speculate what lies on the fourth floor." Sirius directed his gaze at Lupin. "If a new teacher is repeatedly probing for something, it is likely not of significant importance." Lupin replied, "If it were truly vital, Dumbledore would not have allowed so many professors to create numerous obstacles. Generally, the more individuals privy to a secret, the greater the risk of it being disclosed. You know, the unbreakable vow. If one wishes to conceal something, it is far wiser to cast a spell that only one can break on the outside or hide it in a secret, obscure location rather than within the school." Sirius concurred with Lupin's perspective. Dumbledore's arrangement appeared ostentatious, almost as if inviting challengers to step forth. "A bait?" Lupin recalled the bloody meat often placed beside Muggle traps. "A bait," Sirius nodded. "But we do not know which prey he seeks to attract. With just the four of us back then, we could have turned Hogwarts upside down. How dangerous could a corridor that a student might accidentally wander into truly be? Something that isn't genuinely important." Harry felt reassured by their discussion, indicating he had no reason to meddle further. Now, he must prepare to assist Lupin in acting more effectively on Halloween. Chapter 42. Severus. Lucius gently tapped on the door and entered Snape's office, now bathed in the hues of evening. Snape was engaged with potion ingredients, nodding in acknowledgement. "Draco has yet to arrive. At this hour, he is likely still at dinner," Lucius observed, glancing at the clock on the wall. "How is he faring with his occlumency?" At Lucius's behest, Draco practiced occlumency in Snape's office each week. "Quite well," Snape replied, cleaning the remnants of potion and seating himself across from Lucius. "Especially at his age. When children are prone to wandering thoughts, he has managed remarkably." "How did Dumbledore consent to your presence at the school?" Lucius inquired. "A significant teaching mishap." Lucius huffed through his nose. "As a father and a board member, I certainly have the right to inquire. However, I cannot fathom what sort of person would attack a unicorn. One who disregards curses yet is desperate for the unicorn's power to survive," Snape replied in a low voice. The two fell into a brief silence as Snape turned to place the potion bottles in the cabinet. "How does Draco get along with that boy Potter?" Lucius asked. "I hear they are roommates. Yet Draco seldom mentions him in his letters home. I believe he spends more time with Crabbe and Goyle." Snape's expression became inscrutable at the mention of Harry. Being around a second-rate James Potter is unlikely to benefit him. As Snape Sr., Lucius had frequently assisted him in dealing with James and his cohorts during their school days. "I believe you still love her, Severus. I cannot discern whether that is a good or bad thing. Love endures longer than hate. There is nothing inherently good or bad about it." Snape inhaled deeply. "It is precisely due to her absence that she seems more perfect in my heart. Let us discuss something else. Draco says the defense against the dark arts teacher is inadequate." Lucius promptly shifted the topic. "Quirrell appears quite suspicious. It is no longer merely a matter of annoyance," Snape remarked disdainfully. "Moreover, he is covertly seeking information." "Oh," Lucius feigned disinterest. "Considering that Hagrid is among the individuals Dumbledore has entrusted, if he truly wished to keep it secret, he ought to have approached only me." Snape paused, expressing his dissatisfaction. A knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Snape called. "Professor, I have arrived." Draco's voice rang from the threshold. Upon entering, his eyes immediately fell upon Lucius's flowing, light gold hair. "Father?" Draco trotted over to Lucius, somewhat surprised, and linked his arm with his father's. "What brings you here?" Lucius drew Draco closer, scrutinizing his cheeks. "I was sent by your mother to ascertain whether you are healthy and happy. This evening, I will accompany Professor Snape as you practice occlumency." Draco accepted the sweets Lucius offered and inquired, "What level of mastery is required?" "Until you can fully control your mind," Snape replied softly. "Only those capable of self-restraint possess true freedom. Those unable to manage themselves will ultimately yield, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, to the dominion of others." Chapter 43. As a figure emerged from the fireplace, the blue eyes behind Dumbledore's spectacles sparkled with delight. A few days prior, he had received a letter from Remus Lupin, containing revelations as astonishing as those once conveyed by Sirius. Clearly, Dumbledore had acquiesced to Lupin's request to return to school. "Professor," Lupin emerged from the headmaster's chamber, respectfully greeting Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled warmly, appearing quite pleased. "You look splendid. I assume Sirius has relayed his story to you?" "Indeed. I decided to return after conferring with him." Lupin responded. "If that truly is Peter Pettigrew, the truth will be unveiled." This was destined to be an extraordinary Halloween Eve. Dumbledore's words seemed laden with significance. "I assure you, I will not jeopardize the safety of the students," Lupin hastily promised. "Perhaps the emphasis is not solely on you." Dumbledore smiled reassuringly, saying, "There are other matters stirring as well. Now that you have returned, let us fully relish the delights of Halloween. Have you missed many Halloween feasts due to your absences?" "Indeed, several of the full moons have coincided with Halloween Eve." Suddenly recalling something, Dumbledore retrieved an item from his drawer and addressed Lupin. "I intended to present this to Harry at Christmas. It is a relic belonging to his father, a rare treasure of sorts. I believe you are quite familiar with it. Given that you and Sirius are currently by Harry's side, it seems more fitting for you to bestow it upon him." Lupin glanced at the package in Dumbledore's hands and instantly recognized it, James' invisibility cloak. As he accepted the cloak, an overwhelming wave of familiarity washed over him, its smooth texture reminiscent of their youthful escapades. This cloak had aided them immensely during their student days, particularly in clandestinely exploring the hidden corners of Hogwarts Castle. Without it, crafting the Marauders' map would have been an insurmountable challenge. "I hope it proves beneficial for you at tonight's masquerade," Dumbledore winked. "Thank you." Lupin's voice caught in his throat as he draped the cloak over his shoulders, perfectly enveloping his adult frame. In an instant, he became invisible, and a flood of youthful memories surged through his mind. "Shall we indulge in a lemon sherbet before you depart?" Dumbledore resumed his writing, having momentarily set aside his lengthy letter. "Your constitution allows for a bit more sweetness, dear boy." Lupin blinked, recalling how Dumbledore had once visited him at the age of 11, persuading his father to send him to Hogwarts. Now, Dumbledore still referred to him as dear boy, which stirred a softening in Lupin's heart. The Dumbledore of yore had not yet donned the snow-white hair and beard that characterized him now. Lupin felt a surge of gratitude. His current semblance of health was largely due to Sirius' insistence that he indulge in hearty meals. The pallor that had marred his reunion with Sirius had nearly vanished, perfectly concealing the tumultuous experiences of the past decade and the multitude of setbacks he had endured. Receiving praise as a good boy always brought joy to Lupin, and he cherished the favorable image he held in the eyes of his esteemed mentor. "I've consumed copious amounts of chocolate. I hope to return with good news upon our next meeting." He declined Dumbledore's offer of sweets and made his way towards the door of the office. "Do not feel disheartened if the news is not favorable. Many questions may not yield immediate answers," Dumbledore remarked as he observed Lupin departing through the slowly opening door. Descending the steep staircase, the orange pumpkin decorations and bats of the castle filled Lupin's vision, and the students were abuzz with excitement, many having already donned whimsical costumes. Lupin pulled the invisibility cloak tighter around him, silently blending into the bustling corridors of the castle. Chapter 44. Though the festivities of Halloween Eve unfolded at night, I wish to present this to you in the morning. As Harry awoke, he saw Draco approaching, concealing something behind his back. Surprise flickered in Harry's eyes. He vividly recalled Draco's earlier hints, and the remnants of his sleep evaporated as a smile graced his lips, anticipation illuminating his face. "Honestly, it's nothing extraordinary," Draco began. "I found your two-way mirror quite intriguing, so I sought out something similar in the magical shop. I managed to cast a simple transfiguration charm on it." Harry beheld two small, ghostly figures nestled in Draco's palm, each no longer than half a finger and cool to the touch, resembling porcelain. "How adorable!" Harry exclaimed, picking one up. "With this, we can hear each other's voices from afar, though it alters your voice every time, making it sound like another creature," Draco explained, positioning the small ghost near his lips to demonstrate its use. "Just say the name." Draco clearly articulated, "Harry Potter." In an instant, the ghost in Harry's hand sprang to life, swirling before him, and he effortlessly caught it again, its white form shifting to black. "Now we can communicate," Draco announced. A deep, sea monster-like voice emerged from within, unmistakably mimicking Draco's tone and rhythm, leaving Harry momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Harry's laughter too transformed into the voice of a sea monster, filling the dormitory with cheer. Beside him, Blaise jolted upright in his bed, suspicion etched across his features. Has the Black Lake water seeped into the dormitory? Draco gently prodded the ghost, returning it to its original white hue. He turned to Blaise. Of course not. Blaise remained skeptical. Why did I hear a sea monster's voice? Nothing to worry about. It's gone now. Draco exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, both chuckling. You know, living in a dormitory beneath the lake always gives me a sense of unease, Blaise muttered as he reclined back down. Imagining it swimming across the lake bed and creeping onto my bed. Draco leaned in closer to Harry. Actually, the voice modulation has many variations. Each time it's random. I suspect there are mermaids or other creatures within it. But discerning what the other is saying remains clear. Harry beamed as he tucked the little ghost away, gazing at Draco. I've already thought of a use for it, on my birthday. You must sing to me in a banshee's voice. I won't take responsibility if it turns into a banshee's wail. Draco waved dismissively, not rejecting Harry's request. This marked Harry's first festive celebration at Hogwarts. Previously, during Halloween on Privet Drive, he could only watch from afar as Dudley and his friends swaggered to neighbors' doors demanding sweets. Dudley relished dressing as a Muggle superhero, so Harry often witnessed his cousin's portly Batman or Spider-Man, who appeared ready to tumble off the wall at any moment. On this day, the pumpkin decorations and bats festooned throughout the castle thrilled everyone. Even the minor scuffles erupting in the corridors were transformed into playful uses of Bat-Bogey hex. Luna had exchanged her usual carrot earrings for 2 small pumpkins, and under her dreamlike demonstration, Harry delightedly discovered he had mastered the hover charm. Moreover, another reason contributed to Harry's buoyant spirits. He knew Lupin would be visiting today. Although Harry had yet to fully grasp the gravity of capturing the rat, he had longed to see his godfather and Lupin in person. Lupin was the kind of elder whose presence instilled a sense of security. A dependable adult always provided a comforting reassurance. On his way to the Hogwarts Great Hall for the feast, Harry encountered Oliver Wood, who greeted him awkwardly, his mood evidently sour. Just days prior, during the first Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Harry's capture of the Golden Snitch had secured victory for Slytherin, albeit through a rather convoluted series of events. When he had first spotted the snitch and surged forward, he was unceremoniously collided with by his Slytherin teammate. Fortunately, Harry managed to cling to his broom for a moment before regaining his balance and swiftly capturing the elusive prize. It was evident that what had not yet emerged from the shadow of that match. As rumors suggested, he had significantly intensified the training regimen for the Gryffindor team. The match garnered Harry an abundance of applause, with even Snape choosing to watch the game from the sidelines. The long-standing tradition that first-year students were ineligible to join the Quidditch team was thus shattered, leading the other 3 houses to relax their restrictions on first-year recruits in their latest team announcements. The only source of annoyance for Harry was the increased whispers and pointed fingers he encountered along the castle corridors. This year's Halloween feast appeared even more peculiar than usual, as Harry overheard nearly headless Nick's commentary nearby. Well, we can't eat anyway, the fat friar consoled. I can pass through them, feel their essence. Nearly headless Nick clenched his fists, and perhaps learn about some exquisite dishes to prepare for my 500th Death Day celebration next year. He seemed determined to host an unforgettable commemorative feast. As Harry took his seat at the table, he understood why nearly headless Nick found the Halloween fare so strange. The platters, once filled with smoked chicken, roast beef, and baked potatoes, now sported toothy sausages, roasts adorned with bizarrely colored scales, and cakes fashioned like man-eating plants. The giant pumpkins used as decorations appeared to have been repurposed into a vividly colored soup. The atmosphere seemed to mirror the suspicion that had lingered in the air since morning, as Blaise looked as wary as ever. The food, whether for consumption or observation, appeared utterly bizarre. Gathering his courage, Harry took a bite of a toothy sausage and found it surprisingly palatable. Relax, he reassured Blaise. Adjacent to the oversized pumpkin decorations, a skeleton dance troupe and an unidentifiable singing ensemble, invited by Dumbledore, entertained the crowd, while the ceiling of the hall darkened to emulate the night sky, leaving only the warm orange glow of the jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the space. Once the majority had overcome their psychological barriers and filled their stomachs with the peculiar dishes, the 4 house tables were removed, and students clustered around their chosen entertainment, engaging in lively conversations. Many students donned flamboyant costumes as they approached the teacher's table, requesting sweets. Harry couldn't help but notice that the students surrounding Snape were the least numerous. Snape maintained a stern demeanor even while distributing candies, which rendered him a comical figure amidst the cheerful teachers. It seemed one person was notably absent from the teacher's table, as Harry observed the faculty from a distance. A cool hand gently tapped his shoulder. Lupin had arrived. Harry sensed Dumbledore's bright blue eyes linger on him for a few seconds. He searched for Ron and was relieved to find him seated among a group of Gryffindor students, listening to ghost stories. Even in the dim light, Harry could see Ron's face pale with fright, as though he were about to flee, yet one of the Weasley twins had him firmly pinned in place. Ron's pockets bulged, and Scabbers peeked out curiously. Harry made his way toward Ron. Chapter 45. The legs of a giant spider are as hard as steel, capable of piercing a human skull and traversing an entire body. When it chases you, its 8 large eyes glimmer with an eerie red glow, and its body is coated in green venom. George animatedly recounted the legends surrounding giant spiders. Then, it will chew you to bits, he warned. Harry quietly settled beside Ron, noting the roundness of his eyes and the involuntary tremor of his lips, as if he were on the verge of collapsing. Upon seeing Harry, Ron edged closer, seeking distance from George. Are you all right? Harry inquired. I feel like I'm going to be sick, Ron shivered, seemingly haunted by the thought of a giant spider's hairy legs coming for him. I hate spiders. He suppressed a gag. Harry patted Ron's shoulder. Meanwhile, George was elaborating on how giant spiders could weave webs as thick as a human arm. If you had encountered a teddy bear suddenly sprouting spider legs when you were 3, you would fear spiders too. Ron's face appeared drained of color, staring blankly at George, as if a monstrous 8-eyed spider lurked behind his brother, ready to pounce. I never had a teddy bear, but everyone has their own fears, Harry replied candidly. There are plenty of spiders in the cupboard. I've grown accustomed to it. Ron pulled Scabbers from his pocket, gently stroking its half-bald fur, as if seeking solace from the mouse. I was only 3 then. How could I cope with such a shock? Harry heard the faintest footsteps behind him. Lupin had surely spotted the rat, but Ron clutched Scabbers tightly, thwarting Lupin's attempt to discreetly procure the rodent. Scabbers appeared more animated than usual on Halloween Eve. Now it was Wood's turn to share ghost stories, and Harry suspected that for Wood, the most terrifying tale was of Quidditch defeat. We could play wizard's chess on the other side, Harry suggested to Ron, knowing Ron was a chess prodigy, hoping it might distract him from the mouse. Since you don't like these stories. Good idea, Ron replied eagerly, appearing keen to escape the Weasley twins. Just as they prepared to rise, a flustered figure rushed in through the great hall doors. Professor Quirrell was barreling straight toward the teacher's table. Bang! As Quirrell stumbled past Harry and Ron, he tripped over his own feet, having collided with the invisible Lupin, causing Quirrell to fall face first before reaching the teacher's table. Fortunately, Lupin managed to sidestep without falling. Just as the onlookers were beginning to comprehend the cause of Quirrell's fall, he crawled on the ground, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Troll! There's a troll!" Harry's scar began to throb painfully again, and he groaned, crouching down while clutching his forehead. I think the troll is moving toward the hall. Quirrell cried dramatically for assistance from the teachers. Ron supported Harry as he staggered, his gaze fixed on Quirrell's retreating figure, a hint of confusion on his face. What is that? He murmured. Harry felt every nerve in his brain jolt with pain, yet within him stirred an unfamiliar emotion. A sense of excitement, as if something he had long desired was finally within reach. Harry couldn't identify the source of this strange feeling. Ron's voice trembled as he lowered it to a whisper. Look at that. Following Ron's pointed finger, Harry saw Quirrell was indeed Quirrell. His bizarre scarf now askew around his neck after the fall. His neck. Ron looked ready to scream. Harry gritted his teeth against the pain of his scar. And through the gaps in the scarf, he caught sight of what had frightened Ron. Something was moving on the back of Quirrell's head. A living creature. The floor of the hall trembled slightly, and many who hadn't noticed Quirrell before now sensed something amiss. Dumbledore had paused in distributing sweets, rising from the teacher's table. Seemingly about to speak, he waved his wand, illuminating the dark ceiling of the hall. Heads of houses, please escort the younger students. Dumbledore's sentence was abruptly cut off by a loud bang, as an extremely loud footfall outside brought everyone to a standstill. The skeleton dancers froze, and everyone held their breath, straining to discern the source of the disturbance. The troll, while appearing deceptively feeble, was still an object of terror as Quirrell called out for help, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was, in fact, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. You have been discovered, you worthless fool, an unfamiliar, exceedingly furious voice thundered. Harry, rubbing his scar, widened his eyes, nearly convinced that the ominous voice emanated from the back of Quirrell's head. A long-standing question plagued Harry. Why did his scar hurt? He could now assure himself it was connected to whatever lurked behind Quirrell's skull. In a reflexive motion, Harry drew his wand and aimed it at the scarf, intent on casting a levitation charm he had mastered, despite the potential consequences of detention or losing 50 points for Gryffindor. The spell struck the scarf, yet it did not obey Harry's expectations and levitate. However, Quirrell had abruptly turned around. There must be a protective charm, Lupin whispered, pressing down on Harry's shoulder beneath the invisibility cloak, evidently having seen the object concealed beneath the scarf. Quirrell finally noticed the commotion around him, turning to face Harry with a visage that, usually dull, now twisted into a menacing grimace. Seize that boy and flee. The alien voice commanded once more. Capture him. and leave at once. Chapter 46. Draco observed the minor disturbance around Harry, abandoning Crabbe and Goyle to approach the small circle of students engaged in telling ghost stories. A resounding crash echoed, now alarmingly close. As the entire hall turned to witness the source of the commotion, a single pale green foot of the troll had stepped into the entrance. Its skin creased with black grime, exuding a noxious, fishy odor that sent students near the entrance gasping and retreating into the hall. Is this part of the Halloween show? A first-year student inquired. Cool. Much more thrilling than the skeleton band, another replied. Although it reeks a bit, doesn't he it? A dislodged pumpkin decoration fell at his feet. The troll seemed to sense the throngs of students within the hall, attempting to smash through the walls to accommodate its massive bulk. In the fleeting moment when the crowd's attention was diverted, Quirrell tightened his grip on the scarf and stepped forward to seize Harry. Quirrell's actions appeared nonchalant. Yet even through the layers of his robes, Harry felt as if his arm might be wrenched from its socket. Let go of me, Harry grunted, stifling the pain from his scar, but his voice was soon drowned out by the troll's roar. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed several professors beginning to move towards the troll, seemingly unaware of the peculiarities unfolding here. The Gryffindor students engrossed in ghost stories were oblivious to Quirrell's intentions. Save for Ron, who had caught a glimpse of the horror beneath the scarf. Percy Weasley snapped back to reality, trying to maintain order. All first years, retreat to safety under my guidance. I'm the prefect, back away. Several bewildered first-year students promptly huddled behind Percy. The hall erupted into chaos. As it was evident that most were still unable to discern whether this was a Halloween spectacle or a calamity. Leave immediately. Take the boy. The ominous voice resounded again. Quirrell tightened his grip, causing Harry to stumble, his feet dangling as his body lurched forward. Instinctively, Ron grasped the hem of Harry's shirt, preventing him from falling completely. Harry gasped for air, clutching desperately at anything within reach. This time, he managed to tear away a significant portion of the unyielding scarf. All the students gathered there beheld the grotesque sight behind Quirrell's head, a ghastly pale face, with crimson, squinting eyes and a serpent-like, elongated nostril. Fred let out a screech. Best Halloween costume ever. I can't believe Professor Quirrell has such a flair for dressing up. George chimed in. What spell did he use? If I put your face on my own neck, it wouldn't be any different. Lupin swiftly cast a spell at Quirrell's hand, causing him to release his hold on Harry as though jolted by electricity. Harry, Ron, and Quirrell tumbled to the ground in a heap. Scabbers, don't run. Ron suddenly shouted, spotting his pet dashing towards Quirrell, attempting to climb into Quirrell's pocket. Reveal your true form. Lupin cast another silent spell, transforming the creature dangling from Quirrell's pocket into a tearful, balding, plump man. Chapter 47. Peter Pettigrew found himself sprawled awkwardly at Quirrell's feet. After a few seconds, he realized he was no longer in mouse form and surveyed his surroundings, bewildered by who had returned him to his human shape. What is this? Merlin, my Scabbers! Ron shrieked, witnessing his pet morph into a man, before fainting, collapsing to the ground in a faint. The face behind Quirrell's head fixated on Pettigrew with blood-red eyes. An expression of both malice and surprise etched upon its features. Master, Peter Pettigrew stammered, trembling as he huddled by Quirrell's robes. By this time, Draco had positioned himself beside Harry, recoiling in disgust to avoid the quivering form of Pettigrew. Draco lifted his gaze to find the ghastly face intensely scrutinizing him. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, disloyal servant. The voice from Quirrell's head spat with malice directed at Draco. A chill ran down Draco's spine as he heard the voice, an ominous premonition washing over him. Several professors had ensnared the troll with spells, while Professor McGonagall turned to guide the students towards a swift evacuation of the hall. Percy, take the younger students back to the common room immediately. No running about the castle without permission. Exit through the hole made by the troll. McGonagall's commanding voice halted abruptly as she spotted the prostrate Pettigrew, her usually stern countenance reflecting profound shock. Peter Pettigrew? But you were supposed to be dead. Snape rushed in from the opposite end of the hall, and upon seeing Pettigrew, his face contorted with revulsion, soon replaced by a look of astonishment akin to McGonagall's. Quirrell had already begun his escape, launching spells at the walls and decorations of the hall with rapidity. Shattered pumpkin guts and startled bats swirled chaotically through the air as chunks of plaster crumbled, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. The foul air filled the lungs of those present. Peter Pettigrew cast a glance at the unconscious Ron and the cluster of Gryffindor students shielding Harry, hastily scurrying in the direction Quirrell had fled. Stop, Snape commanded, raising his wand. Without hesitation, Pettigrew quickened his pace. Two spells shot towards him simultaneously, colliding in midair and veering off course, releasing a metallic scent into the air. Pettigrew staggered momentarily, and something fell from him. In an instant, his entire form reverted to that of a mouse, scurrying away amidst the chaos wrought by Quirrell's spells. Lupin raced after the mouse, reaching the entrance of the hall, where the obstacles created by Quirrell were gradually diminishing, and visibility was improving. He was merely a step away from Peter Pettigrew. At the entrance of the hall, several professors had already ensnared the giant with a multitude of spells. The bewildered creature appeared utterly dazed, swaying precariously as it began to topple backward. Lupin noticed a hapless student standing frozen in place behind the giant, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the enormous, pale green form. The ever-leaning shadow of the giant was encroaching upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lupin rushed toward the student, grasping him and retreating from the impending doom before the giant could descend upon that corner. Upon glancing back, he saw nothing but a trail of crimson droplets leading toward the forbidden forest, marking the path of the fleeing rat. An arm had been left behind. Inside the hall, Dumbledore was attending to the aftermath, fixating on the severed arm of Peter Pettigrew, a hand that had been detached by spells. The dark mark emblazoned upon the arm was as conspicuous as the still fresh bloodstains. Chapter 48, the front page of the Daily Prophet. Where is the mad headmaster leading Hogwarts? A special report by Rita Skeeter. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, the rigid and eccentric Albus Dumbledore, has recently encountered significant trouble during the Halloween feast. A giant of unknown origins invaded the hall, attacking numerous innocent students. The peculiar behavior of Professor Quirrell, who has since vanished, has only added to the chaos. Additionally, the long-deceased Sir Merlin Medal recipient, Peter Pettigrew, was sighted at the feast. This grave incident at Hogwarts has left many students in shock. With castle facilities destroyed in the turmoil, members of the invited skeleton dance troupe were struck down by a giant pumpkin. Leading to a conclusion, Dumbledore's mind has evidently dulled with age, rendering him unfit to continue as headmaster of Hogwarts. According to this reporter's extensive inquiries, Dumbledore has always favored personal connections when hiring professors. There are no clear and public standards for evaluation, a lack of reasonable faculty assessment systems, and no mechanisms for ordinary wizards to apply for positions. Since Dumbledore assumed the role of headmaster, all new professors have been invited solely by him, which elucidates how such bizarre educators have infiltrated Hogwarts. If one gains Dumbledore's trust, they are permitted to teach our children, regardless of their qualifications. The peculiar Professor Quirrell, recently appointed by Dumbledore, was described by a fellow student, Emily, as a very shy boy during his time at Ravenclaw, often bullied due to his lack of assertiveness. Despite being remarkably gifted, following his departure from school, he developed a keen interest in dark magic, traveling the world in pursuit of knowledge and power against it. Upon his return, he was once again invited by Dumbledore to teach. We must question the shortcomings in Hogwarts student management, as the existence of bullying evidently impacted Quirrell's character and worldview during his formative years. A person subjected to trauma in their youth is more likely to exhibit aberrant behavior, a cry for help that emanates from deep within. As headmaster, Dumbledore not only failed to curtail and guide students' actions, but also reintegrated the products of problematic education into the teaching staff. It has been reported that Quirrell stutters and is vague in his lectures, and his eerie dark magic disguise at the Halloween feast terrified younger students. His subsequent disappearance following the incident aptly illustrates his own insecurities regarding his unsuitability for the role. Concerns also arise regarding the quality of Hogwarts infrastructure. The presence of a creature as perilous as a giant within the hall is alarming, but there are numerous other baffling details within the castle, such as stairs that ensnare one's feet, ever-shifting staircases, and the dangerous secret forest adjacent to the school, all of which compromise student safety. To date, Dumbledore has failed to provide a reasonable explanation for the giant's presence within the school, nor has he addressed whether other dangers lurk within Hogwarts that could jeopardize our children's lives. Furthermore, this incident has unearthed another significant story that the Ministry of Magic has attempted to obscure. Peter Pettigrew is well known to the world. He was killed in the street by Sirius Black while protecting his close friends James, Lily, and their son Harry Potter. However, at the Halloween feast, multiple professors witnessed Pettigrew reappearing in corporeal form rather than as a ghost. The fleeing Pettigrew left behind an arm marked with the dark mark after being attacked. This seems to contradict existing narratives about war heroes. To date, no one in the magical community has publicly claimed to have mastered genuine resurrection magic. Although several professors skillfully evaded interviews with this reporter, I cannot help but speculate. During the summer, Dumbledore was known to have closely contacted his old friend Nicholas Flamel, with whom he has collaborated on alchemical studies related to resurrection and immortality. It is quite possible that Dumbledore has circumvented the Ministry's legal restrictions and made further advancements in the study of resurrection magic. If not, the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Harry Potter's parents, who survived against all odds, may hold another explanation. I previously attempted to interview the prisoner Sirius Black at Azkaban, but was firmly denied by the guards. The Ministry's evasive attitude mirrors Hogwarts' chaotic management style. This reporter will continue to pursue this issue. In light of recent events, I must reiterate my stance. The old madman Dumbledore is unfit to continue serving as headmaster of Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic must dispatch more competent wizards to steer the direction of the school's nurturing mission. Chapter 49. Madame Pomfrey knocked gently on Harry's hospital room door. Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. 15 minutes. After Harry responded, the door opened slightly, and Dumbledore entered. Good day, Harry, he said, as Harry propped himself up in bed. Harry had been readmitted to the hospital wing, though he appeared significantly better than the fainted Ron. He felt a twinge of guilt. He should find a way to hint to Ron, who might now not only fear all spiders, but also all rats. As the thought of discovering that his pet rat was actually a grown male was far more frightening than a teddy bear suddenly sprouting spider legs. This time, Madame Pomfrey had arranged for Harry to have a single patient room. I imagine you have many questions, Dumbledore stated candidly. It was I who decided to leave you on your aunt's doorstep 10 years ago, and it would be quite irresponsible to now have you face the future without any knowledge. I am here to answer your inquiries. Dumbledore sat at the edge of Harry's bed, his demeanor warm and inviting. Yes, sir, Harry replied, gripping the hospital sheets tightly. But he was at a loss for where to begin. Why had the giant appeared at the school? What was affixed to Quirrell's head? Why did his scar ache? How could they recapture Peter Pettigrew? Harry opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. Too many confusions crowded his mind. Dumbledore nodded understandingly. May I pose a question to you, which might help clarify your thoughts? You must have yanked at Professor Quirrell's scarf for a reason. What prompted you to do so? Every time I see him, my scar hurts, Harry replied truthfully. Moreover, he is often found lingering near the 4th floor, which strikes me as rather peculiar. However, Harry chose not to mention the Marauder's map, as Sirius had previously acknowledged that it too was a form of dark magic. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes fixated on Harry's lightning-shaped scar before he spoke slowly. Did you discern what lay upon Quirrell's occiput? A visage devoid of human hue, reminiscent of a serpent or a specter with crimson eyes. Harry recalled, feeling a tumult in his stomach. That was the one who murdered your parents, Dumbledore continued. His tone is flat, as if discussing the evening's menu. Harry's heart constricted instantly. It was he. It was indeed Voldemort, Dumbledore stated succinctly. Quirrell is Voldemort? Harry asked breathlessly. But if that is the case, why have the professors at Hogwarts not apprehended him collectively? Are you certain he is Voldemort? Dumbledore explained that Voldemort's current condition resembled that of a temporary possession of Quirrell. Quirrell may merely be a vessel he found to restore his vitality. This elucidates the recent spate of unicorn deaths. Voldemort requires the strength of such a sacred creature. Dumbledore paused before continuing. I have suspected him for quite some time. Yet I lacked the means to confirm his identity. Quirrell has always been wary in my presence. During the Halloween feast, most of the professors were occupied with the troll. Many had never encountered the drastically altered Voldemort himself. Most who faced him directly are deceased, except for you, Harry. I, myself, have never witnessed such a parasitic manner. That troll was? Harry pressed. The creature concealed on the 4th floor was originally intended to test Quirrell. It was a challenge set by him. I believe he aimed to divert our attention, allowing himself to ascend to the 4th floor amidst the chaos. However, Lupin's minor mishap disrupted his plans, Dumbledore stated succinctly. I shall return that magical stone to Nicholas Flamel. He escaped, Harry said through gritted teeth. And Pettigrew as well. We have failed to prevent all of this. Voldemort does not currently possess a corporeal form. I suspect that even if Quirrell were to be killed on the spot, Voldemort would not simply vanish, Dumbledore observed. Scrutinizing Harry's expression. Capturing Pettigrew is crucial for my godfather. Had I been a tad quicker, perhaps the outcome could have changed. A profound sense of frustration caused Harry to lower his head. He realized that following this failure, the likelihood of finding the rat was even more minuscule. Do not underestimate one who has clandestinely betrayed a dear friend yet remains undiscovered. A decade after the incident, no one questions Pettigrew's innocence. He has concealed himself adeptly. Even if people believe Sirius to be a criminal, they have never doubted him, not even I. All his close friends and family were oblivious to his joining the Death Eaters, Dumbledore remarked. He deceived everyone. Harry's fingers dug deeply into the sheets. Lupin may have made the best choice possible in that scenario. By exposing himself, he would have likely revealed your godfather. If Pettigrew could deceive 3 astute companions, it indicates he is not as easily dealt with as one might presume. Lupin has always been a kind-hearted individual. I imagine he felt immense sorrow upon seeing Pettigrew, as good people are reluctant to attribute dark motives to others, especially when it concerns a friend they once cherished. After listening to Dumbledore's response, Harry remained silent for an extended period. Then what can I do now? Harry said despondently. fearing that the sole consequence of that chaotic Halloween night would be the indelible memory of two loathsome faces. Pettigrew and Voldemort may haunt his subsequent nightmares. Dumbledore appeared pleased that Harry posed such a question, responding, "When Voldemort attempted to kill you, he may have already established some form of connection between the two of you. Is that the reason my scar hurts?" Harry nodded. "Voldemort will not relent. He will return to seek you out. He shall find a way to restore himself to his former state." Dumbledore glanced at the time, seemingly wishing to conclude the conversation before Madame Pomfrey arrived to urge them. "I fear this process will not be pleasant. We are pursuing ultimate victory." Ultimate victory? Harry did not quite comprehend the implication. A knock at the door interrupted, and Dumbledore rose. "Do not fret excessively about Pettigrew. The news of his being a Death Eater may already be reported by the Daily Prophet. As one who thrives on the coattails of the powerful, Pettigrew will undoubtedly continue to follow Voldemort in the days to come. He would rather be a rat for a decade than act independently. I am glad you have come to terms with what you must face, Harry. You are far more perceptive and courageous than I had envisioned. Your parents would be proud of you." Dumbledore placed a copy of the Daily Prophet on Harry's bedside table. "If you are interested, you might want to read it. I particularly enjoyed Rita Skeeter's portrayal of me as an old madman. In the future, you may also encounter such words. The boy who lived must face not only accolades, but also a torrent of controversy, far more tumultuous than we can imagine. Yet some paths can only be traversed alone." Chapter 50, Supper. Sirius pushed a plate of bloody steak toward Lupin. I endured creature's disdainful glares and insults, insisting he refrain from cooking it well done, and even had him add some seasonings you favor. Seeing Lupin still bearing a look of guilt, Sirius added, "It's quite all right. I am not hungry." Lupin took a deep breath, as if trying to shrink into his chair. "You returned in a state of disarray in the dead of night, and have yet to eat a morsel," Sirius pointed out bluntly. "Harry has informed me that peculiar professor's occiput harbored Voldemort, along with the troll. I merely—" Lupin swallowed the latter part of his sentence. "Just blame myself for not killing Voldemort, while simultaneously defeating the troll and carrying off the living Pettigrew in front of witnesses?" Sirius inquired. "My binding curse was repelled. I never anticipated Snape would intervene. He was a Death Eater in his day. I wonder if he was aware of Pettigrew's betrayal," Lupin mused, reluctantly pulling the plate closer. Even though he lacked an appetite, Lupin picked up his knife and fork, poking at the steak before placing them down again. "People are beginning to suspect Pettigrew. That is a positive development. You have turned the students and professors of Hogwarts into witnesses. This is advantageous for me. If the papers were to publish me alongside Pettigrew and solicit votes on who is the good one, I would likely secure a majority," Sirius remarked. "If I were to go to Hogwarts in person, I would simply kill Pettigrew on the spot. What troubles me more is the fact that Voldemort has indeed returned. Thus, you should eat on time. You ought to nourish yourself properly," Sirius declared, taking it upon himself to cut the steak. Only a house elf would punish itself. Such actions serve no purpose other than self-harm. If self-reproach were effective, I might as well remain in Azkaban until my soul is shattered. Reliving my mistake of entrusting the position of secret keeper to Pettigrew and ending my life in a cage to atone. Do not speak nonsense." Lupin felt Sirius pressing a piece of beef against his lips. He accepted the fork from Sirius' hand. "I have resolved to live well," Sirius nonchalantly replied. "Typically, once I decide on something, I see it through to the end. For instance, running away from home, or deciding in the morning that I love you, and confessing it by the afternoon. I shall not squander my thoughts on matters already resolved, nor shall I procrastinate for half a lifetime before taking action. I shall act now." Remus's gaze fell, as he found himself unable to counter Sirius's reckless behavior. His emotions were laid bare, unwavering and uncompromising, qualities he found himself incapable of embodying. "I don't mind feeding you. My mother has always had a knack for dealing with children who resist eating. If you wish to experience the noble Black's method of child-rearing." Sirius raised an eyebrow, delivering the threat with a playful tone. Remus hesitated for a few moments before obediently adjusting his plate. Sirius hummed a tune, gratified to see Remus finally beginning to eat. "I too worry for Harry's safety. He is still but a child, and with Voldemort's eye upon him, especially since he is in Slytherin, if some offspring of Death Eaters were to approach him with ill intentions." Remus chewed hastily, his thoughts racing. "We could take the time to teach him some combat skills. Harry shares everything about his school life with us. He loves us." Remus nodded, recalling how Harry, during their conversations through the two-way mirror, would divulge every minute detail. He began to understand, albeit slightly, the adult inclination towards well-behaved children. Should Harry breach school rules or act with defiance, he would still support him. Yet at present, Harry's obedience provided him with considerable solace. Sirius nestled his head against Remus's shoulder. "I never imagined such words could escape the lips of one who has never been particularly sensible," Remus remarked, a smile gracing his face as he licked the faintly red blood from his fork. Chapter 51. Draco observed the flock of owls descending upon the long table with unease. It was a customary breakfast ritual. They flapped their wings, dropping off parcels at various tables before swiftly exiting the hall. Yet again, there were no letters from Narcissa or Lucius. This was highly unusual, as they typically responded to Draco's letters the very next day. Prior to this, his parents would send sweets and trinkets every week. However, since sending his letter on Halloween, he had yet to receive a reply, and their family owl had not made an appearance in quite some time. This silence left Draco feeling restless. The chaos of Halloween had provided Hogwarts students with ample conversation fodder for several days, as no students had sustained any real injuries. Most scoffed at the criticisms in the Daily Prophet, with some, like the Weasley twins, even finding the festivities exceedingly amusing. Only a few appeared to be in poor spirits. Among them Harry and Ron. Ron, after witnessing his pet rat transform, would leap away in fright at the slightest squeak. Discussion surrounding Harry intensified, as it seemed the entire school had suddenly revisited the tale of Sirius's betrayal of James and Lily. Some students even requested old newspapers from their families to compare whether the figure they had seen that day was indeed Peter Pettigrew. At the Slytherin table, Blaise continued to recount his bizarre experience that day. I overslept and rushed to the feast, only to find a foul-smelling troll at the entrance. I was petrified until a mysterious force lifted me just before it could crush me. Perhaps you inadvertently learned to apparate. Danger might have awakened your magical abilities, offered Goyle, who had seen the announcement for upper-year apparition lessons. But apparition is not permitted within Hogwarts, Blaise interrupted impatiently, recalling Binns's dreary lectures. Hogwarts is protected by magic. Except for house elves. Draco, suddenly contemplative, thought of Dobby. He abruptly abandoned his food, disregarding the ongoing chatter at the Slytherin table. Resolved to find a quiet place to summon Dobby and inquire about his parents' recent behavior. Generally speaking, house elves symbolize the prestige of wizarding families. Yet Draco had always found Dobby to be an odd little creature. Dobby was quite young, having only recently come to Malfoy Manor compared to other house elves that had served families for generations. Unlike the others, Dobby did not exhibit unwavering loyalty. He had once expressed a desire for wages and a love of freedom, prompting Lucius and Narcissa to consider replacing him. A servant with a will of his own was not viewed favorably by masters. However, Dobby was privy to many of the manor's secrets, such as the treasures in the basement and the various visitors to Malfoy Manor. If a house elf were to escape the clutches of its master, it could easily betray its former home. Thus, the Malfoy family abandoned any thoughts of dismissing Dobby. Draco hurried to an empty boys' lavatory. Dobby, he called, summoning the house elf. With a loud crack, a small creature with bat-like ears and a long nose appeared by the sink. Dobby looked utterly terrified, his large eyes brimming with tears as he knelt by Draco's robes, squeaking, "Young master." A wave of discomfort washed over Draco. Dobby was not supposed to be this frantic. Grasping the pillowcase on Dobby's attire, he leaned down and asked, "Why have my father and mother not replied to my letters? Are they not home? Should I return?" No, Dobby shrieked. "There are guests, a very frightening guest. Young master must not return." "Who?" Draco's complexion paled further. "Master Lucius calls him master." Dobby quivered. Draco's lips trembled. He has two faces. Dobby has never seen a wizard like this. When he is in a foul mood, he tosses Dobby into the fireplace for amusement, or kicks him down the stairs. Dobby raised his battered arm, revealing the marks of abuse. Although the Malfoys had never treated Dobby kindly, he had never faced such maltreatment. As Dobby patted the back of his head, Draco immediately understood who Dobby was referencing. "The Dark Lord? He is at my home?" Draco whispered. "Dobby hears he is resting for a while. Then he will seek ways to restore the Dark Lord's power. Mistress has Dobby buy many expensive potions for him every day." Dobby clutched his ears tightly. Then, Draco recalled the snake-like face he had glimpsed behind Quirrell on Halloween, its pallid skin devoid of the texture of human flesh, resembling a viscous substance. He felt a wave of nausea. He is discussing some very wicked matters with Master Lucius. Dobby continued to wail, the sound echoing off the walls of the lavatory, becoming increasingly shrill. "What wicked matters?" Draco gripped Dobby's shoulders tightly. "Dobby cannot say. The Dark Lord will kill Dobby." Dobby's face contorted in anguish. "Dobby cannot speak. I am your master. I command you." Draco demanded darkly. "The Dark Lord can sense if Dobby is lying. The Dark Lord can hear the thoughts in Master Lucius's mind." Dobby struggled for a moment before relenting. They wished to assist the Dark Lord in regaining power, to resume his former plans, to rid the world of those unworthy of magic. They also wished to kill that boy. That boy. Draco shook Dobby, urging him to speak swiftly. "The illustrious savior, Harry Potter." Tears streamed down Dobby's cheeks as he spoke. "The Dark Lord believes all his current woes stem from that boy. He must be eliminated quickly. The Dark Lord failed to obtain the Resurrection Stone, and he resents Dumbledore." Draco abruptly released Dobby, who stumbled and fell to the lavatory floor. Young master must not return. Dobby cried. Dobby does not wish to go home either. However, Dobby had to return to brew potions for the Dark Lord, lest he face the grim fate of having his head severed. With eyes as round as copper coins, Dobby shuddered involuntarily. He was about to leave, making his way to procure the necessary ingredients. Does my master have any further instructions? I summoned you to handle this matter, and I implore you to keep it a secret. This includes my parents, Draco muttered vacantly as he stared into the mirror of the boys' lavatory. Moments later, Dobby deeply bowed, and with a loud crack, the house elf vanished. Draco remained oblivious to the passage of time, fixated on the flowing water in the sink, his chaotic thoughts rendering everything around him a blur. It was only the sound of footsteps behind him that roused him from his reverie. Harry entered the lavatory, holding a two-way mirror. Upon noticing Draco lost in thought before the sink, he approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. Hey, I noticed you abruptly left during breakfast. I wondered if you were here. Harry observed Draco's eyes were slightly red as he turned to face him, causing him to pause momentarily. Draco offered no reply. Gazing into his gray eyes, Harry continued, Are you feeling unwell? Draco lowered his eyelashes and slightly turned away, making for the exit. What's wrong? Harry asked, puzzled, standing motionless. Don't come near me, Draco replied without glancing back. What? I said, don't come near me. Chapter 52. During the morning potions class, Draco exhibited an unusual demeanor, misplacing several ingredients and stirring in the wrong direction. Ultimately, the concoction in his cauldron transformed into a ghastly, sludge-like color. Draco looked up at Snape, who was inspecting the student's work, feeling somewhat adrift. Snape merely glanced at the potion before waving his wand to empty the cauldron. With his piercing black eyes fixed on Draco, he inquired, almost silently, How did you produce this abomination? Draco bowed his head. I apologize, Professor. I will recreate it immediately. Since leaving the boys' lavatory, his spirits had not lifted. He had even abandoned Crabbe and Goyle, opting to sit alone in a corner. Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Draco retrieved some daffodil roots to grind into powder. Noticing Snape preparing to walk away, he spoke up. Professor, may I ask? Snape turned back at the sound of Draco's voice. Can the spell Legilimency extract all of a person's memories and thoughts? Draco endeavored to maintain a steady tone. Isn't the most proficient practitioner of dark arts in Legilimency unable to resist with a clemency? If the opponent is relaxed or vulnerable, then Legilimency can penetrate. If they are sufficiently strong, it cannot. Snape, evidently taken aback by Draco's inquiry, was relieved that the class was too preoccupied with their cauldrons to notice the exchange. Professor, I would like to increase the frequency of lessons on occlumency. Draco breathed deeply, making his request. If I master it quickly, you will have more time to rest. Snape remained silent for a moment. You need not feel pressured. He then nodded. When time permits, I will inform you. The potion in Draco's cauldron bubbled furiously, resembling the torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. Would the Dark Lord torment his parents as he did Dobby? If he were to encounter the Dark Lord again, and the latter extracted a plethora of memories regarding Harry Potter from his mind, what would ensue? His father had previously cautioned him against becoming too close to Harry Potter. Draco bit his lower lip tightly. He was both curious about and drawn to Harry. Were Harry merely an ordinary boy? They would undoubtedly be the best of friends by now. Yet, the reality confirmed his parents' apprehensions. The Dark Lord was currently residing at Malfoy Manor, using Quirrell's body. They were plotting to eliminate Harry Potter. Draco gazed distantly at Harry's retreating figure, a sense of confusion washing over him. Should he sever ties with Harry early on? Or perhaps project a facade of enmity to ensure that even if the Dark Lord rifled through his mind, there would be no cause for concern? The serpent-like red eyes loomed in his mind again. How powerful must one be to withstand their scrutiny? Draco felt uncertain. At lunch, the chatter among the students was fervent, for the afternoon would bring a defense against the dark arts lesson. Following Quirrell's departure, Snape would be stepping in as a substitute teacher. After a round of questioning, Snape had become infuriated, discovering the students' utter lack of knowledge. Following the morning potions class, Snape had temporarily left the school, leaving the anticipation of a new instructor for the afternoon. Inviting a new teacher is no challenge for Dumbledore, Pansy Parkinson remarked. Whoever it may be, they are bound to be better than Quirrell. SS students, I conquered the VV vampire. Dee Dee, do you like my lovely scarf? Pansy mimicked Quirrell's stutter, eliciting laughter from the Slytherin table. Only the Gryffindors gathered around to tell ghost stories had seen Quirrell's unfortunate visage. Rumor had it that the Dark Lord had once requested the position from Dumbledore, only to be declined, thus giving rise to the belief that the defense against the dark arts position was cursed, with no one able to hold it for long. Another Slytherin student chuckled. An Auror will be taking over the class this afternoon. Theodore not interjected suddenly, a slender boy. Cornelius Fudge is quite anxious about the prison situation being exposed, hence his keen interest in Peter Pettigrew. Recent incidents at Hogwarts have been numerous, providing a convenient pretext to send an Auror to monitor Dumbledore. Fudge even suspected that Pettigrew was deliberately disguised by Dumbledore to facilitate his ousting from the position of Minister for Magic. You know, the power of negative information can be remarkably potent. The Slytherin table fell silent, all eyes fixed on Theodore, as though he had just shared an earth-shattering revelation. You all don't know? Theodore gazed at the wide-eyed crowd. Most Slytherins shook their heads. Draco, your family has a solid relationship with the Ministry. You must have heard something, he directed at Draco. My mother mentioned it in her letter yesterday. Draco, sulking and sipping his pumpkin juice, felt the collective gaze of his peers upon him. We'll find out in class, he replied disinterestedly. I noticed your mood soured since breakfast. What has upset you? Blaise inquired. No one. Draco's gaze collided with Harry's across the table, and Harry averted his eyes, clearly hurt. It was evident that Harry remained oblivious to the abrupt shift in Draco's demeanor that morning. Seeing Harry stirred something within Draco. But the words of apology lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. Perhaps Lucius was being forced to assist the Dark Lord in devising a scheme to eradicate Harry. Thus, an apology would seem more like a gesture of finality. A wave of nausea began to swell within him once again. Draco despaired at the realization that even though he and Harry belonged to the same house, they could very well never occupy the same moral ground. With renewed fervor, Draco sliced through a potato, pondering that perhaps vegetables were happier than people, unburdened by the need to develop feelings for those who should not inspire such affection, nor forced to navigate treacherous waters, bowing and scraping while clinging to the dignity bestowed by others. Chapter 53. John Delacour has become the newest substitute teacher for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Delacour did not voluntarily seek the position of instructing a group of young students. Rather, he is on a covert mission from Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, who has tasked Delacour with shadowing Dumbledore and uncovering his whereabouts during his absences from the school. The contents of the owl letters sent by Dumbledore are also among the information that needs to be acquired for this secret operation. The duties of an Auror are always diverse, yet at this moment, Delacour must fulfill his responsibilities as a substitute teacher. After a brief self-introduction, the entire class soon learned that he had achieved outstanding in all subjects during his newts, while the rigorous selection process for Aurors requires merely 5 OS. This revelation instantly straightened Hermione's posture. For the first-year students, the OWL examinations appeared to be a distant aspiration. The Auror's approach to teaching defense against the dark arts is evidently more formal and official, interspersed with Delacour's practical experiences and techniques from his daily Auror duties, which piqued the interest of most students. As Delacour flipped through Dark Magic, a self-defense guide, he stated that identifying and resisting dark magic and dark creatures are essential components of this course. Among the various forms of dark magic, curses are the most severe, exerting a negative and lasting influence on wizards. They are the most malevolent, powerful, enduring, and irreversible. The most formidable curses include the unforgivable curses, some of which do not result in death but persist in another form. I will emphasize the parts that are likely to appear in the examination. Harry listened intently to Delacour's teachings. This was his first encounter with the profession of an Auror. Draco's actions in the boys' lavatory that morning had left Harry in a foul mood. Due to Draco's inexplicable attitude, Harry even lacked the inclination to promptly open the parcel sent to him by his godfather. He had received this new parcel during breakfast that day. The package was light, with Sirius's hasty handwriting urging him not to open it in public and to wait until no one was around. Apart from its outer wrapping, Harry could hardly perceive its weight. However, after being shoved by Draco in the lavatory, Harry angrily tossed the parcel into his cabinet upon returning to the dormitory. Throughout the day, Draco sat alone in a corner seat, devoid of his usual snide rivalry with Hermione, appearing completely disinterested in participating in class. Harry glanced back at the brooding Draco, silently resolving to ignore him and to investigate what his godfather had sent after class. Delacour swiftly introduced a few relatively benign curses and their counterspells during the lesson, some of which had been invented by previous Hogwarts students, and briefly indicated how these spells might appear in the examination. Once class was dismissed, Delacour left the room without a moment's hesitation, departing more swiftly than any student. Harry hurriedly packed his books, hoping that the parcel would alleviate the bad mood caused by Draco. The dormitory was empty. Harry rummaged through his cabinet to retrieve the lightweight parcel. Carefully tearing open the packaging, he felt the liquid-like texture of the contents within, a silvery object slipping from the wrapping and landing in a heap beside his knees. Harry held his breath, instinctively sensing that this object was extraordinary. A card fell out of the package, the handwriting of Remus more legible than Sirius's scrawl. Harry, this is a relic of your father, an invisibility cloak like those in wizarding fairy tales, capable of rendering one completely invisible, permanently effective, and impervious to any spell. We have many fond memories of this garment from our student days, and I hope you cherish it. Invisibility cloak. Upon reading this, Harry gasped internally, for he had already noticed that the part of his leg covered by the silvery fabric had vanished. Though he had seen Sirius use the disillusionment charm many times, this was Harry's first attempt at invisibility himself. He stood up, trying to don the cloak properly. The garment was evidently much larger than he, requiring him to hold up the hem that exceeded his height. Harry walked to the mirror and lifted his head, where he found his reflection had entirely transformed into an invisible visage. He spun around, confirming that there were no flaws in his concealment, and a surge of excitement bubbled within him. Perhaps with the Marauder's map, he could traverse every corner of Hogwarts. Just as Harry was about to head towards the dormitory door, intending to wander the halls of Hogwarts draped in the invisibility cloak, he collided unexpectedly with a returning Draco. The previously despondent Draco was startled by the sudden impact. "What was that?" Draco asked, looking skeptically at the space where Harry stood, perceiving only air. However, the sensation of contact assured Draco that he had encountered something. He was blocked at the doorway. Harry remained frozen, as if he had forgotten that although he was invisible, he was still tangible. "Who?" Draco furrowed his brow. He reached out tentatively in Harry's direction. His hand brushed against Harry's neck. The cool, slippery feel of the invisibility cloak made him recoil sharply. Draco quickly stepped back, drawing his wand. A spell struck Harry, the force of it causing him to collide with the bedpost, a metallic scent filling his nostrils as he sensed blood trickling from his nose. Harry cried out in pain. The invisibility cloak was flung aside, exposing his arm to the air. Draco abruptly halted his actions, taken aback. Harry covered his face with his hand, tossing the cloak onto the bed, where he noticed several drops of his blood staining the front of his robes. Draco gazed in astonishment at the partially visible cloak, appearing as though he regretted witnessing the scene. "What are you doing?" Blaze's startled voice echoed from the doorway, incredulously alternating his gaze between the wand-wielding Draco and the bleeding Harry. "Come on, we need to go to the hospital wing." Blaze stepped forward to help Harry up, but as they reached the doorway, Blaze felt Harry's grip halt him. Blood continued to flow steadily through Harry's fingers as he stared at Draco, seemingly determined to wait until Draco spoke. Draco's gaze flickered, lowering his wand as he hesitantly murmured, "I meant to say," but trailed off. Time stretched on, and a flicker of genuine anger ignited in Harry's eyes as he awaited words that never came. "Don't come near me," Harry said coldly, wiping away the blood with the back of his hand. "Of course not." Chapter 54. Beads of sweat quietly trickled down Draco's forehead as he instinctively clutched the hem of his robes. The practice of occlumency had left him utterly exhausted, and with fatigue came a weakening of his mental defenses. Observing this, Snape set down his wand. "Are you troubled by this matter? Is that why you produced such a wretched potion the other day?" Snape inquired. During the last round of legilimency, the memories surrounding Dobby's arrival at the school had surfaced without reservation. Snape had listened to Dobby's entire dialogue. Draco did not deny it. He understood that Snape was a trusted figure for his parents. To this day, the Malfoy Manor had yet to send him any correspondence, and Draco found himself somewhat yearning for Snape to comment on the topic. Facing this secret alone felt unbearably isolating. "I doubt the Dark Lord would require a first-year student like you to take any action. That would only complicate matters," Snape remarked impassively. Lucius and Narcissa undoubtedly possess their own methods of handling matters. Among the followers of the Dark Lord, your parents have excelled at ensuring their own safety. Thus, your current undertaking is to complete your first-year coursework. I find myself burdened by other concerns. Draco unexpectedly discovered that his mood had lightened somewhat. For instance, the Dark Lord wishes to eliminate Harry Potter. He is in Slytherin, my housemate, and I am uncertain when I might no longer see him. I certainly harbor no intentions of opposing the Dark Lord. However, Draco is uncertain whether Snape has glimpsed fragments of his memories interacting with Harry. Following the unexpected incident with the invisibility cloak, he and Harry had been ignoring each other for days. "I fear that many are clandestinely safeguarding him," Snape replied. "Really? Who is protecting him?" Draco could not conceal the momentary delight that flickered across his face. "Of course, Potter has been quite famous since he was a mere infant," Snape remarked disdainfully. "Surrounded by the great hero are those whose names will forever remain forgotten. If I were to forge a close friendship with him, I ponder whether it would affect my parents, given the Dark Lord's deep-seated animosity towards Harry Potter." Draco candidly laid bare his innermost fears. "What if I were to encounter the Dark Lord, and he discovered this?" Snape shot Draco a piercing glance. "Must you fixate on Harry Potter? What is so captivating about that foolish scar that warrants you writing to your parents?" Draco shrank back into the armchair, sensing that Snape had indeed seen the memory of him touching Harry's scar. "Do you know all the students in Slytherin?" Snape persisted relentlessly. Draco evaded Snape's scrutinizing gaze. "There are other houses, other years. Is he the only friend you lack?" Snape's dark eyes conveyed profound disdain. Engaging in normal conversation with one's housemate is unavoidable. Draco attempted to defend himself. It would be far stranger to bicker incessantly in the dormitory. If necessary, I can rearrange your dormitory and roommates for you, Snape interjected, silencing Draco with a single statement. Furthermore, in light of current circumstances, your chances of encountering the Dark Lord are quite high. I advise you to prepare some material to counteract his intrusion into your mind. If you wish to remain aligned with your parents, the Dark Lord will not favor the moderates. Snape resumed his inscrutable demeanor. Draco trembled with anger at Snape's sudden threat of changing dormitories. Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal, as the topic had indeed been initiated by himself. Understood, I shall engage him in daily disputes. Draco vowed fiercely. Chapter 55. At 2:30 in the morning, Sirius and Lupin made their way to the Langus wholesale market, a vast expanse larger than the entire nation of Monaco, dedicated to the trade of Muggle ingredients and flowers. Lupin's temporary work regarding vampire research was still ongoing, having been delayed by the full moon and Halloween. He needed to expedite his report while his health remained stable. Hugo was one of the vampires Lupin had contacted, currently serving as the head chef in a Muggle 5-star restaurant, and he had agreed to meet Lupin at dawn. The profession of chef indeed suits a vampire. Sirius, riding his flying motorcycle, yawned repeatedly. Look, there isn't a single ray of sunlight. The kitchen of the restaurant sees no sun during the day. This market operates from 3 in the morning until 7 in the morning. Chefs or hotel procurement personnel come at dawn to inspect the ingredients, which are transported back to the city before 7, allowing restaurants to prepare the freshest food for Muggle patrons around 8. Lupin had evidently done his homework. From above, the Langus wholesale market resembled a city that never sleeps, sprawling across the plain, countless lights shimmering in the darkness, resembling an artificial sea of stars, dense and dazzling, starkly contrasting with the stillness of the night sky. The lights at the market's edge were sparse, while the core area shone as brightly as day, with vast warehouses and trading halls illuminated by cold white light, sliced into geometric shapes. The labyrinth of stalls and trucks wound across the ground, with shadows bustling through narrow passages like an endless swarm of ants. The air was thick with moisture, a blend of earth and ingredients, the briny scent of fresh fish, the bitter freshness of vegetables, and the faint sweetness of flowers wafting in the night breeze. As they approached, the darkness outlined the grand market's silhouette. Do house elves from Hogwarts venture out this early to procure ingredients? Sirius rubbed his face with one hand. I'm certain creature wouldn't he go to such lengths for me at midnight. As they neared the Langus wholesale market, they could see numerous Muggle trucks orderly making their way to various venues within the market, the highways illuminated in the night. Perhaps only Muggles would do such a thing. After all, every dish in these upscale restaurants comes at a steep price. Seeing the bustling scene left Lupin somewhat astonished. When you order veal cheek from that Hugo, will you take the opportunity to pose some pointed questions? Like whether vampires historically relied on their positions as court physicians to obtain blood through bloodletting. Sirius began to descend, seeking an open space. Although werewolves and vampires are categorized as dark creatures in the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks, we share a common plight. I believe the pace of conversation should not be too rapid, Lupin joked lightly. He mentioned he would be in the meat and poultry market. Sirius dove into a venue marked as the meat section cold storage. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of various carcasses hanging from hooks, already slaughtered. The cold storage's temperature, well below freezing, made Sirius grimace. How will you find him? The textbook outlines vampires' characteristics as exam points. Look for the one with the darkest circles under his eyes. Or perhaps he carries a portable moon that could enable me to transform amidst the crowd. Lupin continued to jest. Evidently, this meat storage space lifted Lupin's spirits. It smelled quite pleasant. Noticing Sirius's gloomy expression, Lupin added, Actually, we exchanged photographs. Hugo also provided me with a specific area number. Chapter 56. Who is the employer of this investigative report? Sirius inquired, as if recalling something. Do you find such research to be rare? Lupin looked up, scanning the area number in response. Generally, few are concerned with the tales of vampires or werewolves. Aside from casual conversation, topics that could earn a wizard a knighthood from the Order of Merlin, new significant spells, the uses of dragon's blood, or even planetary trajectories and prophecies will certainly not include such subjects. I only remember achievements that can be printed on chocolate frog cards. Indeed, Sirius scoffed, having never paid attention to the forefront of magical research. Perhaps because studies on werewolves or vampires don't seem particularly meaningful and are not very lucrative. I believe only a wizard whose material life is sufficiently comfortable and spiritually affluent would take an interest in the lives of marginal figures. Many pureblood wizards harbor even greater hostility towards wizards of Muggle descent than towards werewolves, as these individuals might threaten their jobs or social standing. However, we shall never be. Lupin quickened his pace, tugging at Sirius's sleeve as he directed them towards a certain location. Wolfbane potion is exceedingly costly. How can it be deemed unprofitable? Sirius grumbled. Given my current wealth level, it would be a miracle to afford it more than a few times in my lifetime. Lupin sighed. Other werewolves are likely as impoverished as I am. The employer and I have only corresponded through letters. Our previous collaborations have proceeded rather smoothly. Yet we have never truly met in person, Remus continued. Suddenly, Sirius pointed in a certain direction. Look, isn't that? At the far end of the cold storage, behind layers of red meat, a tall, slender figure stood out conspicuously. It was evident that Remus had spotted the vampire at first glance as well. More remarkable than his height, which was merely half a head taller than those around him, was the pallor of his skin, which bore a hint of silver gray. Perhaps due to the late-night work, the surrounding muggles exhibited a certain hyperactivity from fatigue. Completely oblivious to the vampire's slightly unusual complexion, the vampire was bent over, conversing with one of the vendors. Such dark circles, Sirius added. Is that Hugo? Shall we go say hello? Remus suggested. The vampire was meticulously checking several barcode labels. His thin skin made his fingers appear bony. Noting 130 portions of aged steak and turkey breast, cut into substantial chunks for convenient reslicing. Why do muggles prefer to hang meat in rows? Sirius whispered to Remus. Animals secrete lactic acid post-slaughter. Hanging allows the muscle fibers to elongate and expel lactic acid, essentially enhancing the flavor, Hugo replied without turning. Quickly addressing Sirius's inquiry. Clearly, the vampire had noticed the two. As the muggle vendor hurried off to fulfill an order, Hugo leisurely turned around. His face resembling that of a man barely in his 20s, yet his reddish-brown eyes radiated a warmth incongruent with his youthful appearance. Werewolf friends? Hugo greeted amiably, extending his hand first to Remus, then turning to Sirius. So very young. Sirius raised an eyebrow in surprise, for the vampire appeared the younger of the two. He and Remus were undoubtedly adults. I am over 100 years old, Hugo stated with a remarkably calm tone upon witnessing Sirius's astonishment. I only knew vampires could live long, but to retain a youthful appearance indefinitely? Remus inquired, gazing at Hugo. Quite fascinating, Hugo replied, lowering his voice slightly as a few muggle customers passed by. My sister is the same. She is 3 years my senior. It seems the textbooks never mention that vampires can remain youthful forever, Remus remarked impulsively. We were transformed in our 30s. But my appearance began regressing to a youthful state after my sister secured a job as an obstetrician. We were fortunate to have completed an entire set of muggle knowledge and degrees before becoming vampires. Since that job, we occasionally receive some umbilical cord blood, which perhaps accounts for these effects without harming any muggles. As Hugo watched the goods begin to move along the conveyor belt, he turned toward the next venue. The blood of muggle newborns can rejuvenate a vampire's appearance? Wizards cannot achieve that, Sirius mused quietly. Wizards have alchemy. A select few powerful wizards may attain longevity. Or there are aging potions, but they do not alter the time a wizard possesses, and their effects are fleeting, Remus corrected. Moreover, they do not appear as if they are in their 20s. Perhaps vampires had not regularly obtained blood from maternity wards before, hence no one had discovered this fact. Hugo replied with a smile. Thus, I agreed to this research request, yet I am unsure who discovered me. I change restaurants every decade, having only recently received a letter. Your employer? Sirius circled back to the previous topic. Remus shook his head, uncertain who the individual behind the commission was. Is there truly only this to vampires worth noting? The inability to sunbathe for prolonged periods, aversion to garlic, sharp fangs, acute senses, dark circles. None of these are novel, Hugo muttered while placing another substantial order of foie gras. After becoming a vampire, have you continued to live in the muggle world? Remus inquired, observing the neatly arranged ingredients. I was transformed while in Europe. The wizarding world was rather tumultuous back then, was it not? Hugo inhaled deeply. We were not yet born, Sirius replied. There was a wizard named Grindelwald, who was amassing his power. I once crossed paths with him. Hugo paused slightly. I was once drawn to his ideology, at that time. I had just begun to explore everything related to wizards, finding it all marvelous and new. For the greater good, he was a remarkable individual, capable of rallying others to follow him. Oh, Remus gasped. I suppose you are of a similar age to Dumbledore. I should have realized. Apologies. I have been away from the wizarding world for many years. I do not know him. Perhaps I have heard of him, but I have forgotten, Hugo said slowly, blinking. Returning to Grindelwald, I quickly realized I did not belong to the powerful, wise witches or wizards he spoke of. I am a dark creature. Indeed. Remus interjected calmly. In any case, I was not included in the utopian vision Grindelwald constructed. I witnessed many bloody scenes and ultimately chose to escape back to the muggle world. After all, I had lived there for so long. Crafting some fibs about night shifts seemed far easier. Hugo nodded. He is now imprisoned in Nurmengard's highest cell. It has been many years without me realizing. Hugo sighed softly. The Muggle world is far more tranquil. Troubles are limited to a new chef miscalculating sauce or dazedly misplacing plates, and the timing for searing steaks. So, you can undergo a transformation from aging to rejuvenation and back again. Sirius gestured animatedly. Indeed. If so, I may need to change jobs again. I could cease consuming the newborn blood my sister brings and switch to animal blood, Hugo replied, touching his face. Chapter 57. Before dawn, Hugo suggested taking Sirius and Remus back to his home for a visit. As a vampire transformed from a Muggle, Hugo did not wield a wand like a wizard. Yet he demonstrated to the two an astonishing swiftness. When he moved with full force, he was as swift as a barely discernible shadow in the night. No one would wish to forego their best youthful state. Sirius exclaimed, gazing at the fleeting figure. Though you were dreadfully energetic a decade ago, you are still fundamentally a different species than a vampire. No matter how fit you are, you cannot match that speed. Remus prepared to fly. Suppressing the urge to point out a fact, Sirius, revitalized to a large extent, remained remarkably energetic. If only I could catch mice with such speed, Sirius lamented. His hair tousled by the wind generated from lifting off the ground, squinting after Hugo's silhouette. You are a wizard. Wizards have their own methods. Remus strained to keep up with the rapidly moving figure in the darkness. Dawn approached swiftly, just as they followed Hugo through the door. The solid black night began to dissolve, a fluid gray-white emerging from the horizon, the sun stirring beneath. We block all natural light. The electric lighting is rather dim. So you may need to adjust, Hugo said apologetically, regarding the tightly drawn thick curtains. Prolonged exposure to sunlight can be fatal for us. My mother adored a dark decor style, Sirius remarked in awe upon encountering the various glittering decorations, letting out a soft whistle. It is truly beautiful. Lupin gazed admiringly at the majestic crystal swan nestled within the cabinet. These intricately carved ornaments radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the otherwise suffocatingly dark room. I have lived for over a century, diligently serving as a chef in the Muggle realm, yet my savings are nearly non-existent. As I have squandered them all on acquiring these exquisite treasures, Hugo confessed. I find myself devising ways to purchase new items almost daily. The closed-off architecture of the Muggle world and the convenience of online shopping make it all too easy. This room is filled with an assortment of peculiar items that I have acquired, with only a few shelves belonging to my sister. Following the direction of Hugo's finger, Lupin noticed several vibrant stacks of cards and some elegantly crafted envelopes atop the cabinet. These are holiday cards and letters sent to my sister from patients in various couples, Hugo said, casually retrieving a few. My sister has saved many lives and assisted countless families in welcoming their newborns. Due to the sheer volume of items I have purchased, we are often compelled to declutter, yet these tokens remain eternal. Lupin's gaze fell upon the topmost card. Its inscription read, "You are my superhero." A superhero equipped with surgical tools, forceps, and emergency machines within your utility pocket. Our daughter is now 1 year old, and all is well. The second card proclaimed, "Happy holidays. Thank you for pulling me back to reality after I rang death's doorbell. By the way, your skin tone is quite cool. Is that the result of your full-body tattoos?" The third seemed to be from a colleague. "May we tread lightly next year, even though we are utterly exhausted. Working overtime and occasionally splattered with blood, the satisfaction of saving others can soothe all wounds." A faint smile graced Lupin's lips. "I half expected you to inquire about what it feels like for a vampire to perform surgeries on their meals daily," Hugo remarked leisurely. "Yet vampires are indeed well suited for night shifts or handling emergencies. We require no sleep. When blood flows, our nerves are hyper-focused, resulting in minimal errors. I relish raw meat and do not chase after animals to bite them. I presume you feel the same." Lupin replied earnestly. Hugo opened the refrigerator, revealing several small jars of blood alongside an assortment of seemingly discarded ingredients. "I can prepare some dishes for you. Most scraps are as delectable as the portions served at the table. You see, to justify the exorbitant prices, high-end restaurants often discard an excessive amount of food. These scraps include the substantial trimmings from whole cuts of meat, entire vegetables stripped of only their finest parts, and leaves that do not meet aesthetic standards, along with various other ingredients that fail to achieve the perfect size and shape. Apart from blood, other food holds little allure for us, though it is still consumable." Hugo added, "You have lost considerable weight, yet in the photograph, you appear more mature," Sirius observed, scrutinizing the family portrait of Hugo's household on the long table. The image depicted 4 individuals, a slightly plumper Hugo, devoid of dark circles, alongside 3 tall figures, his parents and sister. That photograph was taken shortly before my transformation. After becoming a vampire, my weight diminished by 1/3, likely due to my meager consumption. Hugo began skillfully preparing the ingredients. The blood brought back from the hospital was scant, primarily sustaining his hunger. Lupin found himself lost in thought, gazing at the small jar of umbilical cord blood. To forever remain in youth signifies the potential to disrupt the natural progression of biological aging. The profundity and complexity of alchemy render it a privilege reserved for a select few wizards like Nicodemus, capable of extending their lifespan. However, Hugo and his sister's circumstances might suggest that this could evolve into a universally applicable phenomenon. Animals have often been utilized as potion ingredients. Even the uncontrollable fire dragon, the noble phoenix, and the pure unicorn cannot evade the fate of being exploited by wizards. Lupin stared at Hugo's glimmering skin, lost in contemplation. This could be an astonishing study, Sirius murmured, as if peering into Lupin's thoughts. Indeed, Lupin replied, his gaze shifting away, laden with complexity. They have already been discovered. Sirius pointed to Hugo's family portrait. Perhaps due to the inherent danger of vampires, or for other reasons, others may be wary of approaching them. But if you refrain from action, there may be others who will. As the temperature rose, the oil began to sizzle. Hugo had evidently overheard their conversation. I have lived for such a long time that the only spark of novelty in my life comes from perusing for enticing new products each day, Hugo continued. Muggle medicine currently offers us no answers. Is immortality meaningful to the ordinary vampire? I often find myself questioning this. Even if I were to regain youth for another century, I doubt I would venture into the American Magical Congress or establish my own faction, nor would I harbor any fervent desires. My parents have long since passed. Hugo seemed to recall Grindelwald. I am merely trapped in the monotony of eternal night. You lack aspirations, so even if you find a comfortable way to exist, you do not understand the purpose of living? Sirius interjected suddenly. Even if you might be able to live forever in this manner? Sirius contemplated how the desire for revenge had sustained him for so long. Without that motive, he might have perished in Azkaban, tormented daily by Peter Pettigrew in his mind. Thus, upon receiving that invitation for investigation, I felt a sense of relief. I have finally been acknowledged, Hugo admitted, acknowledging Sirius's words while pondering what this unexpected discovery might bring to his life. Immortality holds no significance for me. What about for others? Hugo was almost instinctively cooking. Having repeated these actions countless times over the years, I am exceedingly curious. Chapter 58. Why hasn't Harry contacted us yet? Sirius inquired, fiddling with the unresponsive two-way mirror. Harry had previously arranged to use the mirror at a specific time every few nights. However, an hour had already passed since the agreed-upon moment. Lupin lifted his gaze from the cluttered desk. Aside from tomes on wizarding magic pertaining to age and time, there were even a few medical treatises from Muggle sources that Hugo had brought back from his vampire home. Lupin was astonished to discover that as early as the 17th century, radical Muggle doctors had attempted to transfuse animal blood into humans in hopes of restoring vitality. Jean-Baptiste Denis from Montpellier had successfully administered calves' blood to a young man suffering from a persistent fever, and miraculously, the patient survived and recovered. However, due to the overwhelming number of failed subsequent experiments, Muggle doctors gradually abandoned this reckless approach. Muggles had even experimented with injecting beer, wine, and milk into the veins of dogs and pigs in their quest to study the circulatory system. Harry has always been punctual. Perhaps he has been detained by some pressing matter. If not, we can always write a letter, Lupin mused, his eyes remaining fixed on the page of Practical Potions Master regarding age-enhancing potions, which detailed the specific effects of each ingredient within the brew. The highly toxic Wolfsbane potion undoubtedly encountered numerous failures during its development. One wonders if the volunteers who willingly accepted the risks of new drugs felt. Like Hugo the vampire, that living held little significance. Lupin sensed Sirius nuzzling against his cheek. You ought to clean up your beard, Lupin remarked, slightly turning his head, ensuring he appeared more presentable in the mirror. Is it prickly? Sirius chuckled, leaning back. He then obediently watched as Lupin raised his wand and began to mutter an incantation near his lips. I used to think that long hair suited you better, but now it seems that short hair looks quite appealing as well, Remus Lupin remarked succinctly. The neat and tidy hairstyle that Sirius Black now sported was also the result of his handiwork. Whether cascading down or styled simply as it was now, both long and short hair suited him well. Then choose the hairstyle you prefer, Sirius replied, raising his eyes. After all, only you get to see me every day. A sound emerged from the other side of the two-way mirror, and Harry's voice came through, faint yet discernible. Lupin, as if jolted by an electric shock, swiftly pushed Sirius back into his chair, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Sirius did not rush to respond to Harry. Instead, he flipped the mirror upside down and lowered his voice to address Lupin. There's nothing scandalous about this. I know, Lupin interjected, looking increasingly tense. Then why? Sirius recalled how moments ago he had been unceremoniously discarded like a hot potato. Is Harry still too young? Lupin hesitated. What I like is you. Sirius raised an eyebrow. It's too soon. You see, we can't scare Harry. To him, we are merely friends, Lupin stammered. His father may have fallen for his mother in a heartbeat, and Harry, like James, might comprehend it someday. Sirius shrugged, had it not been for James' arduous courtship, followed by the chaos with Voldemort and the Death Eaters, and my own estrangement from family, along with your significant energy being consumed by the full moon. We might have already acknowledged our feelings. In front of Harry, it is more fitting for us to maintain the image of dependable guardians. Perhaps in a few years, you will have calmed down. Harry was still trying to call out from the other side of the mirror. Sirius brushed back the stray hairs from his forehead, gesturing in a conciliatory manner to Lupin, then sat up straight and raised the two-way mirror. Harry appeared somewhat sullen on the other side. It's snowing, Lupin noted, catching sight of a few snowflakes still resting atop Harry's head. Godfather, Moonface, Harry's mood brightened slightly upon seeing their faces. You changed your hairstyle. Harry's eyes lit up at the sight of Sirius's short hair. Just trying something different, Sirius said, squeezing Lupin's fingers beneath the table. Did you go out for a walk? Play in the snow with friends? Harry's expression darkened slightly. I just got out of detention. In the Forbidden Forest. Oh, the Forbidden Forest can actually be quite fun. There's a tree in there that, Sirius began, only to be silenced by a glare from Lupin. Detention? What happened? Lupin interrupted. I got into a fight with Malfoy, Harry replied, his face puffing up with indignation. A few fights, actually, he corrected. Who? Sirius's face broke into an amused expression. Draco Malfoy, Harry said through gritted teeth. That blonde little relative? Sirius propped his chin on his hand. Did you win? I can teach you some simple and effective jinxes. Lupin shot Sirius another reproachful look. I remember you two used to get along well, Lupin asked gently. You are both Slytherins. He became really odd after Halloween, Harry confessed. Sirius's smile faded somewhat as he listened quietly. In short, he started hurling insults at me. Harry rolled his eyes unconsciously, and the more we crossed paths, the more we grew to dislike each other. I try my best not to make mistakes that would give him a chance to mock me loudly, but I really don't understand what I did wrong. Malfoy even suggested switching dormitories. Snape has already moved him out of mine. I think that's great. The other Slytherins are quite friendly. Of course, I have friends in other houses as well, Harry continued in one breath. Go warm up by the fireplace in the common room, Lupin suggested, eyeing Harry's damp forehead. Is everything safe in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid was with me the whole time. He*s very tall. Everything is fine. Hagrid said there haven't been any unicorns harmed recently, Harry replied. If there are any issues, you can always ask Dumbledore. Lupin and Sirius exchanged glances. Don't pay too much attention to Malfoy. Besides, first-year fights probably won't result in any serious injuries, Sirius added after a moment of silence. Christmas break is approaching. If you want to stay at school and spend it with friends, that's fine, or you can come back to us, and we'll take you out for some fun. As Lupin was about to say something, Sirius hastened to add, as long as we ensure safety and confidentiality. Safeguarding our little savior. Really? Harry's face broke into a wide grin. The Dursleys never took him along on their trips, always leaving him at Mrs. Fig's house, which smelled of cabbage. You have my word, Sirius said, patting Lupin's shoulder, as if to demonstrate his determination to be a reliable guardian. Chapter 59. Draco stood outside the gates of Malfoy Manor, the breath escaping his lips dissipating into the frigid winter air. He lingered in the snow for quite some time before finally mustering the resolve to take a step forward. He could have used flu powder to return directly to the fireplace in the manor, but an unsettling premonition made him hesitant. The letter from Narcissa summoning him home for Christmas was peculiarly brief, ready to return home. Draco recalled the strange wording. It was the only letter he had received from home recently. Ready for what? Draco sniffed, well aware of the words Dobby had once relayed to him. A heavy snow had been falling for several days, blanketing the manor and surrounding fields with a fluffy white coat. Thankfully, the snow wouldn't reflect anything like water. Draco dreaded the sight of his own despairing face. The Dark Lord is at Malfoy Manor. Master, do not return home, Dobby's shrill voice echoed in his ears. The layers of snow piled nearly to his calves, and Draco forced himself to maintain composure as he trudged forward. He adjusted his sleeves, ensuring that the small scar on his wrist, left from a recent altercation with Harry, remained hidden. Overall, he considered his plan to push Harry away quite successful. Draco thought bitterly that if turning strangers into friends was a skill, then turning friends into enemies was also a talent. After several provocations, Harry finally began to lose his temper. Yet it was evident that Harry hadn't had the chance to learn any convoluted curses during their scuffle. He could only manage to emit faint sparks from the tip of his wand, opting instead to charge at Draco and land a few solid punches, one of which had torn at Draco's arm. After being taken to the hospital wing, he inexplicably chose not to let Madame Pomfrey heal the scar. Now, the scab covering that concealed wound was fresh, just like his newly forged rivalry with Harry. I'm back, Draco forced a smile as he strode inside. Master Malfoy. Dobby bowed deeply, emerging from seemingly nowhere to greet him. Draco barely had time to meet Dobby's wide, round eyes before he noticed something else. A multitude of new scars marred Dobby's body, and there was a peculiar gash on his ear, the edge of which was ragged, as if it had been roughly torn away. You, Draco began, but he already had the answer in his mind before he could finish the question. Dobby remained bowed, his nose nearly touching his toes, and in a high-pitched voice interrupted Draco's inquiry. The esteemed guest awaits in the foyer. Master Lucius and Mistress Narcissa are also there, waiting for you to come home. Dobby will prepare many delicious treats for Christmas to please both guests and hosts. Very well. Draco stifled the tumultuous sensation churning within his stomach and acquiesced. The corridor was suffused with a potent aroma of potions. As Dobby swung open the grand door, Draco's gaze was immediately drawn to his parents, Lucius and Narcissa, whose expressions were serene and aloof, their faces devoid of any extraneous emotion, as pristine as the white snow blanketing the entire estate. Next, he beheld the figure seated in the armchair, a visage he had scrutinized for nearly half a term, Professor Quirrell. Draco endeavored to maintain a demeanor as neutral and respectful as that of his parents. You have arrived? Lucius's golden locks flowed gracefully as he strode forward, taking Draco's hand and guiding him towards Quirrell's back. Come, greet the esteemed Dark Lord, Draco. In his peripheral vision, Draco noticed strands of Lucius's light golden hair cascading to the floor as his father knelt to kiss the hem of the Dark Lord's robes. Draco dared not raise his eyes. The bloodied visage on Quirrell's head might be fixed upon him. His father had often mentioned that the Dark Lord was adept at reading minds, capable of discerning the thoughts of those before him, detecting deceit. Yet, Draco's mind was a blank canvas at that moment, the spasms of his spirit rendering him unable to contemplate anything. The interior of Malfoy Manor was warm, yet he felt a chill in his limbs. He had heard numerous rumors about the Dark Lord, as many as there were about the boy who lived, yet he had never laid eyes upon the Dark Lord himself. Most of these tales were relished by Death Eaters during gatherings at Malfoy Manor. How the Dark Lord had amassed followers in his student years, how he could effortlessly slay a wizard, why pure blood was deemed noble, and how his former power was so vast that even his adversaries remained silent. His name uttered only in whispers, akin to an incantation that silenced all. For a long time, Draco had taken pride in his pure-blood heritage, and he had curiously inquired of his parents as to which of the 28 pure-blood families the Dark Lord hailed from, yet he had received no answer. Narcissa's expression had made it abundantly clear that such inquiries were forbidden. Draco had yet to confront death directly, and he felt little in response to the stories of those whom the Dark Lord had allegedly annihilated. His initial understanding of the Dark Lord perhaps gleaned from the tattered ears of Dobby. I shall not neglect my loyal servants. The Dark Lord's deep voice resonated. Draco found himself seated, utterly oblivious to how Lucius had led him in greeting, what pleasantries were exchanged to please the Dark Lord, or how he had arrived at the chair's edge. It was as if his heart raced while the blood in his veins had ceased to flow. We are ever at your service, Master, Lucius spoke reverently. If needed, we can procure superior potions, enhanced by unicorn blood for greater efficacy. This is already the best effect under possession. The Dark Lord's dissatisfaction was palpable. I must swiftly discover a means to restore my body. Remaining here indefinitely is not a solution, especially with those fools from the Ministry intent on hosting their banquets here. Malfoy Manor is at your disposal, to use as you see fit. We can consistently refuse their presence, Lucius offered. No, I envision a day when those fools will prove useful, the Dark Lord replied darkly. I had Wormtail assist me in locating another venue. Dumbledore may have already set his sights on me. That is why he will reveal his weaknesses at Halloween. Dumbledore has grown old and lacks the energy to concern himself with matters far afield. Lucius interjected, there are numerous places distant from Hogwarts where strength can be amassed. I could never distance myself from Hogwarts, the Dark Lord retorted. That arrogant old man speaks of love as if it were the panacea for all ills. His ire flared at the mere mention of Dumbledore, ignorant, foolish, self-righteous hypocrite, as if anyone could do without his gifts. Lucius remained silent. One day, I shall prove him wrong. And that boy, the Dark Lord continued. Draco instinctively straightened in his seat. Regardless of whether the prophecy is true, I must eliminate him swiftly. The Dark Lord's grin was sinister. It is because of him that I squandered a decade, reduced to this. Dobby, limping as he carried a goblet, heard these words and dropped the cup, shattering it upon the floor. The Dark Lord's blood-red eyes narrowed. Quirrell's neck bore the grotesque bulging of purple veins. I have warned you, Lucius, it would be wise to dispose of him and acquire a more compliant house elf. The Dark Lord spat venomously. I often sense he is lying, yet I do not wish to delve into the filthy recesses of his mind to discern his thoughts. Dobby stood trembling, rooted to the spot. Fear not. House elves dare not defy their master's commands. Lucius waved his wand, banishing Dobby from the room. It is paramount to assist you in regaining your corporeal form. Procuring most rare potions is more convenient through him. Acquiring a new house elf would be time-consuming. The house elf from the Black family became much more obedient after I dealt with him. Were I able to manipulate my body freely, I would have acted already. The Dark Lord remarked, clearly displeased. I shall teach Dobby a lesson, Lucius stated. Are you planning to depart after Christmas? If you require anything, we can prepare it in advance, Narcissa inquired. Only one thing. The Dark Lord suddenly commanded Quirrell to approach Draco. Narcissa's eyes widened in terror, yet she remained silent. Bring this to Hogwarts for me. The Dark Lord placed a diary before Draco. The diary appeared somewhat antiquated. The date on the cover faded. 50 years passed. Draco noticed it bore the name of a vendor on Vauxhall Road in London, a place he had never heard of and had never purchased anything from. Perhaps it belonged to a muggle shop? For whom? Draco's throat tightened. Once it is at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord replied with a sardonic chuckle. It is best not to fall into the hands of fools. That would vex me. Ah, by the way, you should be acquainted with Harry Potter. Yes, Quirrell? That would be ideal. He likely would not wish to accept my little gift. Perhaps a few curses exchanged would suffice. Draco managed to steady his voice. Just the other day, I sent him to detention. Moreover, he enjoys special treatment. Harry Potter has someone checking his broom before every Quidditch match. It seems the fine traditions of Hogwarts remain unchanged, the Dark Lord remarked indifferently. Inviting such unruly students leads to such outcomes. I could also use my position as a governor to deliver it to the school, Lucius said cautiously, eyeing the black diary. I possess the authority to enter and exit Hogwarts freely. Lucius, you know I am direct in matters of gratitude and retribution. The Dark Lord finally sounded somewhat satisfied. I shall also reciprocate for the many expenses incurred at Malfoy Manor. What I do for you here far outweighs any investments or magical research projects. Lucius bowed his head. The magical research we invested in has depleted our funds. Achieving success in 2 or 3 out of 100 would be commendable. It is an honor that the Master values Malfoy Manor. I shall ensure the diary is prepared as instructed. The diary need not be rushed. Perhaps next term? I suspect Dumbledore has yet to let his guard down. The Dark Lord continued. It is still only Christmas. Treat well those fools from the Ministry of Magic. When the time is ripe, my loyal servants imprisoned in Azkaban shall emerge to bask in the sun and stretch their limbs. Chapter 61. The students of Slytherin swiftly sensed the subtle shift in the dynamic between Harry and Draco. Although Draco frequently spent time outside the dormitory with Crabbe and Goyle, recent altercations in the corridors and common room quickly made it evident to all the degree of deterioration in their relationship. The notion that Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter were at odds soon became a consensus, disseminated through a flurry of owls as Slytherin students shared the gossip with their officials, merchants, and the parents of former Death Eaters. Within Slytherin House, many were individuals with grand aspirations, ever vigilant of the currents of fortune, weighing pros and cons, and discerning the winds of change to make calculated decisions. Some had meticulously crafted life plans that surpassed the complexity of potion recipes found in textbooks. To offend the Malfoy family was most unwise, especially considering that many Slytherins had ancestral ties through marriage. Conversely, antagonizing Harry seemed unnecessary. His recent performances in Quidditch were nothing short of spectacular, bringing a sense of pride to the Serpent House. Furthermore, it was noted that Harry possessed a certain innocent charm. Devoid of malice, while innocence is often linked to ignorance and naivety, it does not equate to foolishness, but rather reflects a nascent understanding of the world's rules. Currently, Harry remained an unassuming and bashful boy with striking green eyes, leading most Slytherins to adopt a nonchalant approach akin to Blaze's. Maintaining a comfortable distance between Harry and Draco to preserve a harmonious atmosphere in the dining hall. In the days leading up to Christmas, Blaze, stifling a yawn, presented Harry with a small trinket designed to muffle noise. My mother believes I lack the ability to master the requisite spells just yet. Harry understood the implication. After Draco requested a room change, Goyle became his new roommate, a rather slow-witted individual who often relied on others for ideas, but whose thunderous snoring at night had left both Harry and Blaze with deepening dark circles under their eyes. That purple sleeping potion must have side effects, Blaze shrugged. Thank you, Harry replied, accepting the small box. Disagreements are trivial. After all, you might reconcile one day. I might have a new stepfather by Christmas, my 10th. Blaze's demeanor suggested he was accustomed to such separations, given that he could barely count the number of stepfathers on both hands. I might be traveling far for Christmas. I shall bring you back something interesting. Harry smiled. I suppose I must make a trip to the library now. Go on. Blaze retreated to his bed. But I feel like the end-of-term exams are still a ways off. Harry, of course, did not venture to the library in pursuit of exam preparation. Nor was it purely out of a fervent passion for learning. Most books began to blur and fade from memory after a month. Within 6 months, they vanished entirely. leaving behind perhaps a couple of memorable phrases or a particularly vivid scene that managed to secure a place in his limited cognitive capacity. Specific expressions from those tomes faded, ultimately leaving behind a vague impression. This was a good book or this was a bad book. People were no different. The details of companionship and shared moments could easily become indistinct and forgotten, leaving only a hazy impression. He is someone I wish to see, or he is someone I wish to avoid. Names are spells. Those one longs to see bear warm names, and the utterance of those syllables brings a sense of security. Remus Lupin. Sirius Black. What precisely factors into the weight of a complex individual in one's heart is beyond even the reckoning of the mind. Much like the reasons behind a forgotten good book remaining a good book. Draco Malfoy. On his hurried way to the library, Harry found himself reflecting once more on that name. To his surprise, despite having exchanged a few fierce blows, he did not feel averse to the prospect of encountering Draco. The last time, he had indeed drawn blood from Draco's pale skin, though, of course, he had been struck by Draco's curse and had performed an impromptu dance in the corridor for nearly 10 minutes. Harry even resolved to ensure victory next time. Recently, Harry had been assisting Lupin in borrowing books from the library, often wandering through the section on potions. As he frequently found that only a few lines within a thick tome were genuinely useful, he decided it was more efficient to transcribe the relevant portions to send home. This action deepened some individuals' misconceptions of Harry's brilliance, particularly Severus Snape. More than once, Snape emerged from the restricted section only to find Harry diligently perusing the potions area. Snape, of course, offered no words of praise or encouragement. However, in the brief hesitation of those inscrutable black eyes, Harry detected a subtle attitude. He was open to questions should any arise. Naturally, Harry could not inquire about the side effects of using vampire or muggle umbilical cord blood as potion ingredients, nor could he probe into the progress of time reversal potion research. Such topics would raise suspicion. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Snape's demeanor from softening just a fraction. Another misunderstanding arose from Percy Weasley, also a frequent visitor to the library. Percy had begun preparing for the upcoming exams well in advance, studying material from higher years. Yet, he was taken aback to see Harry laboriously poring over an old potions book. Blood potion research and practice? Percy whispered as he sat beside Harry. None of this is on the syllabus. Have you actually reached this level? But you're only in your first year. Oh, no, Harry stammered. I'm just looking for fun. Percy's expression of solemn respect only flustered Harry further. You're right. I should focus on the exam material, he fumbled. Merlin, I would rather spend an entire day flying on the Quidditch pitch than flipping through books. If only my brother were half as sensible as you. Mother would have much less to fret about, Percy said earnestly. I can assist you. With that, Percy retrieved a somewhat worn, thick notebook from his pile of books. I've been considering whether to clear out my notes from lower years since I've already mastered the material. This way, I won't waste money on a new notebook, but I believe it could be beneficial for you. Percy adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Feeling somewhat guilty, Harry accepted Percy's study notes. They were indeed impeccable. Notes from someone who could not bear to come in second should be just so. Clear handwriting, concise language, easily memorable. Pinpointing the teacher's focus while omitting the superfluous verbiage from textbooks. In an effort to honor Percy's misplaced admiration, Harry reluctantly found himself genuinely studying. You can keep it, Percy said. Christmas is fast approaching, and Mother is always keen to knit sweaters for everyone. I personally think stationery is more practical, but I already have a new robe and a new owl this year. As the eldest, I should not be too greedy. Chapter 62. We leave the choice to you. Sirius said to Harry. The table at number 12, Grimmauld Place, was strewn with various images and parchment inscribed with simple instructions. This is a selection of travel plans that we have deemed comparatively safe, and which you might find appealing, Lupin added, marking the occasion of their first Christmas together. Harry had recently returned from Hogwarts and was engrossed in the itineraries. A tour of the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, the Winter Quidditch League matches, an Egyptian magical historical sites expedition, a tropical exotic botanical garden, and even visits to some renowned Muggle amusement parks and attractions. Was this how wizarding children grew up? Harry felt utterly dazzled. My father was a scholar, and at times I accompanied him on his investigations into non-human supernatural phenomena, whether in forests or abandoned mansions. Of course, he dedicated much time to concealing my identity and teaching me magic, which resulted in fewer outings together later on. He always believed I would have no books to read until Dumbledore paid us a visit, Lupin explained. As for my childhood, I was probably dragged along to pure-blood social gatherings, subjected to Bellatrix's dreadful laughter. Sirius refuted Harry's perspective. Once I grew older, I would venture out on my own. After running away from home, James and I often took to the skies on our motorcycles. Pure blood, Harry echoed, suddenly struck by several questions. Actually, during my time at school, I didn't perceive any difference between pure-blood students and those of Muggle descent. He picked up the Quidditch League poster and read it intently. He had yet to witness a match outside Hogwarts. That's true, Sirius replied swiftly. But why did Voldemort adhere to the pure-blood supremacy ideology? Exterminating Muggle-borns, or those of mixed heritage? Was it merely for the sake of feeling superior? Harry continued to inquire. Oh, I doubt that, Sirius scoffed. Although the notion of pure blood is utterly foolish, even Voldemort himself cannot claim to be a true pure blood. Lupin turned, slightly taken aback. The pure blood families who buy into this ideology are eager to flaunt their genealogies on their garments. If Voldemort truly were the radical pure blood wizard he claims to be, then he would be related to me, at least distantly. After all, wizards are few, and those who insist on marrying within pure bloodlines are even rarer. Sirius responded to Lupin's questioning gaze. I had never contemplated this, considering my mother was a Muggle and had little understanding of the so-called pure blood theory. Lupin seemed to have never doubted this issue. My focus has always been on his malevolent actions. Then, Harry felt a sudden realization. If he is not my relative, then perhaps in previous generations there were marriages with Muggles. But if he truly married a Muggle, he himself would not belong to the so-called pure blood lineage. Sirius gestured towards the dimming family tapestry, where the golden threads still shimmered. Thus, Lupin pondered, pure blood may merely serve as a pretext to rally a portion of individuals to his side. It is a highly effective strategy, as most pure blood families are affluent, and their power is not negligible. What? Harry still seemed to grasp the concept. Voldemort is simply a madman driven by a desire for slaughter. The pure blood ideology initially garnered the support of many arrogant old families, but once his true nature was revealed, even the rational members of those pure blood families were too intimidated to withdraw. They found themselves at a crossroads, either walk down a dark path or face death for betrayal. That explains the multitude of Death Eaters, madmen like Voldemort, fearful, cautious, hypocritical, disingenuous, and those attempting to leverage dark forces to rise again. Few dare to confront the dark forces openly. Sirius's voice was raised, prompting the portrait of Walburga to commence its tirade once more. Traitor! Unworthy wretch! Pathetic creature! What a motley crew! Walburga glared fiercely at Lupin and Harry. Sirius had initially drawn his wand, intending to silence the portrait as he usually did. But Walburga's suspicious gaze prompted him to reconsider. He stepped over to Lupin, who was still weak from the recent full moon. He wrapped his arm around Lupin's slender shoulders with ease and quickly pressed a kiss to his ear. Lupin's startled expression drained of color. Sirius relished the sight of Walburga's wide eyes. If you have the courage, come out and confront me, he taunted the portrait. How unfortunate for you that I am the one still living. After delivering his provocative remark, Sirius tightened his embrace around Lupin's waist. In the next moment, Harry felt the portrait's shrill screams reverberate through the old house. Get out! Get out! Bastard! Scoundrel! Get out! Lupin began to struggle against Sirius's arm desperately, but it was in vain. Their physical disparity rendered him powerless. His futile attempts only incited Walburga's fury further, and even though she was merely a portrait, the veins on her forehead throbbed visibly. Isn't it amusing? Do you enjoy watching? Sirius found the shrieks utterly delightful. What a pity I have Christmas to celebrate. He feigned regret. Can you celebrate Christmas in a painting? Should I draw a tree for you? I promise to show you something more thrilling next time. I keep my word, mother. Sirius blew a kiss to both Walburga and Lupin before savagely covering the portrait. Finally, Lupin collapsed back into his chair, his neck flushed crimson. I believe this has set a splendid tone for Christmas, Sirius declared, turning to face him. I warn you, Lupin gasped, still breathless. I was wrong. Sirius admitted with a playful grin, adjusting Lupin's shirt collar. I've never been this happy in this house before. If you dare again, Lupin shook off Sirius's hand. I wouldn't dream of it. I shall never again, Sirius replied, suppressing the remaining mirth, lowering his gaze to fixate on Lupin with his gray eyes. Head of House Lupin, please don't deduct points from me. His earnest expression clashed with the mischief at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of the countless times he had caused trouble during their school days. Harry seized the opportunity to clear his throat, seeking to bring the brief commotion to a close. Let us see what Harry wishes to choose. Sirius winked in Harry's direction, as if to say, you can chastise me later. Christmas break is precious, and we must not squander time. For Harry, each option appeared enticing. The Christmas vacation would last approximately 2 weeks, and according to Sirius, if they filled their itinerary, they might even visit 2 or 3 locations. Harry found himself torn between the winter Quidditch matches and the Muggle amusement parks, but at that moment, the growing argument between Sirius and Lupin captured his full attention. Harry hesitated, realizing he could not readily abandon any of the options. Lupin and Sirius exchanged glances. It was merely a portrait. I fail to comprehend why you feel the need to confront a painting, Lupin remarked, the color in his face having faded considerably. Sensing Harry needed more time to think, he turned back to Sirius, saying, "Very few can evoke such a dramatic shift in Lupin's emotions, yet you manage it with ease." "It's her own fault for using a permanent sticking charm to remain in this house," Sirius muttered. "If she hadn't constantly drilled erroneous ideologies into Regulus, he wouldn't have strayed so misguidedly at such a young age. She indirectly caused the demise of her most beloved son. After all, she is your mother." "I fail to see the reason behind your incessant vitriol," Lupin replied, rubbing his forehead, even though the portrait might only reflect a fragment of her thoughts from her elder years. "Oh, is it a good thing to only report the positive and not the negative?" Sirius retorted swiftly. "You concoct a web of lies every so often, telling your father that you are thriving, and you consider this a flawless method of nurturing familial bonds? Your moon-faced father?" Harry abruptly lifted his gaze. "What is it?" Both Sirius and Remus turned to look at Harry in unison. "You just referred to him as a scholar. Are you still writing to him?" Harry feigned ignorance, having mistakenly assumed that Remus's parents had also passed away, simply because both Sirius and his own parents were no longer living. "Indeed, I write to him quite frequently. If you were to read the letters Remus sends to his father, you would think him the happiest wizard in the world," Sirius remarked, as if lodging a complaint against Harry. Remus's father, Lyle Lupin, had been burdened with guilt ever since the werewolf Greyback's revenge, and it was evident that he lied to keep his parents content. "If I returned home in tatters, I wouldn't be able to maintain the facade. If I claim that I am living independently and well, at least my parents will think of me less, allowing them to enjoy their research in peace. I do not wish to burden them with my identity for a lifetime," Remus replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Sirius sharply pointed out, "Remus always assumes that everyone wishes to avoid him, or that he is undeserving of appearing before others unless he is exceptional. He pretends the problem does not exist, always ready to withdraw." Remus knew that Sirius was about to bring up his failure to visit him in Azkaban. "I do not wish to be a constant source of worry for others. I have secretly visited them, and without me, they are happy now. Or they ought to have another child," he said, sounding increasingly uncertain. Harry's attention had fully shifted to the conversation. "Non-human entities? Are those like ghosts?" Harry's inquiry caused Sirius to pause in his rebuttal. "Including ghosts or specters, though one occasionally discovers new phenomena, new magical creatures. Recently, there were findings near the Bay of Naples. An ancient city buried under volcanic ash lies there," Remus answered. "Lyle mentioned these in a letter he sent 3 days ago." "Really? I find such supernatural matters rather intriguing," Harry suddenly declared, a new determination taking shape. "How about we go take a look?" In truth, Harry's understanding of ghosts was limited to the specters at Hogwarts and the sensation of cold water when passing through them. The only relatively friendly ghost seemed to be the Fat Friar. "That place is indeed a splendid travel destination, and it's not far. Italian cuisine must surely surpass what we have here," Sirius nodded. "I have seen Lyle's letter. I know where that place is. Do not concern yourself with me." Remus quickly realized their intentions. "I can make the trip on my own. We could also pay a visit to your parents." Revealing the hardships of being associated with an Azkaban fugitive and a thorn in Voldemort's side, Sirius teased. "How long has it been since you last saw them? You hardly appeared disheveled at all," he continued. Remus found himself momentarily speechless at that last remark, while Harry and Sirius had evidently made up their minds. Yet, their words rang true, regardless of what lay ahead. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to visit his parents, who were surely worried about him. "How shall we get there?" "By fireplace." Harry had already begun gathering a plethora of travel plans, resolute in his intention to suggest attending the winter match if time permitted. "Wouldn't a Muggle ferry or renting a car be more entertaining? Besides riding a motorcycle, I can drive a car too." "So, you intend to stand before my parents without using Polyjuice Potion or the Disillusionment Charm?" Remus quietly pulled Sirius aside, lowering his voice. "Your father should be aware by now of how absurd the Ministry's trial procedures are concerning the Greyback case." "I believe they would trust me if you were by my side," Sirius replied. "Very well," Remus sighed. "They know that you always sought ways to accompany me during the full moon while we were at school. I'll see if there are any beautiful potions left." Sirius hummed a tune. "I suddenly feel it necessary to drink a bottle before we depart." Chapter 64. Outside the windshield. The final vestiges of twilight were being crushed beneath the wheels. Sirius pressed the accelerator a bit deeper, and the old Ford's engine emitted a low, beast-like growl. Harry rested his forehead against the cool window, watching as the lights of the city gradually receded. The interior was warm, while Remus was keenly adjusting the radio stations. The radio signal fluctuated, and the Muggle host's incessant chatter filled the air. "Dear listeners, as the year draws to a close, let us reflect on the hits of the past year. This year, despite his declining health, Freddie Mercury of Queen has gifted us a new album. The Show Must Go On is among the most popular tracks. Additionally, superstar Michael Jackson's Black or White swept the globe upon its release. Blending elements of pop and rock, with themes of equality and unity that remain timeless. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had not paid much attention to Muggle music. He stole a glance at Sirius, who was nodding along to the rhythm, a smile gracing his lips. Muggle music is quite delightful, Sirius remarked, freeing a hand to turn up the volume. Much better than the Weird Sisters or whatever that cauldron of hot love band is. Hearing the high notes nearly tempted Sirius to join in song. I know where the record store is, Harry suggested, planning to bring Sirius some albums next time. He could even envision the style of music that would appeal to him. The radio host continued introducing artists, noting that with the passing of Freddie Mercury at the end of November, Queen's concert at Wembley Stadium in London this year was their last major performance. Listen to the deafening cheers and applause from that night. The concert will forever remind us of him, as their talent and passion captivated fans around the world, who arrived just in time to miss it. Sirius lamented, slapping the steering wheel in frustration. Still in London. What a pity, Remus said softly. Their fans must be heartbroken. It was just a month ago. Only 45 years old. He could have continued singing for many more years. So, why is it that we feel the time we have is meaningless? Even simply appreciating the works of others is worthwhile. Perhaps that vampire had loyal patrons, Sirius responded. From a different perspective, 100 years is hardly sufficient, yet Muggles certainly could not fathom why we spend so much time harboring animosity towards one another. Remus gazed into the distance, and for a moment, the music from the radio enveloped the car in silence. The distant outline of the mountains was dissolving, and Harry spotted faint lights in the distance, those of a Muggle town. It was evident that Sirius had employed some magic on the vehicle, cleverly bypassing mundane stretches of road, as the surrounding Muggle vehicles seemed oblivious to their old Ford. Though they were traveling swiftly, the Muggle cars automatically steered clear of them. Ahead is the coastal road, Remus remarked as he studied a map. We will encounter a renowned magical cafe along the way. It has been marked by many traveling wizards. Harry could indeed sense the sea. In the twilight, the water blended into darkness, occasionally revealing dark waves. Harry cautiously cracked open the car window, and a brisk, briny breeze immediately rushed in. Look at your godfather, Lupin suddenly remarked. Harry, filled with curiosity, tilted his head towards the driver's seat, where Sirius was gazing out the window. His profile barely discernible, with only the bridge of his nose and the shadowed shape of his eyelashes visible. I mean that star, Lupin pointed out. Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. We usually locate it through Orion. Harry, I suppose you haven't yet embarked upon your astronomy classes. Is it the blue-white one? Harry pressed his face against the window. Sirius promptly pulled over to the roadside, and the three of them stepped out to admire the starry sky. That's the one, Lupin said, grasping Harry's hand. Pure-blooded lunatics believe that blessings are inscribed among the stars. Sirius leaned against the guardrail by the road. And they chose for me the brightest and hottest of them all. The winter season in the northern hemisphere is the prime time for observing Sirius, although it is already one of the most readily visible stars to the naked eye. Lupin attempted to shield Harry from the biting wind. The astronomy textbooks indicate that Sirius indeed possesses a high temperature. The December winds and waves swept past the breakwater, and Harry inhaled deeply, having to concede that the night sky was indeed magnificent. I never expected you to be so fascinated by that star. You can still recite passages from your textbooks after all these years, Sirius observed, noting the gentle expression on Lupin's face. Your name is more fitting for such a scene, stars. Darkness, Lupin murmured, beyond mere words. After all, stars shine brighter in the night. Sirius replied, your words make my disdain for that surname diminish slightly. For being born of the night, yet not succumbing to its darkness, makes one all the more precious. Chapter 65. Harry was unaware of how long he had been asleep, whether it was mere minutes or hours. He lay in the back seat, having stirred slightly, causing Lupin's coat that was draped over him to slide away. The car was as warm as a cradle, the radio tuned to a low volume, with a sweet song playing. Harry could sense that Sirius and Lupin were engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally laughing in unison, the car's headlights casting soft shadows on their faces in the front seat. Harry fumbled to find his glasses, which had slipped to the side, preparing to put them on. Lupin, keenly sensing Harry's movement, turned to him and said, just in time. We were debating whether to wake you. The renowned roadside magical cafe is just ahead. We could have a cup and perhaps grab some pastries to go, Sirius added. The coastline in the morning mist still curled in shades of deep blue and black, but the sign of the Laurel and Sandglass Cafe had already lit up with a dim golden glow. From a distance, Harry could see the sign adorned with coffee beans and a plethora of deep green and crimson Christmas decorations, perhaps due to the festive season or the late hour. There were only 2 or 3 patrons inside. It smells delightful here, Lupin remarked with anticipation. This one has both chocolate sauce and chunks of chocolate. I think you'll enjoy it. Sirius quickly helped Lupin select a coffee. And Harry? Lupin inquired, looking down. The witch behind the counter was exceedingly welcoming. Would you care to try our freshly thawed Venice Deepwater coffee? It's a newly developed magical extract. It took her a moment to notice Harry, who was being led by Lupin. Child, we have a holiday special here. Harry received a cup of Christmas-themed cappuccino, perhaps because he was no longer in England. No one stared at his scar incessantly, which lifted his spirits a little. He held his breath, admiring the exquisite moving latte art on the surface, hesitating whether to drink it immediately. The witch also graciously offered them some lovely Christmas gingerbread. The reason this cafe is so famous, I recall, is due to its remarkable coffee grounds, Lupin said. Coffee grounds. Sirius watched as the witch carefully retrieved the filtered powder. Legend has it that they possess divinatory properties, and every customer receives a reading. Lupin observed the witch as she took out light-colored cups and began to arrange them. Oh no. Sirius began reminiscing about the tea leaf readings they had done in Hogwarts, a class that was more about exercising his lungs. As he and James had spent most of their time laughing, Lupin squinted with interest, though prior wizards had reported that the readings were quite accurate. The only complaint was their lack of detail. This one is for the young boy. The witch handed the coffee grounds to Harry. Now, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Harry sipped his coffee, noticing that each sip revealed a new, beautiful pattern in the latte art. Hearing the witch's words, he complied. Let me see. Wow. The witch glanced at the coffee grounds, then quickly surveyed Harry. This is quite unusual, very unusual. Of course, it is, Sirius whispered to Lupin, having concealed his face before entering the shop. I don't think this lady recognized Harry. Perhaps, Lupin stroked his chin. You will become a powerful person, renowned far and wide. You will have many followers and admirers, the witch interpreted. Wow, a broad smile spread across Lupin's face. Harry seemed to choke slightly. The witch even promptly produced a pen, asking him to leave a signature. I believe this will serve as excellent publicity for our cafe. Harry, feeling shy, scribbled a wobbly signature at her enthusiastic invitation. What about me? Sirius's curiosity piqued. The same procedure ensued. The witch scrutinized the coffee grounds, her brow furrowing. Turmoil, and perhaps even life-altering changes, twice. Of course, there are minor shifts as well. Twice? Sirius's previously obscured face manifested a look of alarm. Does that mean there is another time? This method cannot provide an extremely precise reading, but my conclusion is thus. The witch's expression turned apologetic. Sirius felt Lupin's fingers tighten around his. Sir. The witch looked towards Lupin, preparing to examine his coffee grounds, but Lupin halted her impending actions. I feel as though I can see the end of my life. If there are any surprises left, I shall reveal them myself, Lupin said with a smile, dismissing his turn entirely. Harry, evidently still reeling from his own prophecy, stared blankly at the witch as she carefully tucked away his signature, his heart racing, perhaps a result of too much caffeine. We can continue on our way, Lupin said, helping Harry gather the multitude of pastries the witch had sent along. We shall arrive soon. Sirius effortlessly discerned the anxious expression on Lupin's face. This is likely just as deceptive as tea leaf readings, Sirius whispered quickly in reassurance. It's merely a drink that tastes good. Lupin opened the car door for Harry, placing the food in the back seat before shutting the door. Turning back, Lupin and Sirius exchanged a wordless glance outside the car. In the night, their expressions were obscured. Yet emotions required no words for communication. An underlying concern lingered, though the two had never seriously addressed it. The prison break had yet to be made public, and the charges remained uncleared, existing in a murky gray area, more hidden than even vampires. Life-altering changes, Sirius murmured. Good can turn bad, and perhaps bad can turn good. You must believe me. Bad things never happen twice, right? Trust me. Sirius gently coaxed a smile onto Remus's weary face with a tender touch. Chapter 66. Peeves and the Fat Friar, along with the blood-curdling barrow, are undeniably distinct species. Ghosts can only pass through solid objects and cannot consume anything. However, Peeves possesses a corporeal form, capable even of hurling objects at you. The Lyle couple patiently elucidated this to Harry. Harry recalled the image of Peeves chasing students while brandishing a large cabinet. Indeed, ghosts merely float about. Such entities are typically found in places where adolescents congregate. Lyle spoke slowly, and upon meeting the Lyle couple for the first time, Harry discerned the source of Remus's composed demeanor. Both his father Lyle and mother Hope exuded the same tranquility. The table was strewn with manuscripts, and the flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow around the room. Everyone gathered at the table, watching as Harry perused various hand-drawn illustrations of ghosts and specters. When Remus attended Hogwarts, he appeared to be about your age, Hope remarked, glancing between Harry and Remus. The Lupin family were not adept at expressing their emotions, and most of the time, they simply gazed at you with clear, earnest eyes. This is my first year at school. Back then, Remus was just as tall as you, Harry said. Today had been fulfilling for him, He had indulged in an abundance of delectable dishes: cheese, ham, pizza, risotto, pasta, and panini. Everything prepared by the residents here was exquisite. The Lyle couple had also taken him on a lengthy excursion near the bay. They conversed for quite some time, and as the hour grew late, Harry began to feel drowsy. The homeowners had a children's room adjacent to their own, where Harry could sleep. Hope assisted the sleepy Harry, then turned to Remus and Sirius, saying, "There are 2 rooms in the attic. You may rest there. We are truly surprised that you could come home," while chuckled. "We have missed you. Whenever we embark on our research, we rent a large house, ensuring there is always a place for you should you ever need us. We could never bear to confine you before, but now, with the full moon, there are many more alternatives." "I am well." Remus clumsily embraced his parents, adding, "I will visit home more often." After bidding goodnight to the Lyle couple, Sirius ascended to the attic. Late that night, as Remus settled into an armchair, lost in thought after tidying up, Sirius suddenly swung open his bedroom door. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Remus inquired, having just put considerable effort into repairing the brass chandelier. "Look at you," Sirius remarked, his hair still damp from a recent shower. "Is someone sulking in here, or brooding? Or perhaps something else?" The sight of his parents had indeed eased Remus's tension. "Perhaps I have grown accustomed to this state," he sighed, his gaze drifting to Sirius's bare arms and shoulders. He offered Sirius a blanket to dry his hair. "Don't catch a chill. There's no fireplace here." Remus rose to search for something to contain magical flames. "Had I known, I wouldn't have paused for that coffee," Sirius said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "It's actually fine," Remus replied, his tone calm. "We must face it sooner or later, right?" "I thought you might be anxious and unable to sleep," Sirius remarked, wrapping himself haphazardly in a blanket. Remus finally found a suitable vessel, and the flames conjured by his wand illuminated the dim room. "I'm not as fragile as you might think. After all these years, even the fear of bad news has dulled. Here I stand before you," he declared. Sirius leaned closer. "That's good. You have me," Remus said, running his fingers through Sirius's hair. "If you hadn't doubted me 10 years ago and let me know everything, I would have certainly stopped you from making mistakes." Sirius gazed into Remus's eyes, silent. "I would do anything to keep you by my side," Remus stated. "Really?" Sirius replied with a smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. "You would do anything?" "Of course," Remus affirmed. Sirius extended his hand, his fingers brushing the hem of Remus's shirt. "From what you've let slip, it seems your affection for me can be traced back to the year we met in potions class." The room was dimly lit, with only the flickering flames casting a warm orange hue upon the peeling wallpaper and aged wooden floor. Remus noticed the mischievous glint in Sirius's eyes once more, hesitating as he gripped the blanket tightly, his gaze irresistibly drawn to Sirius. Remus's gaunt face appeared softened by the firelight, his brown hair interspersed with silver strands, and the scars left by the wolf were faintly visible on his neck. "Take your time to guess," Remus said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He had witnessed every facet of Sirius's face, from the age of 11 to 21, and now. "What are you doing just standing there, Moony?" Sirius's voice dropped, tinged with playful provocation. "Are you afraid I might bite you?" He patted the pillow beside him, raising an eyebrow. "Perhaps I genuinely wish to bite you." Remus let out a soft huff and moved closer to sit down. He endeavored to maintain his composure, but Sirius was too near, close enough for him to catch the unique scent of someone freshly bathed. His heartbeat quickened. Sirius draped his arm over Remus's shoulder, his fingers intentionally gliding along the back of his neck, his thumb gently caressing him. Remus stiffened, his breath becoming shallow. "Relax," Sirius whispered, his warm breath brushing against Remus's ear. "This should also be part of what you can do." He turned, pressing his palm against Remus's chest, feeling the heartbeat through the fabric. Remus's breathing quickened as he grasped Sirius's wrist, but did not push him away, merely whispering, "If you wish. I have been waiting for you to take the initiative. You said I could guide you before you made mistakes, and that applies now too," Sirius countered, his eyes sparkling. He leaned down, his lips grazing Remus's chin, the stubble leaving a slight sting on his skin. Remus closed his eyes, feeling Sirius's other hand slowly gliding upwards, his thumb tracing the outline of his muscles beneath the fabric. "Downstairs, I mean you," Remus ground out through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Remus finally relinquished the last vestiges of his rationality, turning to seize Sirius's collar, drawing closer in the dim light. He had longed to do this. Remus instinctively arched his back. He let out a muffled groan of pain as his back tensed, his nails digging into Sirius's shoulder, leaving bloodied marks, both claw marks from his wolf form and scratches from his human form now evident. Sirius felt the subtle pain on his skin. "Look at you, my sweet boy, with your fierce duality. It's commendable that I've managed to refrain from biting you." Remus sensed his consciousness slipping uncontrollably away, his senses dominating him, casting aside all tangible and intangible words. Chapter 67. Malfoy Manor. After Voldemort's departure, Lucius and Narcissa busied themselves welcoming several guests. Although various dignitaries and officials each bore their own pride, few possessed grand estates willing to shoulder the exorbitant upkeep costs typical of such properties, thus ensuring a constant flow of visitors at Malfoy Manor. As the Christmas holiday drew to a close, Malfoy Manor finally enjoyed a few days of tranquility. You performed admirably, Lucius remarked to Draco during breakfast. In the presence of the Dark Lord, I lack confidence. Draco exerted considerable effort to push aside the chicken that Dobby had brought, the meat appearing rather dry. Dobby had been rather distracted these past few days, committing numerous blunders even during the banquet, nearly setting the manor's kitchen ablaze. He had departed, and all was well. Narcissa took a moment to pour Draco a generous glass of milk. Finally managing to cut a small piece of chicken, Draco remarked, I lack the confidence to mask my thoughts with a mental concealment charm. Thus, I speak only the truth. I fear I cannot distinguish between scripted lines and sincere sentiments. This was, indeed, a prudent choice. Lucius furrowed his brow, for Dobby's fried green tomatoes had also been exceptionally unpalatable today. Does anyone truly dare to lie in the presence of the Dark Lord? Draco inquired with a hint of curiosity. In truth, we have never encountered such a person, at least. Not any living Death Eaters, Lucius replied. Or perhaps he has deceived us all. The peril and cost of such deceit were immensely high. One could find themselves lifeless in the blink of an eye. Narcissa shook her head, stating, unless it concerns a matter of great significance, I believe I could weave such a falsehood for you if necessary. Lucius tossed aside a half-eaten green tomato, his tone tinged with resignation. I shall not allow such a situation to arise. What is there that you should face alone? The truth, Narcissa answered candidly. Draco and Lucius exchanged a glance, mutually acknowledging that breakfast had been rather unsatisfactory that day. It seems Dobby is the one still immersed in the Dark Lord's atmosphere, Narcissa continued. Dobby knows far too much. To replace him would be unwise. Moreover, he is rather intelligent, Lucius remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Yet, for a house elf, being too clever is not advantageous. It is regrettable that the little elf who has served our family for 3 generations has grown too feeble to move. Draco rose, preparing to gather his belongings for their return to Hogwarts. As he turned up the staircase, he nearly collided with Dobby, who was busy cleaning. Dobby still wore a dazed expression. His wounds had healed significantly, but the scars on his ears had shriveled into unsightly, jagged marks. Upon seeing Draco, Dobby instinctively bowed. Draco met Dobby's gaze, noticing the elf's expression was akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Your ears, they can no longer heal, can they? Draco pondered, suspecting an exceptionally cruel curse had caused this. Indeed, master. It is powerful dark magic, Dobby replied with a shiver. Loyalty to the Dark Lord is our stance. You must accept this. Draco was uncertain how much longer his parents could tolerate Dobby's dismal performance. He resolved to remain silent and turned to head toward his room. No. Dobby suddenly screamed, nearly causing Draco to stumble on the stairs. Dobby began to throw himself on the ground in despair, exclaiming, Dobby cannot do it. Dobby feels it is wrong. Dobby cannot be loyal to the Dark Lord. Draco widened his eyes, alarmed by the house elf's sudden outburst. He glanced anxiously toward the dining room, suspecting Lucius and Narcissa might have heard Dobby's cries. But thankfully, there was no reaction. He is a terrifying, fearsome demon, not just to Dobby. Dobby's long, grotesque fingers clenched into fists. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? If he were here now, you would be a corpse. Draco grasped the filthy tea towel Dobby wore. If you wish to endanger my parents as well, I shall not forgive you. Dobby's lips pressed tightly together, conveying a look of deep distress. He plans to do something dreadful at Hogwarts. He wants to kill Harry Potter. Dobby has heard. Dobby spoke rapidly. Upon hearing Harry's name, Draco felt his mood darken further. But what can you do? You are powerless. Just sweep your floors, he retorted. Dobby fell silent for a few seconds, as if summoning courage. You can dismiss Dobby, he declared. What? Draco found it hard to fathom that Dobby could utter such a shocking statement. After all, in other ancient families, performing household chores was considered a privilege for house elves. Then Dobby could do something else. Dobby insisted. Dobby desires freedom. Dobby will support whomever he chooses. Do you genuinely believe we would allow a house elf who knows the secrets of Malfoy Manor's basement and has encountered the Dark Lord to roam freely? Draco was nearing the brink of exasperation. Dobby swears he will not betray his master. Do not dream. Draco resolutely jerked his hand away from Dobby's grasp. I have no authority to decide. Draco cast one last glance at Dobby, whose expression had suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination. Do not die. Sweeping and cooking is simpler than bleeding, is it not? Draco spat through gritted teeth, turning on his heel and walking away, not daring to ponder how much he might actually resonate with that peculiar notion. Chapter 68, Potions Class. Draco, as per usual, found himself occasionally staring at the back of Harry's head, observing his unruly black hair as it tousled defiantly. It was decidedly unfair. Draco allowed his thoughts to drift for a few seconds. Although the Dark Lord had vowed to kill Harry, it was he who now wrestled with pain and turmoil. After returning from the Christmas holiday, Draco's face had grown noticeably gaunter, with Dobby's cries still echoing in his mind. Dobby will support whomever he chooses. The thought made Draco's hand tremble as he inadvertently mangled the daffodil root he was working with, prompting him to pull it back and see if it could be salvaged. To his annoyance, he realized that his fondness for Harry was not as obscure as he had hoped, especially after he had tried so hard to conceal it. Currently, the overall sentiment among Slytherin students towards Harry was steadily rising. Aside from Harry's good looks and amiable disposition, he was always generous to others, able to laugh off harmless jests at his expense, and possessed a loyalty that many Slytherins lacked, which made him stand out even more. In the weeks following the Christmas holiday, the Slytherin common room was often infused with the aroma of coffee, a courtesy of Harry, who had returned from his travels with an abundance of magical coffee capsules and cheese, generously sharing them with everyone. Naturally, one more thing that left Draco feeling unsettled was the day he unexpectedly bumped into Harry on his way back to his dormitory. For a moment, he thought he had subconsciously wandered into the wrong room. But no, a quick glance around confirmed that this was indeed his new dormitory. Here is your Christmas gift. I was home for the holidays. Harry gestured toward the newly appeared gift box atop the cabinet, indicating his uninvited presence. Harry seemed to have forgotten the heated argument they had had 2 weeks prior. Draco's heart raced. He feared Harry might have recognized the box he had stealthily slipped into the pile of gifts, the one he had deliberately left anonymous. Draco had learned through Goyle that Harry had greatly appreciated that gift. Gazing into Harry's eyes, Draco discerned an unmistakable expression behind those round glasses. Can we still be good friends? Draco opened his mouth. The room was empty, devoid of any eavesdroppers who might alert their Death Eater parents, and he felt a strange urgency about the state of his relationship with Harry Potter. Draco's lips twitched slightly. After enduring the strain of the Christmas holidays for so many days, he found himself devoid of the energy to feign his disdain for the green-eyed boy before him. Years of etiquette training restrained Draco, yet he could not roll on the ground and scream unabashedly like Dobby. He lacked the freedom to act as he pleased. In this moment of liberation, Draco gazed intently at Harry's face. I don't know what's wrong with you, he mused, noticing that Harry appeared even more joyful after the holidays than he had at the start of term. A fleeting glimmer of melancholy crossed Draco's features, momentarily caught by Harry's observant eyes. Perhaps you'd like to share what's troubling you? Harry inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. I certainly would, Draco thought to himself. Perhaps I should transfer this anxious feeling to you. After all, you are the one directly involved. Yet, he merely managed to muster a faint smile, one that could only be seen in the absence of an audience, and with the Dark Lord having temporarily vacated the scene. Upon witnessing Draco's expression, Harry seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, interpreting it as a sign of reconciliation. Maybe in the future? Draco replied impassively, offering an exceedingly vague response. He harbored a multitude of thoughts, as abundant as those he had at their first meeting. Yet the current circumstances compelled him to limit his words to a mere phrase before falling silent. All right then, Harry said, brightening. I'll wait for you. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, Draco replied. He etched Harry's smile into his memory, a source of motivation for the next time he would have to suppress his feelings for a performance. To waver in one's loyalties is deemed unethical. To straddle 2 boats invites contempt. Yet life is but a singular game, and without comparison, no one can ascertain which vessel is trustworthy and which may capsize. Chapter 69. The experience of being confined gradually fostered familiarity between Harry and Hagrid. Following several invitations for afternoon tea, Harry learned that it was Hagrid who had been entrusted by Dumbledore to deliver him to the Dursleys' doorstep. And he gradually came to appreciate Hagrid's culinary hobby. Besides rock cakes, Hagrid occasionally prepared various other treats. Thanks to him, Harry encountered for the first time treacle fudge biscuits that were larger than his forearm, though he had since learned to politely decline, mindful of his dental health. The rock cakes Hagrid had brought him during his hospital stay had caused his jaw considerable pain. Harry also attempted to invite Luna to Hagrid's hut, believing they might share common interests, but in truth, they often conversed independently, both appearing quite content. They held unique insights on creatures like the Yule Ball, the blast-ended Scrut, and the crumple-horned Snorkack. Hagrid and Luna each harbored fervent affections for both real and imaginary fantastical beasts. As the semester drew to a close, Harry's days became increasingly compact with the impending final exams, frequent Quidditch practices and matches, alongside the complex references mentioned in Lupin's letters. However, he occasionally gleaned new information from his dim-witted roommate, Goyle, whose fragmented remarks surprised Harry with their sheer annoyance, even more so than Goyle's nighttime snoring. Goyle would candidly relay snippets of his parents' views, such as the belief that the Dark Lord would surely return since the dark mark on Death Eaters had not vanished, and that all those of non-pure blood would ultimately perish. He would assert that although the Malfoys had not been particularly prominent during the last Wizarding War, they were, in fact, individuals of great trust to the Dark Lord. He would also claim that purebloods were inherently superior. After all, our pureblood children have played together since childhood. Harry failed to see Goyle's merit, as even enunciating his words clearly seemed to struggle. Goyle's intellect, even if it were to take a detour, should have recognized that it was Harry standing before him who had caused Voldemort's absence for so many years. Yet he did not. Another roommate, Blaise, displayed less interest in the issue of blood purity. Perhaps influenced by his mother's numerous romantic escapades, Blaise had recently become enamored with the romantic novels of famed philandering wizards. Nonetheless, Goyle's tedious and insipid remarks vaguely illuminated the underlying issues for Harry. The Malfoys were trusted by the Dark Lord, pureblood families had long-standing connections, and Slytherin had absorbed the vast majority of purebloods. Sirius had also mentioned that the Black family had once been staunch supporters of Voldemort. In the latter half of the semester, Draco's demeanor towards Harry underwent no significant transformation, yet reminiscent of the gift-giving incident in the dormitory. Harry discovered that when alone with Draco, he did not appear as harsh. Having experienced the true disdain of others, particularly from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who were compelled to care for him while harboring resentment, Harry was certain that Draco's gaze carried a different weight, though he did not fully comprehend the thoughts behind it. Harry devised a few coping strategies. For instance, when Draco read his name aloud in a prolonged, mocking tone in the Slytherin common room, Harry found he could respond in kind. What new scheme has the infamous Scarhead devised? Shut up, Malfoy, and go study how to pronounce that universal incantation. Would you like me to remind you of your hideous wand-waving gestures? Be quiet, Malfoy, and take your lackey and get lost. Is that mud-like potion of yours meant to choke someone? This exchange was rhythmic, reciprocal, dramatic yet non-violent, drawing the attention of many while steering clear of detention. As the biting cold winds of sleet transformed into warm sunshine upon the Quidditch training grounds, the Slytherin team triumphed in the Quidditch final. The semester was drawing to a close. Harry raised the captured golden snitch high above his head, looking down at the sea of spectators. He spotted Draco seated in the same position he had occupied during the rainy tryouts. Harry squinted up at Draco, feeling as though he had bridged an immense distance in their gaze. Chapter 70. At the year-end feast, all the faculty and students gathered, awaiting Dumbledore's announcement of this year's House Cup winner. The point differentials among the four houses were strikingly pronounced, with Slytherin poised to claim the House Cup championship for the 8th consecutive year. At the Slytherin table, aside from a few excited first-year students anticipating the awarding ceremony, most of the upper-year students were engaged in hushed conversations, discussing another matter that had transpired the previous day. Slytherins always possessed an extraordinary interest in politics, as the ministry's every action bore intricate connections to their family interests. Theodore, eager to speak, quickly took a seat beside Draco, who could already surmise the topic at hand. It's true, Draco confirmed, preempting Theodore's words. Merlin, this has been a long-standing rumor regarding Azkaban, Theodore remarked quietly. But these Aurors are exceedingly audacious. What happened? Blaise, overhearing their exchange, turned to inquire, clearly less informed than his fellow Slytherins, having noticed that many of his classmates bore expressions far removed from their usual ease. Minister of Magic Fudge was publicly rebuked yesterday by the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour, and the retired Auror Mad-Eye Moody. And it would not be an exaggeration to call it an insult due to a serious accusation, Theodore replied. Why? Blaise raised an eyebrow in curiosity, still anxiously awaiting his final exam results. He had merely glanced at Harry's notes, which were actually Percy S., the day before the exam, and couldn't fathom how the reprimanding of the Minister of Magic could possibly concern him. The Aurors had reviewed the annual report from Azkaban Prison, noting a particularly anomalous set of death statistics. They found it exceedingly peculiar that all the inmates on the same level had perished simultaneously, given that most prisoners were barely clinging to life. Dementors typically did not kill many. Draco recalled his father's words. Fudge must have known about these deaths long before, yet he did nothing. So, Blaise pressed further. The Aurors harbored grave suspicions that the management of Azkaban had aided the Death Eaters on that level in escaping, or that there was an insider working for the Dark Lord. Time had elapsed too long for Azkaban to produce the remains of these individuals to prove they hadn't escaped, Draco explained. The Aurors believed that these Death Eaters were captured at great personal risk, yet the Ministry had been remiss in its management. You know Scrimgeour and Mad-Eye Moody are both exceedingly paranoid, Theodore remarked. Escaped? Blaise exclaimed in shock, raising his voice. This caused a considerable number of onlookers to glance towards the Slytherin table, where the older Slytherins wore expressions of understanding. Blaise cautiously avoided their gazes, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. What shall we do? Learn some defensive spells? Or should we just hide at home and not venture out? Are prisoners no longer confined in Azkaban? Theodore looked exasperated, subtly gesturing towards several older Slytherins, whose parents were still securely imprisoned in Azkaban. Those were Dementors. Merlin. Most were more concerned about whether such grave accusations would affect Fudge. It would not bode well if he were to be ousted. Draco sighed. But if he cannot even manage a prison, shouldn't he be removed from office? Blaise queried. The escape may not even be true. However, if Fudge were to fall from grace, the new Minister of Magic would likely be Auror Office Head Scrimgeour, a man of considerable esteem, Theodore replied. Scrimgeour held an intense hatred for all dark wizards, Death Eaters, and families suspected of consorting with the Dark Lord. Blaise had heard of both Scrimgeour and Mad-Eye Moody, perhaps from some news regarding the hunt for dark wizards. Moody had used the unforgivable curses to kill many Death Eaters, and it was said that he had captured half of Azkaban's inmates, thus maintaining considerable influence even in retirement, Draco added. Scrimgeour is also closely aligned with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, particularly that red-haired family. If he comes into power, he would undoubtedly authorize Aurors to raid our homes for inspections. At the Gryffindor table, Ron let out a particularly loud sneeze. It was then that Blaise understood the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the Slytherin long table. Most families that had ties to the Dark Lord were Slytherin. In contrast, the panic surrounding a new Auror-born minister significantly diminished the joy of potentially winning the House Cup. It was rumored that Aurors were pressuring Fudge to issue warrants and assemble a new team of Aurors to track down the whereabouts of these declared dead Death Eaters. Theodore whispered. If they were indeed complicit in the escape, Fudge might have to resign in disgrace. At the staff table, the temporarily appointed Auror, Delacour, bore a subtle expression. As his interim teaching assignment was nearing its conclusion, yet new duties seemed imminent. Dumbledore cleared his throat and began announcing the scores of the various houses, with Slytherin leading by more than 100 points. The Great Hall retained its customary green and silver decorations, with a massive green banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent pattern adorning the podium. Only polite, restrained applause and faint cheers of joy emerged from the Slytherin table. I suspect that most pureblood families will exhaust every avenue to support Fudge in retaining his position as minister, Draco mused absent-mindedly, toying with his fork. Lucius said that while Fudge can be laughably foolish at times, he is still preferable to this stubborn cadre of Aurors. Aurors fear nothing, and there is little that could entice them. All right then, Blaise began to pray for his friends from the same house. Are there particularly dangerous individuals among those inmates? Blaise still felt a twinge of unease. Dumbledore had cheerfully announced the commencement of the feast, and the Great Hall erupted into a cacophony. Are there? Theodore seemed taken aback by the question. Anyone imprisoned in Azkaban has blood debts of indeterminate nature. None are innocent. But it's difficult to ascertain who poses the greatest threat. Tales of Death Eaters circulated to some extent within wizarding families. Oh, Theodore hadn't even had the chance to indulge in the feast's delicacies when a name surfaced in his mind, one belonging to the individual who had slaughtered an entire street, even betraying a longtime friend. I suppose in terms of sheer brutality, he may not be the most numerous, but he is certainly the most notorious. Draco exchanged a quick glance with Theodore, understanding who he referred to. Sirius Black, Theodore declared, picking up his fork. I think it's him, he added, laughing heartily. Chapter 71. Recently, after being subjected to intense questioning and accusations from several Aurors, Minister Fudge has capitulated and agreed to immediately establish a special task force of Aurors to investigate the mysterious collective deaths of certain Death Eaters at Azkaban. This incident is astonishing, not only due to the peculiar nature of the deaths, but also because the information was meticulously suppressed. Only the Ministry itself could unveil the scandal it had created. Fudge appeared almost blind to the situation until the Aurors thrust the prison data report before him, revealing the discrepancies. Fudge continues to assert that these Death Eaters died of natural causes, denying the rumors of an escape. A futile endeavor, a waste of Auror resources, maliciously false accusations. In time, everyone will stand by my side. Fudge's current stance on forming an Auror search party and issuing arrest warrants reflects a weak man who often allows others to trample over him. Aside from this recent rebellion from the Aurors, Fudge's performance in the recent international trade negotiations was also less than satisfactory. Fudge is overly concerned with material pleasures. I have seen him at numerous high society soirees. You cannot claim he is genuinely invested in improving the wizarding world. He merely wishes to maintain an appearance of peace. A wizard, who wished to remain anonymous, revealed to this reporter. We must discuss another key figure in this incident, the current head of the Auror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour. Renowned for his formidable achievements, Scrimgeour has made significant contributions to the capture of dark wizards. However, he possesses an extreme need for control. It has been reported that during his tenure as head, any Auror who disagreed with him would be summarily removed from the team, resulting in the departure of many capable young Aurors. If you do not wish to complete tasks in Scrimgeour's manner, he will force you out. If you openly express admiration for other great wizards, Scrimgeour will undoubtedly harbor resentment, as he believes himself to be the definitive answer to all problems. A young wizard who has since left the Ministry's Auror ranks stated. Scrimgeour's apprehensions regarding Fudge are evident. Fudge turns a blind eye to most families with questionable backgrounds, a fact that Aurors detest. However, due to the management authority of the Auror office, Scrimgeour cannot intervene in other matters. This incident at Azkaban undoubtedly provides Scrimgeour with a compelling reason to confront Fudge. Long-term service as an Auror undoubtedly takes a severe toll on one's physical and mental well-being. Mad-Eye Moody is a living testament to this fact. Capturing dark wizards cost me a leg and an eye. If Fudge indeed allowed a Death Eater to escape, I shall ensure he pays the price. The blood of Aurors is no trifling matter. My health remains intact, Moody publicly declared to the reporters. Mad-Eye Moody is perpetually suspicious, resembling a madman. Perhaps due to the numerous ambushes he has endured, he exclusively consumes his own provisions, occasionally shouting and harboring doubts about everyone around him. If the escape of the Death Eaters is true, then as one of their principal captors, Mad-Eye Moody is highly susceptible to retribution. Most wizards maintain an optimistic outlook regarding this incident. If it were indeed an escape, why did Sirius Black not abscond with his cousin Bellatrix? I suspect he is truly deceased. We should celebrate the demise of this murderer and traitor. It seems the incident at Azkaban has long since passed, yet nothing has transpired. The concerns of the populace are unwarranted. The Ministry of Magic ought to allocate more resources to other pressing issues. But I support an increase in the budget for daily law enforcement. The Ministry has not disclosed specific details regarding the intensity or duration of the manhunt. Our publication has featured photographs of all implicated Death Eaters, and those who provide leads may receive rewards of thousands of galleons. Chapter 72. This photograph is horrendous. I must share it with a horde of unsightly Death Eaters. How utterly humiliating. Am I truly worth so little? Sirius exclaimed, holding up the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, the front page filled with the images of a dozen Azkaban inmates, including his own. In this picture, Sirius appeared grotesque. His hair disheveled, his cheeks sunken. He recalled presenting himself to Dumbledore in such a state upon his escape, feeling a pang of regret. The latest report on the prisoners concluded with the announcement of a reward. It seemed Fudge, in a bid to assure the public that the escape was merely a rumor, had set the reward at an exorbitant amount. Surprisingly, Sirius appeared remarkably composed regarding the end of his carefree days. Following Fudge's concession, the Aurors had commenced sporadic searches. The upper floor of the pub previously rented by Lupin was not spared. Fortunately, upon seeing the news, Lupin promptly instructed Sirius to return to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Moony, are you transforming tonight? Harry inquired of Lupin, as it was the night of the full moon. Yet Lupin had already taken his wolfsbane potion, enabling him to remain lucid. Harry, having never witnessed Lupin's transformation into a wolf, was immensely curious. He transforms when the moon rises, Sirius remarked, glancing at Lupin. Wait until the waning moon in a few days, and then let Lupin take you out shopping. He will likely be quite weak these days. It's safer for me to stay indoors. Will it hurt? Harry asked Lupin. It feels like bones regrowing. After all, it's a change of species, Lupin replied, his tone remarkably lighthearted. After the summer holiday commenced, Harry returned directly to Sirius's home. Although Dumbledore had previously mentioned that Aunt Petunia's house was protected by enchantments ensuring Harry's safety until he reached adulthood, number 12, Grimmauld Place was equally fortified. The ancestral home situated in London had long been imbued with various protective spells by Sirius's forebears. More importantly, Harry insisted on remaining by his godfather's side. Harry always suspected that leaving Sirius alone in the dark, vast house would eventually lead to his godfather's mental breakdown. To prevent Sirius from being isolated in Grimmauld Place, Lupin also vacated the pub's loft. From now on, you are a permanent resident here, Sirius declared, completely disregarding Creature's disdainful expression. You must take responsibility for me, or I may very well lose my mind. Lupin simply nodded in agreement, observing the daily quarrels between Sirius and Creature, which rendered the likelihood of madness a certainty. Fortunately, the space was ample enough for Sirius to attempt walking a large dog within the confines of the house. Does Creature only heed your commands? Lupin suddenly pondered. We have never had a house elf, so I am unaware. He does not even listen to me, Sirius scoffed. Recalling a past incident where he had instructed Creature to return home during the full moon, only for Creature to stubbornly disobey. Creature was supposed to obey the commands of all family members alive today, yet he had his own interpretation of obedience. To be honest, I have no leverage over him. He merely needs to punish himself severely to atone. Sirius added, I had thought all house elves were completely subservient, but it seems I underestimated the situation. The house elves at Hogwarts are so amiable, remember? Lupin had begun to sweat profusely, his bones subtly aching as night approached. He is an aberration, and he even assists my mother in berating me. Dumbledore insists I care for him and cherish him. Sirius wore a look of disgust. Merlin, what is there to care for in Creature? At that moment, Creature staggered out of the kitchen, carrying a tray of milk, which Sirius had prepared for Lupin. Creature, of course, ignored everything Lupin said. Thank you. Lupin expressed his gratitude towards Creature. Creature rolled his eyes in an exaggerated manner, his soiled ears twitching, and then began to mutter angrily, tugging at the corner of his grimy tea towel. The disgraceful friends of the wretched traitor have made a mess of the old mistress's beloved home. Unworthy scion, shameless Creature. Sirius took the milk, suppressing the urge to kick Creature in front of Harry, and promptly ordered, You can refrain from appearing here tonight. Find a place where I cannot see you. Sirius intended to quietly wait with Harry for Lupin's transformation. The vile spawn has sent Creature away. He shall go chat with the old mistress now. This is typically Creature's favorite time. With a final stomp, as if to suppress his discontent, Creature continued to mutter under his breath, tiptoeing gloomily toward the door. With a resounding bang, a noise erupted in the air. Sirius did not look up. He could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, No operating in the house. Creature, you're driving me mad. Quietly get lost. But he is still here, Lupin gently reminded. Creature indeed remained in place, his aged, bloodshot eyes fixated on the source of the sound. What is that? Sirius muttered to himself, brows furrowing. Get out. This time, it was Creature who shouted. And all three of them beheld another house elf standing where the sound had originated. Chapter 73. This unexpected house elf bore a striking resemblance to a younger version of Creature. Save for its enormous eyes and frail frame, Harry noted that this elf was missing half of its right ear. Lupin, who had been curled up by the table, immediately stood upon seeing the uninvited guest. Grasping his wand, he shielded Sirius behind him, watching the unfamiliar house elf that had suddenly appeared in number 12, Grimmauld Place with vigilance. Harry, come here, Lupin quickly beckoned Harry, pulling him behind himself. He aimed his wand at the house elf, instinctively associating its presence with the Ministry's new operations after having just read the report in the Daily Prophet. How did it get in? Harry asked, astonished. The protective charms of wizards are ineffective against house elves. Sirius responded, noting that Creature could apparate almost anywhere. However, he had never encountered another house elf within their home. While the three conversed in hushed tones, Creature had already launched an attack on the small elf, hurling a plate used by Sirius at it. This plate bore no sigil of the Black family. The house elf nimbly dodged the projectile, which crashed against the wall, shattering into fragments. A flicker of trepidation glimmered in the unfamiliar house elf's large eyes as it squeaked. No, no. Dobby came to find Harry Potter. It's a misunderstanding. Dobby means no harm. Trembling, Dobby revealed the scar on his right ear, faintly visible in the dim light. Harry felt a strange sense of familiarity with the elf's voice. He had heard it before. Dobby had been watching for Harry Potter since he entered the room. He could see this place, just like the Master's manor. Dobby had managed to enter. Did you follow me? Harry mused, unaware that just days earlier he had strolled through London with Lupin. Lupin, still vigilant with his wand drawn, now exhibited a hint of hesitation, for Dobby did not appear to be threatening. Sirius stepped forward from behind Lupin, his wand clenched tightly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the strange house elf. What is going on? You came to find Harry? He inquired in a low voice, laced with curiosity. Dobby gazed at Harry with his enormous eyes, filled with profound hope and fear. Dobby brings important news. Dobby must punish himself upon returning. A wicked scheme. Concerning everything you do not yet know, Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. Dobby has come to prevent Harry Potter from going back. What does that have to do with you? Creature interjected, attempting to drive Dobby away. I shall make you aware of the consequences of trespassing. He extended his fingers, declaring that the filth in the Black ancestral home was multiplying. Sirius halted Creature's advance with a new command that rendered the elf momentarily immobilized. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Lupin, perceptive to Harry's unease, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Wait, Sirius urged, what scheme? Dobby trembled even more, shaking his injured ear. His large eyes glistened with tears as he whispered, someone has laid a terrible plot at Hogwarts. But Dobby cannot betray his master. Dobby cannot speak. Creature let out a harsh, cold laugh. So you have a master? Harry's gaze remained fixed on Dobby, who began to recount. The one whose name cannot be spoken has found a dreadful method, Harry Potter. His large ears quivered violently. The Dark Lord? Creature interrupted, a complex expression suddenly crossing his face. The injury to your ear was inflicted by him, wasn't he it? People will die? Ignoring Creature's abrupt concern for his scar, Dobby screamed. Innocent students will be harmed. Harry Potter must stay away from school. The one whose name cannot be spoken is a very evil wizard. Sirius stepped forward earnestly. Next term, Hogwarts is the safest place for Harry. Dumbledore will protect him. There are powerful teachers guarding the school. He glanced at Harry. Harry's magical prowess is not yet sufficient to face danger alone. He still has much to learn. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. Sirius was right. He could only cast the most basic spells. Yet, Dobby appeared unconvinced, lowering his head and drooping his ears. Lupin interjected directly. Where did you come from? How do you know this? What is your connection to Voldemort? He raised his wand, aiming to restrain Dobby. Wormtail is undoubtedly with Voldemort now. He is the one we are searching for. Dobby had already begun to punish himself against the corner of the table. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby should not have come out. Creatures seized him, preventing him from touching the precious old furniture of the Black family. At that moment, the moon rose outside. Lupin suddenly began to convulse in agony. Be careful, Sirius exclaimed. Clarify things. But before Lupin could finish, the moonlight slipped through the curtains, and his body began to tremble, as if an invisible force were tearing at every muscle. His skin turned pale, muscles spasming violently, and his bones emitted a chilling crack. Harry watched as Lupin's nails extended rapidly into sharp claws. Dense brown fur sprouted from his skin, and his spine cracked as it contorted. Finally, wolfish fangs emerged, and his once brown eyes transformed into a lighter shade of golden. Yet, Harry could still recognize Lupin in those eyes. Despite the pain, he retained his gentle demeanor. The wolfsbane potion kept him rational. Lupin sought to grasp Dobby, prompting the wolfish form to lunge at the house elf. Dobby screamed and darted away, clearly terrified of the vicious werewolf, whom he had never witnessed in person. Enraged, Sirius swiftly began casting spells at Dobby. Who dares intrude upon my home? Let me see who the true villain is. After a moment of hesitation, perceiving Sirius's fury, Dobby cried out. Dobby will find a way to reach Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go to school. With a sudden pop, he broke free from Lupin's grasp and vanished in an instant. Harry paid little attention to Dobby, his eyes wide with both fear and fascination as he beheld the transformed Lupin, who slowly rose to his feet on all fours, moving with an elegant grace. Enough. I have had it. Creature, still reeling from the shock that Dobby had brought, seemed deeply affected by the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Creature, go retrieve him, Sirius commanded. Realizing the extent of what Dobby had just witnessed, his own wanted self, Lupin in his wolf form, and Harry South hiding place. What if Dobby's master truly was a follower of Voldemort? Of course, I cannot, Creature replied venomously. Unless you tie me to him, I cannot know where he is. I do not wish to touch such filth. At least he acknowledges that Voldemort is a very bad person, that is more intelligence than you possess, Sirius retorted angrily. Chapter 74. Draco trailed closely behind Lucius and Narcissa. The venue for the Key to Secrets magical investment exhibition was exclusive, accessible only to those who received gilded invitations. Narcissa suggested they take advantage of the summer to bring Draco along to observe. Although accustomed to various soirees and social gatherings since childhood, this was Draco's first experience at such an investment presentation. His parents were elegantly attired in well-tailored black robes, and Draco endeavored to present himself as more mature. Noticing that there were scarcely any children his age in the venue, well-dressed wizards clustered in groups, engaging in hushed discussions, while excited murmurs occasionally rippled through the crowd. I believe there will be some things here that pique your interest, Narcissa remarked to Draco, gesturing toward a massive display adorned with an array of flying broomsticks. One of the wizards was exuberantly announcing, providing wizards with a safer, more exhilarating, and more convenient flying experience. A banner hung above proclaimed, latest breakthroughs in various flying broomsticks. Inquire for investment opportunities in mass production. Look here, Lucius led Draco to examine the detailed descriptions of these innovations. At the center of the display stood 3 brooms, undoubtedly the crowning achievements of the showcase. Draco quietly read the inscriptions. Self-stabilizing broom. This product ensures even the most novice flyers can soar smoothly. Neville Longbottom could certainly benefit from this, Draco mused. If I were his grandmother, I would undoubtedly purchase one for my grandson. The second was an enhanced propulsion technology for broomsticks. Under this magical enhancement, the speed and agility of the broomsticks were significantly amplified, making them ideal for high-speed races or pursuits. The small print nearby proudly declared that upon landing, broomsticks utilizing this technology could vastly outpace the existing Nimbus series, establishing a new pinnacle of performance. Harry's Nimbus 2000 was already quite swift. Draco could scarcely make out his figure in the stands unless Harry came to a halt. The third was a collision avoidance attachment for broomsticks, capable of automatically adjusting the flying path to avert accidents, thereby diminishing the impact of falls or collisions. I wonder if these could be useful in Quidditch matches? Draco's interest was piqued. Oh no, he thought, the propulsion technology seems more likely to make an impact. The thrill and agility required in competitions would be diminished if everyone flew with such stability. Although witnessing one's favorite player tumble is indeed quite distressing. Lucius attempted to touch the handle of one of the broomsticks. In the outer circle, there were also broomstick classifications designed to assist wizards in performing elaborate maneuvers, such as those capable of emitting light or launching fireworks. Would you spend money on these? Draco asked Lucius, his eyes wide with curiosity. Lucius shook his head, asserting that professional broomsticks were typically purchased only by players or a select few enthusiasts. Their production costs were exorbitant and unsuitable for mass manufacturing. Besides broomsticks, there were various inventions pertinent to wizarding life. Household carpets that could automatically generate cleaning charms, fabrics that could change patterns according to mood, and phonographs that could mimic the calls of any known magical creature. Your mother and I generally prefer to invest in potion research. It has a broader audience and higher profits, Lucius remarked. That is the essence of investment, Draco. Discovering potentials and betting on the most valuable possibilities. Draco was guided by Lucius toward the potion-related investment area. The items here were not as immediately apparent in their functionality. Many potions were even in a semi-finished state, exhibiting considerable side effects or toxicity, necessitating financial support for further refinement or enhancement. At that moment, a rather dim corner caught Lucius's attention. Unlike the dazzling displays of other booths, this one was shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by a pallid light, highlighting a transparent container. Within it floated several drops of crimson liquid, slowly swirling in the light. Behind the booth stood a wizard clad in a high-collared black velvet robe, his pale complexion contrasting with his attire, as he spoke in a low voice to the sparse audience about his findings. We have unexpectedly discovered that certain vampires possess an exceptionally prolonged lifespan, verging on immortality. Their vitality is starkly different from that of ordinary wizards, allowing them to maintain a youthful appearance indefinitely. This childlike growth and self-healing ability enable them to recover from even fatal magical injuries to a certain extent. Immortality? Lucius halted in his tracks, keenly seizing upon this pivotal term. He gestured for Draco to remain quiet, then slowly approached the booth. Our research focuses on the physiological structures and characteristics of vampires, attempting to decipher the secrets of their immortality. This, he indicated the container with the red liquid, is a mixture of blood extracted from a voluntarily provided vampire sample and preliminary potion materials. We are investigating its regenerative and sustaining mechanisms under magical nourishment. Our goal is not to create new vampires, but rather to glean or extract the essential elements regarding life extension and extreme resilience, applying them to wizards themselves. Draco noted a flicker of astonishment in his father's eyes as Lucius leaned slightly forward, inquiring, "So, sir, what stage has your research currently reached? Are there any preliminary results?" The wizard turned his gaze towards Lucius, lingering momentarily on his light golden hair, a slight smirk curling his lips as he replied, "Mr. Malfoy, I am pleased to see your interest in our blood source investigation project. We have overcome some initial barriers. For instance, utilizing this blood and material mixture in non-vampiric organisms has resulted in a noticeable enhancement in regeneration speeds and resistance to certain debilitating symptoms. Of course, we are still far from achieving true immortality, but we are confident that we are heading in the right direction." Draco observed his father's breath seemed to slow. He had never seen Lucius display such profound interest in any magical research before. The dazzling, practical magical inventions had failed to capture Lucius' attention. Yet this research entwined with immortality, even tinged with a hint of taboo, held his unwavering focus. Fascinating, Lucius extended his hand, signaling the wizard to continue. "Please elaborate on the specific data regarding the regeneration speeds and demonstrate the current effects of this research, as well as the anticipated outcomes. I would consider providing substantial financial support for your research, contingent upon my ownership of the final products at each stage, along with regular progress reports," Lucius stated. Chapter 75. A substantial sum of money. Lupin opened a newly received envelope, taken aback by a Gringotts receipt within. It contained a detailed report on the samples Lupin had sent off previously, the letter stating, "The research progress has been acknowledged. Please continue your diligence. Weekly reports on research advancements and new product testing results are required." Attached was the financial support provided by a new sponsor, with a note to utilize it wisely. Lupin even paused to count the zeros following the figures. The summer heat was oppressive, and the fireplace had long been unused, yet a damp, cool scent lingered in the air of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius lounged against a leather chair, one hand lazily propping up his chin while the other flipped through a flamboyantly covered book, Wandering with Werewolves, one of the textbooks Harry needed for second year. Authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. "Oh, Merlin, Remus, listen to this. Sirius suddenly burst into laughter, clearing his throat and reading in an exaggerated tone. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, the handsome savior of the wizarding world, single-handedly outsmarted a 12-foot werewolf on the night of the full moon for 3 hours, with but a flick of my wand, transforming that fearsome, furry beast into a docile little lamb. Its dagger-like claws left a tear in my magnificent cloak, but that only added to my unparalleled charm. Lupin couldn't help but chuckle. 12 feet tall. Was he confusing werewolves with trolls? Wasn't he aware I was such a giant? Sirius laughed so hard, he nearly knocked over the candlestick beside him. And there's more. He claims he taught the werewolves of a remote village to waltz. And now they hold a ball every full moon. It seems they're quite clear-headed and strong enough. Lupin chuckled lightly. Remus. Sirius finally ceased his laughter and called out to him. You truly ought to peruse this book. Lockhart's depiction of werewolves is nothing short of laughable. Is this a fairy tale? Remus paused, massaging his temples. If it brings joy to children, I wouldn't mind dancing or transforming into a little lamb. This is Lockhart's first-hand account, he continued. While some parts are indeed captivating, there comes a point where it all feels rather peculiar. His storytelling prowess is remarkably inconsistent. Sirius's attention was drawn to the letter in Remus's hand. What is this? He inquired, noticing a substantial funding for vampire research. Remus handed the receipt to Sirius for inspection. Not surprising, Sirius remarked, tossing the book onto the table, leaning forward, his tone turning serious, especially since you can replicate the process on plants. Harry descended the stairs. Having spent the morning meticulously tending to his Firebolt 2000. Research? Harry queried curiously upon hearing the word. Harry, your new textbook is utterly dreadful. Sirius pointedly remarked upon seeing Harry's arrival. I have the distinct impression that this Lockhart fellow has concocted a plethora of tales from scant facts. At least that's the case with this werewolf textbook. Ordinary wizards have no opportunity to encounter werewolves. They might believe such creatures are plausible. Remus's gaze flickered slightly as he looked down at the pages of Wandering with Werewolves, where Lockhart's beaming, white-toothed smile was prominently displayed, alongside the caption. Winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly. The target audience for this book is young ladies. Sirius, just look at this photograph. As long as one is handsome, the content is secondary. Remus lost interest in the book and cast it aside. Harry recalled the multitude of Lockhart's books listed on the reading list. But he is supposed to be my new teacher? Harry speculated, wondering if the new instructor was an avid admirer of Lockhart's works. Heaven forbid, Sirius grimaced in distaste. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. What could he possibly teach? This funding indicates that the investors have high expectations, Remus remarked regarding the substantial sum. It's far exceeded the current expenditures for potion ingredients. Moreover, I lack confidence in testing potions on wizards. Although substantial rewards always attract willing subjects. Remus fell silent for a moment before exhaling deeply. In truth, the formula contains no toxic components, Sirius interjected, and the entire process for potion development has matured significantly. I fear it may become uncontrollable, whether in failure or success. Remus stated, I'll ponder it further. If necessary, I shall return the funds to the investors. Harry was entirely unaware of Remus's research. Noticing Harry's curious expression, Sirius rummaged through Remus's case and produced a small vial containing a deep crimson liquid. Look at this. Sirius located a pot of withered lavender. Having cultivated some at home as it was a component for a beautiful potion, he gently parted the dry leaves and dripped several drops of the potion onto the plant. Is it capable of reviving plants from withering? Harry inquired. Sirius did not respond directly. After a moment, as the potion dripped, the oldest, most desiccated leaves suddenly quivered gently, their cracked surfaces smoothing out. The leaves curled inward gradually, becoming tender and green, while the roots that had been pressed against the soil began to stretch back. Harry observed the lavender shrinking slowly, reverting to the state of a youthful seedling. The entire plant took on a slender, delicate form, its leaves standing short like fingers, resembling a tender sprout freshly breaking through the earth. Wow! Harry gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. Remus's hands trembled slightly, yet his voice remained calm. Indeed, we have discovered a vampire capable of remaining eternally youthful. Without such astonishing effects, the investor would not have recklessly funded such a large sum. Although Sirius had witnessed the effects of this potion numerous times, each occasion left him breathless. And what if it were a wizard? Harry knelt beside the pot, asking. We haven't tested it, Remus replied. Currently, it is only applied to near-death plants, resulting in a brief yet powerful revival, even restoring them to their juvenile state. However, there are costs, as you can see. It is more fragile than a newborn babe, and without proper care, it will wilt rapidly. Therefore, to stabilize this condition, enhanced measures of protection and perfection are essential, Remus explained. In truth, the ingredients are quite challenging to obtain, Sirius added. Noting that Remus had vaguely omitted one particular ingredient during his report, the blood from a Muggle newborn's umbilical cord. I am in search of alternatives. Wizards are far more powerful than Muggles, which may lead to greater harm against Muggles. Remus furrowed his brow. I need to seek out Hugo the vampire in the coming days. Sirius seemed to recall something and retrieved Lockhart's new book, Vampires on Board, from the pile, pressing it into Remus's hands. You might consider sending Hugo a copy. I have truly never read such a humorous book. Chapter 76. Draco walked alone through the silent corridor. The figures in the portraits lining the walls of Malfoy Manor having lost all color, their faces blurred as if they had never existed. Father? Draco tentatively called out, his voice echoing in the emptiness, yet no one responded. He quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run, navigating through one familiar room after another. The study was desolate. Books that were usually arranged neatly lay scattered across the floor, and the fireplace contained only cold ashes. Mother? Draco's voice trembled slightly as he dashed into his parents' bedroom, where the vast bed was covered only by smooth linens, as though no one had ever lain there. Outside, the night was thick and impenetrable, devoid of stars or moonlight. Father, Mother, where are you? Draco began to call out loudly, traversing the entire manor, from the cellar to the attic, visiting every corner. Yet the estate felt like an abandoned shell, harboring only his presence. They have all vanished. Do not leave me, do not leave me. Draco's voice cracked with a hint of sobbing. Draco awoke with a start, cold sweat soaking his nightclothes. He gasped for air, his heart racing within his chest. Tonight marked the third nightmare. This summer had been particularly fraught with nightmares, and Draco was uncertain of what was wrong with him. After spending extended periods in his bedroom, he often felt suffocated, as if he could hardly breathe. Draco lifted his head, the familiar surroundings of his bedroom providing him with a modicum of comfort as he instinctively clutched the covers, as if to grasp a semblance of safety. He longed to rush to his parents' side. However, Draco restrained the impulse, knowing that his parents were likely still resting in their bedroom. Such a thought seemed too childish. Draco reflected on the recurring nightmares that had been haunting him. It felt as though his deepest fears had come to life one by one. He dreamt of being ostracized and abandoned by his friends and family at Hogwarts, their cold gazes fixed upon him, refusing to engage. He also dreamt of disappointing or even angering Lucius, feeling that no matter how hard he tried, he would forever fall short of his parents' expectations. In his dreams, Voldemort returned to Malfoy Manor, standing before him, demanding his servitude in a chilling voice, threatening the safety of his family. Under Voldemort's coercion, he was compelled to attack his classmates and teachers. It's all a lie, Draco murmured to himself in consolation. Yet, sleep eluded him. He simply dashed to the dining room, seated himself in a reclining chair, and gazed vacantly at the pallid sky of midnight. Draco was uncertain as to why he had fled the bedroom. He felt an inexplicable sense of improvement, though the weariness from his lack of sleep was making his eyelids grow heavy once more. Wake up, Draco. A gentle voice, that of Narcissa, echoed in his ears. Why are you here dozing off? Lucius, holding a dining fork, regarded his son with concern as he observed the faint shadows beneath Draco's eyes. Draco felt embarrassed to mention the nightmares that had plagued him recently, which had nearly brought him to tears in his dreams when he could not find Lucius and Narcissa. Thus, he could only obfuscate the truth. Today, we will procure your textbooks for the new term. On the first day of school, I shall accompany you to place that diary in Hogwarts, Lucius stated. Since the Dark Lord only mentioned placing it in Hogwarts, I shall find a suitable spot to conceal it. The diary is still in your room, correct? Narcissa inquired. Yes, Draco replied. The diary had been stowed in his cabinet since Christmas. Once, out of curiosity, he had opened it, but found it entirely blank. Consequently, he had returned it to its hiding place. Now, it was finally to be taken away. Chapter 77. For a fleeting moment, Draco thought he was hallucinating. He had spotted Dobby in Diagon Alley. At this very moment, the street was bustling with throngs of people. Each shop was filled to the brim with witches and wizards clad in new robes, accompanied by new pets, hurriedly pushing mountains of books and supplies. Dobby, Draco whispered to himself. The diminutive elf was peering around furtively, seemingly fearful of being discovered. A surge of inexplicable irritation and curiosity welled up within Draco. Why was Dobby here? Was he not meant to remain dutifully at Malfoy Manor? What are you looking at? Narcissa inquired, clutching a hefty stack of books, textbooks that Draco needed for his second year. Yet, Draco's entire focus was fixated on the filthy, wide-eyed figure. Nothing, he replied, gently guiding Narcissa away as he stealthily followed Dobby's line of sight, which led him to a figure all too familiar, Harry Potter. Draco instantly recognized Harry's iconic untamed black hair and round glasses. Harry was not holding any textbooks for the new term. He had just exited a stationery shop, accompanied by a brown-haired man whose demeanor exuded a peculiar warmth. As if he were protecting Potter, yet not as overbearing as a guardian. Draco furrowed his brow. It seemed Dobby was indeed indulging in his wild notions. Draco, stop daydreaming. Narcissa lightly tapped his shoulder. We still need to purchase new potion supplies. Fortunately, Narcissa had yet to notice Dobby. Harry and the brown-haired man were heading towards a narrow alley, the latter speaking to Harry before turning to enter a shop. Just as Draco was about to turn away, Dobby suddenly moved. The house elf darted into the crowd like a shadow, inching closer to Harry. Draco's heart raced. What was Dobby doing behind the family's back? I want to check out the latest broomsticks, Draco suddenly declared. Over there. I'll be back shortly. Without waiting for Narcissa to respond, he plunged into the throng, his eyes trained on Dobby's figure. He maintained a cautious distance, watching as the house elf hid behind a corner. Fixated on Harry. When the coast was clear, Dobby sprang forth from his hiding place. Draco could not discern what Dobby was saying, but he saw the elf tugging desperately at Harry's robes, even attempting to block Harry's path with his frail body. Dobby's movements were comical and exaggerated. Harry appeared flustered, frowning as he whispered something to Dobby, trying to extricate himself from the elf's grasp, yet Dobby only grew more animated. As Draco hesitated on whether to approach them, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. The broomsticks are over there. You're heading in the wrong direction, Lucius indicated toward a shop window. I remembered I promised to buy you a broom last year. Draco quickly donned a surprised expression. Really? I'm so thrilled. The prospect of acquiring a broom had long since slipped from his mind. Lucius strode purposefully toward the broomstick store, and when Draco glanced back, the brown-haired man had already reached Harry's side, and Dobby had vanished. This year, a new model, the Nimbus 2001, has been released. It is currently the finest model on the market, the shopkeeper proudly asserted. If used at school, it can leave all the outdated models far behind. Draco glanced at the broom's top speed, which paled in comparison to an unreleased prototype that had yet to debut at the investment meeting. Second years can try out for Quidditch. Lucius mused, but during my years at school, the Slytherin team preferred those with a more robust physique. It made controlling the game easier. Although Draco had grown a bit since his first year, he was still far from the team's formidable average size. Even now, Draco mentally replied, except for seeking. However, Draco was reluctant to vie for a position against Harry. He preferred to be a teammate on the field. And Harry's performance in his first year had been exemplary. His skills as a seeker were undeniable. The Flint family has a good relationship with us. I believe I might support your aspirations, Lucius remarked. Severus would agree. I can procure a Nimbus 2001 for the entire team. Marcus Flint was the current Quidditch team captain, and Draco was uncertain whether he felt pleased. After all, he had witnessed Harry try out for the team. Of course, competitive sports are about skill. I can only assist you in the beginning. How far you go ultimately depends on your own abilities, Lucius stated. We will provide you with all the support you can reasonably expect. Narcissa conveyed the order quantity to the shopkeeper, who was overjoyed to finalize the substantial order. Aside from the broom Draco held, the rest would be directly shipped to Hogwarts. As Draco exited the broomstick store, he noticed Harry yet again being pulled by another individual. Gilderoy Lockhart was outside Flourish and Blots, signing books, and Harry was blushing furiously as he was dragged into a photograph. Tomorrow, we will have our headline news, Lockhart proclaimed loudly to his adoring fans. Malfoy Manor. I see you. Draco bluntly obstructed Dobby's path, revealing the elf's whereabouts before it could feign ignorance. What are you doing in Diagon Alley, obstructing Harry Potter? I command you to speak the truth. Dobby bowed like a spring, his furtive expression morphing into one of guilt. After a moment of silence, Dobby relinquished his struggle, stammering, Dobby wants to protect Harry Potter. So Dobby followed Harry Potter and tried to persuade him not to go to school. Dobby knows the school is dangerous. Do you not think your current predicament is more perilous than his? Draco scoffed. If my parents were to glance in your direction, they would undoubtedly spot you on the street. Dobby shivered at the thought, knowing the serious consequences that would follow. Recently, whenever the Malfoy family ventured out, Dobby would seize the opportunity to stealthily monitor Harry. He must have many people protecting him. There's no need for you, Draco asserted. Harry Potter now finds himself residing with a rather fearsome man, a rather menacing house elf, and a rather ferocious wolf. Harry is indeed a most unfortunate boy. Whenever Dobby recalls the moment he barged into number 12, Grimmauld Place, he begins to seethe with indignation. A wolf? Draco inquired skeptically. Dobby fervently assured his master that he spoke nothing but the truth. The brown-haired man beside Harry is an evil werewolf, Dobby exclaimed, cradling his face in despair. Draco seized Dobby, demanding, tell me everything you saw. All of it. Chapter 78. The night had grown deep. Lupin felt a disturbance beside him in his slumber, as though someone had entered the room. I do not understand why one must sneak about in one's own home. Sirius's voice resonated in the darkness. Harry was already fast asleep. Lupin lit a lamp, and Sirius glanced at a cup of hot tea and several pieces of chocolate resting on the table. You seem quite accustomed to this, Lupin murmured sleepily, shifting aside to allow Sirius a seat. Considering the uncomfortable days leading up to, during, and following the full moon, you scarcely leave me any time for myself. Sirius chuckled lightly, but then lowered his voice. I have become quite the habitual intruder. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lupin's mouth, since the Ministry's searches had intensified. Sirius's outlets for his excessive energy had dwindled to merely two, bickering with Creature or seeking him out. In a teasing whisper, Sirius remarked, honestly, Lupin, I sometimes suspect Harry deliberately stays up late just to catch us in the act. Oh, stop your nonsense, Bigfoot. Harry is merely, well, overwhelmed. Especially since that peculiar little elf Dobby appeared. He needs time to process it all, and he is still a child, utterly bewildered. Harry was about to commence his schooling. And since Dobby had inexplicably intruded upon their home, both Sirius and Lupin had been attempting to ascertain the origins of the house elf. Lupin even contemplated deliberately taking Harry out, then stepping aside to see if Dobby would reappear. However, since then, Dobby had only shown up once more, after which he vanished without a trace. No one knew what had prompted Dobby to abandon his pursuit of Harry. Sirius reclined on the sofa, lazily stretching, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Lupin. I, too, am under considerable stress, especially since the hunt for me commenced. Although I do not sneak into your quarters at midnight to discuss the Ministry's fools, I do feel a strong desire to stuff Scrimgeour's head into his desk drawer. The wish to find rats has also become increasingly arduous. Without Voldemort, we cannot locate Wormtail. Lupin paused for a moment before responding, but we had no inkling of Voldemort's continued existence until we witnessed it ourselves. I have a nagging feeling that Voldemort will inevitably return to confront Harry. A mere infant managed to bring him so low during his prime. Voldemort, being so prideful, must be quite curious about it. Sirius consoled. Simply being defeated could drive Voldemort to madness. It seemed that protecting Harry and conducting research were the only endeavors that held any semblance of significance. Lupin sighed softly. We can teach Harry some simple spells, like the disarming charm. That would be quite practical. The disarming charm is indeed effective, provided one reacts swiftly, Sirius replied. As for research, I suddenly recalled that potion. If it could be applied to wizards. Lupin responded. Then might I still have the chance to court the you of a decade ago? I remember you sitting up straight in class, much like the British Muggle royal guards I see on the streets. A glint of mischief danced in Sirius's eyes. Sirius's fingers gently glided along Lupin's jaw, lingering on his cheek. His thumbs slowly caressed the skin on Lupin's face, where the marks of time, subtle wrinkles, and the faint scars left by his transformations were evident. Lupin's breath quickened as he attempted to articulate something, but Sirius had already leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. If I were to revert to an infant, you would have to figure out how to raise me. Lupin nodded, his tone light. We could have a 60-year age difference. Just think of the excitement. I shall never grow too old to love, Sirius replied, taking a bite of chocolate nearby. And I do not believe you would be entirely disinterested in the 17-year-old version of me. Lupin grasped Sirius's hand. You are perfectly fine as you are. I ask for nothing more. Once all of this concludes, once we locate Wormtail, and once Harry has safely matured, we shall leave this place for a location where no one knows us. Perhaps a forest, perhaps by the sea, anywhere will suffice. That sounds like a dream. Lupin closed his eyes and replied. Chapter 79. In the common room, Slytherin students gathered in small clusters, some quietly discussing their summer experiences, while others perused the Daily Prophet. Snatches of conversation drifted to Draco's ears. So the Aurors truly searched for 2 months and found nothing? Have they confirmed that those in Azkaban are all dead? Fudge seems to be regaining his confidence of late, looking rather plump and well. Regardless, Scrimgeour will not relent. He covets Fudge's position. Draco sat alone at a table, leisurely reading a book titled Werewolves, A Human Heartbreak. What a peculiar title, Blaise remarked curiously as he passed by. What is it about? Werewolves, Draco replied tersely, detailing a tale of heartbreak between a wizard and a werewolf. I did not know you were still interested in such things, Blaise said, somewhat surprised. I am merely browsing. Yet I find discrepancies between this book's descriptions and those in Lockhart's writings, Draco said, gesturing helplessly. The accounts regarding werewolves do not align. What is this? Blaise noted a piece of paper pressed within Draco's notebook. Suddenly, an exaggerated burst of laughter shattered the tranquility of the common room. Blaise leaned against the table, brandishing a neatly cut newspaper clipping, his face alight with mirth. This is what I just pulled from your notebook. Goodness, Harry, this photograph of you is utterly hilarious. Draco had not managed to stop Blaise from extracting the clipping. It was a photograph of Harry alongside Gilderoy Lockhart from the signing event, but it had not appeared in the Daily Prophet. The front page had been reserved for more pressing news. Consequently, most Slytherins had never seen this picture. Draco had gone to great lengths to procure the photo from an obscure tabloid. Just then, Harry entered the Slytherin common room. Hearing the laughter and furrowing his brow as he looked up, Blaze held aloft the very photograph that had been published in the newspaper, depicting the incident at Flourish and Blots during the summer. In the image, Harry stood awkwardly beside Gilderoy Lockhart, who wore his signature dazzling smile, gripping Harry's shoulder as if afraid he might flee. A bold headline beneath the photo read, "The Savior and the New Star of the Wizarding World" in a close-up shot. Limited edition autographed copies available. Upon noticing Harry's entrance, Draco immediately launched into theatrics. "Oh dear, Potter," he exclaimed dramatically, covering his mouth with his hand and feigning shock. "Do you aspire to follow in Lockhart's footsteps and sell autographed photos for profit? To support you, I have managed to acquire a copy. It is truly unfortunate you did not make the front page of the Daily Prophet." The other Slytherins fell silent, half of them watching Draco and Harry engage in their first altercation of the new term, while the other half gathered around Blaze, admiring the front page of a fringe tabloid. "Little Harry, your face is as red as a roasted tomato," chuckled Marcus Flint. "Loony Lockhart is rather handsome," Pansy remarked. In truth, apart from appearing somewhat foolish, Harry looked rather good in the photograph. His face flushed a deep crimson. He slammed the book shut and glared at Draco, hissing, "That was Lockhart who dragged me into that photo. I had no intention of being in any newspaper. He pulled me out of the crowd. I never consented." "Oh, come now, Potter," Draco retorted, seizing the opportunity with his characteristic languid and acerbic tone, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Don't play the innocent. Look at this photo. You and Lockhart make quite the golden duo." Laughter erupted in the common room, several Slytherin students chiming in. In fact, Harry was more renowned than Lockhart. It was evident who was truly being exploited. Clenching his jaw, Harry forced himself to remain calm. He understood that arguing with Draco would only inflate his rival's ego further. Taking a deep breath, he coldly replied, "Malfoy, if you're so enamored with this photo, perhaps you should ask Lockhart for one of your own? His class is coming up soon. Maybe he can teach you how to strike that ridiculous smile." "I'm wealthy enough without selling signed photos," Draco smirked. "Lockhart is still busy peddling his branded shampoo, after all. But I dare say this photograph might appreciate in value. One day, I could sell it and donate the proceeds to the Harry Potter Support Fund." Harry's face momentarily stiffened with indignation, but quickly regained composure. He was aware of what Draco was insinuating. Among the new students, a few were quite fond of him, like Colin Creevey, who incessantly pursued him for photographs. Draco sauntered over to Blaze, retrieving the clipping from his hands and ostentatiously examining it. In the picture, Harry appeared so reluctant, even somewhat irate. Yet Draco's gaze inadvertently lingered on Harry's striking green eyes, which always sparkled with a defiant light, captivating and intriguing him. This fringe tabloid was indeed hard to come by. Draco would not simply relinquish the clipping. He returned it to his book, swiftly averting his gaze to mask a fleeting moment of distraction, then clicked his tongue. "Honestly, Potter, I never imagined you would indulge that narcissist so readily." Harry glared at him, his fists unconsciously clenching. He had no desire to be confined for assault. Uncertain of Draco's intentions, Harry scoffed and countered, "At least Lockhart doesn't he spend all his time hiding in the common room, flaunting what new trinkets his father bought him." The laughter in the common room abruptly ceased, the atmosphere growing tense. Draco narrowed his eyes, slowly approaching Harry and casually murmuring, "Indeed, I did buy something new, a Nimbus 2001. You don't really believe Lockhart's absurd adventure tales, do you? Or do you think he can teach you how to combat dark magic?" Having heard Sirius mock Lockhart countless times, Harry opened his mouth but remained silent. "Like defeating an evil werewolf, for instance? It's written in his book," Draco remarked nonchalantly. "Werewolves aren't all bad," Harry blurted out. Yet internally, Draco was far from calm. Standing before Harry, he could clearly observe the tousled black hair atop his head. He had heard from Dobby about the werewolf transformations, and Draco was merely curious. Why was there a genuine werewolf near Harry? Suppressing his emotions, Draco continued in that nonchalant tone, "Don't speak as if you know much about it. Don't you find it disgusting? Or do you feel sympathy for those monsters?" Harry furrowed his brow, watching him warily. "I want to jump to conclusions like you." Draco wasn't genuinely concerned about werewolves. Harry's reaction subtly confirmed Dobby's words were likely true. Harry did not live in a muggle home as rumored. He even had a house elf by his side. However, Draco had already commanded Dobby to cease following Harry. Dobby had inadvertently revealed a pretext for Draco to observe Harry openly. When he noticed the wary gleam in Harry's green eyes as he furrowed his brow, Draco's heart raced involuntarily. "All right," Marcus Flint interjected, seizing the moment as Draco and Harry's confrontation began to wane. "Everyone should rest up. The Slytherin Quidditch team's next practice could commence in the coming days. And there's a surprise awaiting you all." The Slytherin team captain made his way toward the dormitory, patting Draco on the shoulder as he passed. Chapter 80. The Slytherin Quidditch team members had already changed into their uniforms in the locker room, the the green and silver attire gleaming with a cold sheen in the morning mist. Draco stood in a corner of the locker room, tightly gripping a brand new Nimbus 2001, attempting to conceal his anxiety. Lucius had sponsored the entire Slytherin team with 7 Nimbus 2001s, much to the excitement of his teammates, who chattered incessantly, clearly having been informed in advance of Draco's joining the team. "All right, everyone," Marcus Flint bellowed, his imposing figure akin to a wall, exuding an air of authority as he stood at the center of the locker room. "Today marks our first practice of the new term. We graduated a beater last year, and replacing him this year is Draco Malfoy." Scattered applause erupted from the team, and Harry pretended to clap his hands. He found that with Draco's addition, his own stature in the team felt less isolated, as Draco was nearly his height. A tall chaser standing next to Draco even patted him on the head. Over the past year, Harry had become accustomed to the Slytherin team's training style. As a seeker, he had fewer drills to synchronize with his teammates, focusing instead on enhancing agility. Integrating a new player was no simple task, and since a beater typically required considerable strength and reflexes, Marcus reassured Draco, "We'll get you up to speed with this position as swiftly as possible." Draco's ears turned slightly red, yet he held his head high, striving to exude confidence. "Yes, Captain. Your task is to manage those 2 bludgers. Another beater will work with you, and it won't be easy. For instance, during a match against Gryffindor, you'll be facing the Weasley twins, who are quite troublesome," Marcus continued to advise. Harry stood to the side, polishing his glasses, pretending not to overhear their conversation. Draco had been engaging him in a provocative and haughty manner for some time. Now that they were on the same team, it meant they would have more interaction. "Harry," Marcus's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. "Since you quickly caught the golden snitch in a few matches last semester, many teams will likely target you this term. They might continue this strategy." "I'll be careful," Harry nodded, and as he looked up, he met Draco's gaze. A complex emotion flickered in Draco's gray eyes before he swiftly averted his gaze. The wind above the pitch was markedly cooler than that at ground level. Harry soared into the sky on his broomstick, the training task for the day being rather straightforward, primarily to assist the newly inducted Draco in mastering the art of striking the bludger. The knowledge gleaned from their flying lessons was far from sufficient. After undergoing the customary flying maneuvers and striking drills, Harry commenced his familiar routine of circling the periphery of the field. Marcus vociferously directed another chaser to send the bludger soaring in Harry's direction, instructing Draco to retaliate, thereby simulating scenarios they might encounter in actual matches. Draco gripped the broomstick tightly, striving to acclimatize himself to the speed of the Nimbus 2001. Initially, his movements appeared somewhat stiff, clearly not yet attuned to the rhythm of the game. From a distance, Marcus boisterously commanded the players, occasionally shouting at Draco, "Don't just focus on flying. Be mindful of your teammates' positions." Draco clenched his jaw, attempting to concentrate, as the fear of making errors loomed large, particularly in front of Harry. Before long, a bludger hurtled toward Harry from his left. Draco abruptly bent low and accelerated, striking the bludger with considerable force. Though his motion lacked fluidity, he succeeded in making contact. "Well done, Draco," Marcus called out from afar, his tone tinged with unexpected admiration. Almost immediately, another bludger was hit back by a teammate, whistling toward Harry's direction. As Harry circled high above, he only noticed it when it was perilously close, prompting him to dive down urgently. "Watch out," Draco instinctively shouted, swiftly altering the course of his broomstick and charging toward the bludger. His movements, though somewhat clumsy, were astonishingly swift. In the split second before the bludger was about to collide with Harry, Draco swung his arm with all his might, sending the bludger hurtling in the opposite direction. Thud! The bludger was struck with a resounding crack, and Draco, having exerted himself vigorously, nearly lost his balance on the broom. At the moment the bludger charged at Harry, his heart nearly ceased beating, his body reacting faster than his mind. Harry snapped back to reality. Looking down at Draco in surprise, he had anticipated a mediocre performance from the newcomer, yet Draco's display was rather commendable. Gasping for breath, Draco endeavored to stabilize himself before soaring off again. Several times, Harry's gaze met Draco's in the air, only for Draco to quickly divert his eyes or cast a defiant glance in return. However, Draco's commendable performance was not to endure for long. As the training progressed, his stamina began to wane, and during the latter half, he noticeably struggled for breath while pursuing the bludger. Marcus observed this and approached Draco during a training pause. "Quidditch matches can extend for quite a duration," Marcus reminded him. "You need stronger mental resilience and physical conditioning." Draco nodded, feeling a slight numbness in his arms from the recent strikes. "Draco, your speed and reflexes are commendable, but your endurance currently presents a weakness. You are still young, and your body has yet to fully develop, but Quidditch is not solely reliant on talent. You must intensify your training." After the training concluded, Marcus gathered the players. Overall, Today's training was quite satisfactory, he summarized, his gaze once again settling on Draco. Your reactions were fairly quick. That last strike was crucial. He paused, assessing Draco from head to toe. However, you indeed need to bolster your physicality. Chasers require ample strength and stamina, and you appear somewhat too slender at present. If you wish to avoid being knocked around by opponents during matches, I suggest you commence a rigorous training regimen starting now. I'll meet you every morning at 6 for some conditioning exercises. How does that sound? Draco's face flushed slightly, but he nodded. I understand, Captain. Clearly, he had not anticipated Marcus would voluntarily offer assistance. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately agreed. 6 o'clock works. The team members departed in small groups, discussing the recent training and their new brooms. As Harry prepared to leave, he noticed Draco lingering behind, making his way toward the locker room, his light golden hair glowing softly in the morning sun. Harry hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from approaching. Chapter 81. Percy Weasley was organizing his locker in the library, muttering to himself, standard spells, level 6 goes here, history of magic on top. Wait, what's this? He extracted a tattered black notebook from the pile of books. Percy furrowed his brow and flipped to the first page, only to find it entirely blank. Strange. I don't recall owning this diary. How did it end up among my books? Percy pondered aloud. Could it belong to some careless student? Oh right. Harry gifted me a plethora of stationery a few days ago. At the start of the term, Harry had presented Percy with an array of exquisite quills and ink, all carefully selected from Diagon Alley as a token of gratitude for the notebook Percy had given him last semester. That notebook had not only helped Harry achieve commendable grades, but had also aided Ron in acing his exams through a last-minute cram session. Knowing he could find Percy in the library, Harry had decided to hand over the stationery directly, but Percy, in a hurry to patrol the corridors, had hastily stuffed everything into his locker without a second glance. Did Harry also give me a notebook? Percy adjusted his glasses, genuinely unable to recall. The diary appeared unremarkable and somewhat worn. With Ginny starting school this year, the family's financial burden had increased, especially given the exorbitant costs of Gilderoy Lockhart's textbooks. To ensure his sister had some new items amidst a sea of old clothes and worn textbooks, Percy had opted not to purchase a new notebook this year. Why not use it for now? If I find it doesn't belong to me, I can always erase the contents and return it to its rightful owner. I'll ask Harry about it the next time he visits the library. Percy retrieved a brand new quill from his bag, noticing that Harry had even had the word prefect engraved on the shaft. Dipping it into the ink, he pinned the following on the first page of the notebook. Regarding the improvements to the bubblehead charm, adjusting the pitch and angle of the wand movement can significantly enhance the precision of bubble size. Further experimentation is required. The ink lingered on the page for a moment before, suddenly, the writing began to slowly fade. Percy's eyes widened in astonishment. And just as he was about to exclaim, a new line of text appeared, elegantly penned yet laced with an unsettling chill. What a laughable endeavor. What a tedious spell. Your so-called experiments are merely a waste of time. Percy was taken aback, his face flushed with indignation. He adjusted his glasses and muttered furiously, who is playing this prank? He stared at the line of text, anticipating some sort of prankish twist, such as the words morphing into Percy is a big fool. However, events unfolded far beyond his expectations. The ink began to seep into the paper, as if being absorbed, and then a new line of text materialized out of thin air. There are countless other tasks to attend to beyond organizing notes. These rudimentary lessons are only a burden for those of mediocre talent. Percy snapped the diary shut, his face burning. His first instinct was to toss it into the nearest rubbish bin, but his curiosity, coupled with a simmering anger at being mocked, compelled him to reopen it. Gritting his teeth, Percy wrote, "Who are you to mock a prefect? My application of magic is beyond reproach, and furthermore, magic exists to serve order and efficiency, not to flaunt or belittle others." New inscriptions materialized almost instantly, imbued with a hint of sardonic mockery. Order? Efficiency? What a pitiable excuse. Magic is power, a tool that transcends the mundane, yet you willingly reduce it to something trivial. I am Tom Riddle, one who comprehends the true essence of magic far better than you. Percy's glasses nearly slipped from the bridge of his nose. Tom Riddle? The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it. Percy inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself. He must not allow a mere talking notebook to intimidate him, especially one that evidently involved some form of dark magic. He ought to hand it over to Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore immediately. However, Percy's pride was a formidable adversary. As he found himself at a disadvantage in this debate with the diary, he began to write fervently, "Tom Riddle, I care not who you are, but your tone leads me to suspect that your grasp of magic is nothing more than superficial bravado. A true wizard understands the importance of respecting the rules, for they are the very foundation of the magical realm. The notebook fell silent for a moment, before new words appeared, this time with a sharper tone. Laced with a chilling threat, rules? Rules are merely chains imposed by the strong to bind the weak. Do you truly believe magic exists to adhere to rules? No, Weasley. Magic is meant to shatter rules, to conquer, to bring the world to its knees. Souls like yours are unworthy of the title wizard. Percy was so incensed that he nearly crushed the quill in his hand. His ears burned crimson. He recognized that the notebook was problematic, exuding a disquieting aura, possibly even a dark magical artifact. Yet he could not abide such humiliation, especially from someone claiming to be Tom Riddle. He wrote, "You utterly fail to comprehend the true significance of magical study. Magic demands rigorous research, systematic mastery, and respect for the rules. A self-important individual like you would likely falter even in the standard spells, level 5 examination." The diary's response was almost mocking, tinged with a hint of malicious jest. An examination? What a ludicrous measure of worth. During my time at Hogwarts, I had long surpassed those tedious textbooks. I can teach you genuine magic. The diary continued. Reveal to me your name, and I shall impart to you powers that your precious rules can never touch. Of course, this is contingent upon your possessing sufficient courage. Percy stared at the words, his heart racing. He knew he ought to cease this absurd debate immediately and relinquish the notebook to his professors. Yet his pride, the very quality that had earned him the position of prefect and driven his relentless pursuit of perfection, screamed for him to retort. Gritting his teeth, he wrote, I am Percy Weasley, and I shall demonstrate that true magic does not rely on cunning schemes or forbidden powers. The diary was silent for a moment, before a new line of text slowly emerged, exuding a disquieting calm. Very well, Weasley. We shall see. Remember, I shall remain by your side until you reconsider. Since you question my power and ability, allow me to enlighten you on that tedious bubblehead charm, the true method of enhancement. Its efficacy shall soon be revealed. Gradually, an exquisite diagram of wand movements and tonal nuances appeared on the diary's pages. I await your response. This time, the illustrations and instructions did not dissipate. As if anticipating Percy's validation, Percy abruptly slammed the notebook shut, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew he should destroy it immediately, yet he did not. He shoved the notebook deep into his satchel, convincing himself that he merely intended to keep it temporarily for the professors as evidence. It was certainly not because he was provoked by the argument, nor because he harbored a flicker of curiosity about what else this Tom Riddle might say. Humph, Percy muttered. Adjusting his glasses, I shall not be intimidated by a mere wretched diary. Chapter 82. Draco had never endured such arduous days. It suddenly dawned on him where the nearly uniform robust physiques of the Slytherin team originated. The seemingly courteous Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, had devised an exceedingly rigorous training regimen for him, initiating a grueling transformation journey for Draco. Monday, upper body strength and core training. Tuesday, leg strength and endurance training. Wednesday, aerobic and flexibility training. Thursday, comprehensive strength training. Friday, speed and agility training. Saturday, Quidditch-specific fitness training. Marcus's training plan encompassed strength, speed, endurance, and skill, with each parameter striving for excellence. Draco did not neglect any aspect, from soaring through the air, precise passing, rapid diving, agile dodging, endurance conditioning, to targeted muscle training. He diligently reinforced each element from the ground up. Marcus was true to his word. Every morning at 6 o'clock, while Hogwarts Castle remained enveloped in tranquility, Draco was already assembled at the training grounds with him. Initially, Draco felt as though his body were being dismantled and reassembled, every muscle and bone aching profoundly. His movements were clumsy and rigid, often unable to keep pace with Marcus's rhythm. Yet, under Marcus's unwavering and uncompromising demeanor, Draco gradually persevered. After all, it was he who had insisted on joining the Quidditch team. Draco suspected that he might have to train to become as muscular as the other hefty players before Marcus would relent. But Marcus seemed to see through his thoughts. The other team members are naturally tall. Besides, you are still young. I believe developing a physique akin to the Weasley brothers would suffice. They are not overly muscular, if you catch my drift. However, they possess sufficient strength and agility. Marcus reassured Draco. Training strengthens and enlarges the body, which is beneficial in the long run. My advice is to avoid potions for assistance. They are not a sustainable solution. Due to the intense training, Draco's body had not yet adapted to the change. By day, his performance in class began to suffer, particularly in potions. During the initial days of training, his hands trembled severely, and his arms frequently ached excruciatingly while stirring potions. Whenever he attempted to lift a cauldron filled with ingredients, a searing pain radiated from his shoulder to his wrist, forcing him to grit his teeth just to complete the tasks assigned by Professor Snape. However, as days turned into weeks, with Marcus's guidance and continued intense training, remarkable changes began to unfold imperceptibly. At first, these changes were so subtle they were nearly unnoticeable. His arms gradually began to take shape, with hints of muscle emerging, and the contours became increasingly defined and powerful. "I believe your appetite has improved recently," one day, Blaze remarked while poking at a piece of pudding. "You used to always look so unenthusiastic about food. Anyone would feel hungry after such training," Draco did not deny. Draco's eating habits had also undergone some transformation. In the past, he had always dined with the elegance characteristic of his parents, consuming modest portions, favoring delicate pastries and light fare, often fiddling with silver forks while disdainfully ignoring greasy or coarse dishes. Yet now, to replenish the immense energy expended during training, his appetite had significantly increased. Following Marcus's dietary recommendations, he began to consume more foods beneficial for muscle gain, such as boiled eggs and roasted chicken breast. "Do you really have muscles?" Blaze eyed Draco's arms, concealed beneath his robes, with skepticism. "The key is not to be outmatched by the Weasley brothers," Draco said sharply as he sliced off a piece of chicken breast. "I hope I can endure a bit longer." Chapter 83, the second-year defense against the dark arts class, had long since become a peculiar torment for the students of Hogwarts. On this particular day, the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor trudged into the classroom, where the air was suffused with an overly sweet scent of lavender, the signature fragrance of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. He stood at the front of the classroom, draped in a resplendent peacock blue robe, brandishing a quill with flamboyant flair. His face adorned with that trademark dazzling smile that revealed a set of teeth so white they nearly dazzled. As time wore on, Lockhart's presence had become a source of considerable dissatisfaction among the older boys at Hogwarts. His handsome visage and ostentatious style of dress seemed to effortlessly win the favor of most witches, from Mrs. Weasley to the studious Hermione, who all harbored a fondness for Lockhart, especially among the younger students, who constantly flocked around him seeking autographs, even emulating his fashion sense, such as adorning their robes with gaudy violets or spritzing lavender perfume in their hair. It was utterly incomprehensible. He was but a charlatan. What was there to admire? Some students, disdainful of this adulation, often grumbled in private. Many individuals of wealth and capability, despite their unattractive countenances, often find themselves bereft of genuine affection from the opposite sex. The relationships born of wealth or power starkly contrast with those rooted in sincere admiration. Whereas Lockhart could simply flash a smile and garner such attention, this reality only served to elevate Lockhart as a focal point of rivalry. The fundamental strategy of rivalry is to showcase oneself, belittle others, or physically best another male. This, to some degree, explains the persistent incidents of brawls at Hogwarts. In truth, as time progressed, an increasing number of individuals began to see through Lockhart's facade. His tales of valor were riddled with inconsistencies, many of his stories even conflicting with one another. For instance, in Vampire's Companion, he claimed to have single-handedly subdued a horde of vampires. Yet astute students noted that during that time, he was in France attending a signing event, rendering his presence in a remote village in Eastern Europe impossible. Nonetheless, Lockhart continued to revel in his own illusory glory. "Ah, my dear students," Lockhart exclaimed, spreading his arms wide, his tone exaggerated as though delivering a theatrical monologue. "Today, we shall embark on a most extraordinary quiz. It shall not only test your knowledge of the defenses against dark magic, but also your understanding of me, your esteemed professor. Please take out your quills and begin." The students exchanged glances, and Draco muttered to Crabbe, "He won't be asking those tedious questions again, will he?" Crabbe rolled his eyes and replied in a hushed tone, "Just wait and see. It's bound to be another one of Lockhart's favorite fruit questions." Sure enough, when the papers were distributed, the students discovered that aside from a few inquiries regarding the basics of dark magic, most questions revolved around Lockhart's illustrious exploits. For example, please elaborate on how Professor Gilderoy Lockhart subdued a ferocious ghoul with merely a tea strainer. Another, what do you believe is Professor Lockhart's favorite color? Please justify your answer based on his fashion sense. However, that was not the worst part. After the quiz concluded, Lockhart clapped his hands, an unsettling excitement illuminating his face. "Dear students, to provide you with a more vivid experience of the allure of defense against the dark arts, I have arranged a practical demonstration for all of you." With a flourish of his wand, he released a swarm of glaringly blue Cornish pixies from a large cage at the front of the classroom. Before the students could react, the pixies erupted from the cage, shrieking and wreaking havoc throughout the classroom. They resembled a frenzied horde of little imps, tearing textbooks to shreds, knocking over ink pots, and splattering ink across the walls and floors. Neville, terrified, dove under his desk, while Goyle inadvertently ignited a piece of tattered parchment, nearly sparking a fire. Draco's own misfortune lay amidst the chaos. A particularly mischievous pixie snatched his treasured clipping of Harry's photograph and shredded it into countless pieces. Draco's face turned a shade of furious indigo as he leapt to his feet, wand drawn, aiming at the pixie, only to be intercepted by Lockhart. "Allow me to demonstrate how to deal with these pixies using a single spell," Lockhart proclaimed loudly, asserting himself as an exemplary teacher. Draco shot him a cold glare, conceding for the moment, only to witness the Cornish pixies strip Lockhart of his flamboyant robe and toss it out the window. Calm down, my children." Lockhart, now devoid of his robe, implored with a beaming smile. "These pixies merely wish to play with us. Look, I shall subdue them." He waved his wand, attempting to recite a seemingly complex incantation, only to incite further chaos among the pixies. One audacious pixie even leapt onto his head, yanking a tuft of his golden curls. "My hair!" Lockhart shrieked, the pitch of his voice nearly piercing the eardrums. The classroom descended into pandemonium until Hermione stepped forward, calmly casting several freezing charms to temporarily immobilize some of the pixies. The others soon followed suit, and the tumult gradually subsided. Is there a more profound waste of time? Draco observed the disarray in the classroom and simply grabbed his belongings, making a hasty exit. Better than History of Magic, he mused. Professor Binns seems positively charming by comparison. Blaise followed closely behind, lamenting that Lockhart's class even thwarted his chances of napping. They reached the end of the corridor, only to be halted once more, for Filch was standing there, conversing with Hagrid. "What's he holding?" Blaise inquired. "That giant fellow, is that a bunch of dead roosters?" Draco frowned. The two held their breath, eavesdropping on Hagrid and Filch's dialogue. "I don't know which mischievous student could have done it, but every single one of my chickens has vanished without a trace. A few have mysteriously gone missing too. If you happen to spot those lost chickens around the castle or come across any clues, please do let me know. I must get to the bottom of this." Hagrid's voice carried a tone of helplessness and sorrow. "This is outrageous. Absolutely absurd." Filch spat, his voice laced with disgust and fury, his expression contorted in a manner that seemed ready to ignite. "If I catch that audacious little brat, they'll wish they hadn't crossed me. I will make them pay dearly." Chapter 84. Percy had recently appeared perpetually under the weather, his complexion pale, his gaze hollow, as though a portion of his very soul had been siphoned away. Even during his favorite prefect patrols, his stride had begun to lack vigor. The spirited demeanor he once exuded had all but dissipated. "We can hardly find joy at your expense like this," George stated seriously to Percy during one breakfast. "What troubles you, dear prefect? Shall I polish your prefect badge for you?" "Oh, be quiet." Percy rolled his eyes. He had evidently not forgotten the last escapade involving the twins and his lost prefect badge. "Drink this, it will invigorate you." Fred poured a revitalizing potion into Percy's cup, the concoction mingling with pumpkin juice to form a ghastly shade of purple. "Honestly, when will you regain your former self? If this continues, we might have to report you to Mom." "I am perfectly fine. I must attend class," Percy asserted, shrugging off the twins' hands that draped over his shoulders. Striving to maintain an air of calmness in his tone, he was not oblivious to the reasons behind his recent state. Deep within Percy's heart, a silent tug-of-war was unfolding. Whenever he endeavored to recollect the recent days, vast expanses of blankness materialized in his mind, as if someone had erased his memories. Yet, amidst these voids, he could sense an unfamiliar force, a chilling, shadowy presence that was irresistibly alluring. The last time he regained consciousness, he found himself in an empty washroom, his body inexplicably covered in feathers. However, Percy remained clueless as to why he was adorned with such plumage. The diary was indeed correct. Percy, albeit with skepticism, heeded its suggestions regarding the enhancement of the bubblehead charm, and the effects were immediate and remarkable. The diary also proffered numerous effective strategies. For instance, Percy had gradually established connections with several current officials in the Ministry of Magic, following the channels and methods indicated in the diary. With the diary's assistance, he had also acquired skills in upward social mobility, knowledge that Mr. Weasley would never impart to him, as Mr. Weasley occupied his leisure time with the study of Muggle curiosities. This fostered a deeper trust in the diary. Seldom did anyone make Percy feel intelligent. Yet the diary was slowly becoming one of those rare entities. Tom Riddle was undeniably astute, evoking a sense of kinship within Percy. Consequently, he momentarily cast aside his doubts regarding the diary's potential ties to dark magic. The diary proved to be a confidant, a clever, understanding, and portable friend. Percy could not help but divulge his aspirations for the future and a few grievances regarding his family. He lamented his humble beginnings, the derision of his grand ambitions by his brothers, and the isolation he faced as a prefect, which left him with few friends. The diary exhibited an extraordinary capacity for understanding. The voice within, claiming to be Tom Riddle, concurred with Percy's sentiments, acknowledging his desire to excel within his family, surpass his siblings, earn his parents' approval, and even secure a prominent position within the Ministry of Magic. ambitions he rarely confided to others or that others comprehended. "Trust me, Percy. I shall guide you," the diary's words reminded him. First, he needed to learn to observe those in power, their behaviors, decision-making processes, and crisis management. Second, he must find his own place and not shy away from displaying his ambition. The world would not open its doors for him. He must force them ajar. "Chaos is a ladder, Percy. Break the existing rules, shatter everything as it stands." The diary coaxed him gently. These voices echoed incessantly in Percy's mind, like an invisible thread controlling his thoughts and actions. Whenever he attempted to resist, to escape their grasp, a fierce pain would seize his head, as if an unseen hand were ruthlessly squeezing his brain, compelling him to submit. Gradually, Percy began to feel numb, even subconsciously accepting this control, believing everything the voice proclaimed was accurate and, indeed, a given. When Harry once again ventured to the library to assist Lupin with research, he and Percy engaged in a brief conversation in a secluded corner of the Hogwarts library. Percy's previously weak voice now resonated with a strange fervor as the topic shifted to his career aspirations. "Harry, did you know? I've recently learned many useful things," Percy remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed not on Harry but on the open notebook before him, his eyes darting. A faint smile crept upon Percy's lips, a peculiar sense of satisfaction enveloping him, as if these words were not entirely his own but rather commands from the diary. Yet he did not resist. In fact, he felt it was only right. "Oh, such as?" Harry inquired patiently, suspecting it might relate to a recent high score on Percy's coursework. Percy excelled in nearly every assignment. He whispered, "For instance, someone taught me the art of flattery. Those ministry officials, you know, they are not as unattainable as they seem. As long as you know how to phrase your words and offer compliments, they will regard you differently." As he spoke, a peculiar dissonance stirred within Percy. A part of him, the once diligent, principled Percy, seemed to silently protest, declaring these methods to be erroneous and against his principles. However, the diary swiftly silenced his dissent. "Do not be foolish, Percy. You desire success, power, to break free from the shackles of rules, do you not? This is the only path." Harry furrowed his brow, attempting to interrupt Percy's strange tone. "Flattery? But with your abilities, you could achieve it on your own. You are the most outstanding student." Upon hearing this, Percy scoffed, a hint of derision lacing his voice. "I once thought so too, always believing that to achieve my goals, I must adhere strictly to the rules, progressing step by step. But now I understand. The true shortcuts have never resided within the rules. Chaos is the ladder to success." As he uttered these words, Percy felt an unprecedented exhilaration, a strange sense of liberation accompanying his newfound perspective. Harry was taken aback by this revelation, sensing something was amiss with Percy. Yet he could not discern what exactly it was. Fixing his gaze on Percy, Harry could not resist suggesting, "Percy, have you been under too much stress lately? You don't look well. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey? I am fully aware of what I am doing. The ministry officials have already replied to my inquiries, and I will soon secure an internship opportunity. That is what I desire," Percy replied mechanically, closing the book and rising from his seat, leaving Harry alone in the midst of his thoughts. Chapter 85. Dobby was a resolute house elf. Though house elves must heed their master's commands, language inherently contains loopholes, and Dobby was adept at exploiting them. When Draco's orders were clear, "Dobby, do not impede Harry Potter's return to school, nor follow him." Dobby astutely noted that Draco had not forbidden him from taking other actions at Hogwarts. His master had not stated that Dobby could not protect Harry Potter. If Harry Potter is injured, he will be sent home, away from the dangers of Hogwarts. It is for Harry Potter's own good, Dobby mused, devising a bold plan. Above the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, the autumn wind, tinged with a chill, rustled the red and green banners in the stands. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was in full swing, with cheers and screams reverberating throughout. Amidst the cacophony, Dobby once again escaped from Malfoy Manor, whispering to himself, "Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. Dobby must protect him, even if it means causing him harm." Standing not far from the pitch, Dobby waved his fingers gently, sending the bewitched bludger into a restless flutter in the air. This bludger had been stealthily manipulated by him, aimed directly at Harry Potter. Dobby's plan was straightforward, to injure Harry, thus ensuring he would be sent home, away from the perils of Hogwarts. As for Master Draco's match, Dobby did not intend for this to happen. Dobby merely wished to protect Harry Potter. Dobby consoled himself internally, his ears drooping slightly, tinged with a hint of guilt. Shortly after the match commenced, Harry Potter sensed something amiss. He noticed a bludger relentlessly pursuing him, no matter how he dodged. The ball seemed to close in with alarming swiftness. Harry adeptly maneuvered through the air. Yet the bludger's speed and precision rendered him unable to concentrate on locating the golden snitch. Draco quickly observed that today's bludgers appeared particularly aggressive. as if possessed by some frenzy, fixated on Harry without relent. "Potter, to your left," Draco shouted, propelling his broom towards the bludger on Harry's left, striving to mask his inner turmoil. Harry looked rather ridiculous, being chased around the field by a single bludger, yet Draco's gaze involuntarily remained fixed on Harry. Noting the beads of sweat forming on his forehead and the tension etched on his brow, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Draco swung his bat with force, striking the bludger towards the Gryffindor chasers in an attempt to divert it away from Harry. However, the bludger, as if enchanted, swiftly veered back, once more charging at Harry. A wave of panic surged through Draco. What was happening? This bludger was behaving unusually. A sense of inexplicable dread washed over him. "Potter, get out of the way," Draco blurted out, urgency lacing his tone, but he promptly recognized his breach of decorum, hastily adding, "Don't embarrass us Slytherins." Getting hit by a bludger would be utterly humiliating. He endeavored to infuse his tone with mockery, yet his grip on the bat tightened unconsciously. As the match progressed, Draco found himself dedicating nearly all his focus to the bludger harassing Harry. Time and again, he swung his bat, attempting to send the bludger in other directions. Yet it persistently turned back toward Harry. Sweat trickled down Draco's forehead, his breath quickening. Damn that bludger, why was it so intent on pursuing him? Draco thought, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to concentrate on the game. If Harry were truly struck, it would be the responsibility of a player in Draco's position. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through him. He was not even particularly concerned about the potential embarrassment of performing poorly in his first match. Draco reassured himself that he simply did not want the game interrupted by Harry's injury. After all, that would render victory rather dull. The students in the stands were utterly astonished. Theodore murmured in disbelief. The bludgers today seemed bewitched. Goyle's eyes widened as he stammered. This is just too unusual. As the match reached a fever pitch, Harry finally spotted the golden snitch. The diminutive golden ball danced through the air, shimmering enticingly. Harry dove down sharply, the wind howling in his ears, yet the bludger pursued him relentlessly. Draco clenched his jaw, swinging his bat once more in a bid to intercept the rogue ball. This time, however, the bludger's speed was astonishing. It collided violently with the tail of Harry's broom, producing a resounding thud. Draco's gaze was locked onto him. Had he lost his mind? Flying so low, a wave of inexplicable tension coursed through Draco. Almost instinctively, he steered his broom forward, attempting to use his bat to shield Harry from the bludger's impending strike. But he was too late. Harry caught the golden snitch, yet was struck by the bludger on his arm, losing his balance as he collided with the approaching Draco. Their brooms spiraled out of control, tracing a perilous arc in the air before both plummeted to the grass below, raising a cloud of dust. "Potter!" Draco exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. He struggled to rise from the ground, ignoring the searing pain in his arm, his gaze immediately seeking Harry. Harry lay on the ground, pale as a ghost. His right arm twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. "I caught it. I caught it." Harry raised his left arm, signaling to the audience that the match had concluded. "Why must you always be so reckless?" Draco gritted his teeth, forcing a disdainful expression, coldly remarking, "It seems your luck has run out, Potter. Chased by a bludger and ending up like this is truly laughable." Yet his voice trembled, and his gaze involuntarily lingered on Harry's pallid face. At that moment, amidst the cheers, someone from the stands approached the center of the field. Gilderoy Lockhart rushed over, his wand waving like a circus performer. "Fear not, children. I shall take care of this," he declared in an exaggerated tone. "It's merely a broken bone, a trivial matter." Draco furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition rising within him. What could this charlatan of a professor possibly do? But before Draco could voice his objections, Lockhart had already waved his wand, muttering incantations over Harry's arm. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and Harry's arm suddenly felt limp. "Stop!" Draco could not contain his outrage. "You've turned his bones to nothing." Yet before he could fully vent his fury, Lockhart turned to him, waving his wand once more. "No need to worry, Mr. Malfoy. I shall heal you too." Draco had no time to evade. The same spell struck his arm. In the next moment, he felt an eerie emptiness in his arm, as if his bones had vanished. "You!" Draco gritted his teeth, glaring at Lockhart, wishing he could cast a hex upon him. Yet his gaze involuntarily flicked back to Harry, where he saw him grimacing in pain. The hospital wing. Marcus's voice echoed, a mix of relief and concern. "Quickly, get both of them to the hospital wing. We won. You performed admirably. Today's bludgers were quite abnormal, but you managed to handle them." Chapter 86. Draco had never imagined he would find himself once again sharing a hospital wing bed with Harry, let alone that this incident, like the last, would arise from a fall from a broom. The air was thick with the pungent scent of bone regrowth potion. A low cabinet separated their beds, and both boys awaited Madame Pomfrey's concoction to gradually mend their shattered bones, having had their skeletons whimsically rendered non-existent by the self-important Lockhart. The pain had long since receded, replaced by a curious sense of embarrassment. Draco turned his head to observe Harry, who lay staring at the ceiling, appearing either deep in thought or trying to ignore the peculiar sensations accompanying the regrowth of his bones. "Malfoy, what are you staring at?" Harry's voice abruptly shattered the silence, tinged with a note of wariness, revealing that he had sensed Draco's gaze. Draco's heart skipped a beat, nearly propelling him from the bed. He quickly adjusted his expression, adopting a facade of indifference as he turned to face Harry. "Just contemplating your rather embarrassing display when the bludger hit you." Harry furrowed his brow, seemingly poised to retort, but ultimately sighed, sinking back into his pillow. "Say what you will. I simply wish to understand what transpired today." Harry muttered under his breath, "What terrible luck. Lockhart's charm must have rubbed off on you. You've inherited the traits of a best-selling author, the winner of the best smile, the top shampoo salesman, a Hogwarts professor, a lavender perfume enthusiast, and the conqueror of all dark creatures." Draco forced himself to speak. "That charmer could even bewitch a bludger. Hence, it fixates upon you." Harry turned his head, his green eyes locking onto Draco's. Draco's heart raced once more, acutely aware of the heat rising to his cheeks. "Don't look at me like that. Don't give me that look." Draco silently recited in his mind, yet Harry's gaze seemed to wield an enchanting power, rendering him incapable of averting his eyes. "Do you truly believe that all of this is mere coincidence?" Harry's voice resonated with sincerity. "Malfoy, I am aware of your disdain for me, but have you ever considered that perhaps someone is deliberately targeting me? The bludgers have never behaved this way before." Harry turned his head and noticed Draco frowning. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated his face, making his gray eyes shimmer with an unusual brightness. Unable to restrain himself, Harry spoke. "What if I had flown just a bit worse? Or if you hadn't shielded me from so many bludger attacks? I can scarcely imagine the consequences." "I don't know," Draco replied, "and I failed to deflect the last bludger. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen." "In truth, you flew quite well today," Harry remarked, observing Draco's silhouette. "I could sense your relentless effort." Draco chose not to respond, merely turning away from Harry, seemingly disinterested in further discourse. As the night deepened, the hospital wing fell into an eerie silence. Draco lay with his eyes shut, feigning slumber, yet his ears were acutely attuned to every subtle sound. He detected the faint patter of footsteps, accompanied by an odd noise reminiscent of fabric being dragged. His heart raced. Someone was approaching. "Harry Potter," a sharp, trembling voice suddenly shattered the stillness of the night. Draco's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet he compelled himself to remain motionless. He recognized that it was Dobby, that wretched house elf. It took Draco mere moments to identify its voice, and a sense of dread gripped him. He was well aware that Dobby often engaged in inexplicable, mysterious antics, but he never anticipated that the elf would infiltrate the hospital wing in the dead of night. "Dobby only wishes to protect Harry Potter." The elf's voice was laced with a quavering tone, barely audible, yet Draco heard it distinctly. "Dobby knows Harry Potter should not be at Hogwarts. It is too perilous. That is why Dobby sent the bludgers. To chase Harry Potter. Is it you, Dobby? Have you lost your mind?" Harry hissed. "You nearly got me killed. Do you comprehend how dangerous that was?" Dobby thought Harry Potter would return home after being injured. Draco's heart plummeted. What? The out-of-control bludger during the Quidditch match was orchestrated by Dobby? That foolish elf nearly endangered both Harry and himself under the guise of protection. The scene from the match replayed in Draco's mind. Harry plummeting from his broom, his body crashing to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. He yearned to leap up, seize Dobby by the ears, and hurl him out of the window. But he couldn't. He couldn't let Harry discover that Dobby was the Malfoy family's elf. Nor could he allow Harry to realize that he was both awake and deeply concerned for his welfare. Thus, Draco kept his eyes tightly shut, his nails digging into his palms, forcing himself to maintain silence. At that moment, Harry's voice pierced the air once more, this time tinged with curiosity. "Dobby, who is your master? Why do you care so much about me?" Draco's heart nearly skipped a beat. He held his breath, awaiting Dobby's reply. If Dobby uttered the name of the Malfoy family, if Harry discovered the connection, he could scarcely fathom the look that would cross Harry's face. Dobby cannot say. Dobby's master is a terrible person, but Dobby cannot reveal it. Dobby can only warn Harry Potter. Danger is approaching. Draco secretly exhaled in relief, yet was soon engulfed by a surge of anger. Dobby not only scurried about behind his master's back, but also spoke ill of him. Harry Potter must remain vigilant. The sounds of a staff member patrolling the hospital wing echoed from outside, and Dobby's voice gradually faded, seemingly slipping out of the infirmary stealthily. Draco's emotions churned within him. He wanted to open his eyes, to tell Harry that it was all Dobby's fault, to confess how deeply he cared for him, to reveal that when he witnessed Harry's fall, he was not filled with joy at victory, but rather a bone-chilling fear. No, he couldn't. The ward returned to silence. Draco opened his eyes, turned his head, and stole a glance at Harry. Harry's brow was furrowed, his green eyes glimmering with a complex array of emotions in the dim moonlight. An impulse surged within Draco, compelling him to speak, to convey to Harry that he did not truly harbor the hatred he projected, to tell him, no, he couldn't. Potter, Draco finally broke the silence. His tone laced with a feigned mockery. You truly are a heartthrob, even captivating house elves. Harry whipped his head around, surprise flickering in his eyes, quickly followed by a frown. You weren't asleep? Draco forced a dry chuckle. I heard everything. Harry's face flushed slightly, a mix of anger and embarrassment. That is not my house elf. And it's none of your business, Malfoy. It is certainly my concern. In the most unfortunate sense, Draco suppressed an eye roll. Is it? Draco raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. Do you genuinely believe that little elf acted to protect you? By sending bludgers to knock you off your broom? Harry was taken aback, turning to see Draco regarding him with a complex expression. Harry nodded. Yes, I believe it was sincere, although its methods were somewhat extreme. Draco scoffed. What a fool. Harry chuckled, his green eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Perhaps. Maybe it did its best. Draco corrected. I was referring to you. You are the fool. Such a misguided form of protection is futile, and you are so forgiving? Well, sometimes being a little foolish isn't so bad. I trust Dobby. Hearing Harry's response, Draco's heart raced. He quickly turned away from Harry, muttering under his breath, suit yourself, Potter. Go to sleep. We have to endure that wretched bone regrowth potion again tomorrow. Harry chuckled softly. You too. Good night. Draco remained silent, yet he could feel the heat rising in his cheeks. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm himself, but his mind was filled with the image of Harry's green eyes and that simple farewell. Chapter 87. Gilderoy Lockhart has removed the bones from my arm. Bones are gone. Gone. Sirius meticulously read Harry's letter 3 times, never having encountered such a peculiar string of words. That arrogant fool, Lockhart. He slammed his fist down on the armrest of the chair, causing the back to creak ominously. Removed bones. What does he think he is doing? Using Harry's arm as a test subject? That narcissistic imbecile. I should personally go to Hogwarts and smash that insipid grin off his face. Seated across from him, Lupin sighed. Calm down. It's done now. At least Madame Pomfrey has given Harry the bone regrowth potion. That potion should restore him to his original state. After all, it was invented by Harry's ancestor. Thank goodness James doesn't know about this. If it were me, I'd be jumping up from the grave to cast a few curses at Lockhart. Sirius suddenly stood, the letter slipping from his grasp and fluttering to the floor. P.S. only 12. 12. Not to mention this whole ordeal started because of a damned bludger controlled by a house elf. Lupin bent down to retrieve the letter, his eyes scanning its contents as his brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it was the bludger that struck him during the Quidditch match that caused his fall. He lifted his head and gazed at Sirius, once again confronted by that house elf named Dobby. It was him again. Sirius appeared to be seething with anger. Why was it able to perpetrate such acts time and again? Remus resumed his seat, his tone softening slightly. I have recently perused some literature on house elves. Their capabilities are far more formidable than one might presume. Sirius snorted derisively, his gaze shifting to the flickering flames in the fireplace. Are you implying that Dobby, for instance, who recklessly manipulated the Quidditch ball and nearly caused Harry's demise, possesses such power? For a protracted period, our entire wizarding community has neglected their existence and abilities, perceiving them merely as humble servants devoid of any threat. But the truth is far from that. While their magic is indeed constrained by their master's commands, there are circumstances in which they are entirely capable of acting independently, even engaging in perilous endeavors, Remus elaborated. Sirius scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as if to banish Remus's words from the air. I fail to see anything remarkable about them. They are merely— He paused, seemingly in search of an appropriate term— servants. At that moment, a low murmur emanated from downstairs, punctuated by strange metallic clinks. Sirius furrowed his brow and abruptly rose to his feet. What is Creature up to now? He strode toward the door, with Remus closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the corridor on the first floor, they found Creature standing before a dilapidated glass cabinet, which housed various antiques and mementos of the Black family. Creature's gaunt frame trembled slightly as he clutched a photograph, mumbling something under his breath. His eyes were cloudy and fervent, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. Master Regulus. My dear master, today marks your death anniversary. Creature failed to protect you. Creature is damned. Creature is damned, he lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. In his hands, the photograph depicted a young man whose features bore a faint resemblance to Sirius. It was Regulus Black, Sirius's long-deceased brother. Today appeared to be the anniversary of Regulus's demise, and Creature was commemorating him in an almost reverent manner. My master, my poor master, Creature whispered, his tone laden with grief and loyalty. Master Regulus, so young, so brave, yet never to return. Sirius's expression darkened further as he abruptly stood, striding towards Creature and glaring down at the diminutive figure. Enough, Creature. His voice was filled with fury. Do not feign mourning here. Regulus has long been missing. He chose his own path, aligning himself with that accursed Voldemort. Creature froze, slowly lifting his head, a glimmer of malice flashing in his murky eyes. He muttered resentfully, "Dirty traitor, unworthy to utter Master Regulus's name, filthy traitor of the Black family." "What did you say?" Sirius seized Creature's tattered robe, lifting him off the ground. "I should have expelled you from this house long ago." "Sirius." Remus interjected swiftly, grasping Sirius's arm. "Stop. This won't resolve anything." Breathing heavily, Sirius shot Creature a fierce glare before finally releasing him. Creature fell to the ground with a low whimper. Yet his gaze remained cold and resentful, continuing to mutter curses. "Traitor, betrayer of the family, Master Regulus will not forgive." Remus crouched down, attempting to soothe Creature. But Creature recoiled into a corner, clutching the photograph and retreating to the basement. "Today marks Regulus's memorial?" Remus inquired. "Regulus is missing. No one knows where he went." "He vanished before I entered Azkaban," Sirius replied. "Then why does Creature claim today is your brother's memorial?" Remus recalled Creature's words. Sirius remained silent. Creature could locate his master. If Regulus were alive, Creature could apparate to his side in an instant, and he would never jest about his beloved young master, he stated. "I do not know," Sirius confessed. Remus rose, turning to Sirius with a grave tone. "Sirius, have you ever contemplated why Creature knows the precise date of Regulus's death? That in itself is indeed peculiar. The cause of Regulus's death remains a mystery, yet Creature seems to know something," Sirius responded, furrowing his brow. "But he never divulged to my mother what Regulus died for." The room fell into a profound silence, the ancient fixtures casting long shadows. Sirius's chest heaved, Regulus's face appearing vividly in his mind. His brother, who had once stood in opposition to him, yet ultimately aligned with Voldemort. Suddenly, it dawned on him that perhaps Creature truly understood the circumstances surrounding his brother's death. Maybe Creature had been with Regulus on the day of his demise, which would explain his reverence today, had Regulus instructed Creature to keep it a secret. As a member of the Black family, Creature was bound to obey his master's commands. But now that only Sirius remained, he was Creature's sole master. If he wished for Creature to speak, it was indeed within his power to compel him. Remus spoke slowly. "You are in a unique position now. If Creature so desires, he could betray you at any moment. The loyalty of House Elves is intricate. Creature does not entirely reject you, does he? You must find the right approach to elicit his cooperation or to secure his loyalty." Creature's muffled sobs continued to echo intermittently from the basement. "Are you suggesting that I should treat the house elf with a bit more courtesy?" Sirius's tone softened, yet skepticism lingered. He too harbored curiosity regarding the cause of Regulus's death. Logically, a son so adored by a pure-blood family should have been trusted in Voldemort's presence. If he had been a loyal servant to Voldemort, the worst outcome would have been imprisonment in Azkaban or being slain by Voldemort's adversaries. However, there was no trace of Regulus in either regard. You need to confront their existence," Remus stated calmly, particularly regarding Creature. "He is the house elf of the Black family, fiercely loyal to your mother and brother Regulus. Have you considered that he might know things we are unaware of?" Sirius did not respond, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the cabinet before him. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. The pureblood families had long served as a breeding ground for Death Eaters. Creature, having followed Regulus, must have witnessed the other side of the conflict, the perspective of the Death Eaters, even if it had transpired a decade ago. Remus sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder. "This matter requires time. House elves have been overlooked and oppressed for far too long, but that does not imply they lack power or emotion. You must learn to manage your relationship with them. Otherwise," he paused, casting a glance towards the corner of the room, "otherwise, I fear you may come to regret it. Dobby is already a prime example." Sirius frowned, making a concerted effort to dismiss thoughts of the sullen, ever-grumbling house elf, Creature, residing in the basement. He had never regarded Creature with any respect. That incessantly muttering relic of the Black family's glory was merely an irksome appendage to him within this dilapidated abode. Yet, Remus's words stirred a flicker of unease within Sirius. Chapter 88. Maintaining a gentle demeanor towards Creature proved more challenging than anticipated. Most often, merely uttering the phrase "the Black family" incited a wave of revulsion in Sirius. However, it seemed that engaging Creature in a cordial manner was inextricably linked to this very term. Sirius could sense the validity in Remus's assertions. If he wished to uncover the truth behind Regulus's demise, Creature was the sole thread of connection available. Should he desire to accompany Harry through his formative years and sustain a semblance of tranquility in his life, it became imperative to ameliorate his rapport with Creature. The potential consequences of Creature wandering off like Dobby were simply unfathomable. I have yet to locate the rat. I cannot afford to perish just yet, Sirius silently reassured himself. That day, Sirius sat at one end of the long table, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards Creature, who stood in the corner. The house elf's bloodshot eyes glared at him with their customary malevolence, muttering something under his breath. Remus occupied the seat opposite Sirius, engrossed in perusing the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, though it was evident his mind was elsewhere. I have an idea, Sirius suddenly declared, setting his coffee cup down, his tone striving for nonchalance. This house is far too decrepit, mold, dust, and decay abound. We must undertake a proper renovation. It cannot remain akin to a grave any longer. Creature abruptly lifted his head, his ears twitching like tattered rags, emitting a sharp protest. Renovate? Number 12. Grimmauld Place is in its most favored state by the mistress. The mistress declares that the glory of the Black family resides within these walls, within these curtains. He waved a bony arm towards the greasy oak dining table. And within this furniture. How dare you defile the mistress's labor of love? Sirius suppressed the rising tide of anger, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. He was acutely aware that the mistress Creature spoke of referred to his mother, Walburga, whose portrait still hung on the living room wall. Yet to awaken and scream curses at him. Creature clutched a tattered rag, his eyes brimming with hostility. Oh, poor Creature's mistress. If she were to discover that this filthy traitor has returned and seeks to desecrate her home, she would leap from the frame to curse him. Creature. Sirius endeavored to keep his voice calm. I recall that while my mother was alive, she had a penchant for acquiring new things. Just look at the state of number 12, Grimmauld Place now. The corners are rife with mold, the curtains hang in tatters like spider webs, and the candelabra are in a state of utter disarray. Should mother behold such decay, she would likely think you have utterly ruined her cherished abode. As a house elf, it is your duty to oversee the upkeep of this residence. Number 12, Grimmauld Place is no longer as it was when mother first departed, Sirius emphasized. Creature trudged heavily to the window, his withered fingers brushing against the tattered velvet curtain. The items the mistress favored were all noble and elegant. The mistress? She adored this curtain, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. She claimed it was imported, embroidered with the Black family crest. And this chair, Master Regulus used to love sitting here while indulging in pies. He would even enjoy painting while having breakfast. Sirius attempted to glean more clues from Creature's expression. Regulus, he softly repeated, he indeed enjoyed painting as a child, did he not? I remember there was a period when his room was always filled with his drawings. Creature continued its reminiscences. Master Regulus's room was the most splendid of all. Star maps adorned the walls, ancient tomes filled the shelves. And that silver cup, an heirloom from the Black family, bequeathed by Sirius Black. Phineas was quite the notable figure in his day. He even served as the headmaster of Hogwarts. A sign hung on the door declaring it off limits, primarily aimed at Sirius himself. He held back a retort, recalling how often Regulus had banished him from the room. Sirius forced himself to push aside the painful memories and seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Creature, do you recall the stories that Regulus loved to hear as a child? Or did he ever mention anything particularly significant to you as he grew older? These topics proved to be safe, and Creature's gaze lost its former resentment, replaced by a more amiable demeanor. Creature prattled on. Master Regulus adored tales of the Black family's ancestors. For instance, Alfred Black, the great alchemist, who sculpted the first protective pendant of the Black family from a piece of obsidian, said to shield against the corruption of dark magic. And that iron pot in the kitchen, it was handpicked by the lady of the Black family, Isabella. She asserted that only such a pot could yield the most exquisite flavors. Sirius maintained a stoic expression, listening intently. Indeed, Creature had memorized the history of the Black family, leaving no detail forgotten. Remus interrupted Creature's reminiscence, striving for sincerity. So, Creature, my suggestion to you and Sirius is this. Since you possess such a profound understanding of the Black family style, why not take charge of the procurement for this renovation? You could acquire items that align with the glory of the Black family, perhaps new curtains, candelabra, or any other items you believe would please Sirius's mother. In this way, you need not worry about us tarnishing this place, Sirius added. Creature was taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty crossing its features. It was evident that it had not anticipated Sirius assigning such an important task to it. Me in charge? Sirius forced a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness. He continued. Yes, consider Regulus. He always cared so deeply for the family's honor, did he not? If you truly care for him, you should assist me in restoring this place to its former glory. Creature's ears twitched at the mention of Regulus, and it murmured, Master Regulus. Oh, poor Creature's master. He would not wish for the Black family to be shamed. It looks utterly dilapidated now. Sirius nodded in agreement. Remus continued, a loyal guardian like you, Creature. I believe you can restore this house to its rightful state. Creature fell silent for a considerable time, its head bowed, seemingly digesting Remus's words. Eventually, it nodded. Its voice barely audible. Very well, for the mistress, for Master Regulus, Creature shall attend to it. Sirius exhaled in relief. Should you require funds, simply seek me out. Mother's portrait. Well, she would be pleased to see it. With that, Sirius took a deep breath, as if he had just uttered a monumental lie. Remus raised his head, casting a meaningful glance at Sirius. They had deliberated the previous night on how to alleviate Creature's wariness, and it appeared the entry point remained rooted in the legacy of the Black family. Observing Creature's acquiescence, Remus said nothing further, merely returning to his newspaper. The hall fell into silence once more, interrupted only by Creature's shuffled departure, continuing to mutter about the history of the Black family. In the ensuing days, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin embarked upon the preliminary stages of renovating their abode. They diligently cleared the dust from the hall, repaired the damaged floorboards, and removed the ominous old curtains. Despite Creature's incessant complaints, he often fell into a state of rambling nostalgia, reminiscing about the bygone days. Sirius keenly observed that whenever Creature mentioned Regulus, his tone was imbued with a profound affection and sorrow. One day, as Sirius attempted to detach a moldy wall panel, Creature stood nearby, arms crossed. Suddenly, he murmured softly, "Ah, this wall panel, the mistress favored standing here, admiring her newly acquired necklace. How noble, how elegant, unlike now, with dust and decay strewn about." Young Master Regulus always cherished listening to the mistress's stories by candlelight. Oh, young Master Regulus, such a noble gentleman, such a kind soul. Sirius paused his task and turned to Creature. He recognized this as an opportunity, yet he needed to tread carefully, ensuring Creature remained unaware of his true intentions. Adopting a contemplative demeanor, he replied softly, "Indeed, Regulus was truly a delightful little brother. I recall how he would always pester me to take him for a ride on my broomstick. Do you remember those days, Creature?" Creature's ears twitched slightly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. He mumbled, "Remember?" Oh, Creature certainly remembers. Young Master Regulus was always so kind. Yet he remains forever ensnared in the icy depths of the lake. A silence enveloped them for a few seconds. Sirius feigned ignorance of the underlying tension and continued, "Why not procure a new, beautiful candlestick, akin to the one from before, Creature?" Chapter 89. Once the bones had regrown, Harry and Draco finally liberated themselves from the sterile confines of the hospital wing, with its white linens and potion-laden air, returning to the normalcy of their classes. However, the newly formed arm bones seemed not yet fully accustomed to their owner. With every step Draco took, he felt an odd stiffness at the joints, as if the bones were quietly lamenting their forced magical rebirth. He attempted to swing his arm, producing a faint clicking sound at the joints that caused him to frown, suspecting that the physical training Marcus had previously administered had been significantly compromised. "Unbelievable, I actually survived," Draco muttered under his breath. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Indeed. I was worried that my Quidditch career would come to an abrupt end, relegating me to the stands." "That would be a dreadful sight," Draco said. "Seriously, how is your arm? It won't snap the moment you catch the golden snitch, will it?" "My arm is far sturdier than your mouth," Harry retorted, flexing his arm. "Rest assured, I won't grant you the opportunity to mock me." As they entered the castle, still within class hours, the corridors were empty save for the echo of their footsteps. Harry was preparing to return to the dormitory when he suddenly halted. His ears detected a peculiar sound, a low, hissing whisper, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, or perhaps the scraping of some colossal creature slithering behind the walls. The sound was chilling and foreboding, instilling an involuntary shiver within Harry. "Kill you, tear you apart, escape." Harry furrowed his brow, the voice lingering ominously in his ears, growing clearer and more unsettling. He was certain he was not mistaken. This voice was not a figment of his imagination. He began to follow the direction from which the sound emerged. "Starved, for so long, new blood. Did you hear that?" Harry whispered, glancing at Draco. Draco paused, listening intently for a moment, then shrugged. "Hear what? I don't hear anything, except for the squeaking of your shoes against the floor." Ignoring Draco's response, Harry closed his eyes, attempting to grasp the sound more clearly. It seemed to draw nearer, more distinct, as if beckoning him. His heart raced, and his grip on his wand tightened unconsciously. He opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the voice. "This is the sound," Harry murmured to himself, stepping forward along the corridor. His pace quickened, almost instinctively guided by the voice. Draco followed behind, frowning. Despite his outward disdain, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Internally, Draco wrestled with conflicting emotions. Part of him yearned to turn back, reminding himself that he should not concern himself with Harry's affairs, that they bore no relation to him. Yet, he could not overlook the focused and tense expression on Harry's face. If Harry was indeed in danger once more, Draco clenched his jaw, forcing himself to match Harry's stride. "Kill you, tear you apart, filthy thing." At the corridor's end lay a shadowy corner, where an ancient portrait hung on the wall. The wizard within dozed, emitting soft snores. Harry halted, holding his breath. The hissing sound became more pronounced here, as if it resided just beyond the wall. Slowly, Harry turned, his gaze falling upon the floor, where a cat lay rigidly, its fur disheveled, resembling a grotesque specimen. Its eyes were wide open, devoid of life. Its body contorted into a grotesque arc by some unseen force. "Mrs. Norris," Harry exclaimed, crouching down to examine the cat. Mrs. Norris was Filch's beloved feline, typically patrolling the corridors with an air of authority, her large eyes scrutinizing every student. But now, she appeared lifeless. Draco stood behind Harry, glancing down at Mrs. Norris, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. "What happened to this cat?" he asked, gently poking Mrs. Norris's tail with a finger, but the cat remained unresponsive. At that moment, the bell rang, and the corridor filled with the sounds of chaotic footsteps and murmurs. Students began to emerge from classrooms, evidently drawn to Harry's earlier exclamation. They formed a circle around Mrs. Norris, whispers gradually crescendoing into a cacophony of chatter. "That's Filch's cat. What happened to her? Looks like she was attacked by magic. Is she dead? She looks terrifying. What on earth happened?" Amidst the crowd, some jostled to the front, while others craned their necks to see. With some even gasping in shock, Harry's gaze shifted from Mrs. Norris to the gathering throng. Draco muttered under his breath, "That cat looks like it's done for. Filch will go mad. Who did this? Look over there." Someone suddenly shouted. A series of words, scrawled in crimson ink, were haphazardly daubed on the wall at the corner, which Draco and Harry had not noticed in the dim light. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the hissing sound seemingly dissipating, replaced by a suffocating sense of dread. Draco stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. More students poured in from all directions, encircling Harry and Draco. Exclamations and discussions surged like a tide, enveloping Harry in a maelstrom of chaos. Bewildered, he surveyed the scene, meeting countless curious, fearful, and doubtful eyes, as if he were the architect of this turmoil. Chapter 90. Dear Mr. Weasley, first and foremost, allow me to clarify that this letter has been transcribed using a magical quill. Given the current busyness of the Ministry of Magic, particularly the weighty responsibilities entrusted to me as the senior assistant to the Deputy Minister, I find myself unable to allocate time to compose a handwritten response to you. I trust you can appreciate the daunting yet vital task of maintaining order and stability within the wizarding community, and that my time must be prioritized for matters of, well, greater urgency. The aspirations of youth to achieve greatness overnight are, I dare say, somewhat unrealistic. Nonetheless, I must extend my gratitude for your impassioned correspondence. It is rather amusing to receive such earnest greetings from a sixth-year student at Hogwarts. Your admiration for the ministry and your pursuit of order do indeed provide me with a modicum of solace, as it is rare to encounter young individuals who appreciate the value of rules and authority. Regarding the internship opportunity you mentioned, I must convey that the ministry is an exceedingly serious and efficient institution, with stringent standards for any potential candidates wishing to join our ranks. Your ambition is commendable, yet I must remind you that the ministry is not an entity that one can easily infiltrate. Every position and opportunity is determined through rigorous selection, assessment, and appropriate background checks. As a student of Hogwarts, you have much to learn and improve upon. Your letter contains some rather creative ideas. However, I kindly suggest that you place greater emphasis on the formality of your correspondence and the propriety of your language in future communications. After all, the staff at the ministry are expected to embody the highest standards of professionalism. As for your interest in specific departments within the ministry, I noticed that you did not explicitly state the field you wish to enter. The ministry boasts numerous significant departments, such as my own, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, all of which contribute immeasurably to the maintenance of order and stability within the Wizarding Society. If you aspire to such a path, I encourage you to apply yourself more diligently in your studies, particularly achieving outstanding results in courses related to charms and magical law. Your academic transcripts, dear Mr. Weasley, serve as the most direct evidence of one's capabilities. Speaking of your familial background, I must mention your father, Mr. Arthur Weasley. I trust you are aware that his career choices within the ministry are somewhat regrettable. As the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, he appears more engrossed in the study of trivial Muggle trinkets than in devoting his energies to endeavors that could genuinely enhance the efficiency and prestige of the ministry. Such an attitude, dear Mr. Weasley, may prove to be a less than ideal example for a young person aspiring to make their mark within the ministry. I sincerely hope that you will exhibit more ambition and foresight in your career planning than your father has. Nevertheless, in light of your demonstrated enthusiasm and my personal concern for the development of the younger generation of wizards, I have decided to make an exception and offer you a valuable internship opportunity. This will be an unpaid position. Of course, you must understand that internship placements within the ministry are typically reserved for those who have already displayed exceptional abilities. However, considering your fervor, I am willing to arrange a special role for you as a short-term assistant intern in the ministry's archives. This position will grant you an excellent opportunity to experience the foundational aspects of the ministry's daily operations firsthand. You will be responsible for organizing documents, tidying filing cabinets, and assisting in the delivery of some less critical correspondence. Young individuals require honing, and this role will serve to refine your skills. While such tasks may appear mundane, they are an indispensable part of the ministry's efficient functioning. I trust you will come to appreciate the significance of order and rules through this experience. Lastly, I must emphasize that the ministry does not accept internship applications outside of the formal process. Your internship arrangement will be submitted personally by me to the ministry's Human Resources Office and will take effect only after the necessary approvals have been obtained. I am certain you will understand that the existence of rules is to ensure everything remains orderly. I wish you the utmost success in your studies at Hogwarts, dear Mr. Weasley. I look forward to the possibility of encountering you within the ministry's corridors in the future, provided you meet our standards. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to prove yourself as not merely a passionate student, but as a truly capable individual who can contribute to the ministry's esteemed legacy. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Assistant to the Deputy Minister Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Chapter 91. In the aftermath of Madame Pance's incident, an unsettling atmosphere permeated the halls of Hogwarts Castle. Students murmured in hushed tones in the corridors, classrooms, and even dormitories, discussing the chilling term that adorned the walls, the Chamber of Secrets. The students of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw were predominantly driven by curiosity and fear, while those of Slytherin seemed particularly fervent, congregating in their common room to engage in heated debates regarding the origins of this ominous phrase. Does the Chamber of Secrets truly exist? Pansy Parkinson inquired softly, adjusting the hem of her skirt. Of course it does, scowled Marcus Flint. Have you not heard the legend? It is said that when the four founders established Hogwarts, Slytherin harbored distrust towards wizards of Muggle descent. He believed they should not be taught magic, thus leaving behind a hidden chamber within the school, accessible only to his heir. What lies within that chamber? Theodore Knott glanced at Flint, skepticism lacing his tone. That is precisely the dilemma, shrugged Blaise. Rumor has it that a monster resides within, controlled solely by the heir. In other words, the one who can unlock the chamber. Pansy lowered her voice conspiratorially. Is Slytherin's heir? Those unworthy of learning magic. You mean students of Muggle descent? A timid first-year asked. Absolutely. Another Slytherin student scoffed. Salazar Slytherin declared long ago that Hogwarts should belong exclusively to pure-blood wizards. Those mudbloods are utterly unworthy of sharing our magical education. Such discussions grew increasingly fervent within the Slytherin common room, with speculation mounting regarding the nature of the monster within the chamber. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the school became increasingly eerie. Students began to privately deliberate on who might be Slytherin's heir. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy emerged as the most prominent candidates. Both had been present during Madame Pance's attack. Harry had vanquished the Dark Lord in infancy, while Draco's family background seemed to align more closely with the image of Slytherin's heir. As the students passionately debated whether Harry or Draco was more likely to be Slytherin's heir, Harry found himself wandering the corridors of Hogwarts alone. His mood was dismal. The rumors left him feeling isolated, and many Muggle-born students had begun to consciously avoid him. Amidst the swirling rumors of the chamber, Harry once again heard that cold, rasping voice, the one that only he could perceive. This time, the voice resonated with greater clarity and urgency, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread within him. Suddenly, a deep, chilling voice pierced his ears, as if emanating from the depths of the walls. Tear, devour, kill. Harry abruptly halted, his heart racing. He surveyed his surroundings. The corridor was deserted, save for a few flickering candles casting wavering shadows on the walls. Who is there? He whispered, but the only response was an oppressive silence. Once again, Harry murmured to himself, a dull ache emanating from the scar on his forehead. He was acutely aware that this was no mere illusion. He had heard the same voice on the day Madame Rosmerta was petrified, a chilling, malevolent whisper. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the corridor's silence. Harry sprinted towards the sound, arriving near the lavatories on the first floor. There, he beheld a throng of students, their faces etched with terror as they murmured anxiously. Pushing through the crowd, he discovered a first-year boy, Colin Creevey, rigidly sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open, frozen in a mask of horror. His camera lay abandoned beside him, its lens shattered. He has been petrified. A Hufflepuff girl shrieked, just like Madame Rosmerta. A chill coursed down Harry's spine. The dreadful news swiftly spread throughout the school. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, had been petrified. When found, he clutched his camera tightly, his face bearing an expression of sheer terror, as if he had glimpsed something truly horrific in his final moments. A wave of panic engulfed the school. Students began to congregate in groups, fearful of becoming the next victim. Professors intensified their patrols, and even Peeves was instructed to refrain from causing mischief. Days passed, and the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly tense. In an effort to bolster the students' combat skills, Dumbledore announced the establishment of a dueling club, led by Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. This decision ignited excitement among many students, particularly those eager to witness Professor Snape vanquishing Lockhart with magic. Although Lockhart's flamboyant demeanor drew scorn from many, one could not deny that his fame and purported adventures attracted a fair number of admirers, especially among the younger students who eagerly anticipated learning dazzling spells in the dueling club. However, for the older students and some professors, this decision was nothing short of a farce, particularly upon hearing that Severus Snape had been invited by Lockhart to serve as a dueling assistant. Students began to wager privately on how quickly Snape would defeat Lockhart, as opportunities to witness Lockhart's humiliation were rare. The inaugural meeting of the dueling club was held in the Great Hall, with students crowding the space. Lockhart stood atop a makeshift platform, striking a pose he deemed handsome, brandishing his wand, and wearing his signature radiant smile. Meanwhile, Snape stood to the side, arms crossed, his gaze so frigid it seemed capable of freezing the entire hall. "Students," Lockhart proclaimed, "today, we shall learn how to defend ourselves in a duel. As your guide, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, will personally demonstrate." He continued, "I will show you how to elegantly counter magical attacks while safeguarding yourself and your friends. Our assistant, Professor Snape, will assist me in this demonstration, though I trust he will endeavor not to suffer too grievously at my hands." As Snape stepped forward, a slight smirk graced his lips. "Of course, Lockhart, I would be delighted to teach you some genuine magic." Laughter erupted among the students. Many began to whisper eagerly, anticipating an entertaining clash. Harry, amidst the crowd, felt a twinge of unease. He noticed Draco standing nearby, intently watching Snape. "Now, students," Lockhart continued, undeterred by Snape's sardonic remark, "let us showcase a standard wizard's duel. Observe my stance." No sooner had he spoken than a red light shot forth from Snape's wand, sending Lockhart's wand soaring from his grasp, landing on the floor below. Lockhart paused momentarily, then awkwardly chuckled. "Well done, Severus. That was the, standard disarming spell I wished to demonstrate." The hall erupted in laughter, and Harry heard Blaise mutter beside him, "I knew Snape would leave him toothless." "Now," Lockhart cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure, "let us invite 2 students to the stage for a demonstration. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Come forth, children, and showcase your skills." A knot formed in Harry's stomach, yet he understood he could not refuse. He ascended the platform, facing Draco, whose familiar sneer was already plastered across his face, wand at the ready. "Ready, Potter?" Draco whispered, "I want to hold back." "Likewise, Malfoy." Harry gritted his teeth, raising his wand. "Begin," Lockhart bellowed. Draco swiftly waved his wand, intoning a spell. A plume of black mist erupted from his wand, coalescing into a massive serpent that hissed menacingly as it lunged towards Harry. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and many students recoiled in fear. Harry fixated on the serpent, his mind blank. In that instant, he found himself speaking instinctively, uttering words in a cold, unfamiliar language. "Stop." The serpent halted abruptly. "Stop," Harry commanded again. The great hall fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on Harry. "Parcel tongue," Blaise murmured, a tremor of astonishment in his voice. He speaking to the snake. Draco's face drained of color as he took a step back, staring at Harry in disbelief. You truly are the heir?" Chaos ensued, and the duel between Harry and Draco concluded abruptly. Draco retreated a few steps, his wand drooping limply in his hand. The usual disdainful gazes of the Slytherin students toward Harry were now replaced with expressions of awe. Those pale and haughty young faces betrayed a mixture of astonishment and confusion, as if they were seeing Harry for the first time. A peculiar stillness enveloped the air, as if the chaotic display of magic had drained all sound from the hall. Professor Snape, his face a mask of fury, declared the event over, his voice colder than usual, as though suppressing something within. Yet, scarcely anyone noticed his demeanor. All Slytherin eyes were riveted upon Harry. Amidst the tumult, Blaise pushed past 2 younger students blocking his way, hastening to stand before Harry. His face bore an unmistakable shock, his usually languid eyes now wide with disbelief. "Harry," he began, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Did you just speak Parseltongue?" Harry, still grappling with his own foolishness for conversing with the snake, looked up at Blaise, momentarily bewildered. "Huh." He nodded, somewhat perplexed. To Harry, speaking to snakes seemed as trivial as his naturally tousled black hair. "You mean to say, you truly can speak Parseltongue?" Blaise's voice rose in pitch, drawing the attention of the Slytherin students lingering nearby. "Yeah," Harry confirmed once more. "I don't know, I always have." As soon as the words left his mouth, a collective gasp resonated from the crowd, the sound distinct and unsettling in the hushed hall. What had begun as hushed discussions among the Slytherin students now erupted into a cacophony, as if a fuse had been lit. "My word, he admitted it." A tall boy exclaimed. "I knew it. I knew that was why the snake suddenly stopped." Another girl screamed, her face a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. "Parseltongue," someone murmured, incredulity saturating their voice. "He truly is the heir of Slytherin." A voice suddenly pierced through the cacophony, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples in all directions. Indeed, only a descendant of Slytherin could speak Parseltongue. No wonder he was able to open the Chamber of Secrets. It must be him. He surely unleashed the monster. A torrent of speculations and judgments surged toward Harry, laden with unwavering certainty. Overwhelmed by the sudden uproar and accusations, Harry struggled to find his voice amid the clamor. "What are you talking about? What heir of Slytherin?" He was utterly bewildered by the fervent reactions from the Slytherin students, and the notion of being the heir left him in a state of confusion. Draco observed Harry's perplexed expression, the surprise gradually ebbing from his face, replaced by a complex emotion. "Harry, you don't know?" he said slowly. "Parseltongue is Salazar Slytherin's most renowned ability. He was one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the founder of Slytherin House." Harry's heart plummeted. Salazar Slytherin, the founder who advocated for the admission of only pure-blood students, the enigmatic figure said to have constructed the chamber within the castle. And he, Harry Potter, possessed the same ability as Salazar? So, another Slytherin student, Pansy Parkinson, inquired, "Who else besides you could open the chamber and release the monster within to attack others?" "Not me," Harry instantly retorted, his voice trembling with agitation. He recalled Filch's petrified cat, the rigid body of Colin Creevey, a wave of indescribable anguish gripping him. How could he possibly commit such an act? "I haven't attacked anyone. I don't even know what the chamber is." Yet, Harry's protests seemed feeble in the face of the Slytherin students' unwavering gazes. Their looks no longer held mere awe, but were tinged with a mix of fear and excitement, as if they were meeting Harry for the very first time. Chapter 92. Draco stood amidst the rows of shelves, his fingers gliding over the spines of books, his brow furrowed, impatience flickering in his eyes. His purpose for being there was not to complete an assignment, but to resolve a vexing dilemma regarding Dobby. Given Dobby's recent behavior, Draco had discerned that the house elf appeared utterly unperturbed by the customary punishments, such as banging against walls or burning his fingers, and repeatedly took risks to protect Potter. However, directly dismissing Dobby would not only expose certain secrets of the Malfoy estate, but would also play directly into Dobby's hands. As he had expressed a desire for freedom. Insane, Draco muttered to himself. Acting on his own, protecting Potter? Absolutely mad. If Father discovers that the Malfoy house elf has betrayed his master. He paused, recalling how Dobby had previously warned him of the Dark Lord's presence at Malfoy Manor, which alleviated some of Draco's anger. There must be a solution, he mused, yanking a hefty tome titled The Contracts and Constraints of House Elves from the shelf. He flipped through its pages, convinced there must be some ancient magic that could render that filthy little creature more obedient, even if just temporarily. In the library, whispers occasionally drifted through the air, with Madame Pants occasionally admonishing the chatterers. Among the murmurs, the names Harry Potter and heir of Slytherin surfaced. The news of Harry Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue had already spread throughout Hogwarts, and the rumors of his status as Slytherin's heir had escalated. The heir of Slytherin is within Slytherin House. The heir of Slytherin can converse with serpents. The heir of Slytherin defeated the Dark Lord as a mere infant. All of it sounded plausible. Initially, Draco dismissed such rumors as absurd, but after witnessing Harry converse with a snake at the dueling club, he found himself ensnared in confusion. For the ability to speak Parseltongue was exceedingly rare. At that moment, Draco's gaze inadvertently swept across a corner of the library, where a familiar figure sat, Percy Weasley. Draco noted the unassuming black diary laid open beside Percy. Percy was currently bent over, engrossed in the diary, his quill racing across the parchment. His expression was peculiar, eyes hollow and fervent, as if entirely captivated by something. A jolt coursed through Draco. He recognized that diary. It was something his father, Lucius, had brought to Hogwarts. An artifact of the Dark Lord. He recalled that it had once been placed in his bedroom until it was brought to school not long ago. Even more chilling was the realization that the strange nightmares he had experienced in his bedroom might be connected to this diary. For Draco had consistently slept well since arriving at Hogwarts. This revelation prompted him to set aside the book on house elves. Draco narrowed his eyes and cautiously approached Percy. He resolved to momentarily set aside his concerns about Dobby and first ascertain the nature of this situation. His gaze fell upon the black diary, and Percy seemed to sense something. Abruptly lifting his head, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Draco noticed Percy instinctively attempting to close the diary, but his movements appeared rigid. "Long time no see." Draco initiated the conversation. "How have you been lately?" On the black diary beside Percy, a single line of text was visible, which Draco quickly scanned. It was a disjointed sentence. "You may bring some valuable gifts." The sentence appeared to be a response. Percy hastily shut the diary, his complexion looking ashen. "You seem a bit under the weather. Haven't been sleeping well lately?" Draco inquired, seeking to validate his suspicion that the recurring nightmares from the summer might be linked to this diary. Percy clearly had not anticipated Draco's question, his face suddenly becoming awkward as he attempted to mask his unease. "I've been sleeping all right, not too well, always having strange dreams." Percy's voice had a sharp edge, clearly feigning calmness. "Perhaps Madame Pomfrey could help," Draco suggested. "She has remedies for such ailments." "I will," Percy replied, lowering his gaze as he flipped through the other books on the table. "Will you be taking the books back to the dormitory?" Draco asked again. "Yes. I usually bring my notebook back," Percy responded, revealing that he had been carrying the diary with him everywhere lately. Draco's attention shifted to a letter spread open on the table. The envelope bore the emblem of the Ministry of Magic, and prominently displayed on it was the name Dolores Umbridge. Draco's brow furrowed slightly. Umbridge was notoriously infamous within the Ministry, and his father, Lucius, had often mentioned her, labeling her both foolish and dangerous. Why was Percy in contact with her? "Do I look terrible?" Percy suddenly raised his head, his tone serious. Draco hesitated for a moment, but decided to caution Percy. "I think so. You seem unwell." "I've been experiencing bouts of memory loss lately," Percy replied. Draco hesitated, having nearly confirmed that the diary was the source of the disturbances, yet unsure how much to reveal. He could only hint. "Have you come into contact with anything peculiar? Something unusual?" Percy's gaze flickered momentarily, as if caught in a struggle. "Recently, someone has imparted to me the means to approach the Ministry of Magic to acquire power. They instructed me on how to connect with those of true significance, how to secure my place in the future. I apologize for having seen this letter. Are you closely associated with Umbridge? Is that what you refer to as someone important?" Draco found it challenging to conceal his disdain. "In truth, I have sent numerous letters. Yet only a select few have responded, but I remain pleased," Percy replied. "There is something unusual. I believe there has been recent contact, but I have received feedback." Draco's tone bore a rare seriousness, "And if I may advise you, keep your distance from that woman Umbridge. My father knows her. She is not someone you can handle." Percy abruptly stood, his face flushed with indignation. "What gives you the right to lecture me? I find her quite amiable." He grasped the diary tightly to his chest, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Merely someone who flaunts their family's name. I do not require your counsel. I am fully aware of my actions." Madame Pants, the librarian, noticed the commotion and hurried towards them, visibly irate. Draco's mind raced with a fleeting thought. He lowered his voice and warned Percy, "But if you possess even a modicum of reason, you should calm down." An expression of anger flashed across Percy's face as he rose abruptly, clutching the diary and letters tightly to his chest. "I am certainly calm," he retorted through gritted teeth, before striding out of the library. "What is the commotion?" Madame Pants had reached them, ready to eject Draco from the library as well. Draco's lips twitched slightly as he stood still, observing Percy's retreating figure. Though he was unaware of the diary's enchantments, he sensed that this matter was far from over. The emergence of that diary, Percy's peculiar behavior, and Harry's absurd rumors all seemed to point towards a larger conspiracy. Chapter 93. In the early morning within the Gryffindor common room, Percy held a copy of the Ministry of Magic regulations, yet he hesitated to turn its pages. His memories from the previous day felt as if they had been abruptly severed, leaving behind unsettling voids. "Percy, are you daydreaming again?" Ron, rushing to breakfast, greeted him. Percy jolted back to reality, clearing his throat in a feigned manner. "Just pondering," he replied dismissively, lowering his gaze as if to peruse the book. Ron shrugged and departed. Percy dared not confide in his brother about the peculiar incident weeks prior when he awoke to find his clothes covered in feathers, as if he had just emerged from a chicken coop. Worse still, yesterday morning, his fingers bore remnants of wet paint, a vivid crimson akin to blood. He could recall neither the origin of these marks. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the black diary on the table. The diary had revealed to Percy that he possessed the potential to become a pillar of the Ministry, guiding him to a non-paid internship in Umbridge's office. This fostered a complex trust within Percy. It seemed genuinely capable of aiding him in realizing his ambitions. To Percy, who had yet to truly enter the workforce, those in high positions appeared through a filtered lens. However, doubt had begun to take root within him. He had heard the rumors of the Chamber of Secrets being opened and the whispers surrounding the previous two incidents. The feathers, the words on the wall, could it be him? Had he inadvertently opened the chamber? At the same time, in an empty classroom at Hogwarts, Draco leaned against the wall, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, a loud crack pierced the air as a small figure materialized beside him. "How goes it, Dobby? You had best not have botched it again," Draco warned with a hint of menace. Dobby had been tailing Percy Weasley, just as his master had instructed. Dobby's voice trembled, his large eyes blinking rapidly. "He sometimes acts quite strangely, master." He will halt abruptly, as if asleep, then resume moving as if guided by an unseen force. "Are you certain he hasn't noticed you?" Draco inquired in a hushed tone. "Dobby is very careful, master. The house elf can become invisible. Percy Weasley has no idea." Dobby nodded vigorously. "Report any anomalies immediately." Draco felt a sense of relief. "Rectify your previous missteps with the rogue bludger." He gestured for Dobby to continue his surveillance. His heart was torn. On one hand, there was the pride of the Malfoy lineage and his father's mission as a Death Eater. Yet on the other lay a form of cowardice he was reluctant to acknowledge. Was it fear? Why did witnessing petrified students disturb him so deeply? A few evenings later, Percy walked alone down the corridor leading to the library, clutching the diary. He resolved to seek clarity that night. He halted, opened the diary, and with trembling fingers inscribed, "What is the meaning of the feathers and paint? What do you know?" The ink spread across the page, revealing a line of text. "Percy, you need not concern yourself with these matters. You have a greater calling, such as the recognition of ministry officials. Trust me, I will make you a legend within the ministry." Percy stared at the words, his heart racing. He wished to believe it, yet unease surged within him like a tide. "Tell me the truth," he wrote. The diary's tone shifted to one of mockery. "The truth, Percy, is that you are too exceptional, so exceptional that it frightens even you. You should not doubt me." Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Percy abruptly looked up, seeing nothing. Unbeknownst to him, the invisible Dobby stood just a few paces away, wide-eyed, watching the diary in Percy's hands. Meanwhile, Draco paced in the empty classroom. The news Dobby had brought back left him in turmoil. Percy's distraction, his murmurs, and his dialogue with the diary. Draco recalled the Dark Lord's mocking smile when he had handed over the diary, as well as the trepidation displayed by his parents in the Dark Lord's presence. He loathed this internal conflict. "Dobby," he suddenly called, and the house elf appeared instantly. "If Percy is indeed under the control of that object, what do you think I should do?" Dobby faltered, murmuring, "Dobby does not know, master, but Dobby believes that there is goodness within you." "Be silent," Draco shouted. Though his voice trembled, he turned away, presenting his back to Dobby. "Goodness? The Malfoys do not require goodness." Yet another voice within him struggled. Faint yet distinctly clear. "Save him, Draco." Chapter 94. Harry stared at the Marauder's map, his eyes beginning to ache. Yet, he dared not divert his gaze, fearful of missing any crucial clues. Since he rarely needed the map during classes, it had been quite some time since he last opened it. But the recent rumors surrounding the heir of Slytherin prompted him to recall this useful tool gifted by Lupin. "I must prove that I am not the heir of Slytherin," Harry thought. Even if one were to be a Slytherin, speaking Parseltongue would not be regarded as a positive trait. The individual who opened the chamber would surely reappear. Harry had grown accustomed to the skeptical glances from his classmates. Although the other students of Slytherin outwardly showed him more respect, Harry could sense their underlying fear and curiosity. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Images of the recent petrification incidents surfaced in his mind, alongside the locations where he had heard strange sounds, near the library, outside the Transfiguration classroom, and close to Gryffindor Tower. Harry picked up a quill and circled a rough area on the map, muttering to himself, "If I am to find a lead, I must focus on this area." After several days of relentless scrutiny of the Marauder's map, Harry finally identified a suspicious name, Percy Weasley. Percy's name consistently appeared within the confines he had delineated, particularly when he found himself in solitude. Yet, lurking nearby was a stealthy little dot, Dobby. Wherever Percy roamed, Dobby followed, utterly oblivious to Percy's presence. Harry furrowed his brow. Percy? He was the least likely person to engage in such antics. How could Percy, a prefect of Gryffindor, possibly be aware of the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Moreover, he would never contravene school regulations or embark on any outrageous endeavors. Nevertheless, Percy had recently exhibited peculiar behavior, and Harry recalled the gaunt visage Percy had worn of late. Why was Dobby tailing Percy? Harry pondered in astonishment. Wasn't he Dobby supposed to be tracking me? Was he also harboring suspicions? Or was there another motive altogether? When Percy's that reappeared in the suspicious vicinity on the Marauder's map, Harry instantly sat up straighter. He observed that Percy's trajectory was decidedly odd, leading towards the girls' restroom. Harry's heart raced, and he bit his lip. Why would Percy be loitering near the girls' restroom? Every location of petrification had been in close proximity to that very restroom. As Harry contemplated his next course of action, another familiar name caught his eye on the map, Dobby. The elf that was cautiously trailing behind Percy, maintaining a safe distance. Dobby's that followed Percy neither too closely nor too far, and when Percy's that lingered near the girls' restroom, it suddenly vanished. Harry's eyes widened as he saw Dobby's that shift to join Justin Finch-Fletchley's nearby before it too disappeared. However, after a brief interval, Harry was astonished to locate Dobby once more on the map, this time appearing beside Draco Malfoy. Following that, Draco's that dashed straight to Snape's office, where Snape, along with several professors, had gathered around Justin. Justin Finch-Fletchley had been petrified. Harry overheard someone nearby exclaiming the latest news. It was near the second floor. He was also a Muggle-born student. The heir of Slytherin had struck again. Hogwarts was once more enveloped in an atmosphere of panic. And Harry found himself at a loss for words, as he remained alone in an empty classroom, scrutinizing the Marauder's map, with no one to vouch for his whereabouts. Harry was nearly certain he had just witnessed the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, yet the presence of Dobby and Draco rendered the situation utterly bewildering. What troubled Harry even more was that Justin had already been taken to the hospital, yet Percy's had not reappeared on the Marauder's map. Could Percy be inside the chamber? Harry clutched the yellowed map tightly. After a moment's hesitation, he spun around and dashed back to the dormitory. Retrieving his invisibility cloak from beneath his bed, draping the cloak over his shoulders, he silently traversed the desolate corridors. All the students had returned to their dormitories, awaiting new instructions from the professors. The current atmosphere in Hogwarts was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the faint sound of his shoes brushing against the stone floor, allowing Harry to hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. Harry felt an urgent need to rescue Percy. He might be the only one who had noticed Percy's absence, yet he knew not what awaited him. The girls' restroom loomed ahead. Harry quickened his pace, holding his breath as he pushed open the creaking door. The sound of dripping faucets echoed through the empty space. However, before he could take a step, he froze in place. Two figures were already standing in the restroom, Snape and Draco. Snape was intently scrutinizing a rusty faucet, his lips pressed tightly together. Draco, standing beside him, appeared visibly shaken. You said it was this faucet he saw, correct? Snape inquired. Draco nodded. Yes, Professor. Dobby said Percy disappeared right here. After he said something, a large hole appeared, and Percy crawled inside. Snape did not ask further questions. He raised his wand and murmured a series of incantations towards the faucet. A flash of light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the faucet, yet only eliciting a few feeble sparks. The faucet remained motionless. Snape's brow furrowed deeper as he attempted several more complex spells, but the faucet continued to show no signs of response. At that moment, the floor beneath Harry trembled slightly as he accidentally stepped on a loose stone, producing a faint creak. In the silence of the restroom, the sound was jarringly conspicuous. Snape whirled around, his gaze sweeping towards Harry's south hiding place, his wand now aimed directly at him. Who is there? Snape demanded sternly. Come out. Harry realized that remaining hidden was futile. He took a deep breath and slowly lifted the invisibility cloak. Upon seeing him, Draco's eyes widened slightly, while a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Snape's face. Go back, Potter, Snape commanded coldly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. This is not a place for you. It's Percy, Harry exclaimed urgently, disregarding Snape's order. I have to save him. Neither Draco nor Snape displayed any sign of surprise. They seemed already aware of Percy's plight, likely informed by Dobby's revelations. We are in the process of rescuing him, Snape pronounced deliberately. I fear there is little time for you to waste. Quickly return to the dormitory. Snape again directed several spells at the faucet, but it remained unresponsive. Turning to Draco, Snape's tone grew more severe. What did you say Percy did to enter? Draco replied. Dobby said he did not understand what Percy said. He cast a glance at Harry, his face pale. Could it be Parseltongue? Harry suddenly questioned, recalling the hissing voice only he could comprehend. Snape fell silent for a moment, then turned to face Harry, his dark eyes betraying a tangle of emotions. Potter, Snape spoke slowly, almost in a whisper, try speaking to it in Parseltongue. Harry hesitated momentarily before nodding. He stepped forward to the faucet, feeling the weight of Snape and Draco's scrutinizing gazes pressing against his back. Closing his eyes, he addressed the faucet. Open. You are now speaking in the language of humans, Snape commented as he waved his wand, conjuring a real snake. Harry looked into the snake's eyes that emerged from the tip of the wand, and in that moment, he truly felt capable of wielding that strange language. As if it surged from the depths of his soul, Taking a deep breath, he softly uttered a series of hissing sounds directed at the faucet. Open. In an instant, the faucet emitted a jarring metallic screech as it began to slowly turn. The floor trembled and parted, revealing a dark, gaping passageway, from which darkness surged forth like a maw ready to engulf everything. Harry glanced back. Snape's face was inscrutable, while Draco took a slight step back, fear evident on his countenance. Return to the dormitory, Potter, Snape commanded coldly. Your task is complete. Chapter 95. A damp chill wafted from the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, mingled with a foul stench of decay. Snape cast a fleeting glance down the passageway and declared, I shall descend alone. I will bring back Percy Weasley. He turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over Harry and Draco. You two return to the dormitory. Snape reiterated his command, his voice laden with undeniable authority. Harry stood rooted in place, his feet seemingly anchored to the floor, unwilling to budge an inch. Severe as Snape's tone grew increasingly severe. I have no time to spare a hand for your corpses, especially you, Potter. He fixed his dark gaze upon Harry, a glint of warning flickering in his obsidian eyes. Leave at once. Harry met Snape's stare and replied, It's dangerous down there. Since I can understand the creature's calls, it might be a serpent. Are you testing the head of Slytherin's familiarity with the legend? Snape's lips pursed into a thin line. I am well aware that it is a basilisk within. Or do you wish to leave your stone statue in the chamber? Professor, there may still be places in the chamber that require Parseltongue, Harry insisted. Just then, Draco spoke up, looking at Snape. That diary, its owner. He hesitated. I fear, the owner of the diary is the Dark Lord, and he is still alive. What if the diary is connected to him? Would Snape, a Death Eater like his father, be implicated? Harry remained silent, aware of Draco's unspoken thoughts. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for someone else to address the issues within the chamber, yet time was of the essence. Draco had already recounted the situation in Snape's office, and as the diary's custodian, he could not accept the possibility that it could indeed kill students. Thus, after Dobby's findings, Draco opted to inform Snape, viewing him as the first reliable adult in a critical situation at school. Snape's expression hardened. He understood Draco's concerns. After a moment, he inhaled deeply and turned to Harry. Very well, Potter, you shall accompany me. Follow my lead. He then looked at Draco, commanding, Draco, go inform Dumbledore. Relay the situation here. We require assistance. I will attempt to contact Dumbledore immediately. With that, Draco turned and departed, swiftly vanishing around the corner, leaving only the echo of his footsteps against the stone walls of the washroom. The passage was slick and frigid, and Harry followed closely behind Snape. The tip of his wand emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating their path ahead. The air in the chamber was heavy and oppressive. The walls adorned with moss and serpentine carvings, the hollow stone eyes of the snakes seeming to watch their every move. Snape led the way with steady strides, his flowing black robes trailing on the ground, soon becoming soiled with mud. Harry noticed Snape carrying a plethora of empty potion vials, evidently taken from his office. And a wave of curiosity washed over him. What purpose did the empty vials serve? Were they meant to be hurled at the basilisk during battle? Was the potion's master truly such a combatant? Yet Snape had appeared formidable when confronting Lockhart in the dueling club. Kill, filthy thing. New blood. The basilisk's voice grew nearer, prompting Harry to grip the hem of Snape's robe tightly. In the dim light, he spotted a heap of enormous serpent skins, coiling like some ancient relic along the damp ground. The walls were composed of rough stone, riddled with vine-like cracks. Scattered on the floor were the bones of small creatures, mice, birds, and even a few serpent remains. These bones glimmered with a pallid sheen in the weak light. As they pressed forward, they encountered a massive stone wall, intricately carved with two entwined colossal serpents, their eyes inlaid with gleaming emeralds, cold and lifelike. Open it, as you did before, Snape instructed quietly. Harry once again commanded in Parseltongue, and the stone wall slowly parted, revealing the true visage of the chamber. The chamber was an expansive underground hall, its ceiling soaring so high it seemed to vanish into infinity. Each stone pillar was embellished with spiraling serpent motifs, their heads pointed downward, flicking their tongues as if poised to spring to life. The floor was laid with slick black marble, reflecting a dim green glow. In the center lay a long waterway, its surface tinged with a murky green. Occasionally, small ripples disturbed the surface, as if something lurked beneath. On either side of the waterway were symmetrical platforms, at the ends of which loomed a grand statue, Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin's figure draped in robes, his visage gaunt and austere, with sunken eyes and a trace of haughty amusement at the corners of his mouth. His beard cascaded to his chest, winding like a serpent. Scattered at the statue's base were fragments of stone and dust. Be cautious, Potter. Snape halted abruptly, his voice low and urgent. The basilisk's gaze can kill, even through glass. It can turn you to stone. Harry remained on high alert, his eyes darting around. Close your eyes. Do not open them until I instruct you to. Like this. Cover your eyes. I will handle this. Before Harry could respond, Snape reached out and covered his eyes with his hand. Harry felt a sudden chill, followed by the deep, ominous hiss of the basilisk echoing ahead. How could he defeat the creature with his eyes closed? Harry pressed his palms tightly against his eyes, his heart racing. What if Snape fell victim to the basilisk's deadly gaze? Could Snape truly confront the creature alone? Snape turned to face the depths of the chamber, narrowing his eyes as he produced a collection of small potion vials. Harry heard Snape mutter incantations, and to his astonishment, he recognized the spell. It was the transfiguration charm taught by Professor McGonagall. The vials twisted and morphed in midair, transforming instantaneously into a flock of vibrant red-crowned roosters. Snape then whispered another incantation, and a brilliant light erupted, piercing even through the barrier of Harry's hands. Daylight dawned. The roosters began to crow, their sharp cries shattering the chamber's oppressive silence. Suddenly, Harry recalled Hagrid's recent loss of roosters. They were the basilisk's natural enemies. Clearly, Snape had opted for a more cunning approach rather than a direct confrontation. In the next moment, a furious roar reverberated from the darkness. The basilisk's massive form slithered forth from the statue, its scales glistening menacingly in the dim light. Harry felt the ground tremble beneath him. The rooster's cacophony pierced the air like daggers aimed at the basilisk, which writhed in agony, emitting pained roars before collapsing into a lifeless heap. Without pausing, Snape advanced swiftly, scanning the surroundings to ensure no further threats loomed. In the shadow of the Slytherin statue, he noticed a patch of dried blood on the ground, dark red, as if left long ago. Further along, in a corner, lay a collection of discarded items, a shattered wand, a waterlogged book, and several fragments of serpent scales. Snape turned his gaze to the corner. There lay Percy Weasley, his face as pale as parchment, clutching a black diary tightly in his hand. The pages partially opened with faint writing visible. Snape waved his wand, and the diary was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist before soaring to his side as he lowered Harry's hands. Harry held his breath, stunned by the unfolding scene. Potter, it is safe now. I need to have a private conversation with Dumbledore. You must take Percy Weasley outside. Snape's voice was low and urgent. Snape turned again, adding, once outside, tell everyone that this was your doing, Potter. You killed the basilisk. You saved Percy. I was never here. I assume you have learned the transfiguration charm by now. He paused, lowering his voice. Harry stammered, but I didn't do anything, Professor. Without you, that poor boy would likely be dead, Snape replied tersely. Only you could enter here. Just do me this favor. Remember that I was never here, nor was Draco. Snape uttered no more words and turned towards the exit. Chapter 96. The enormous form of the basilisk coiled in a corner, dark blood pooling upon the ground. Harry panted heavily, his gaze sweeping across the hall, where, in the shadow of Salazar's Slytherin statue, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Percy Weasley. Harry approached, lifting the unconscious Percy, draping his arm over his own shoulder. Percy's body felt heavy and cold. His disheveled red hair clung to his forehead. Yet his chest rose and fell slightly, indicating he was still alive. Harry crouched down and gently shook Percy's shoulder. Percy, wake up. It's me, Harry. Percy's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. His gaze was unfocused, as if he were struggling to concentrate. Then, his lips moved, producing a faint sound. Harry. His voice was hoarse, laced with pain. Where am I? Percy's fingers instinctively clawed at the ground. Harry frowned and whispered, You are in the Chamber of Secrets, Percy. Why am I here? After a long pause, Percy seemed to rouse suddenly, exclaiming, Is it really me? Did I do all of this? I believe you were ensnared by dark magic, Harry replied. Percy lifted his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. I had a quarrel with the diary. Just before I was captured in the chamber, I told it I would no longer be manipulated, that I did not wish to become a puppet. Percy's voice trembled as he continued. That diary, it knew everything about me. It saw right through me. I was such a fool. Harry recalled the black diary that Snape had taken away and asked, urgency lacing his tone, What did the diary do to you? Percy stammered. The diary housed a soul. A soul named Tom Riddle. He recounted his story to me, an orphan abandoned in the Muggle world. Like me, he harbored ambition and desire. He made me feel that we were so alike. Percy's voice dwindled, tinged with guilt. I even began to sympathize with him, Harry. I thought perhaps he was merely a victim of fate, but I was mistaken. Percy continued, his eyes filled with deep fear. He is a genius, Harry, a true Slytherin. He knew how to make people believe him. His understanding of magic is profound, and I suspect he learned far better than I. Initially, I thought of him as a trustworthy friend, but later I discovered he cared not for me at all. He merely sought my soul, to turn me into his tool. He clenched his jaw, tears streaming down his face. His arrogance, his indifference, I shall never forget it. I was such a fool to entrust my soul to a monster, believing it to be the path to success. Harry's tone grew resolute. He did not defeat you, Percy. You are still here, with me. The diary has been taken away. He can no longer harm you. Percy froze, wiping away his tears, his voice trembling yet imbued with a glimmer of hope. Do you truly believe I can escape him? I know. Percy sighed, regret saturating his words. I once thought we were so alike. I was wrong, Harry. I should not have allowed him to triumph. Percy's voice choked. He said he could feel my loneliness and my lack of understanding. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently. I even had a moment where I believed he was right. An orphan at Hogwarts, striving to excel, yearning for success. What difference is there between me and him? Of course, Harry smiled broadly. You are Percy Weasley, the one who constantly admonishes us to adhere to school rules. Did you truly think you could be so easily defeated by Tom Riddle? Percy inhaled deeply, as if striving to calm himself. His fingers clutched his robes tightly, knuckles whitening. He knew my weaknesses. I have always sought to prove myself, Harry. As a Weasley, I yearned to be the best, to have my name remembered. I craved a glorious future, and that diary saw through my ambition. It promised it could help me realize my dreams. Harry listened quietly, understanding Percy's aspirations and the pressure he felt to maintain perfection, both academically and as a prefect. However, he had not anticipated that these burdens and expectations would become the diary's entry point. And what happened next? Harry gently inquired. When did you realize something was amiss? Percy offered a bitter smile, laced with self-deprecation. I began to sense something was wrong with the diary. I frequently found blank spots in my memory, and Riddle's words grew increasingly extreme. He paused, pain flashing in his eyes. But it was too powerful, Harry. It could control my body and delve into my mind, unearthing my deepest fears and desires. Percy, Harry finally spoke, his tone firm. This is not your fault. He is a deceiver, adept at exploiting the weaknesses of others. This is dark magic. Percy lifted his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. But how could I have been so foolish? I should have been stronger. I should not have let him control me. Strength does not equate to a lack of weaknesses, Harry interjected. Everyone has fears, everyone harbors desires. Percy paused, then nodded, a glimmer of light returning to his gaze. Yes, it secured me an internship with Umbridge. I thought it was my opportunity. The ministry responded to the flattery-laden letters he taught me to craft, which instilled a sense of trust in the diary and sowed doubt regarding the ministry. Then go and try, Harry urged. The ministry may have been seeking excellent students all along. Percy's lips twitched, as if attempting to smile, but failing. His heart was tumultuous with guilt, shame, and a faint sense of relief. I nearly destroyed myself, yet I am still alive, he said. Harry rose, extending his hand to help Percy stand. We must leave. Others are waiting for us above. At that moment, a brilliant golden light pierced the darkness of the chamber, accompanied by a clear, melodic call. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, soared into the room. It elegantly circled once before finally perching upon Percy's shoulder. Fawkes lowered its head, gently touching Percy's forehead with its golden beak, and two crystalline tears fell from its eyes, landing upon Percy's skin. Fawkes, Harry murmured in awe. Fawkes chirped softly, as if in response to Harry, then turned its attention back to Percy. Percy inhaled deeply, grasping Harry's hand, trembling as he stood. His legs still felt weak, but a measure of clarity returned to his eyes. He glanced down at the basilisk's corpse, then looked up at the chamber's ceiling, a wave of emotion washing over him. I was such a fool. Percy choked again. I nearly caused harm to so many. I am unworthy of being a prefect. The rooster transfigured by Snape was still meandering leisurely in the chamber. Harry strained to support Percy, who now stood only at Harry's chest height. Let us step outside and see. Your ministry internship. Go and give it a try. That Umbridge, Harry faltered, forgetting the pronunciation of her name, realizing only as he approached that he wasn't sure if he desired it. I worry whether I am what the ministry needs. Percy sank into deep self-reproach. But if you do not approach them, the fantasy will remain just that, a fantasy, Harry responded. And you can always choose to walk away. However, I believe losing you would be a loss for the ministry. Tom Riddle truly taught me to write some nauseating letters. Percy wiped the mud from his cheek. I must apologize to my petrified classmates. That is the most important thing right now. Chapter 97. Several hours later, Harry found himself ushered into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat comfortably in a high-backed chair, with Severus Snape directly across from him. I shall take my leave, Snape declared upon noticing Harry's arrival. There is one final matter. Dumbledore interjected. Snape halted in his tracks. Harry, please take a seat, Dumbledore intoned, his voice deep and steady. Your performance this evening was quite impressive. Severus has already informed me of the events that transpired in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry nodded, realizing that Snape had briefed Dumbledore on everything. Since we have reached a consensus in our discussion, let us proceed to destroy the diary. Dumbledore gestured toward the tome. if you wish to handle it personally, Dumbledore remarked, a playful smile gracing his features as he looked at Snape. Of course, we could also use the sword. Snape offered no reply but returned to Dumbledore's desk. Slowly drawing his wand, his gaze fixed on the diary, he began to chant, and a blinding green light erupted from the tip of his wand, imbued with the essence of death, surging toward the diary on the table. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, the room's lights swallowed by the emerald glow. The diary suddenly began to writhe, not as if stirred by the wind, but as if it were a living creature in agony. It snapped open with a violent rustle, black ink seeping from its pages, flowing like blood. The instant the green light struck, a piercing, heart-wrenching scream erupted from the diary, its sound twisted and tormented, as though a soul were being rent asunder. Harry instinctively covered his ears, a chill rising from the depths of his being. He wrapped his arms tightly around himself, the green light triggering a painful memory within him. The cover of the diary began to contort as if gripped by invisible hands. No, the diary roared, its voice echoing throughout the chamber. You cannot. But before it could finish, the green light penetrated the diary completely. It trembled violently, its pages tearing one after another. As if making a final stand, ink spilled from the paper, dripping onto the desk with a hissing, corrosive sound. A strong odor of burning permeated the air. The green light continued to erode it until, with a final low moan, the diary lay utterly limp, reduced to a pile of tattered scraps and ashes, quietly resting upon the desk. It is done, Snape said, retracting his wand. His dark eyes were inscrutable as he turned to Dumbledore with an impassive expression. Very well. Very well, Dumbledore replied with a smile, patting Snape's shoulder gently. Go and rest, Severus. Dumbledore watched Snape depart before shifting his gaze back to Harry. Although Severus has made himself quite clear, I would like to hear your account as well. As I understand it, you discovered the entrance to the chamber not because Severus instructed you to, Dumbledore said to Harry. Harry sat in the chair, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He took a deep breath and began recounting the strange voice only he could hear, the discovery of Parseltongue in the dueling club, the Marauder's map, the entrance to the passage, the basilisk, and how the diary had ensnared Percy Weasley, rendering him a mere puppet devoid of self. Dumbledore listened intently, his gaze occasionally drifting to the now-destroyed diary, his fingers lightly tapping on its cover. Once Harry finished, there was a moment of silence before Dumbledore slowly spoke. Well done. Harry, I believe you have provided Percy Weasley with some solace. Percy also offered you some information regarding the diary. Taking the diary that Dumbledore handed him, Harry asked, so, this belongs to a boy named Tom Riddle? He recalled Percy's words. He opened the scorched pages of the diary, the ink now a blurred black smear. This is clearly no ordinary diary. It possesses some manner of power, an unusual magic, Dumbledore remarked. Harry nodded, his throat feeling dry. Percy mentioned it was strange, that the diary seemed to want to control him. He said he was completely unaware of his actions while under its influence. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then began to speak again, his tone imbued with gravity. Tom Riddle, Harry, is not an ordinary name. He was once a student at Hogwarts, a brilliant yet dark-hearted individual. And now, you know him better by another name. He paused, locking his gaze with Harry's, Lord Voldemort. Voldemort? Harry felt his heartbeat quicken. You mean, this Tom Riddle is Voldemort? Indeed, that is the moniker he adopted for himself. He detested his original name. Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. Voldemort's ambition and thirst for power transformed him. This diary was likely a memento he left behind, containing a fragment of his power or will. I am still uncertain as to how it operates, but it is far from simple. Harry was taken aback. Images of Percy's vacant stare and the chilling atmosphere of the chamber flooding his mind. He whispered, then why would he do this? Why leave the diary at the school? Dumbledore sighed, his fingers interlaced before him. I suspect Tom sought to influence others through it, perhaps even control them. Percy was merely a victim. Had you not intervened in time, the consequences would have been dire. When I knew Tom Riddle, he was but a student, a remarkably intelligent child, handsome and charming, yet possessed of a disconcerting coldness. He harbored an insatiable desire for power, a yearning to surpass everyone, even death itself. His ideology was that the magical world as purity belonged solely to pure-blood wizards. He aimed to cleanse this world, establishing his order through fear and domination. I suspect he opened the chamber in his youth, yet he framed Hagrid for the incident. Harry rose to his feet, his legs still unsteady. He approached the door, but paused midway, turning back to Dumbledore. Professor, if this is Voldemort's possession, does he have further schemes? Dumbledore turned to face Harry, a smile gracing his lips, though tinged with concern. Harry, Tom has always believed he can transcend all, even death. This diary was his attempt to manifest that belief. But now, it is destroyed, and that fragment of his will has perished. I suspect this is not the only remnant he has left behind. His ambitions are far too extensive. Harry felt his throat dry. Why am I a Parselmouth? Dumbledore smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by the question. Leaning back in his chair, fingers interlaced across his chest, he replied softly, "Ah, Parseltongue, a rare and ancient magical gift. Harry, do you know what it signifies?" Harry shook his head, his brow furrowed. "I know that Salazar Slytherin possessed this ability." Dumbledore nodded, his expression calm, yet a flicker of complexity shone in his eyes. "Indeed, Harry. Parseltongue is often associated with dark magic, as many powerful dark wizards in history have possessed this skill, including Salazar Slytherin himself. However, the ability itself is morally neutral. It is the intent of the wielder that determines its nature. Tom Riddle, he too could speak Parseltongue." Dumbledore paused momentarily. "I have already mentioned this. He is Voldemort." Harry clenched his fists involuntarily. "But, Professor, why do I have this ability? I do not believe I am a descendant of Slytherin." "Harry," Dumbledore turned to him, his gaze piercing. "Do you know what transpired when Voldemort attempted to kill you as a baby?" Harry nodded, his hand brushing against the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "He fled, and in doing so, he lost his power." "Indeed," Dumbledore remarked, "yet that is not the entirety of the tale. On that fateful night, Voldemort's magic sustained profound injury. His magical essence, his very nature, and even certain abilities underwent a significant transference. And you, Harry, may have become the vessel for this transference." Harry's eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening. "Are you suggesting that Parseltongue is Voldemort's? He bestowed this ability upon me?" Dumbledore nodded slowly, his tone tinged with caution. "Yes, Harry, certain attributes of Voldemort may have passed on to you through the magical connection forged that night. Parseltongue, perhaps, is one of them." "No," Harry whispered. Dumbledore's gaze softened. "Harry, this is not your fault. You did not choose any of this. Moreover, this is merely a possibility, a conjecture I have yet to fully ascertain. But remember, even if this is true, it does not imply that you are Voldemort, nor does it mean you will become him. You are your own person." "A brave and kind-hearted boy," Harry inquired. "So this is not an inherent gift of mine?" Dumbledore nodded. "I believe it to be an unintended boon. How can I rid myself of it?" Harry did not desire this gift. He had endured enough of his classmates' peculiar stares. A flicker of complexity crossed Dumbledore's expression as he slowly shook his head. "Harry, some things are not easily cast aside, if they indeed exist. But trust me, you need not rid yourself of it. You simply must learn to master it, to wield it for noble purposes." Harry softly replied, "I will remember that. Severus and I have just conducted a thorough examination of the diary. You need not worry excessively, and I am also investigating Voldemort's whereabouts." Dumbledore continued, "Now that you are here, let us discuss another matter." "What matter?" Harry sat up straight. "I must note that the reputation of the defense against the dark arts teacher appears to be rather unfavorable." Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly. "Indeed, it does." Harry instinctively moved his arms to ensure they were still intact. "It seems I must contemplate the selection of a new defense against the dark arts instructor ahead of time." Dumbledore responded,